Chapter 1 Divorce? I'll throw money at your face first. Jiangchun, Su family villa. The air was as thick as solidified low-quality syrup, making it hard to breathe. The lights outside the window were on, illuminating the magnificent prison, but it did not warm Yi Chen's heart at all. Yi Chen, this name has a hint of poverty and bad luck. The sharp and sarcastic female voice was like a needle with poison, piercing fiercely. Mother-in-law Wang Guifan put her hands on her waist, and her well-maintained face now only showed naked contempt and disgust, and her saliva almost sprayed on Yi Chen's face. 3 years. A dog knows to wag its tail. What's the point of raising a loser like you? You eat and drink from my Su family, but you can't even pay for your daughter's life. My daughter Su Qingxue was really blind back then, and she got a loser like you. Yi Chen lowered his head and stood silently in the middle of the living room, like a lifeless stone statue. The light cast a heavy shadow on his head, covering his tightly pursed lips and the undercurrents in his eyes. His rough fingers curled up subconsciously, and his nails dug deep into his palms, leaving a few crescent-shaped white marks, but he didn't feel any pain. The pale and weak face of his daughter Nuan Nuan lingered in his mind. Congenital heart disease, surgery costs 300,000 yuan. 300,000 yuan. This number was like a red-hot iron, burning his internal organs. He desperately borrowed and begged, moved the heaviest bricks at the construction site, carried the dirtiest goods at the dock, groveled and humiliated, trampled his dignity into the mud, but in return, it was just a drop in the bucket. The Su family, his Yu family, has tens of millions of assets, but they are so stingy that they are unwilling to give even a penny. Nuanyuan, that is their Su family's granddaughter. Mom, stop talking. A cold voice came from the side. His wife Su Qingxue sat on an expensive leather sofa, with delicate makeup and a brand-name outfit that outlined her slender figure. She frowned slightly, and when her eyes swept over Yi Chen, there was no anger, no disappointment, only a frozen indifference, as if she was looking at an expired garbage that needed to be dealt with urgently. She picked up a long printed document on the coffee table and pushed it forward casually. On the snow-white A4 paper, the big black bold words "divorce agreement" hurt Yi Chen's eyes. Sign it, Yi Chen. Su Qingxue's voice was calm, as if she was stating something that had nothing to do with her. It's a relief for you, for me, and for Nuanyuan. After you sign, I will give you 50,000 yuan personally as a small compensation for your hard work over the years. Nuanyuan. I will be responsible, you don't have to worry about it. Liberated? Yi Chen raised his head suddenly, his eyes were bloodshot, and his voice was hoarse like sandpaper rubbing. Su Qingxue, Nuanyuan is also my daughter. She is only 3 years old. She is now lying in the hospital, waiting for money to save her life. You want to let me be liberated? Use this 50,000 yuan to get rid of me, and then let me watch my daughter. Shut up. Wang Guifan interrupted with a scream like a cat whose tail was stepped on. How dare you mention Nuan Nuan? If it weren't for you, my granddaughter would have suffered this? Qingxue has done her best by giving you 50,000. Sign it now and get out. Seeing you is bad luck. Her fat fingers almost poked Yi Chen's nose. Waste. Trash. Get out of our Su family. Sign. Immediately. Right now. Wang Guifan's roar echoed in the spacious living room, with unquestionable arrogance. Despair was like cold seawater, instantly drowning Yi Chen. Every limb was filled with a piercing chill. The 3 years of forbearance and the carefully maintained illusion of the so-called home were completely shattered at this moment. Dignity? In the eyes of the Su family, Yi Chen had never had such a thing. The only value of his existence seemed to be to endure the humiliation and trampling of the mother and daughter. For Nuanyuan. For Nuanyuan. This thought was struggling in the quagmire of despair and was his only remaining faint light. He stretched out his hand tremblingly, his fingertips getting closer and closer to the cold divorce agreement. Signing it and getting the humiliating 50,000 yuan would at least help Nuan Nuan's urgent need. Just as his fingertips were about to touch the paper. Bite. A cold, emotionless electronic synthesized sound with a strange metallic texture suddenly exploded in the deepest part of his mind without any warning. It is detected that the host is suffering from extreme personality humiliation, and the dignity value is on the verge of collapse. Detected that the host has a strong obsession to protect target, Yi Nuanyuan. God-level selection system, binding activation. Newbie gift packs are being distributed. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained Super Rich Startup Fund 10 billion renminbi. The funds have been transferred to the anonymous account under the host's name. The source is absolutely safe and legal, please feel free to use it. Additional gift to the newbie gift package, right to use the world's top supercar, King of the Night, Koenigsegg Jesko Absolut. The car has been parked at the designated location outside the villa. The road to becoming a super rich man has been opened. Please spend as much as you want, use money to smash all obstacles, and protect what is important in your heart. The system will issue subsequent generous rewards based on the host's consumption and face-slapping behavior. Buzz. Yi Chen's mind went blank, as if struck by a violent thunderbolt. The cold electronic sound carried an unquestionable force, and every word hit his soul like a heavy hammer. 10 billion? Koenigsegg? System? Ridiculous. Too ridiculous. This must be an illusion caused by being forced into a desperate situation. However, the next second. Buzz buzz buzz. The cheap domestic mobile phone in Su Qingshua's trouser pocket, which had a broken screen and had long been discarded by her, suddenly began to vibrate wildly. The frequency was so high that it almost broke free from her pocket and jumped out. Yi Chen pulled out his phone stiffly, like a puppet. On the screen, a string of extremely strange text messages from a garbled number appeared. The content was so concise that it was suffocating. Your account ending with received a remittance at, amount, 10 billion renminbi. Current balance, 10 billion renminbi. XX Bank. That long string of dizzying zeros, like the brightest stars in the universe, instantly ignited his blood that was frozen by despair. It's not a dream. It's real. An indescribable heat suddenly rushed from the soles of his feet to the top of his head, dispelling all the chill and igniting the bloodiness that had been dormant for 3 years. The spine that had been trampled into the dust was suddenly straightened by an invisible force at this moment. He slowly raised his head. All the humility, pain, and forbearance on his face faded away like the tide, leaving only an extreme coldness and calmness. The pair of eyes that were originally bloodshot and full of despair were now as deep as the boundless universe, and there was a flame jumping in them that made Wang Guifan and Su Qingxue feel inexplicably palpitating. You, what's that look in your eyes? You useless piece of shit. I asked you to sign, are you deaf? Wang Guifan felt frightened by his gaze, and she shouted in a timid tone, spitting out of her mouth again. Su Qingxue also noticed the earth-shaking change in Yi Chen's temperament. For the first time, the cold indifference was replaced by a trace of suspicion. She frowned and was about to speak. Yi Chen moved. He didn't look at the divorce agreement, nor did he look at Su Qingxue again. He walked straight to the entrance, where his old canvas backpack, which was washed white and had serious frayed edges, was placed. Under the astonished, puzzled, and even slightly mocking gazes of Su Qingxue and Wang Guifan, who thought he had finally accepted his fate and had to pack up his junk and get out, Yi Chen suddenly unzipped his backpack. Crash! Not the cheap clothes or clutter you might expect. Bundles of brand new $100 bills, reeking of ink, poured out of the rucksack like a red waterfall, hitting the smooth and expensive marble floor tiles with a dull and shocking pop sound. 1 bundle, 2 bundles, 3 bundles, a total of 20 bundles. 100,000 in each bundle, a total of 2 million in cash. A sea of red instantly spread out at the entrance. The glaring red reflected Wang Guifan's eyes, which suddenly widened to the limit, full of greed and disbelief, and also reflected Su Qingshue's pretty face, which instantly lost its color and was filled with shock. The air in the entire luxurious living room seemed to be completely drained by the mountain of cash at this moment. Only the unique smell of banknotes and the suffocating silence remained. Yi Chen bent down, his movements as casual as if he was picking up a few fallen leaves. He grabbed 2 thick bundles of banknotes, 200,000. He weighed them in his hands, feeling the heavy weight. Then, he turned around suddenly, and his arms drew a powerful arc in the air. Snap! Snap! 2 unusually crisp and loud slapping sounds exploded in the dead-silent living room. The 2 bundles of brand new 100 yuan bills slammed firmly and fiercely onto Wang Guifan's fat face, which was distorted by shock and greed. The huge force even broke a few strands of her carefully tied hair, and the sharp edges of the bills left a few light red marks on her well-maintained cheeks. The banknotes scattered, dozens of bright red banknotes were like withered petals, fluttering all over the ground and covering Wang Guifan's expensive silk pajamas. Ah! Wang Guifan was stunned. She covered her face and let out a short scream. Her eyes almost popped out of their sockets, filled with extreme astonishment, humiliation, and a kind of offended rage. The fat on her face was shaking violently. She pointed at Yi Chen with trembling lips, but because of the extreme shock and the burning pain on her face, she couldn't curse a word. Su Qingxue suddenly stood up from the sofa and cried out in surprise, Yi Chen! Are you crazy? She looked at the glaring red on the ground, the red mark on her mother's face, and Yi Chen's face that was so calm that it made her feel extremely unfamiliar. A chill ran up her spine uncontrollably. Yi Chen ignored Su Qingxue's scream. He looked down at Wang Guifan, who was covering her face with a funny and embarrassed expression, and his mouth slowly raised an extremely cold arc. There was no warmth in that smile, only a kind of indifference and contempt that controlled everything. His voice was not loud, but it was like an ice-hardened knife, clearly cutting through the solidified air. Every word hit Su Qingxue and Wang Guifan's hearts hard. This marriage, should I divorce or not? Now, I have the final say. Chapter 2, Begging? My daughter is critically ill. Time seemed to be frozen by the glaring red banknotes on the ground and Yi Chen's cold words. The only sounds left in the living room were Wang Guifan's heavy, terrified breathing and the thick, dizzying smell of ink from the banknotes. The red ocean was like a burning flame, burning the eyes and cognition of Su Qingxue and her daughter. You. Wang Guifan covered her face, the burning pain reminded her that what happened just now was not a nightmare. She looked at Yi Chen, the harsh contempt in her eyes had long been replaced by a huge fear and disbelief, as if she had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Where did you get so much money? Did you steal it? Rob it? Yi Chen. You're done. You committed a crime. I'm going to call the police. You'll spend the rest of your life in jail. She screamed fiercely, her fat fingers trembling as she pointed at Yi Chen, but her body subconsciously shrank back. Call the police? Yi Chen sneered. His laughter was icy and chilling, with undisguised mockery. He bent down slowly and picked up a bundle of banknotes from the ground. He held it in his hand and waited, as if he was playing with an insignificant toy. The edges of the brand new banknotes reflected the cold light of the chandelier. Okay, beat him up. Tell the police that your poor son-in-law, who you have called a waste, garbage, and coward for 3 years, hit you in the face with 2 million cash. I want to see whether the police believe your lies or the legal source of my money. He took a step closer, and the powerful feeling of oppression was like a real wave, which made Wang Guifan's breath catch. She stepped back repeatedly, and her back slammed against the cold wall. She had nowhere to retreat. Legal? Su Qingxue finally managed to find a voice from the extreme shock. She looked at Yi Chen with a complicated expression, with suspicion, confusion, and a hint of anger. Yi Chen, what's going on? Where did you get the 2 million? And? She subconsciously looked at the dark night outside the entrance. She seemed to have heard a low and powerful engine roar just now. The car outside. Yi Chen's eyes finally turned to Su Qingxue, but the love, forbearance, and even pain in his eyes had disappeared, leaving only a kind of alienation and indifference as if he was looking at a stranger. Su Qingxue, he called her by her name, his voice calm, where I got my money has nothing to do with you. Just like in the past 3 years, my life and death, Nuanyuan's life and death, have never really had anything to do with you. Su Qingxue's face turned pale instantly. Yi Chen's words were like a blunt knife, accurately dissecting a certain truth that she had been deliberately avoiding, making her feel an awkward palpitation. Now, Yi Chen stopped looking at them, his eyes swept across the scattered pieces of the canvas backpack on the ground, symbolizing his past humiliation, and said resolutely, "It's time for me to take Nuanyuan away." No! No! Wang Guifan screamed as if her most painful nerve was stepped on. The pain and fear on her face were instantly covered by a stronger greed and calculation. She looked at the money on the ground, her eyes glowing green. 2 million. 2 million can be easily thrown out. This rubbish, no, he is no longer a rubbish. Must have more. Su Qingxue can't divorce. Absolutely not. This is simply a moving mountain of gold falling into their Su family. She completely forgot the humiliation and pain on her face a moment ago. Her fat body burst out with amazing agility. She rolled and crawled to Yi Chen's feet. She grabbed Yi Chen's trouser legs with both hands and raised her fat face with tears and red marks of banknotes and palms. Her voice was sharp and distorted because of excitement and flattery. Good son-in-law. Good son-in-law. Mom was wrong. Mom is old and confused. Mom is blind. Mom apologizes to you. I kowtow to you. She actually pretended to kowtow. Don't leave. Don't divorce Qingxue. We are a family. Nuanyuan is the darling of the Su family, how can I let you take her away? Qingxue. Hurry. Apologize to Yi Chen. Say you don't want a divorce. While Wang Guifan was crying and begging, she desperately winked at Su Qingxue, who was standing stiffly beside her with a pale face. The meaning in her eyes was naked. Quick! Catch him. This is a rich son-in-law. He is much richer than our Su family. Su Qingxue watched her mother kneel at Yi Chen's feet without dignity, and looked at Yi Chen's cold, indifferent eyes. A huge sense of humiliation and absurdity surged in her heart. She was asked to bow her head and apologize to the man she had despised for 3 years? For money? She, Su Qingxue, couldn't do it. But, the money on the floor, the roar of the sports car engine outside, and Yi Chen's earth-shaking and unfathomable aura, all of these were madly impacting her inherent cognition. She moved her lips a few times, but the words of apology were stuck in her throat like a fishbone, and she couldn't spit them out. Yi Chen looked at Wang Guifan, who was begging like a mangy dog at his feet, with only cold disgust in his eyes. He raised his legs and easily broke free from the greasy hands. A family? Yi Chen's voice was as cold as the Siberian wind. When Nuanyuan was lying in the hospital waiting for money to save her life, and you stood by and forced me to sign the divorce agreement, why didn't you think about a family? Now that you see the money, we are a family? He bent down and approached Wang Guifan's face full of greed. Every word was clear. Wang Guifan, put away your disgusting face. The threshold of the Su family, and you. He raised his eyes, and his cold eyes swept across the pale Su Qingxue. It makes me feel sick. Take your good intentions and stay away from me and Nuanyuan. After saying that, Yi Chen no longer looked at them. He turned around and strode towards the entrance. His leather shoes stepped on the scattered banknotes, making a slight rustling sound, and every step was full of determination. No! Yi Chen! You can't go! Qingxue! Stop him! Wang Guifan screamed like a pig being slaughtered, stretched out her hand in despair, but only grabbed a handful of cold air. Su Qingxue swayed her body, watching Yi Chen's tall and indifferent back about to disappear in the shadow of the entrance. She was ultimately unable to utter the word "I'm sorry." Instead, she felt a panic of being completely abandoned and a trace of regret that she herself was unwilling to admit. Just as Yi Chen's hand was about to touch the cold brass door handle. Ding-a-ling! Ding-a-ling! A sharp, rapid, ominous cell phone ringtone suddenly tore through the eerie atmosphere in the villa. It was not Yi Chen's old mobile phone, but the latest model of Apple phone that Su Qingxue placed on the coffee table. The ringing sounded like a death knell, causing Su Qingxue's heart to jump. She felt an ominous premonition. She almost rushed over to grab the phone, and the caller ID of Jiangqing Central Hospital flashed on the screen. Hello? Head Nurse Zhang? Su Qingxue's voice was trembling, which she herself did not even notice. The head nurse's voice came from the other end of the phone, so urgent that it was almost out of tune. Every word was like a heavy hammer hitting Su Qingxue's heart. Miss Su. It's not good. Nuanyuan. Nuanyuan suddenly has severe ventricular fibrillation. Cardiac arrest. Rescuing. The situation is very dangerous. The doctor has issued a critical illness notice. Your family members must rush to the hospital immediately. Hurry. Boom. Su Qingxue felt a black screen before her eyes, and her phone slipped from her weak hands with a click and fell heavily on the marble floor. She felt as if her bones had been pulled out, and she staggered back a step, her face as pale as paper, her lips trembling, and a huge fear instantly overwhelmed her. What's wrong? Qingxue? What happened to Nuanyuan? Wang Guifan was also frightened. She got up from the ground and asked anxiously. Nuanyuan is in critical condition, rescue. Su Qingxue uttered a few words in a daze. She was so panicked that she could hardly stand. Critical illness notice. These 4 words were like the most vicious curse, turning into a soul-tearing lightning, fiercely striking Yi Chen's back. The veins on his hand holding the door handle instantly popped up, his knuckles turned white, and a teeth-grinding crunching sound was heard. All the coldness, determination, and the brief pleasure after being slapped in the face were crushed to pieces at this moment. A fear and violent anger that was enough to burn away reason, like a dormant volcano, erupted deep in his chest. Nuan Nuan. His Nuan Nuan. What a bullshit system. What billions. What a slap in the face to the Su family. At this moment, it all lost its meaning. He turned around abruptly, and the pair of eyes that were as cold as the abyss just now were now red, like a beast on the verge of extinction, with a madness and recklessness that could burn everything. The look in his eyes swept over Su Qingxue and Wang Guifan, with a terrifying aura of choosing someone to devour, making them instantly silent and cold all over. No nonsense. Yi Chen, like a black hurricane, suddenly opened the heavy door of the villa. Boom whoa. Outside the door, the roar of the engine, which was violent enough to tear the eardrum, instantly filled the entire space like the roar of an ancient beast. Under the dim courtyard lights, a supercar with extremely sharp lines and a deep blue luster like liquid metal flowing all over the body quietly lurked there, like a mechanical beast from the future Koenigsegg Jesko Absolute. Its low body, exaggerated aerodynamic kit, and the Koenigsegg Ghost logo on the front of the car, like a devil's eye, all exude a suffocating sense of oppression and speed. Yi Chen didn't even have time to marvel at the domineering gift from the system. He rushed to the car like a cheetah, opened the door, and the carbon fiber door rose up lightly like a butterfly wing. He stepped into the extremely enveloping racing bucket seat and pressed his finger hard on the start button. Buzz boom. The more violent and pure mechanical roar was like thunder from the ground, exploding instantly. The roar of the V8 twin-turbocharged engine made the glass windows of the villa buzz. The dark blue taillights drew two strange light marks in the night, and the heavy metal door automatically fell and locked. Hold on tight. Yi Chen's roar came through the car window, filled with desperate madness. Su Qingxue was awakened by the roar of the engine and Yi Chen's red eyes. The huge fear and worry about her daughter overwhelmed everything. Almost by instinct, she stumbled to the passenger seat, opened the door and got in. Wait for me. Qingxue. Wang Guifan also wanted to squeeze in, but when she saw that the low supercar had only one passenger seat, her fat body froze. Get lost. Yi Chen didn't even look at her, his bloodshot eyes staring at the road ahead illuminated by the headlights, his teeth almost breaking. He suddenly turned the steering wheel, and at the same time, stepped hard on the accelerator pedal with his right foot. Boom! The violent sound waves instantly reached the peak. The terrifying power of more than 1,280 horsepower was transmitted to the rear wheels without reservation through the special dual-clutch transmission. The expensive custom tires screamed shrilly, rubbed violently with the ground, and billowed green smoke. The King of Dark Night was like a blue lightning that had broken free from its shackles. With a huge push on his back, he instantly shot out with a sharp whistle that tore through the air. Leaving behind him was only a faint blue afterimage and a choking smell of burnt rubber, leaving behind Wang Guifan, who was stunned and frightened and sat on the ground, and the red banknotes scattered all over the ground, in the dead silent villa courtyard behind him. Target, Jiangqing Central Hospital. Regardless of the cost, fight for every second. Chapter 3 by the hospital. Unlock the 100 billion group. Jiangqing in the middle of the night was torn apart by the roar of violent engines. The dark blue king of the night was like a stream of light from hell, shuttling madly through the empty streets. Yi Chen's eyes were red and bloodshot, staring at the front, and he had already stepped on the accelerator pedal into the engine compartment. The terrifying top speed of over 400 km per hour, under the blessing of this top hypercar, turned the neon lights and street lights outside the window into a blurred and elongated light strip. The roar of the engine was like a continuous thunder, exploding over the silent city, shaking the vehicles along the way to avoid in fear, and the glass windows on the roadside were buzzing. Yi Chen. Too fast. Slow down. Something's going to happen. On the passenger seat, Su Qingxue tightly grasped the roof handrail and seatbelt. The expensive leather seat couldn't give her any sense of security. The violent pushback and the blurry scene outside the window made her stomach churn. Her face was as pale as paper, and her voice was distorted and screamed because of extreme fear. However, her voice was completely drowned out by the raging noise. Yi Chen ignored it. At this moment, his world was filled with only the roar of the engine, the drumming of his heartbeat, and his daughter Nuanyuan's pale and fragile face. Slow? Nuanyuan was rescuing. She was racing against death. If he was slow for a second, it could be a regret he could never bear. The shortest route to Jiangqing Central Hospital on the navigation system was locked. Red light? No. The Blue Phantom ignored all traffic rules and drifted wildly at the empty intersection. The tires screamed deafeningly, leaving two charred arcs, and then shot out again like a cannonball. Su Qingxue closed her eyes in fear, her nails digging deep into her palms. She had never seen Yi Chen like this before, crazy, violent, and desperate, like a beast that had completely lost its cubs. This made her feel boundless fear, but it also made the complicated thoughts in her heart that arose because of money disappear, leaving only the heart-wrenching worry for her daughter. In less than 10 minutes, amid the angry honking of horns and cursing of countless disturbed drivers, the glaring red cross sign of Jiangqing Central Hospital finally appeared at the end of the field of vision. Squeak ga! With the sharp brake sound and the pungent smell of the tires rubbing against the ground, the King of Darkness made an almost brutal tailspin and stopped steadily or forcibly at the brightly lit entrance of the hospital emergency building. The dark blue body of the car flashed a cold luster under the pale light, like a beast that had just finished hunting, exuding residual power. Yi Chen unbuckled his seatbelt, and the carbon fiber door rose like wings. He jumped out of the car like a nimble cheetah, his red eyes scanning the chaotic entrance of the emergency room like a searchlight. Su Qingxue also stumbled as she pushed open the car door, and almost sprained her ankle in her high heels. She suppressed the dizziness and nausea and staggered to keep up. The emergency room entrance was a chaotic mess of people, with stretchers, crying family members, and hurried medical staff all mixed together. Nuanyuan. Where is Yi Nuanyuan? Yi Chen's voice was like the roar of a wounded beast, instantly overwhelming the noise at the scene. He was like a frenzied rhino, ignoring all obstacles, rudely pushing aside the crowd blocking his way, and rushing towards the emergency room. Su Qingxue gritted her teeth and tried her best to follow him. Hey! Who are you? This is an emergency area, don't barge in. A middle-aged man in a white coat, gold-rimmed glasses, and a slightly fat body staggered and almost fell down after being bumped by Yi Chen. He steadied himself, and immediately showed anger and impatience at being interrupted on his face, and reached out to stop Yi Chen. His badge read, Vice President, Lu Qiming. Yi Chen stopped suddenly, his bloodshot eyes like two red-hot knives, fiercely nailing Lu Qiming's face. The madness, brutality and desperate killing intent contained in his eyes made the usually pampered vice president feel cold in his heart, and he subconsciously retracted his outstretched hand. My daughter! Yi Nuanyuan. Congenital heart disease. She was in ventricular fibrillation just now. Where is she? Yi Chen's voice was hoarse, and every word seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth, with a strong smell of blood. Lu Qiming was intimidated by Yi Chen's momentum, but soon, his professional arrogance and the unhappiness of being disturbed regained the upper hand. He pushed his gold-rimmed glasses, frowned, and said in a formal, condescending tone, Oh, that little girl. The situation is very critical, and we are doing our best to rescue her. However, I understand the feelings of the family members, but the rules of the hospital cannot be violated. The most important thing for you now is to go to the payment office and pay the deposit. He paused, his eyes swept over Yi Chen's dusty t-shirt and washed-out jeans, and glanced at Su Qingxue, who was pale but decently dressed, and his tone was filled with a subtle contempt and urging, the previously deposited funds have long been overdrawn. The cost of this rescue and the possible subsequent ECMO extracorporeal membrane oxygenation support is very high. Go and pay a deposit of 300,000 first. Otherwise, the subsequent treatment. Money? Yi Chen interrupted him suddenly. His voice was like ice cracking, and the surroundings were instantly quiet. He stared at Lu Qiming's greasy face, at the pair of eyes behind his glasses that flashed with shrewdness and indifference, and at his chattering lips that linked life and money nakedly. All the humiliation, despair, anger, and fear of his daughter's critical illness that had been accumulated over the past 3 years were completely ignited at this moment, turning into a raging fire that burned everything. You want money? Yi Chen's voice suddenly rose, like a thunderous explosion, drowning out all the noise in the emergency room. He suddenly reached out and took something out of the back pocket of his jeans. Not a wallet. It is a palm-sized dark blue leather checkbook with complex gold patterns embossed on the cover, exuding an atmosphere of low-key luxury. As Lu Qiming was stunned, Su Qingxue was shocked, and the surrounding people were instantly focused on him. Yi Chen tore off a blank check with a swish sound. His movements were rough and decisive. He didn't even pause, and didn't even look for a pen. He used his thumbnail to scratch the amount column of the check. The friction between the nail and the tough check paper made a heart-pounding chi-chi sound. A 1 followed by a string of shocking 0s. Under the gaze of Lu Qiming's suddenly contracted pupils, on that face that instantly lost all color and was filled with disbelief, Yi Chen used all his strength to slam the check, which had deep dents carved by his fingernails in the amount column filled with 100 million yuan, in Lu Qiming's face. Bang! The crisp sound seemed particularly harsh at the entrance of the emergency room, which had suddenly become dead silent. The sharp edge of the check cut a shallow blood mark on Vice President Lu's shiny forehead, and then it swirled and fell on the cold and smooth floor tiles. The string of numbers carved by fingernails, slightly distorted but extremely clear, exuded a suffocating magic under the pale light. Did you see clearly? Vice President Lu. Yi Chen's voice sounded like it came from the netherworld, cold and violent, with the will to crush everything. Every word was like a heavy hammer, hitting the heart of Lu Qiming and everyone present. This broken hospital. I bought it. He took a step forward, with a terrifying sense of oppression like a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. His red eyes stared at the vice president in front of him, who was stunned by the 100 million check and stood there like a petrified man. Every word he said was like thunder, resounding throughout the emergency room. Now. Immediately. Immediately. Save my daughter. Get her back from the hands of death. If you delay for even a second, I'll make you regret wearing this white coat for the rest of your life. Dead silence. Absolute silence. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. At the entrance of the emergency room, all the noise, crying, and sound of instruments disappeared. The patient on the stretcher, the anxious family members, the busy nurses, the security guards who rushed over after hearing the noise. Everyone seemed to be under a spell, their eyes fixed on the check with a 100 million yuan amount engraved on it lying quietly on the ground, and on the young man who stood like a demon and exuded a raging rage. The air froze, leaving only the sound of heavy breathing and the pounding of the heart. Lu Qiming was completely dumbfounded. The pain on his face was far less than the nuclear explosion level shock to his brain. 100 million? To buy a hospital? A check carved with fingernails? Each element was absurd, but the check on the ground, the string of numbers scratched with fingernails and deeply engraved on the paper, and the terrifying murderous aura of the man in front of him that was almost condensed into substance and ready to devour anyone. All of this madly impacted his cognitive system that he had built up over decades. He opened his mouth, and his gold-rimmed glasses slid to the tip of his nose, revealing a pair of eyes that were completely out of focus due to extreme shock and fear. A strange ho-ho sound came out of his throat, and he couldn't utter a word. Quick! Quick! Emergency room! Take Mr. Yi there! Quick! A slightly more sober head nurse was the first to react, and she cried out in a sobbing voice, breaking the dead silence. Several doctors and nurses who had reacted woke up as if from a dream, and almost rolled and crawled towards the emergency room. Yi Chen took a last look at Lu Qiming, who had collapsed like mud and was hurriedly supported by the people around him. There was no mercy in his eyes. He did not stop, turned around, and ran towards the emergency room with big strides. Su Qingxue also came back to her senses, and with a complicated expression, she looked at the check on the ground and the distraught Vice President Lu, gritted her teeth, and quickly followed. The red light in the emergency room was still glaringly bright. Just as Yi Chen rushed to the door of the emergency room and looked anxiously at the blurry figure inside through the glass. Bite! That cold, familiar electronic synthesized voice, like the sound of nature, rang out clearly in the depths of his mind again. It is detected that the host has completed the first consumption behavior that is consistent with the status of a super rich person. Deterrent payment intention, amount, 100 million renminbi, target, Jiangqing Central Hospital. Behavior judgment, extremely efficient. Extremely domineering. Max shocking effect. Perfectly in line with the criteria of a super rich person. Reward distribution. 1. The inheritance rights of the host's 100 billion level comprehensive group Huanyu Xinghai Holdings have been officially activated. Relevant legal documents, contact information of the group's core management team, and global asset lists have been transferred to the host's mobile phone encrypted folder. 2. Super Rich Points plus 1,000 points. Can be used to redeem system mall items or special services. 3. Strengthening basic physical qualities primary. The host's physical strength, energy, reaction speed, and recovery ability will be slightly and permanently improved. The novice guide is over. Please keep up the good work, use your money and strength to clear the way ahead and reach the top of the rich. A weak but clear heat instantly flowed through Yi Chan's limbs and bones, dispelling some of his fatigue and tension, and slightly easing his nerves that were about to explode. At the same time, the phone in his pocket vibrated slightly, indicating that the data transmission was completed. Qianti Group, Huanyu Xinghai Holdings. The huge flow of information hit Yi Chen, but he had no time to think about it. All his attention was still fixed on the tightly closed door of the emergency room. Nuan, hold on. Dad is here. Dad is rich now. Lots and lots of money. Dad has bought the hospital. You must hold on. His bloodshot eyes stared at the door without blinking, like the most devout believer waiting for an oracle. At this moment, the huge wealth and power brought by the cold system prompt sound could not match the weak heartbeat of his daughter behind the door. Time passed slowly and cruelly, minute by minute, in the dead silence and anxiety. Chapter 4, Countdown to Life, The Despair of the Rich. The cold system prompt sound echoed in his mind, bringing not joy but deeper anxiety. Tianyi Group? The universe and the sea of stars? At this moment, in Yi Chen's heart, none of them could compare to the glaring red light on the door of the emergency room. Nuanyuan! Nuanyuan! Su Qingxua finally rushed to the door, looked through the glass at the blurry busy figures inside, burst into tears, and slid down to the ground weakly. Fear and self-blame overwhelmed her. Yi Chen stood like a sculpture, his red eyes fixed on the door. His enhanced body senses allowed him to vaguely hear the cold dripping sounds of the instruments inside, the doctor's urgent instructions. Every pause in the sound made his heart stop. Family members of the patient. The door of the emergency room was suddenly pushed open, and a masked doctor with tired but sharp eyes walked out quickly, with bloodstains on his surgical gown. The situation is very critical. The child's heart function is failing severely, and conventional rescue is not effective. ECMO extracorporeal membrane oxygenation must be used for life support immediately to fight for an opportunity for surgery. Go! Go now! Use the best. Money is not a problem. Yi Chen almost shouted, his voice hoarse. A trace of helplessness and anxiety flashed in the doctor's eyes. Mr. Yi, we have ECMO equipment, but the problem is, the only portable ECMO core consumable in the hospital, the membrane lung, has just been used to rescue another critically ill patient. The new spare membrane lung needs to be urgently transferred from the provincial capital. The fastest, it will take 3 hours. Boom! It was like a bolt from the blue. 3 hours? In Nuanyuan's current state, even 30 minutes would be a luxury, not to mention 3 hours. What did you say? Yi Chen grabbed the doctor's arm fiercely. The huge force made the doctor scream in pain, and he felt that his bones were about to be crushed. No? I just bought this hospital. You tell me there is no life-saving equipment? The violent rage and despair almost broke through his reason. Mr. Yi! Calm down. Calm down. The doctor endured the severe pain and said urgently, it's not that we don't have the equipment, it's the consumables. The membrane lung is a core disposable consumable. Jiangcheng only has this one portable ECMO, and its membrane lung is dedicated. We really don't have it anymore. The provincial capital is already coordinating to send it over as quickly as possible. Coordination? The fastest speed? Yi Chen let go of his hand, but his eyes were as cold as ice, an absolute coldness born from extreme anger. He took out his mobile phone. The screen was broken, but the function was still there. He directly ignored the encrypted file from Universe Star Sea Holdings that he had just received. His fingers trembled because of the force, but he opened a number in the address book that had just been automatically saved by the system and marked as Universe Star Sea Emergency Affairs Processing Center with extraordinary accuracy. Beep, beep. After only one ring, the call was connected instantly. A calm, capable, emotionless but powerful male voice sounded, "Hello, distinguished Mr. Yi. The Universal Starry Sea Emergency Affairs Processing Center, number 07, is at your service. Please give instructions." The background sound was the extremely faint sound of keyboard tapping and the sound of electronic equipment running efficiently. Yi Chen's voice was cold and urgent, carrying an absolute command that could not be questioned. Every word was like a hardened steel nail. Location, Longhua, Jiangcheng Central Hospital. Target, portable ECMO membrane lung consumables, which must be fully matched with the existing equipment models of this hospital. Time limit, within 30 minutes. Regardless of the cost. Mobilize all resources of the group. Air transport, special approval, customs clearance. I don't care about the process. I only want the result. After 30 minutes, I want to see the things appear at the door of the emergency room. Otherwise, all relevant responsible persons will bear the consequences themselves. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone. It was not hesitation, but the most efficient information reception and processing confirmation. The voice of number 07 did not fluctuate at all, only absolute obedience and decisiveness. Command confirmed, ECMO membrane lung consumables, Jiangcheng Central Hospital, model matching, 30 minutes limit. Use S-level authority to call all recent resources. Estimated completion time, 25 minutes. Please rest assured, Mr. Yi. Over. The call was hung up. The whole process took less than 10 seconds. Yi Chen put away his phone, and his bloodshot eyes locked onto the attending doctor's face again. The pressure in his eyes almost suffocated the doctor. 25 minutes. The equipment will arrive. Now, stabilize her vital signs for me. Use all the means at your disposal. After 25 minutes, I want to see ECMO started. If she can't hold on. Yi Chen didn't say anything else, but the cold murderous intent made the temperature around him drop sharply. The doctor shuddered, looking at the devil-like man in front of him, and remembered the check with 100 million carved on it with his fingernails. He gritted his teeth and rushed back to the emergency room. Quick! Maintain vital signs at all costs. Prepare ECMO priming. Wait for consumables. Quick! Time has never passed so slowly and cruelly. Every second seemed to be cutting into Yi Chen's heart. Su Qingxue collapsed on the ground, crying silently. Vice Dean Lu Qiming, who rushed over after hearing the news, hid behind the crowd, his face pale. Looking at Yi Chen's back was like looking at a ferocious beast that was choosing its prey, and his calves were cramping. 24 minutes and 58 seconds. 24 minutes and 59 seconds. 25 minutes 0 seconds. Wow. Above the hospital, from far away, came a very special, sharp siren sound that was different from that of an ordinary ambulance. The sound was getting closer and closer, with a sense of urgency that tore through the air. Everyone subconsciously looked towards the emergency room entrance. A special medical transport vehicle, painted all black with a striking Universal Medical logo and a red cross, and with a very sci-fi streamlined shape, stopped steadily or rather, rudely at the entrance of the emergency building with a harsh brake sound and an almost drifting posture. The door suddenly popped open. A tall figure wearing a black special operations uniform, with eyes as sharp as an eagle and movements as swift as a leopard, jumped out of the car, holding a silver metal password box with a flashing low-temperature indicator light. He ignored all the astonished eyes and rushed directly to the door of the emergency room like a precision-guided missile. He put the box on the ground in front of Yi Chen with a pop, stood at attention, and saluted. Report to Mr. Yi. The Universal Medical Emergency Response Team of the Universal Star Group has been ordered to deliver ECMO-specific membrane lung consumables, model confirmed a match, transported through ultra-low temperature cold chain, in good condition. Please instruct. The voice was loud and iron-blooded. Dead silence. Absolute silence fell again. From receiving the order to accurately delivering it, it took only 25 minutes. Across hundreds of kilometers. Special medical transport vehicles and special personnel were used. What kind of terrifying energy and execution is this? The attending doctor woke up as if from a dream, and almost rushed over to grab the box. Quick! Send it in. Prepare to board the plane. Yi Chen watched the box being sent to the emergency room. His nerves, which had been stretched to the limit, finally relaxed a little, but his eyes were still fixed on the door. He nodded slightly to the special agent, his voice hoarse but with a hint of subtle relaxation. Thank you for your hard work. Leave your contact information in case you need me later. Yes. Mr. Yi. The man in black saluted again and quickly retreated to the shadows aside, like a rock blending into the darkness. Su Qingxue, who was lying limp on the ground, was completely stunned by the scene in front of her. For the first time, she realized so clearly that Yi Chen's power had long exceeded her and even the entire Su family's imagination. It was not just money, but a terrifying power that could shake the rules and break common sense. An indescribable chill and deeper regret gripped her. Vice President Lu Qiming's legs went limp and he sat down on the ground, feeling a damp heat in his crotch. He knew he was done for. Completely done for. Chapter 5, Dawn, the Hidden Guardian. The atmosphere in the emergency room was extremely tense. As the matching membrane lung consumables were quickly installed, the cold ECMO machine emitted a low hum and began to take over Nuan's fragile heart and lung functions. On the screen, the originally precarious vital signs finally stabilized at an extremely dangerous level, but at least maintained life, under the professional team's race against time. It's stable for now. ECMO is running normally. The attending doctor breathed a sigh of relief, his surgical gown soaked with sweat, but he looked at Yi Chen with unprecedented awe and a hint of fear. Mr. Yi, the child is temporarily out of the most dangerous stage, and ECMO has bought us a precious surgical window. But the root of her heart problem is still there, and radical surgery must be performed as soon as possible. We need to gather the entire hospital. No, we need to gather the country's top pediatric cardiac surgery expert team for consultation and develop the most reliable surgical plan. Expert? Yi Chen's voice was still cold, but the redness in his eyes faded slightly. Who do you need? Give me the list. This. The attending doctor was embarrassed. The most authoritative doctor in the country is academician Lin Guodong from the Imperial Union Hospital. He is the leading figure in the field of pediatric congenital heart disease and has the highest success rate in surgery. But he is old and rarely performs surgery himself. In addition, his schedule. Lin Guodong? Yi Chen frowned slightly. This name seemed familiar. He immediately took out his mobile phone, ignored the awe-inspiring eyes around him, and directly opened the encrypted folder. He quickly searched the huge asset list and information flow of Universe Star Holdings. A few seconds later, his eyes fixed. In the list of core advisory committee members of Shanghai Life Science, a subsidiary of the group that is extremely low-key and focuses on cutting-edge biomedicine and medical investment, the three words Lin Guodong are prominently listed. There is also a note behind it, honorary chief advisor, who enjoys the highest level of medical resource call authority of the group. I see. No wonder it sounds familiar. This great god is actually from my group. Yi Chen immediately had a clue in his mind. He dialed the number of the Emergency Affairs Processing Center again. Number 07, target, contact academician Lin Guodong, the consultant of Shanghai Life Science Technology. Tell him that Yi Nuanyuan needs him to perform the surgery personally. Location, Jiangcheng Central Hospital. Time limit, arrive as quickly as possible. Call the group's special plane. Yi Chen's voice left no doubt. Command confirmed, contact academician Lin Guodong, target surgery, Jiangcheng Central Hospital, group special plane support. Execute immediately. The voice of number 07 was still efficient. After hanging up the phone, Yi Chen looked at the attending doctor. Academician Lin will be here soon. Before he comes, make sure that the ECMO runs stably and Nuanyuan's vital signs cannot fluctuate at all. Lin. Academician Lin is here in person? The attending doctor and several assistants nearby were all stunned, their mouths wide open enough to fit an egg. Lin Guodong. He was a figure in textbooks. They looked up to him. He was actually summoned by a phone call? And on a special plane? Yes. Yes. Mr. Yi. We will protect her with our lives. The attending doctor's voice was trembling with excitement, and he looked at Yi Chen as if he was looking up to a god. He immediately turned around and focused on closely monitoring Nuan's vital signs as if he had been injected with chicken blood. Yi Chen's tense nerves finally relaxed a little. He leaned against the cold wall, closed his eyes, and felt the slight support from his strengthened body. Fatigue surged like a tide, but more of it was his deep worry for his daughter. At this moment, a fragrant breeze blew over. Su Qingxue struggled to stand up and walked in front of Yi Chen. The tears on her face had not yet dried. Her eyes were extremely complicated, with fear, regret, pleading, and a hint of unwillingness. She looked at Yi Chen's tired but still upright and cold profile, and whispered, Yi Chen. Warm her up. Thank you. Yi Chen slowly opened his eyes were cold and distant, without any emotion, as if he was looking at a stranger. Thank you? The corners of his mouth raised a very faint and cold arc. Su Qingxue, you should not thank me, but you gave birth to a good daughter. If it weren't for Nuanyuan, your Su family, including you, would be nothing in my eyes. Stay away from me and don't disturb me. The cold words pierced Su Qingxue's heart like a knife. Her face turned pale instantly, her body shook, and all the words she wanted to say were blocked. The huge sense of humiliation and the pain of being completely denied made her almost unable to stand. She knew that the gap between her and Yi Chen, the gap called Su family and 3 years of humiliation, had become an insurmountable chasm after this night. She retreated to a corner in despair, like an abandoned puppet. Time passed in the anxious waiting. Less than 2 hours had passed. The roar of a helicopter was heard again in the sky above the hospital. A luxury medical plane painted with the logo of the Universal Star Group landed steadily on the helipad on the top floor of the hospital under the guidance of a searchlight. A hatch opened, and an old man in a plain Mao suit, with white hair and beard, but vigorous, and wise and peaceful eyes, walked down the gangway quickly, surrounded by several assistants and medical staff. It was academician Lin Guodong. Without stopping, he went straight to the floor where the emergency room was located through the VIP channel. The hospital director and a group of senior executives who had been waiting there for a long time came to greet him with great trepidation. Elder Lin ignored them and instantly fixed his eyes on Yi Chen, who was leaning against the wall. In his eyes that had seen through the vicissitudes of life and understood the world, a hint of subtle excitement and deep respect flashed across his face. He walked quickly to Yi Chen, and under the horrified gazes of everyone, this national treasure-level medical master actually bowed slightly to Yi Chen, with a tone of respect from the heart. Mr. Yi. Lin Guodong is late. I have a preliminary understanding of the young lady's situation. Please rest assured that I will do my best. Boom. This scene was like a nuclear bomb explosion. The dean, Lu Qiming, Su Qingxue, and all the medical staff present were terrified. Academician Lin actually bowed to Yi Chen. He also called Yi Nuanyuan young lady? This Yi Chen, who is he? The universe and the sea of stars, what kind of terrifying existence is it? Yi Chen looked at the old man in front of him, feeling his genuine concern and respect, and finally a very weak, tired relaxation appeared on his tense face. He reached out and gently held Elder Lin's arm. Elder Lin, thank you for your hard work. Nuan, please. It's my job. Elder Lin nodded heavily, his eyes firm. He stopped talking nonsense, turned around immediately, and said to the medical team who had been prepared, with full aura, and said in a steady and powerful voice, prepare for the preoperative consultation immediately. All the examination data, synchronize it with me. Quick! A top-notch operation led by a national player himself, which concerns Nuanyuan's life and death, is about to begin. Chapter 6. Outside the operating room, the cry of ants. The top medical team quickly started to work around academician Lin Guodong. All kinds of the most advanced examination data and imaging materials were gathered in front of Mr. Lin at the first time. In the high-standard operating room next to the emergency room, the shadowless lights were on, and various cutting-edge equipment was preheated, filled with a sterile and solemn atmosphere. It took Lin less than half an hour to conduct an efficient preoperative consultation and finalize the plan. He walked out of the temporary meeting room and looked at Yi Chen, who had been waiting at the door, with a steady and powerful look in his eyes. Mr. Yi, the surgical plan has been finalized. There are still risks, but I am 70% sure. Please trust us. 70% is enough. Yi Chen took a deep breath, his eyes penetrating the door of the operating room, as if he could see his daughter's small figure inside. Mr. Lin, go ahead and do it. I will bear all the consequences. His voice was calm, but it contained the weight of a mountain. Elder Lin nodded heavily, said no more, and turned around to lead the core team into the operating room. The heavy automatic door slowly closed, separating the inside and outside into two worlds. The red light is on. Time once again became extremely long and tormenting. Every minute and every second tugged at Yi Chen's heartstrings. He stood at the door of the operating room like a stone statue, motionless. His strengthened body could support him standing for a long time, but it could not relieve his inner anxiety. Su Qingxue curled up in a chair far away, clasped her hands together, prayed silently, her face as pale as paper. At this moment, another farce was taking place in a corner of the hospital. In the vice president's office, Lu Qiming was like an ant on a hot pot, sweating profusely, making calls one after another, his voice filled with tears and extreme fear. Director Zhang! Director Zhang! Help! This time I really kicked the titanium alloy plate. That Yi Chen, he invited academician Lin Guodong. Academician Lin was very respectful to him. I'm done. I'm completely done. Can you please? Director Wang. Director Wang. For the sake of our friendship, please lend a hand. Please beg for mercy on my behalf. I am willing to give up all my savings. No, all my property. I only ask that Mr. Yi can let me go. Hello? Director Li. Quick. Help me check that Universe Star Sea Holdings. What is its background? Quick. What? Can't find it? Not enough authority? Oh my god. He called all the connections he could think of, but all he got were either cold rejections or replies that were even more horrified than his. Some people even hung up the phone out of fear of being implicated by him. The information about Universe Star Sea was like a stone sinking into the sea. With his level, he couldn't even get a glimpse of it. Despair was like a cold venomous snake, entwining his heart. He remembered Yi Chen's red eyes full of murderous intent, the 100 million yuan check carved with his fingernails, and academician Lin's respectful gesture. The huge fear made him tremble all over. Thump! He could no longer hold on, and he rolled out of the office, and in the stunned eyes of many medical staff in the corridor, he rushed to the waiting area outside the operating room with tears streaming down his face. From a distance, he knelt heavily on the cold floor tiles with a thump, and called out desperately to Yi Chen's back. "Mr. Yi! Master Yi! I was wrong. I didn't recognize the great man. I am a dog. I was blinded by greed. I deserve to die. Please. Please be magnanimous. Spare my life. I have parents and children to take care of. Please. I kowtow to you." Dong dong dong. The sound of his forehead hitting the ground was dull and clear, and soon he turned red. Lu Qiming no longer had the dignity of a vice president, and he looked like a scabby dog wagging its tail to beg for mercy. The surrounding medical staff were all stunned, looking at each other in bewilderment, and keeping silent. Vice President Lu, who used to be high and mighty, was now as humble as dust, just to seek a glimmer of hope. Yi Chen turned around slowly. The red light of the operating room reflected his cold profile. His eyes were like a 1,000-year-old cold pond, without any ripples. He looked at Lu Qiming, who was cowed out on the ground like pounding garlic, with blood oozing from his forehead, as if he was looking at a pile of dirty garbage. "Forgive you?" Yi Chen's voice was so cold that it contained no human emotion. "When my daughter was lying in there, her life or death was uncertain, and you dared to block her way to save her life for a mere 300,000 yuan deposit, did you ever think of forgiving her? Have you ever thought that your indifference and greed would snuff out the last chance of a 3-year-old child's life?" Lu Qiming's kowtow movement froze, and the blood drained from his face, leaving only a dead despair. "Your life is worthless." Yi Chen's voice was like the sentence of the god of death. "Wait for the investigation. You know what you have done over the years. The law will give you a fair judgment." After saying this, he no longer looked at Lu Qiming, who was limp on the ground with a pale face, and turned his gaze back to the tightly closed door of the operating room, as if everything that had just happened was just a trivial farce. Su Qingxue watched the scene, and the last bit of luck in her heart was completely shattered. Yi Chen's coldness and strength made her feel chilled to the bone. She finally understood that the waste who could be ordered around by her and her mother had become someone they needed to look up to and even fear. Time passed in oppressive silence. 4 hours, 5 hours. Finally, the red light on the operating room door went out with a click. Yi Chen and Su Qingxue's hearts rose to their throats at the same time. The door was pushed open, and academician Lin Guodong walked out, looking a little tired but with bright eyes. He took off his mask, with a smile of relief on his face, and nodded solemnly to Yi Chen, who rushed in front of him. "Mr. Yi, I'm glad you did your job. The operation was a great success. The little girl's heart deformity has been perfectly corrected, and the ECMO has been successfully removed. Her vital signs are stable. As long as she passes the postoperative observation period, she will be able to recover." Boom! The huge ecstasy was like a tsunami, instantly breaking down all of Yi Chen's strength. This man, who was as hard as steel, his eyes instantly turned red, and his body trembled slightly. He suddenly grabbed Lin Lao's hand, his voice choked with sobs. "Thank you. Lin Lao. Thank you. It's my duty." Old Lin shook Yi Chen's hand vigorously with his backhand, his eyes full of satisfaction. At this time, Nuanyuan was pushed out, with tubes inserted into her small body. Her little face was still pale, but her breathing was steady, like a sleeping little angel. "Nuanyuan!" Su Qingxue cried and rushed to the bed, holding her daughter's little hand tightly. Yi Chen also walked forward quickly, carefully caressing his daughter's slightly cold face, feeling her steady breathing, and the huge rock that had been hanging in his heart for 3 days and 3 nights finally fell to the ground. Endless fatigue and the great joy of regaining what he had lost were intertwined, making him almost unable to stand steadily. "Transfer her to the ICU immediately. 24-hour close monitoring. I will be in charge," Elder Lin ordered in a deep voice. The top medical team quickly pushed Nuanyuan away. Seeing his daughter being safely sent to the ICU, Yi Chen breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, a rapid cell phone ring rang. It was Su Qingxue. She glanced at the number, her face changed slightly, and she walked to the side to answer the phone. "Hello? Mom? Nuanyuan's operation was successful." "What? Mr. Zhou? What is he doing at home? Investment? Now. Mom. Nuanyuan just had the operation. I don't want to talk about this." Okay, I get it. Let's talk later." She hung up the phone irritably, with a hint of anger and helplessness on her face. Yi Chen's hearing was far superior to that of ordinary people, and he heard the content of the call clearly. Mr. Zhou? Investment? A cold arc appeared on the corner of his mouth. The Su family and the so-called Mr. Zhou seemed to have not figured out the situation yet. He took out his old cell phone and opened the encrypted folder. For the first time, the huge territory and core asset list of the 100 billion yuan group Huanyu Xinghai Holdings were clearly displayed in front of him. Energy, finance, technology, real estate, medical care. The tentacles are spread all over the world, and the size is so huge that it is suffocating. In the column for the group CEO, there is a name and an emergency contact number. Yi Chen looked deep in the eyes and dialed the number. Chapter 7 Group CEO, Late Night Audience. The phone rang once before being quickly connected. A calm, capable, and respectful male voice came from the phone, speaking fluent English. Mr. Yi? This is Michael Chen, CEO of Cosmic Ocean Holdings. We've been expecting your call. Yi Chen switched to fluent and standard English, his tone calm but with invisible majesty. Mr. Chen, I am in Jiangcheng. My daughter has just undergone a successful operation, but she needs the best postoperative care environment. Congratulations on the successful surgery for the young miss. Chen Mingxuan's voice was filled with sincere joy, and then became extremely serious. Please rest assured, Mr. Yi. The best post-operative care resources are our top priority. I will immediately coordinate the dispatch of our international top-tier pediatric ICU specialist team and the most advanced mobile ICU unit from Hong Kong headquarters. They will arrive in Jiangcheng within 6 hours to take full charge of the young Mrs. care. Very good. Yi Chen's tone slowed down a little. Also, I need you to come to Jiangcheng in person. Some things need to be dealt with in person. Understood, Mr. Yi. Chen Mingxian said without any hesitation, my private jet is on standby. I will depart immediately and arrive at Jiangcheng before dawn. Please provide me with a secure location for our meeting. Yi Chen reported the address of the presidential suite of a top 5-star hotel near the hospital, which is managed by a high-end hotel brand under Huanyu Xinghai Holdings. Contact this number when you arrive. He gave the contact number 07. Received. See you soon, Mr. Yi. Chen Mingxian ended the call neatly. Putting down the phone, Yi Chen looked in the direction of the ICU with deep eyes. Nuanyuan's safety was temporarily safe. With Elder Lin and the upcoming top team of the universe in charge, he could be completely relieved. Next, it was time to clean up some troubles that were in the way and truly take over this huge empire. Su Qingxue came over and watched with a complicated expression as Yi Chen spoke fluently in English to talk to the CEO of an international giant. His commanding demeanor made her feel unfamiliar and frightened. Yi Chen, warm her up. She needs quiet. Yi Chen interrupted her, his tone calm but unquestionable. The best doctors are here. You can stay here or go back to your Su home. But remember, don't let anyone disturb her rest, especially your mother. He glanced at Su Qingxue's mobile phone meaningfully. Su Qingxue's face turned pale, she bit her lip, and finally whispered, I will stay here to protect Nuanyuan. Yi Chen said no more and turned to the elevator. He needed to find a place to rest for a while waiting for Chen Mingxian to arrive. The continuous high pressure and drastic emotional fluctuations made him feel tired even with the system strengthening. Just as Yi Chen walked out of the hospital building and was about to walk towards the blue ghost-like Dark Knight King that was still parked at the door, a dazzling high beam suddenly hit him in the face. Squeak! Accompanied by the arrogant sound of brakes, a fiery red Ferrari 488 stopped arrogantly in front of Yi Chen, almost rubbing against the front of the Koenigsegg. The car door opened, and a young man wearing a flashy pink shirt, with shiny hair and a proud face got out, followed by 2 burly bodyguards. He was the Mr. Zhou mentioned by Su Qingxue's mother Wang Guifan on the phone. Zhou Hao, the son of a second-rate real estate developer in Jiangcheng. Relying on his family's wealth, he was quite domineering in the circle of rich second generations in Jiangcheng. Zhou Hao obviously didn't recognize Yi Chen's Koenigsegg, which was low-key relative to the price but worth much more than his Ferrari. He glanced at Yi Chen, who was wearing ordinary clothes, and then looked at the cool blue supercar next to him thinking that Yi Chen was admiring it, with a contemptuous smile on his face, and his tone was full of arrogance like alms. Hey, kid, are you looking at cars? Have you ever seen this King of Dark Knight? It's a limited edition, worth tens of millions. Just open your eyes, stay away from it. If you scratch it, your ancestors won't be able to pay for it. He walked up to Yi Chen, looked him up and down, and sneered, Are you the useless son-in-law surnamed Yi? I heard that your daughter is sick? TSK, so pitiful. But it just so happens that I came to see Qingxue today. I heard that her family is a little short of funds recently. I'm in a good mood and plan to invest a few million for fun. If you know what's good for you, quickly ask Qingxue to come out and talk to me. Maybe if I'm happy, I can even help with your daughter's medical expenses? As Zhou Hao spoke, he stretched out his hand and slapped Yi Chen's shoulder as if he was slapping a fly, with an extremely frivolous attitude. Just as his hand was about to fall, Yi Chen didn't even turn his head, but just naturally took a half step to the side, as if brushing away a speck of dust, so that the frivolous hand completely missed. Zhou Hao missed the shot and leaned forward slightly, with a flash of surprise and anger on his face. You? Zhou Hao didn't expect the other party to dare to hide, and was about to attack. Yi Chen's eyes, like two cold rays of substance, instantly locked onto him. There was no emotion in his eyes, only a kind of indifference like looking down on dust, and an absolute majesty that made Zhou Hao tremble in the depths of his soul. Stop! Yi Chen's voice was not loud, but it had an unquestionable penetrating power, and it was clearly heard by the two bodyguards who were about to rush forward. This voice seemed to contain some kind of magic, causing the two bodyguards to subconsciously pause. At the same time, a black shadow, like a cheetah blending into the night, silently blocked Yi Chen's side, just separating him from Zhou Hao and the two bodyguards. The person who came was the security guard of the Universal Medical Emergency Response Team. He did not make any attacking gestures, but just stood there quietly, his eyes as sharp as a falcon, and his whole body exuded a cold, professional, and absolutely not to be messed with a strong aura. He accurately blocked all the paths that the bodyguards might attack, forming an invisible barrier. The two bodyguards instantly felt a huge pressure coming at them, as if they were being stared at by a ferocious beast. Their well-trained instincts frantically sounded the alarm, telling them that the man in black in front of them was extremely dangerous. Not to mention taking action, even getting a little closer made their muscles tense, and cold sweat instantly soaked their backs. The two froze in place, not knowing whether to advance or retreat, with surprise and fear written all over their faces. Zhou Hao was the first to bear the brunt. Yi Chen's cold gaze and the huge sense of oppression brought by the man in black were like two invisible mountains pressing down on his heart. The arrogance was crushed in an instant, replaced by unprecedented fear. He felt like a rabbit being stared at by a tiger, and even breathing became difficult. The powerful aura of Yi Chen, who had been in a high position for a long time and controlled everything, made him realize clearly for the first time that the man in front of him was by no means a useless son-in-law. He kicked a real iron plate that could smash him to pieces. You, who are you? Zhou Hao's voice was shaking violently due to extreme fear, and almost out of tune, and his previous arrogance was gone. Yi Chen stopped looking at him, as if he didn't even have the qualifications to waste his words. He turned his gaze calmly to his car, the Dark Knight King. It doesn't matter who I am. Yi Chen's voice returned to its cold calmness, but it was more intimidating than any roar. What's important is that Yi Nuanyuan is my daughter. Now, take your people and disappear immediately. If I find out that you are near my daughter or harassing Su Qingxue again. Yi Chen opened the car door and sat in the driver's seat. Before the door closed, he left a cold sentence like a final judgment. I don't mind making the Zhou family disappear completely in Zhangcheng. The dark blue king of the night let out a low and deep roar, like a sleeping king waking up, and instantly turned into a stream of light and flew away, leaving behind Zhou Hao, who was standing there like a wooden chicken, his face as pale as paper, and his body soaked in cold sweat, and the two bodyguards who seemed relieved but still had lingering fears and weak legs. Chapter 8, Father-Daughter Warmth, the tip of the iceberg of the Empire. The presidential suite in the Cloud Realm, the top hotel under the Huanyu Xinghai. The heavy curtains blocked the morning light outside, and the room was filled with soothing music and top-quality fragrances. Outside the huge French windows, the gradually waking Jiangcheng, with its bustling traffic, was in full view. Yi Chen took a hot bath and changed into a pure black casual suit prepared by the hotel butler in advance. It was perfectly tailored and made of exquisite materials. The man in the mirror had washed away his fatigue and dust, and his brows were filled with a settled coldness and unfathomable majesty. The enhanced body lines were smooth and full of power, which complemented the expensive handmade suit. The former humility was completely shed, leaving only the calmness and oppression of the superior. There was a knock on the door, light and rhythmic. Enter. The door was pushed open, and a middle-aged man in his 40s, wearing a neat dark blue tailored suit and gold-rimmed glasses, with an elegant and capable temperament, walked in. He walked steadily, with sharp eyes full of wisdom. He was the CEO of Universal Star Holdings, Michael Chen. The moment he saw Yi Chen, a subtle surprise and a deeper respect flashed in his eyes. He quickly stepped forward and stopped 3 steps away from Yi Chen. He put his right hand on his chest, bowed slightly, and performed a standard audience ceremony with an ancient aristocratic atmosphere. Dear Mr. Yi, I am Chen Mingxian, the CEO of Universal Star Holdings, reporting to you. His Chinese characters were clear and melodious, with a steady sense of power. Mr. Chen, please take a seat. Yi Chen pointed to the sofa next to him and sat down in the main seat. His posture was casual but with an aura of being in control of everything. Chen Mingxian sat down as he was told, his back straight, his hands on his knees, his posture respectful but graceful. Mr. Yi, first of all, congratulations again on the success of the surgery. Our top pediatric ICU team and mobile ICU unit arrived at Jiangcheng Central Hospital at 5 in the morning. Under the guidance of academician Lin Guodong, they took over the postoperative care of the young lady. At present, all indicators are stable and improving, please rest assured. Yi Chen nodded, expressing his satisfaction with the efficiency. Thank you for your hard work. Tell me about the group's situation. Chen Mingxian was refreshed and immediately got into the state. He took out a special tablet computer, slid his finger, and called up the holographic projection. In an instant, a huge, sophisticated group structure diagram that operated like a galaxy appeared clearly in front of the two of them. Universal Star Holdings was founded by your grandfather, Mr. Yi Qingtian, 60 years ago. After 3 generations, it has developed into a global comprehensive consortium spanning 12 core areas including energy, finance, technology, real estate, medical care, entertainment, and military industry. The total asset scale, according to the latest assessment, exceeds $1.5 trillion. Chen Mingxuan's voice was calm, but it carried the shocking power of narrating a behemoth. The core assets include Xinghai Energy, the world's 3rd largest private energy company, holdings in 3 of the world's top 20 investment banks wholly owned by Deep Blue Matrix, the world's leading quantum computing and artificial intelligence laboratory, landmark buildings in core locations in 17 countries. Its subsidiary Huanyu Medical owns the world's top biotechnology and hospital network. Xinghai Media controls one of the world's largest streaming media platforms. In addition, it also has in-depth layouts in aerospace, cutting-edge materials, agricultural biology, and other fields. As Chen Mingxian introduced, sections of the business empire that ordinary people could hardly imagine were unveiled one by one. Yi Chen listened quietly, his eyes deep. Even though he was mentally prepared, the terrifying size and influence of this $100 billion group still shocked him. This is not just a behemoth that is rich enough to rival a country, but a behemoth that can influence the world pattern to some extent. Your father, the former helmsman Mr. Yi Lingyun, passed away unexpectedly 3 years ago. Chen Mingxuan's tone was a little heavy. According to his will and the group's top confidentiality agreement, the inheritance rights will be automatically activated when you are over 25 years old and pass the initial assessment of the system. He pointed to Yi Chen implicitly. Over the past 3 years, the group has been jointly managed by me and the core 12-member board of directors. All major decisions and changes in core assets are frozen, waiting for your return. 3 years ago? His father passed away? Yi Chen's heart moved. 3 years ago, he was brought back to Jiangcheng by his benefactor, the old man of the Su family, and became the son-in-law of the Su family. Is there any connection between them? My father, how did he pass away? Yi Chen said in a low voice. Chen Mingxian pushed his glasses, his eyes flashing with sharpness and solemnity. Mr. Yi, the official conclusion about the death of the previous helmsman is that it was an accidental plane crash. But, the top-secret investigation within the group shows that there are many doubts, pointing to the possibility of the conspiracy of certain international forces. For the specific details, you need to officially take over the highest authority of the group before you can unlock all the files. This is also one of the confidentiality clauses set in the old helmsman's will. International forces? Conspiracy? Yi Chen's eyes instantly became as sharp as a knife. A chill spread. It seems that inheriting this huge empire is not only glorious, but also accompanied by unknown dangers. I understand. Yi Chen did not ask further questions, temporarily suppressing the heavy burden. Now, there are a few things you need to deal with immediately. First, I want to have absolute control over Jiangcheng Central Hospital, no matter how much it costs. I want to make it the core flagship of Huanyu Medical in the eastern part of Longhua. Second, the Su family. Yi Chen's voice turned cold. Investigate all the Su family's assets, debts, and any possible connections with my father or grandfather. Especially the specific reason why Mr. Su brought me back 3 years ago. Third, the Zhou family. The Zhou group in Jiangcheng that does real estate. Give them a profound lesson. I don't want to see that Zhou Hao appear in Jiangcheng again. Fourth, prepare a formal document for equity succession and power transfer. I need to take control of the group as soon as possible. Yi Chen's instructions were clear, decisive, and iron-blooded. Chen Ningxuan's eyes flashed, and he quickly recorded, understood. Mr. Yi. The acquisition team of Jiangcheng Central Hospital is on the way and is expected to complete the signing this afternoon. The investigation and handling of the Su and Zhou families will give you a detailed report within 24 hours. The equity documents are being drafted by the group's chief legal advisory team, and you will be asked to review and sign them later. Very good. Yi Chen stood up and walked to the French window, overlooking the awakening city. Also, prepare an anonymous black card for me, with a limit of 1 billion for daily expenses. Yes. We will prepare the highest level unlimited black card for you immediately. It is valid worldwide, has no spending limit, and has been linked to the group's core account. Chen Mingxian responded immediately. At this moment, Yi Chen's cell phone rang. It was number 07, Mr. Yi, there's news from the hospital. The young lady has woken up. She's in good spirits and wants to see you. Yi Chen's eyes suddenly lit up with surprise. I'll be there right away. He turned and looked at Chen Mingxian. I'll leave this to you. After you're done with the hospital matters, report directly to me. His tone left no room for questioning. Yes. Mr. Yi. I wish you good luck. Chen Mingxian bowed again. Yi Chen did not stop, picked up the car key handed over by the housekeeper, still the king of dark night, and strode out of the suite. At this moment, he temporarily put aside the 100 billion empire and the mastermind behind the scenes. He just wanted to rush to his daughter as soon as possible. Chapter 9, Warm Smile, Su Family's Regret. Jiangcheng Central Hospital, the top-level intensive care unit, has been upgraded to global medical standards. The ward was warm as spring, and the air was strictly purified. Various cutting-edge life monitoring equipment was running quietly, and the screen showed stable and healthy indicators. Nuan's small body was lying on the soft bed, with some monitoring lines connected to her body, but her face had regained some redness, and her big eyes flickered, although still a little weak, but exceptionally bright. Academician Lin Guodong and the top expert team of Universal Medical were quietly discussing postoperative data. When they saw Yi Chen coming in, they all smiled and nodded. Dad. Nuanyuan saw Yi Chen at first sight, and a smile as bright as a sunflower immediately bloomed on her little face, her voice soft and clear. The word dad instantly touched the softest part of Yi Chen's heart. All the fatigue, pressure, and coldness melted at this moment. He walked quickly to the bedside, carefully avoided the tubes, leaned down, and gently pressed his cheek against his daughter's warm little face. His voice was so gentle that it could drip water. Nuanyuan, be good, Daddy is here. Does it still hurt? It doesn't hurt anymore. Nuanyuan is so brave. Nuanyuan stretched out her little hand and gently touched Yi Chen's face. Dad, Nuanyuan had a dream. I dreamed of a very big blue car, and an old man who saved me. She looked at Lin Guodong next to her curiously. Lin Guodong smiled kindly. Little miss, that was not a dream, it was Daddy Yi who found Che and Grandpa to save you. Nuan's big eyes suddenly sparkled, and she looked at Yi Chen admiringly. Dad is so awesome. Yi Chen's heart was about to melt. He held his daughter's hand tightly and said, Nuanyuan is the best. She defeated the disease and is the bravest little princess. Looking at the warm interaction between the father and daughter, Su Qingxue, who was standing in the corner of the ward, had tears in her eyes again. She felt relieved and touched, but more of it was overwhelming regret and sorrow. The happiness that was once within her reach was pushed away by her own hands, and given to endless indifference and humiliation. Now, looking at Yi Chen's unreserved love and tenderness for his daughter, she realized what she had lost. Yi Chen. Su Qingxue mustered up her courage, stepped forward, and choked up in her voice, thank you, for saving Nuanyuan. Yi Chen raised his head, the gentleness on his face instantly subsided, and he returned to his usual calmness and alienation. I am her father, and saving her is my responsibility. It has nothing to do with you. He looked at Elder Lin, the follow-up of Nuanyuan. Don't worry, Mr. Yi. Elder Lin immediately replied, the young lady has recovered very well. After the observation period, she can be transferred to the ordinary VIP ward. She only needs to rest and have regular checkups. I guarantee that she will be able to jump around like a healthy child soon. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Yi Chen thanked him sincerely. At this moment, there was a gentle knock on the door of the ward. Chen Mingxian appeared at the door and nodded slightly to Yi Chen, indicating that the matter had been settled. Yi Chen understood and said to Nuan Nuan softly, "Nuan Nuan, be good and play with the nurse for a while. Dad will go out to take care of something and will be back to accompany you soon, okay?" "Yes. Dad, come back soon." Nuan Yuan nodded obediently. Yi Chen stood up and motioned Chen Mingxian to go to the reception area outside the ward. "Mr. Yi," Chen Mingxian lowered his voice and spoke quickly and clearly, "3 things to report. First, the acquisition of Jiangcheng Central Hospital has been completed. We have acquired all the shares of the original shareholders at a premium of 30% above the market price, and immediately injected 5 billion for comprehensive upgrading and renovation. You are now the only actual controller. The former dean has been dismissed, and the new management team has been directly sent by Huanyu Medical to take over all work. Lu Qiming and other related personnel have been controlled, and the evidence of their violations of laws and disciplines has been handed over to the relevant departments. Second, the investigation of the Su family's industry has been preliminarily completed. The Su's building materials company has an estimated asset value of about 80 million, but its debts are as high as 120 million. It is insolvent and on the verge of bankruptcy. 3 years ago, the old man of the Su family, Su Zhenghong, accidentally saved your father, Mr. Yi Lingyun, during an overseas business investigation. According to our analysis, he brought you back to the Su family, perhaps out of gratitude to Mr. Yi, but also perhaps for other purposes. The specific motive is still being dug into. Third, the Zhou Group. We have cut off all its bank credit channels. Its largest partner has announced the termination of cooperation. The taxation and housing and construction departments have received anonymous reports and are conducting a focused audit. Zhou Hao has been taken away by the police on suspicion of intentional injury, referring to the injuries of his bodyguard and disturbing public order. It is estimated that the Zhou family will not survive more than a week. Clean and neat. A trace of satisfaction flashed in Yi Chen's eyes. Chen Mingxuan's execution ability is terrifying. Got it. As for the Su family, Yi Chen pondered for a moment. Don't move for now. Just keep an eye on it. Understood. Chen Mingxian nodded and then handed over a thick document and a card inlaid with black crystals, which had an extraordinary texture. This is the legal document for the transfer of the group's equity and power. Please review and sign it. This is your Infinity Black card. Yi Chen took the document and the card. The black card was cold and heavy, with only the simple Universe Starry Sky Nebula logo and the abbreviation of Yi Chen's name on it, low-key and noble. He quickly glanced at the core terms of the document, confirmed that they were correct, picked up the pen, and signed his name at the end. Yi Chen. The moment the pen fell, an invisible and even greater fortune seemed to be bestowed upon him. He officially became the sole owner of this trillion-dollar business empire spanning the globe. At the same time, the Su family villa was filled with gloom and sadness. Wang Guifan paced in the living room like a trapped beast, crying into the phone, oldly. "Mr. Li. Please give us a few more days to repay the loan. Please. My son-in-law. No, Yi Chen. He has money. He will definitely help us." "What? No? The bank is asking for payment? It's over. It's all over." She hung up the phone in despair. Su Qingshua's father, Su Jiangwo, collapsed on the sofa, looking ashen. The company's financial director just called, all bank accounts were frozen, the largest customer announced the termination of the contract, and the creditors blocked the door. The Su family is completely finished. It's all your fault. Wang Guifan. Su Jiangwo suddenly exploded, pointing at Wang Guifan and cursing, "If you weren't so mean and ungrateful, calling Yi Chen a loser every day and forcing him to divorce. How could our Su family have fallen to this point? That's a real dragon. Our Su family has clearly climbed up to the real dragon. But you, a stupid woman, pushed him away." Wang Guifan was speechless after being scolded. She thought of the 2 million Yi Chen casually threw out, the terrifying supercar and power, and her ugly appearance of kneeling on the ground begging for mercy. The huge regret was like a poisonous snake gnawing at her heart. She cried out, "Wow, I don't know either. That rubbish, why did he?" "Shut up. How dare you call him a waste?" Su Jiangwo was so angry that he was shaking all over. At this moment, the local news channel on TV suddenly interrupted with a breaking news. Latest news from our station: Zhangqing Central Hospital, a well-known enterprise in our city, has undergone a major equity change today. It is reported that the hospital has been wholly acquired by the mysterious capital Universal Investment, and the acquisition amount has set a record in our city's medical industry. The new dean will be an international medical management expert, and the hospital will receive a huge amount of capital injection for all-round upgrading. This move marks that our city's high-end medical services will enter a new stage. The news footage also included a brief shot of Chen Mingxian signing the contract on behalf of Huan Yu. His face was blurred, as well as a glimpse of the dark blue Koenigsegg supercar with its license plate blocked in front of the hospital. Wang Guifan and Su Jiangwo stared at the TV, looking at the familiar blue supercar, and then thought of the Yi Nuanyuan that their daughter Su Qingxue was watching over in the hospital. Huan Yu Investment, Yi Qin. Wang Guifan muttered to herself. Suddenly, all her strength seemed to be drained away. She collapsed to the ground and cried heartbreakingly, "My rich son-in-law. My cash cow. I have ruined them all." Su Jiangwo also collapsed on the sofa, tears streaming down his face. He knew that the Su family had completely missed the opportunity to take off, and might not even have a chance to survive. Endless regret flooded the entire Su family villa. Chapter 10: A New Starting Point, Undercurrents. Nuanyuan recovered very quickly. Under the careful care of the world's top medical team and the escort of academician Lin Guodong, she was transferred to the hospital's top VIP ward on the third day after the operation. Rather than a ward, it is more like a luxurious suite with complete facilities and full of childlike fun. Nuanyuan smiled more and more, and her pale face regained vitality. Yichen stayed by his daughter's side almost every step of the way, feeding her, telling her stories, and watching cartoons with her. This rare warm time was the happiness he had never experienced in the past 3 years. Nuanyuan also clung to her father, as if to make up for the fatherly love she had lost in the past. "Dad, the old man said that Nuanyuan will be able to go to kindergarten soon. Is that true?" Nuanyuan leaned in Yichen's arms, tilted her little face up, her big eyes full of anticipation. "Of course it's true." Yichen gently scratched her little nose. "When Nuanyuan is completely well, Dad will send you to the best kindergarten, where there will be many children to play with." "That's great." Nuanyuan clapped her hands happily, but then hesitated. "Then, what about Mom? Will Mom come to see Nuanyuan again?" She looked at the door of the ward. Su Qingxue had just left to deal with the Su family's mess. Yi Chen's eyes dimmed slightly, and then he smiled and said, "Of course Mom will come to see Nuan. Does Nuan miss Mom?" "Yeah." Nuanyuan nodded and shrank into Yi Chen's arms again. Nuanyuan also wants Daddy to be with her all the time. Yi Chen hugged his daughter tightly, feeling mixed emotions. The rift between him and Su Qingxue was deep. For Nuan, he might be able to maintain the surface peace, but reconciliation? It was impossible. However, as long as his daughter was happy, he could put those grudges aside for the time being. There was a gentle knock on the ward door. Chen Mingxian walked in, holding a document and a new ultra-thin encrypted mobile phone specially made by Huan Yu's technology company. "Mr. Yi, Mississippi." Chen Mingxian greeted respectfully. "Hello, Uncle Chen." Nuanyuan called sweetly. "Hello, young lady." Chen Mingxian showed a rare gentle smile on his face. Yi Chen handed Nuan to the special care nurse next to him. "Nuan, be good. Dad will talk to Uncle Chen about something and will be back soon." "Yes." "Dad, hurry up." Nuanyuan nodded sensibly. Yi Chen and Chen Mingxian walked to the small living room outside the suite. "Mr. Yi, I have a few things to report to you." Chen Mingxian handed over the documents and mobile phone. "First, the Zhou Group has officially announced bankruptcy and liquidation this morning, and Zhou Hao has been arrested on multiple charges. The Zhou family is completely out. Second, all the Su family's assets have been frozen and auctioned off by the bank to repay debts. Su's building materials company went bankrupt. The properties under the names of Su Jiangwo and his wife have also been seized, and they are currently living in a rented house. Miss Su Qingxue is trying to find a job. Third, this is a new communication device prepared for you. It is absolutely safe and has been linked to all the core systems of the group and your unlimited permissions. Fourth, regarding the investigation of the old helmsman Yi Lingyun. We tracked down an encrypted overseas communication signal that was unusually active before and after the plane crash 3 years ago, pointing to a mysterious organization called the Shadow Council. But this organization is extremely secretive, and the clues are temporarily interrupted. Chen Mingxuan's expression became solemn. Shadow Council? Yi Chen's eyes were as sharp as a knife. He took the documents and the phone and said, "Continue to investigate. Use all the power of the group. Don't let go of any clues." "Yes." Chen Mingxian responded solemnly. At this moment, the new mobile phone in Yi Chen's hand suddenly vibrated, and a garbled number with multiple layers of encryption was displayed on the screen. Yi Chen frowned slightly, signaled Chen Mingxian to be quiet, and answered the phone. "Who is it?" There was silence on the other end of the line for a few seconds, and then a strange voice came through, which was obviously processed by a voice changer, cold and hoarse, and sounded like metal friction. "Yi Chen, the new master of the universe and the sea of stars, welcome to the real stage. Your father's legacy is tempting, but it also carries the curse of death. The game has just begun. Be careful, Shadow." Beep beep beep. The call was hung up and only a busy tone remained. Yi Chen held the phone, his eyes instantly became extremely cold, and a chill spread. Could the mastermind behind his father's death be unable to hold back so soon? Shadow Council. Shadow. Chen Mingxian also heard a few words, and his face changed drastically. "Mr. Yi." "This." Yi Chen raised his hand to stop him, his eyes were as deep as the abyss, but the corners of his mouth slowly curled up in a cold and fighting arc. "It seems that being a rich dad in peace and quiet is not easy." "Okay. Then let the storm come harder." He turned around and looked at his daughter Nguyen, who was happily playing with the nurse in the ward, and his eyes instantly turned into endless tenderness and determination. In order to protect this lost and regained smile, no matter he is facing a giant crocodile in the business world or a poisonous snake hidden in the darkness, he will turn into the sharpest sword and the strongest shield. The road to becoming a super rich man is destined to be magnificent, and he is ready to overturn the entire chessboard. A new chapter, accompanied by unknown dangers and challenges, officially begins. Chapter 11: Discharge from Hospital, Flies Buzzing. Academician Lin Guodong was amazed at the speed of Nguyen's recovery. With the support of the world's top medical resources, less than a week after the operation, all indicators were completely stable and met the discharge criteria. On the day of discharge, the VIP ward area of Huanyu was particularly busy. Chen Mingxian personally arranged a low-key and comprehensive discharge process, but the news still seemed to spread like wildfire. Yi Chen, holding Nguyen, who was wearing a pink princess dress and had a rosy complexion, had just walked out of the ward elevator and arrived at the VIP passage in the lobby on the first floor of the hospital when he was interrupted by a shrill noise. "Yi Chen! My good son-in-law! You finally come out!" Wang Guifen's penetrating voice rang out. She appeared out of nowhere, with disheveled hair and a haggard face. The once bright brand name jacket on her body was now wrinkled, and she had completely lost her former arrogant look. Behind her followed Su Jiangwo, who was also in a gloomy mood. Wang Guifen rushed over and tried to grab Yi Chen's arm, but was silently separated by the black-clad bodyguards Huayu security personnel who were like shadows beside Yi Chen. She rushed in vain and almost fell down. She simply sat on the ground, slapping her thighs and crying loudly. "My dear son-in-law! I know I was wrong. I kowtow to you and admit my mistake. Please have mercy on us and save the Su family. The company is gone. The house is gone. We old couple are almost running out of places to live. For Nguyen's sake, and for the sake that Qing Shui is Nguyen's biological mother, please give us a hand." "Whoa!" Su Jiangwo was also rubbing his hands, his old face flushed, and begged in a low voice, "Yi Chen, we were wrong before, we were blind. The Su family. The Su family is almost finished. Please look at my father back then. Enough." Yi Chen's voice was not loud, but it pierced Wang Guifen's cry like an ice pick. He held Nguyen in his arms, looking down at Wang Guifen on the ground with cold eyes, as if he was looking at a pile of annoying garbage. "What does the life and death of the Su family have to do with me?" He turned to Su Jiangwo, his tone even colder. "As for Mr. Su, Yi Chen, remember his kindness. But this kindness is not to fill the bottomless pit of your Su family. It is not to let you continue to be an eyesore in front of me." Chen Mingxian. Yi Chen was too lazy to even look at them again. "Mr. Yi." Chen Mingxian immediately stepped forward. "Clear the area. If any irrelevant people come within 100 meters of me and Nguyen, the security department can take necessary measures." Yi Chen's voice was filled with unquestionable iron-bloodedness. "Yes." Chen Mingxuan's eyes flashed and he whispered a few words into the headset. Immediately, several security guards with burly builds, strong auras, wearing the same black uniform and with the badge of the universe and starry sea on their chests surrounded them silently, like a cold iron wall, completely separating Wang Guifan and Su Jiangwo. The powerful feeling of oppression made them silent in an instant, and their faces turned pale. "Dad, why are Grandma and Grandpa crying?" Nuanyuan hugged Yi Chen's neck, with some fear and confusion on her little face. Yi Chen instantly suppressed all his coldness and gently rubbed his daughter's face. "It's okay, Nuanyuan, Grandma and Grandpa just need to calm down. Let's go home, okay? Okay. Let's go home." Nuanyuan's attention was immediately diverted and she smiled happily. Yi Chen held Nuanyuan in his arms, surrounded by Chen Mingxian and security personnel, and strode towards the hospital entrance, ignoring Wang Guifan's desperate sobs and Su Jiangwo's dejected sighs behind him. There, in addition to the dark blue Night King, there was also a completely black, square-lined, mobile fortress-like Kaibei War Shield bulletproof off-road vehicle, parked there quietly, exuding a silent deterrent force. This was prepared by Chen Mingxian for the safety of Yi Chen and his daughter's travel. However, just as Yi Chen was about to carry Wan Muan to the child's safety seat in the back seat of the Kaibai, a slick and sarcastic voice sounded again. "Hey! Isn't this our Mr. Yi? Oh, no, should we call him Mr. Yi now? Wow, what a grand ceremony! Supercars and armored vehicles, if you don't know, you would think it's a movie." A middle-aged man with a slicked back hair, a fancy suit, and a beer belly came over with a few ruffians. His name was Li Maokai, one of the Su family's previous creditors, a local boss who started out as a loan shark and had despicable means. Li Maokai glanced greedily at the priceless Kaibei War Shield, then glanced at Nuanyuan in Yi Chen's arms, and finally his eyes fell on Yi Chen, smiling. "Mr. Yi, the Su family owes me 8 million, including principal and interest, 12 million. Now the Su family is bankrupt. This money, shouldn't you, a good son-in-law, pay it back for them? Just a little bit from your fingers will be enough, right?" The followers behind him also started to make a noise. "That's right. Mr. Yi is so rich, why does he still care about such a small amount of money? Pay back the money quickly. Don't think you are great just because you drive a nice car." Yi Chen's eyes turned cold. This Li Maokai had obviously heard that the Su family's bankruptcy was related to him, and he was jealous of his financial resources and wanted to blackmail him. He even dared to make a fuss in front of his daughter. Chen Mingxian was about to step forward to deal with it. Yi Chen raised his hand to stop him. He gently put Nuan Nuan into the car and signaled the special care nurse to close the door to block out the noise outside. Then, he slowly turned around and looked at Li Maokai, his face without any expression. His eyes were terrifyingly calm. "Li Maokai?" Yi Chen's voice was very light. "Yes. It's me." Li Maokai puffed out his belly, thinking Yi Chen was scared. "The Su family owes you money? It's written in black and white. The IOU is here." Li Maokai proudly took out a crumpled piece of paper and shook it. "Very good." Yi Chen nodded and suddenly took out the infinity black card inlaid with black crystals. Amid everyone's puzzled gazes, Yi Chen said calmly to the air, "Number 07. Mr. Yi, please give me your instructions." The steady voice of number 07 immediately came through Yi Chen's headphones included in the new phone. Target, Li Maokai. Identity, Loan Shark. Initiate the highest level of financial and tax audit. Command confirmed, target Li Maokai, activate S-level financial tax audit authority. Estimated lock time, 5 minutes. Over. The voice of number 07 was calm. Li Maokai and his followers were stunned, and then burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. Why are you pretending to be so high and mighty? Financial audit? Who do you think you are? The director of the China Banking Regulatory Commission? This is hilarious. Who are you trying to scare with a broken card? Pay back the money quickly. Otherwise." Before Li Maokai finished his harsh words, the cell phone in his pocket suddenly started ringing like a death warrant. Not only him, but also the cell phones of several of his main followers behind him were also ringing at the same time. Li Maokai impatiently took out his cell phone. When he saw the caller ID'd President Wang, his heart skipped a beat and he answered the call. "Hello? Brother Wang? What's the urgent matter?" President Wang roared in exasperation and terror from the other end of the line. "Li Maokai. Fuck your ancestors. Who the hell did you offend? My bank account and all related accounts have just been frozen. The banking regulator, tax authorities, and police have all come to my house. You're the one they named. Find a way for me now. Otherwise, I'll kill you first. The smile on Li Maocai's face froze instantly, and all the color faded. Soon after, similar cries and curses were heard from other followers' phones. Brotherly. It's over. My company's account has been checked. They said it was suspected of money laundering. Boss. The tax authorities said we've evaded a huge amount of taxes. We're going to transfer you to the judicial authorities. Police. The police are coming. In less than 3 minutes, Li Maocai and his core subordinates were hit by invisible hammers one after another. The arrogance and ridicule on their faces completely disappeared, replaced by boundless fear and despair. Li Maocai's phone fell to the ground with a click sound, and the screen shattered. His legs softened and he collapsed to the ground, with a dark stain quickly spreading on his crotch. He looked up at Yi Chen, the man standing quietly, holding a black card, with eyes that looked like he was looking down at an ant. The huge fear made him tremble like a sieve. Yi. Master Yi. I was wrong. I looked down on you. I don't want the money. I've torn up the IOU. Please. Forgive me. Forgive me. Li Maocai burst into tears and knelt on the ground and kowtowed desperately. Yi Chen didn't even look at him, as if he had just slapped a buzzing fly to death. He said calmly into the headset, "Clean it up." Then, he opened the car door, got into the back seat of the Kaibei War Shield, and gently held his daughter Nguyen in his arms. The heavy bulletproof car door closed silently, isolating all the crying, begging, and chaos outside. The motorcade started, and under the gazes of countless people with awe, fear, and confusion, it drove away from the hospital like a black torrent, leaving behind Li Maocai and his gang lying on the ground like mud, waiting for the severe punishment they could not imagine. Chapter 12: New Home and Small Goals. The motorcade drove into the top riverside luxury residential area in Jiangcheng, Yunding Tiankei. Backed by green mountains and overlooking the river, each villa is a single-family manor-style villa with a large area and high privacy, which is the residence of the real top rich people. Yi Chen's new home is the #1 courtyard located at the top of the mountain with the widest view. It is more like a small manor than a villa. The main building is a streamlined design with a modern artistic feel, with large areas of floor-to-ceiling glass and the most advanced intelligent environmentally friendly materials throughout. The manor is equipped with private gardens, a constant temperature swimming pool, a helipad, and an underground security fortress. The security system is directly provided by Huanyu Technology and meets national protection standards. Nguyen was carried out of the car and saw her new home that looked like a fairy tale castle. Her big eyes were filled with surprise and joy. "Wow! Dad! Is this our new home? It's so big and beautiful. Do you like it?" Yi Chen asked with a smile. "I like it. I like it very much." Nguyen clapped her hands excitedly. Chen Mingxian had already arranged everything. Well-trained butlers, servants, chefs, gardeners, and a security team composed of former Special Forces soldiers with absolutely clean backgrounds lined up neatly to welcome the arrival of the new owner. The security captain, codenamed Rock, had eyes as sharp as an eagle and a calm aura like a mountain. "Welcome home, Mr. Yi and Miss Yi." Everyone greeted them in unison, respectful yet professional. Yi Chen nodded slightly, holding Nguyen, and walked into this new home that symbolized power and status. The interior decoration was simple and luxurious, full of technology, but also full of warmth. The children's room specially prepared for Nguyen was even more dreamy, filled with the latest toys and picture books. After settling Nguyen down and letting her get familiar with the new environment with the help of a special nurse and a nanny, Yi Chen came to the study on the top floor with a 270-degree unparalleled river view. Chen Mingxian was already waiting inside. Outside the huge floor-to-ceiling windows was the rushing river and the bustling city skyline. "Mr. Yi, this is the detailed report you requested about Jiangcheng's future development plan, especially the layout of high-tech industries." Chen Mingxian handed over a thick document. "In addition, regarding the clues about the Shadow Council, we traced the location where the encrypted signal last appeared, pointing to a cruise ship with unclear registration information on the high seas, which then disappeared completely. The other party is very cautious." Yi Chen flipped through the documents quickly, his eyes sharp. When he turned to the plan for Xinghai Bay, a riverside plot to be developed in the east of Jiangcheng, his fingers stopped. This place is positioned by the government as the core starting area of the future science and technology innovation corridor and has great potential. However, the report also pointed out that there are currently several strong local and foreign capitals competing fiercely. Xinghai Bay. Yi Chen tapped the table with his fingers, making a light sound. He needed a breakthrough point, a stage to announce that the Xinghai of the universe had officially taken root in Jiangcheng and Longhua, and to show off his strength. At the same time, this would also be a bait to attract the attention of the Shadow Council and lure the snake out of its hole. He raised his head, his eyes gleaming with sharpness, and issued his first real business order. Chen Mingxian, start the Universe Science and Technology City plan. Target plot, all the land in the core area of Xinghai Bay in Jiangcheng. Project positioning, to create a world-class technology landmark that integrates the world's top artificial intelligence or D center, quantum computing laboratory, future technology incubator, and top smart living community. Investment budget, initial phase, $50 billion. Even though Chen Mingxian had seen a lot of storms, he was still shocked by Yi Chen's casually thrown out small goal. The first phase of $50 billion. This is almost the scale of recreating a top-level technological city. Enough to crush all competitors in an instant. But he adjusted himself immediately, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Understood. Mr. Yi. The Universe Science and Technology City project will be launched immediately. I will personally lead the project team and ensure that we take over Xinghai Bay at the fastest speed and with the strongest attitude. Let Jiangcheng become the new heart of the universe Xinghai in Asia Pacific. Very good. Yi Chen raised a cold arc at the corner of his mouth. I want the whole Jiangcheng and the whole Longhua business community to see the name of Huanyu Xinghai. In addition, spread the word that Huanyu Science and Technology City will introduce some cutting-edge projects from the group's most core Deep Blue Matrix laboratory. The bigger the noise, the better. Yes. Mr. Yi. Chen Mingxian understood. This is an open plot. Using irresistible capital and cutting-edge technology as bait, it depends on whether those shadows hiding in the dark will be attracted out. Just as Chen Mingxian was about to leave to set up the house, the housekeeper knocked on the door and came in. Mr. Yi, Miss Su Qingxue is here to visit. She said, she wants to see Nuanyuan. Yi Chen frowned slightly. Chen Mingxian bowed tactfully. Mr. Yi, I will go to deal with the affairs of the Science and Technology City first. Yi Chen was the only one left in the study. He walked to the French window, looked at the magnificent scenery outside the window, was silent for a moment, and picked up the internal phone. Let her in. Take her to the children's room to see Nuan. Pay attention to the time. Chapter 13, Tears of the Ex-Wife, Thunder in the Science and Technology City. In the children's room, Nuan was happily playing with the new smart building blocks. When she saw Su Qingxue coming in, she immediately dropped her toys and rushed over with open arms. Mom. Nuanyuan. Su Qingxue hugged her daughter tightly, tears welling up in her eyes. After not seeing her for a few days, Nuanyuan looked better, as if she was as delicate as a piece of jade. She didn't look like she had just struggled back from the brink of death. Looking around the children's room, which was luxurious beyond her imagination, and then comparing it to the small rental house her parents were renting now, she felt a huge sense of disappointment and regret that overwhelmed her like a tide. Mom, why are you crying? Look at Nuanyuan's new home. It's so big and beautiful. Dad said this will be Nuanyuan's home from now on. Nuanyuan excitedly took Su Qingxue's hand and showed her toys and room. Su Qingxue looked at her daughter's innocent and happy face, and her heart ached. All this wealth and glory could have belonged to her, to the Su family, but she ruined it with her own hands. Nuanyuan is so great, the new home is so nice. Su Qingxue choked and tried hard to force a smile. Mom, can you move in and live with Nuanyuan? Dad said there are a lot of rooms here. Nuanyuan asked expectantly, looking up at her little face. Su Qingxue's body froze, and her tears flowed even more fiercely. How could she have the nerve to move in? Nuanyuan, be good, Mom has her own place to live. She explained with difficulty. At this time, Yi Chen appeared at the door. He did not go in, but just looked at the mother and daughter quietly. Nuan immediately ran to Yi Chen again. Dad. Can you let Mom live in our house too? Yi Chen bent down and picked up Nuan, looking at Su Qingxue calmly. There was no hatred or love in his eyes, only a kind of indifference that saw through the world. Nuan, Mom has her own life. She can come to see you anytime, and she is always welcome to come here. Yi Chen's words clearly drew the line. Welcome to visit does not mean welcome to live. Su Qingxue understood, her face turned even paler, and her nails dug deeply into her palms. I just came to see Nuanyuan. I feel relieved to see that she is doing well. She lowered her head, not daring to look into Yi Chen's eyes again. I should go. Goodbye, Mom. Although Nuanyuan felt a little disappointed, she still waved obediently. Su Qingxue almost fled from this mansion that suffocated her but made her yearn for it so much. After she walked out of the gate, she looked back at the #1 courtyard that looked like an emperor's palace, and thought about her parents' desperate cries and her uncertain job search. She squatted on the side of the road in great regret and reluctance, crying bitterly. And not long after Su Qingxue left, a huge storm that swept across Jiangcheng and even the entire national business community suddenly arrived. Universal Star Holdings held an emergency press conference. Location: Jiangcheng's top international conference center. Protagonist: CEO Chen Mingxian. At the press conference, Chen Mingxian was dressed in a suit and had a strong aura. Facing the dense crowd of media and representatives of business giants who had come after hearing the news, he dropped a bombshell. After the resolution of the board of directors of Huanyu Xinghai Holdings and the approval of the actual controller, Mr. Yi Chen, the group officially launched the Huanyu Science and Technology City project. Project location: Jiangcheng Xinghai Bay Core Area. Project positioning: the world's top artificial intelligence and quantum technology research and development center, and a benchmark for future smart cities. Initial investment: $50 billion. At the same time, the group's core laboratory Deep Blue Matrix will move the first batch of 3S-level cutting-edge projects to the Science and Technology City. The project leader will be Professor William Cohen, a Turing Award winner and a leader in the field of artificial intelligence. Boom! The entire venue was in an uproar. Flashlights were flashing like crazy. Reporters were so excited that they were incoherent. The faces of the local tycoons and foreign capital representatives who had been eyeing Xinghai Bay turned extremely ugly in an instant, and some even knocked over their water cups. $50 billion? Deep Blue Matrix? William Cohen? Any of these names alone would be enough to shock a party, but now they are all gathered together on the Universe Science and Technology City project. This is no longer a commercial competition, but a dimensionality reduction attack. It is an absolute crushing victory. Chen Mingxian ignored the commotion in the audience and continued to throw out details that suffocated everyone. Universe Science and Technology City will adopt the highest environmental protection standards and introduce the most cutting-edge intelligent construction technology. It is expected that the construction of the first phase of the core area will be completed within 3 years. By then, this place will become a magnet to attract the world's top scientific and technological talents, and promote the leapfrog development of Jiangcheng and even the entire Longhua science and technology industry. Regarding the acquisition of land, Huanyu Xinghai will strictly abide by market rules and participate in open bidding. But we believe that in the face of absolute strength and sincerity, Jiangcheng will make the wisest choice. These words are confident and domineering. The subtext is, this piece of land is for the universe and stars. Whoever dares to stand in the way should be prepared to be crushed. The news swept the world like a hurricane. Financial headlines, technology sections, social news, all were dominated by Universal Science and Technology City and $50 billion. For the first time, the names Universal Star C and Yi Chen appeared in the global public eye in such a high-profile and shocking way. The top leaders of the Jiangcheng government held an emergency meeting overnight and were ecstatic. This was a super pie in the sky. It was enough to push Jiangcheng to the status of an international first-tier technological city. All the disputes and original plans about the Xinghai Bay plot seemed insignificant in front of the super aircraft carrier Huanyu. The competitors who originally coveted Xinghai Bay were now devastated. Faced with the capital giant of Huanyu Xinghai and the terrifying technological halo it brought, they could not even muster the courage to compete and could only watch the cooked duck fly away in despair. Universe Technology City exploded in Jiangcheng like a super-nuclear bomb. Its owner, Yi Chen, was holding his daughter Nuanyuan, calmly admiring the river view in front of the huge French window of #1 courtyard. On the mobile phone screen, there was a briefing from Chen Mingxian: public opinion has exploded, and the goal has been achieved. The bait has been laid. Yi Chen's mouth curled up into a cold arc. The storm has just begun. He wanted to see how long the shadow hiding in the dark could endure. Chapter 14, Shock on the Yacht, Shadow Appears. The news of Universal Science and Technology City swept like a tsunami, and Yi Chen's peaceful life did not last long. On the one hand, in order to fulfill his promise to Nuan and bring her to experience a new life, on the other hand, based on safety considerations and some intuition, Yi Chen decided to temporarily leave the core area of Jiangcheng. Chen Mingxian immediately arranged for a high-end custom super yacht, the Star Cruiser, which was owned by the Universal Star and moored overseas, to secretly sail into the waters of Longhua and dock at a private island pier with a beautiful view near Jiangcheng. This yacht is not only extremely luxurious, but also equipped with the most advanced communication, defense and medical systems, like a mobile sea fortress. It was the first time for Nuan Nuan to see such a big ship, and she was as excited as a little sparrow. Yichen held her on the white deck, feeling the warm sea breeze and looking at the blue sea, temporarily putting all the troubles behind him. Dad! The sea is so beautiful. The boat is so big. Nuan Yuan ran around on the deck, and the intensive care nurse followed carefully. Yichen sat under the parasol, sipping the top-quality coffee brought by the butler, his mind sinking into his mind. The system interface quietly emerged. Previously, he had saved Nuan Nuan, slapped the Su family in the face, and acquired the hospital, and accumulated a lot of God of Wealth points. Current Xinhao points, 3,850 points. System Mall has been unlocked primary. Yichen clicked on the mall. A wide variety of products were presented in different categories. Physical Strengthening Intermediate Strengthening Potion, 2,000 points. Skill Mastery Master Level Combat, 1,500 points. Language Proficiency Package, 1,000 points. Technology Items Individual Invisible Force Field Generator Trial Version, 3,000 points. Micro Medical Emergency Cabin, 2,500 points. Life Enjoyment Category 1 Year Use of Top-Level Private Jets, 500 points. Monthly Subscription to a Global Michelin 3-Star Chef Service, 200 points. Special Services Advanced Intelligence Clues, Price Fluctuations. Yi Chen's eyes swept over and finally stopped at the Micro-Medical Emergency Cabin. Although Nuanyuan is recovering well now, after experiencing the catastrophe, Yi Chen is particularly concerned about his daughter's health. This emergency cabin is only the size of a suitcase, but it can handle most emergency medical situations and can be called a life-saving artifact. 2,500 points, worth it. He chose to exchange it without hesitation. Exchange successful. The mini medical emergency cabin has been delivered to the yacht's master bedroom safe. 2,500 points deducted. Remaining points, 1,350 points. Feeling relieved, Yichen redeemed the master-level fighting technique. Being in a vortex, one's own strength is always the foundation. 1,500 points were deducted, and a huge amount of fighting skills, force generation methods, and practical experience flooded into his mind and body like a revelation. In an instant, he felt that his limb coordination, reaction speed, and perception of danger had all been raised to a whole new level. His eyes became sharper, and there was a more restrained edge in his gestures. Just when Yi Chen had just absorbed the insights of martial arts, something strange happened. Woo! Woo! The yacht's top-notch sonar and radar systems suddenly sounded a shrill alarm. Alert! Alert! Unidentified objects moving at high speed were spotted underwater. Number 3. Speed 50 knots. Direction 30 degrees to port. Depth 50 meters. Estimated contact time 2 minutes. Alert! Weak weapon lock signal detected. Suspected to be a miniature torpedo. Enemy attack. All personnel on alert. The roar of the security captain rock blasted through the ship's radio. The well-trained universal security personnel instantly entered the combat position. The active defense system and jammer launcher hidden on the yacht were instantly activated. Yi Chen's eyes flashed, and he immediately held Nuan Nuan in his arms and pressed the alarm. The special care nurse reacted very quickly, and immediately picked up Nuan Nuan and rushed to the safest inner core cabin. Mr. Yi! Please go to the safe room immediately. Pancher rushed onto the deck with 2 elite bodyguards, protecting Yi Chen, holding special high-powered weapons in their hands. Yi Chen did not panic. His strengthened body and newly acquired master-level fighting skills made him extremely calm. His eyes were like lightning, scanning in the direction indicated by the alarm. Under the blue sea, 3 faint, unnatural white tails were like arrows of death, attacking at high speed. It's a miniature smart torpedo. It's difficult for civilian-grade defense systems to completely intercept it. A security guard who was proficient in naval warfare said in a hurried voice. Activate the prism shield. Maximum power. Launch jamming bombs in a blanket manner. Pancher gave the order decisively. Buzz. A layer of light blue energy ripples visible to the naked eye instantly appeared around the yacht. At the same time, dozens of jamming bombs were fired at the sea surface in the direction of the torpedo like fireworks. Boom, boom, boom. A violent explosion sounded underwater. A huge column of water shot up into the sky. 2 torpedoes were detonated by jammers. But the third torpedo strangely passed through the explosion area and the edge interference area of the prism shield, and continued to shoot towards the port side of the yacht like a venomous snake. Avoid! The helmsman roared and steered the ship. The huge yacht drew a dangerous arc on the sea. But the torpedo is too fast. It's about to hit. At this critical moment, Yi Chen moved. Under the horrified gaze of Pancher and others, Yi Chen's figure passed by them in an instant like a ghost. His speed was so fast that it exceeded the limit of human beings. He rushed to the port railing, his eyes as sharp as an eagle, and locked onto the deadly trajectory underwater. He has no weapons. But he has the terrifying intuition and body control brought by the fighting skills he just exchanged. And the power enhanced by the system. At the moment when the torpedo was less than 20 meters away from the hull, Yi Chen suddenly grabbed a heavy, fixed ally fire hydrant base on the deck. The metal lump weighing more than 200 kilograms was swung around like a shot put under his enhanced terrifying power. Get out of here! Yi Chen roared in a low voice, pouring all his strength into his arms. Call! The heavy ally base turned into a blurry black shadow, and with a scream that tore through the air, it smashed towards the deadly white track underwater with incredible precision. Boom! An even duller and more violent explosion than before sounded near the bottom of the ship. The huge shock wave caused the huge yacht to shake violently. Seawater surged onto the deck like a fountain. However, the crisis was resolved. Yi Chen intercepted the fatal torpedo in mid-air and detonated it in advance in the most primitive and violent way. How is this possible? Even an iron-blooded warrior like Pancher was stunned, and his eyes were full of unbelievable shock when he looked at Yi Chen. Throwing a 200-kilogram object with bare hands and accurately intercepting a high-speed torpedo? This is simply Superman. Yi Chen stood on the shaking deck, letting the cold sea water wet his clothes, and his eyes scanned the calm sea surface with cold eyes. The master-level fighting skills stimulated the body's potential and the power of the primary system enhancement, and at the critical moment of life and death, a terrifying power erupted. But he knew that this was not the end. Sure enough, the sonar system sounded the alarm again, alert! The unidentified object is quickly diving and evacuating. The speed is very fast. The signal has disappeared. The opponent missed the attack and fled thousands of miles away. Clean and neat. Pancher's face turned pale. We can't catch up. It's a specially made high-speed submarine. The other party is well prepared. Yi Chen wiped the seawater off his face, his eyes deep as the abyss. He looked at the junction of the sea and the sky in the direction of the torpedo attack, where the shadow of a seemingly ordinary freighter was moving slowly. Shadow finally can't help but stretch out his claws? Yi Chen raised a cold and dangerous smile. The game is getting more and more interesting. He turned around and walked towards the safe cabin, where he had everything he needed to protect. Although this attack was dangerous, it also gave him a clearer understanding of the power of himself and the system. At the same time, it also officially announced that the war with the Shadow Council had moved from the dark to the light. Chapter 15, Sea Pursuit, Test Ends. The news of the yacht attack was strictly blocked, and only the top leaders of the universe Starry Sea and a few security departments of Dragon Country knew about it. Nuan Nuan was well protected in the safe cabin and didn't even know that there was an earth-shattering explosion outside. After Yi Chen calmed his frightened daughter and handed her over to the special care, he immediately came to the command center of the yacht. This place has become a temporary operations room with a solemn atmosphere. The huge screen showed the last track of the submersible captured by the sonar and the location of the suspicious freighter. Chen Mingxian connected through the satellite encrypted communication, his face extremely ugly. Mr. Yi. It's our negligence. The other party took advantage of the blind spot in the high seas and our temporary attention diversion, referring to the Science and Technology City press conference. 3 low Earth orbit reconnaissance satellites have been mobilized to lock the target freighter. The 2 high-speed interceptor boats of the Poseidon team, the Elite Maritime Action Team under Huan Yu, are rushing to the target sea area at full speed. Contact is expected in 15 minutes. Rock! Yi Chen's voice was cold. Here. Pancher stood at attention, his eyes burning with fighting spirit and a hint of anger. It was the biggest shame for the security team to let the master get into danger under their noses. Take your men, equip them with the best individual weapons and deep diving equipment, and set off on a speedboat. Target that freighter. I want them alive. At least we have to find out who sent them. Yes. We will ensure that the mission is accomplished. Pancher roared, turned around and rushed to the deck speedboat platform with the 5 most elite team members he had selected. Yi Chen stayed in the command center, staring at the high-definition images sent back by the satellite. The seemingly ordinary 10,000-ton cargo ship Ocean was sailing at an economic speed on the high seas, seemingly unaware of the coming storm. Soon, 2 high-speed interceptor boats painted with the Universal logo, shaped like black arrows, and traveling at speeds of over 80 knots, caught up with the Oceanic like ghosts flying over the sea, sandwiched it on the left and right, shone with strong lights, and issued a stern warning with loudspeakers, Oceanic. Stop immediately for inspection. Repeat. Stop immediately. The Ocean seemed to be in a panic and began to slow down. The atmosphere in the command center eased slightly. Chen Mingxian, it seems like they want to surrender? Yi Chen frowned, and the dangerous intuition in his heart became stronger and stronger. No. It's too smooth. Pancher, be careful. Before he finished speaking. Mutation regeneration. Several hidden launch ports suddenly opened without any warning on both sides of the hull of the Oceanic, which seemed to be about to stop. Whoosh! 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 Several individual anti-ship rockets with tail flames, like poisonous snakes coming out of a hole, fired at the 2 high-speed interceptor boats attacking from the left and right at close range. Avoid! A shocked and angry roar came from the interceptor boat. The boat instantly made an extreme maneuver. Boom, boom, boom. A violent explosion rose on the sea. Flames shot up into the sky. An interceptor boat was hit by the explosion at close range, and the boat was severely damaged and began to tilt. Another boat was also in danger. Open fire. Suppress. Pancher's roar came from the communication channel. The speedboat he was riding on was like an angry sea wolf, cutting in from the side and rear at high speed. The heavy machine guns on the boat spewed out angry flames, fiercely sweeping towards the deck and superstructure of the Ocean. Da-da-da-da. Bullets hit the steel plates, splashing dense sparks. Several figures operating weapons on the deck fell down with screams. Poseidon team. Board the ship. Attack. Pancher led the way, and the speedboat made a beautiful tailspin and got close to the side of the freighter. He and his team members threw out hooks like monkeys and climbed up swiftly. Fierce gunfire and explosions instantly rang out on the Ocean. Obviously, the other side was well prepared and ambushed elite armed personnel on the ship. A fierce boarding battle broke out. The atmosphere in the command center was extremely tense. Yi Chen stared at the screen, watching the light dots representing the rock team and the red dots representing the enemy fiercely exchanging fire and moving. The battle was extremely fierce, but the rock team was gradually suppressing the opponent with its top equipment and bravery. At this moment, Yi Chen's eyes suddenly focused. Wait. What's that? He pointed to an inconspicuous corner at the rear of the freighter. The satellite image zoomed in, and a slender and agile figure in a black diving suit slid into the sea silently like a ghost, dragging a long metal box in his hand. After entering the water, he immediately activated some device, and his speed suddenly increased. Like a black swordfish, he dived into the deep sea at a speed far beyond common sense. The sonar only captured an extremely weak signal that disappeared in an instant. Someone is escaping underwater. The target is carrying important items. The speed is very fast. We can't catch up, the sonar operator exclaimed. It's him. Yi Chen was instantly certain. This fugitive was the real core of this attack. Those 3 submersibles were probably just bait and cover. Lock on that escape signal immediately. Mobilize all resources to track it. Chen Mingxian ordered urgently. The signal disappeared. The other party has extremely strong anti-detection means, the sonar operator reported in despair. Yi Chen punched the console. His eyes were terribly cold. He still let him run away. A few minutes later, an image of Pancher covered in blood mostly from the enemy was transmitted back. Mr. Yi. There were 12 militants on the ship, 9 of them were killed and 3 were captured. They were all international mercenaries, and their identities are still being verified. The corps commander was not found. But a damaged encrypted communication terminal and an empty weapons box were found in the captain's room. The enemy leader must have escaped from the water with his stuff. Sure enough. Yi Chen's eyes were as sharp as a knife. The escaping shadow was not only terrifying, but also thoughtful and decisive. What he took away was probably the advanced micro-torpedo sample or technology that could penetrate the prism shield. Clear the battlefield. Bring back the prisoners and all valuables. Be careful, the other party may have a backup plan. Yi Chen ordered in a deep voice. Yes. Pancher obeyed the order. Communications were temporarily interrupted. The command center was filled with depression. Although the attack was thwarted and most of the enemies were killed or captured, it was undoubtedly a failure to allow the real core shadow to escape with important items. Yi Chen walked to the porthole and looked at the sea outside, which was gradually calming down but still had burning debris floating on it, with deep eyes. Mr. Yi, this time it's us. Chen Mingxian stepped forward with guilt. Yi Chen raised his hand to interrupt him, but the corners of his mouth slowly raised a cold and warlike arc. No. It's not a failure. This is a test. Test our reactions, test our strength. He turned around, his eyes like a sharp sword drawn from its sheath, sweeping across everyone in the command center. It also tests how strong the shadow hiding in the dark is. They showed up and left traces, and that's enough. Notify the Deep Blue Matrix to analyze the captured communication terminal fragments and the prisoners' confessions. Use all resources to track down the whereabouts of the fugitive and the clues to the Shadow Council. Speed up the construction of Universal Science and Technology City. Make a bigger noise. I want them to know. Yi Chen's voice was firm and decisive, with a strong confidence that he was in control of everything. This game has just begun to warm up. And my prey has never been able to truly escape. The sea breeze blew, and the yacht broke through the waves. A thrilling encounter at sea came to an end, but a larger and more dangerous secret war has quietly escalated. Yi Chen officially showed his sharp fangs to the enemy hidden behind the scenes. Chapter 16 Kindergarten Turmoil. Whose little princess is this? The aftermath of the pursuit at sea was quickly suppressed by the powerful energy of the universe Star Sea, and the outside world was calm. Yi Chen brought Nuan Nuan back to the number 1 courtyard in Jiangchang, and the security level was raised to the highest level. Nuan Nuan's body recovered very well, she was lively and active, and full of curiosity about the new environment. Dad, Nuanyuan wants to go to kindergarten. Nuanyuan hugged Yi Chen's arm and shook him, her big eyes full of desire. The shadow of the illness dissipated, and she longed to play with her peers. Yi Chen looked at his daughter's expectant eyes, and his heart softened. It was time for her to return to normal life. Okay, Dad will find the best kindergarten for Nuanyuan. Jiangcheng's top aristocratic kindergarten, Rise of Stars International Kindergarten, has experienced an unprecedented stir. In the director's office, the elegant Director Zhu, who was nearly 50 years old, looked at the polite but weighty enrollment consultation letter sent directly from the CEO's office of Universe Starry Sea, and her hands were shaking. The low-key but supremely powerful Universe Starry Sea badge at the end of the letter made her forehead sweat. Hurry! Prepare the best Galaxy-class information. Detailed introduction to all teachers, environment, and courses. Also, notify everyone that Mr. Yi from the Universal Starry Sea will personally bring his daughter to visit tomorrow. Everyone in the garden, set the highest standards. Whoever makes a mistake will be fired. Principal Zhu's voice was trembling. The next day, when the iconic Dark Blue Night King and the Kaibei War Shield bulletproof car following closely behind stopped at the entrance of the kindergarten, the entire kindergarten seemed to have pressed the mute button. The security guards and teachers, who had already received the strict order, were respectful and almost humble. Yi Chen got out of the car holding Nuan Nuan, who was wearing a delicate little dress and looked like a porcelain doll. He was only wearing simple casual clothes today, but the aura of being in a high position for a long time and the sharp-eyed Pancher and others who were always by his side made the air heavy. Director Zhu, along with several of the best teachers, personally came to the gate to greet them, with the most sincere and nervous smile on her face. Mr. Yi. Miss. Welcome to Morning Star. I am Director Julie. Nuanyuan huddled in Yi Chen's arms shyly, looking around the beautiful park with curious eyes. The visit went very smoothly. The environment, facilities, foreign teaching team and security measures of the Xinghe class are all top-notch. Principal Zhu was eloquent and wanted to praise the kindergarten as a cradle for nurturing future presidents. The environment is nice. Yi Chen nodded and looked at Nuan Nuan in his arms. Does Nuan Nuan like it here? Nuanyuan looked at the children who were doing handicrafts in the classroom with bright smiles and nodded vigorously. I like it. Dad, Nuanyuan wants to go to school here. Okay. Yi Chen made the decision quickly and decisively. Principal Zhu was so excited that he almost fainted. The little princess of the universe and the sea of stars was admitted to Morningstar. This will be the most dazzling golden sign in the history of the kindergarten. The formalities were handled incredibly quickly. When Yi Chen was holding Wan and preparing to leave, a discordant voice broke the harmony. Hey! Isn't this Principal Zhu? Why are you acting as the doorman today? A fat woman dressed in jewels and heavy makeup came over with a fat little boy who looked up at her. She was the wife of a local building materials merchant, surnamed Zhang. She relied on her family's wealth to act domineeringly in the kindergarten. She was obviously stunned when she saw Yi Chen holding Wan and the imposing Pan Sure and others behind him, but she did not recognize Yi Chen. There are very few public photos of Yi Chen, and just thought he was some new upstart. Looking at the respectful look of Director Zhu towards Yi Chen, compared with his usual attitude towards her, she suddenly felt unbalanced. Principal Zhu, our Changqian was pushed by a little girl from the next class in the kindergarten yesterday. You must give me an explanation for this. Fire that uneducated little bitch. Otherwise, my husband has an old friendship with Mr. Wang from your board of directors. Mrs. Zhang put her hands on her hips, spitting everywhere, her voice sharp and piercing. Director Zhu's face turned pale instantly, and cold sweat ran down her face. She winked at Mrs. Zhang frantically, cursing her ancestors in her heart. This idiot! Didn't you see who was standing next to her? Nguyen was frightened by the ferocious fat woman and the harsh voice, and shrank into Yi Chen's arms. Yi Chen's eyes suddenly turned cold. He gently patted his daughter's back and shot his eyes at Mrs. Zhang like an ice cone. You scared my daughter. Mrs. Zhang felt a chill in her heart when she saw Yi Chen's cold eyes, but her shrewish nature made her bite the bullet and pointed at Wan and said shrilly, Hey! Whose little girl is this? So delicate? You get scared by a few words? Our Changqiang is. Shut up! Principal Zhu couldn't hold it in any longer and shouted sternly. His voice changed, Mrs. Zhang. Please leave immediately. Mr. Yi and Miss are the most distinguished guests of our kindergarten. If you dare to be rude again. Mr. Yi? Mrs. Zhang was stunned, and then seemed to remember something. She looked at Yi Chen's calm face that contained terrifying pressure, and then thought of the most sensational universe science and technology city in Jiangcheng recently. A terrible name instantly appeared in her mind. Boom! It was like a bolt from the blue. The arrogance on Mrs. Zhang's face froze instantly, and then turned into endless fear. Her legs softened, and she almost knelt down. Her face was as pale as paper, and her lips trembled. Yi. Yi. Mr. Yi? Huan Yu. Xinghai. Mr. Yi? Her spoiled son Shangshan was still shouting, Mom. It was this damn girl who pushed me yesterday. Get her out of here. Pa. A loud slap hit Shangshan's face hard. He was stunned. You little bastard. What nonsense are you talking about? Apologize to Miss Yi. Kneel down and apologize. Mrs. Zhang was like a madman. She grabbed her son's ears and pushed him to the ground. She fell to her knees with a plop and kowtowed to Yi Chen and Wan. Mr. Yi, please spare us. Miss Yi, please spare us. I am blind. I am a bad mouth. I deserve to die. I am just a child and I am talking nonsense. I beg you to be magnanimous. Please spare us. I kowtow to you. Dong dong dong. Her fat body twisted on the ground, tears streaming down her face, and her forehead instantly became red and swollen. Her son, who had been so arrogant just now, was frightened and burst into tears. Yi Chen didn't even look at the mother and son lying on the ground like mud. He just gently covered Nuan's eyes and said, Nuan, be good and don't look at dirty things. He turned to the pale-faced Director Zhu and said in a calm voice, Director Zhu, I am very satisfied with the environment of Morningstar. But I hope that my daughter will be exposed to truly well-educated children and families here. Something like this. He glanced at Mrs. Zhang on the ground, I don't want to see it again. Otherwise, I don't mind letting Morningstar change its owner. Yes. Yes. Mr. Yi. I understand. I promise. There will never be a next time. Director Zhu was as if he had been pardoned. He made promises again and again, his back already soaked with cold sweat. Yi Chen held Nguyen in his arms, and under the protection of Panchur and others, he ignored Mrs. Zhang who was still kowtowing and begging for mercy on the ground and the crying child, and walked straight towards the car. Soon, the Rising Star International Kindergarten issued an announcement. Because the parent and the child surnamed Zhang had seriously violated school rules and had a bad influence, they were expelled and would never be hired again. At the same time, the kindergarten would conduct internal rectification to improve the quality of students. When the news came out, Jiangqing's upper class was in an uproar. The company of the Zhang family, a building materials merchant, was also terminated by many partners within 3 days, and the bank demanded debts, and quickly followed the Zhou family's footsteps. Everyone understood that this was a silent warning from the universe and the sea of stars. Yi Chen's daughter is the real dragon's reverse scale. If you touch it, you will die. Chapter 17, The Foundation of the Science and Technology City, the Zhou family's counterattack. The speed of the development of Universal Science and Technology City shocked everyone. With the highest level of green light from the Jiangqing government and the massive funding and top resources from Universal Starry Sea, the bidding process for all land in the core area of Xinghai Bay was compressed to the extreme. Faced with the sky-high compensation plan offered by Universal Starry Sea that far exceeded market expectations and the huge employment and tax revenue commitment in the future, several original competitors gave up even symbolic resistance. In just 1 month, the groundbreaking ceremony of Universe Science and Technology City was grandly held in the core area of Xinghai Bay. On this day, Xinghai Bay was full of colorful flags and bustling with people. The huge foundation stone was covered with red silk, the red carpet was laid on the ground, and there were flowers everywhere. The guests invited were all rich and noble, including top political and business figures from Jiangcheng and even the surrounding provinces, and even a few heavyweights from the imperial capital attended in a low-key manner. Hundreds of media outlets at home and abroad were ready to go. Yi Chen, as the actual controller of Universe Starry Sea, made his first real appearance in such a high-level public occasion. He was wearing a perfectly tailored dark gray high-end suit, with an upright posture, a stern face, and deep and calm eyes. He didn't deliberately show off, but the invisible aura of a man who had been in a high position for a long time and controlled a trillion-dollar empire made everyone who saw him hold their breath unconsciously and feel awe. Half a step behind him stood the CEO Chen Mingxian, who had a strong aura, and behind him was the security team led by Pancher, who was like a rock guarding him. When Yi Chen, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, picked up the golden shovel tied with red silk and laid the first shovel of soil for the foundation stone, there was thunderous applause. The flashlights almost lit up the daylight. At this moment, it symbolized that the foundation of the Universe Star Sea and Dragon Country had officially been established, and it also announced that Jiangcheng had officially entered the ranks of world-class technological cities. The reception after the groundbreaking ceremony was even more crowded with celebrities. Countless people held wine glasses, with the most sincere or most flattering smiles on their faces, trying to get close to Yi Chen, even if it was just to get familiar with him and say a few words. Accompanied by Chen Mingxian, Yi Chen responded calmly, his words and deeds were flawless, he was not impolite, and maintained a proper sense of distance, showing the style of a top-table helmsman. However, behind this glamorous and feasting scene, in the dark corners, the poisonous snake of hatred is spitting out its tongue. In the suburbs of Jiangcheng, in an abandoned chemical plant, several men with miserable looks and resentful eyes gathered under the dim light. The leader was Zhou Hao, the young master of the Zhou family whose family was destroyed by Yi Chen before. He was much thinner than before, with sunken eye sockets and untidy beard. He still had the bad luck of the detention center, but the madness and hatred in his eyes were real. Brother Hao. Our people have infiltrated. They are just outside the construction site. A henchman reported in a low voice, according to your instructions, everything is ready. They are all powerful. Enough to blow their foundation platform up to the sky. Zhou Hao's eyes flashed with morbid excitement and destructive light, and he gnashed his teeth and said, Yi Chen. You destroyed my family. You put me in jail. You made me a street rat in Jiangcheng. Today, I will destroy you and your shitty technology city. I will turn your glorious foundation into your graveyard. The other man next to him, with a face full of flesh and scars, was Li Maocai's trusted subordinate Scarface. Li Maocai was imprisoned by Yi Chen, and he escaped by luck. He hated Yi Chen as well. Brother Hao, don't worry. The brothers are all desperate. After this job, take the money and run away. Let Yi Chen cry. Okay. Zhou Hao's face was grim. Act as planned. Target, the foundation platform. Detonation time, at the climax of the cocktail party, when Yi Chen is speaking on the stage. I want him and his distinguished guests to go to the sky together. A crazy terrorist attack against the groundbreaking ceremony, and Yi Chen himself is quietly brewing in the darkness. Chapter 18, Thunder Sweeping the Caverns, The Secret of the Su Family. The reception reached its climax. Chen Mingxian, as a representative, was delivering an enthusiastic speech on the stage, envisioning the grand blueprint of the science and technology city. The audience burst into applause. Yi Chen was holding a glass of champagne, standing a little further back. He seemed to be listening, but in fact he was highly focused. His enhanced senses made him more sensitive to danger than ordinary people. From the moment he entered the cocktail party, he could vaguely sense a hint of malice hovering outside the venue. "Rock!" Yi Chen whispered into the tiny headset. "Mr. Yi." Puncher's voice came immediately. "Is there anything unusual in the periphery?" "No suspicious targets have been found yet. But, at the 3 o'clock direction, in the bushes near the construction site fence, thermal imaging shows that there are more static heat sources than normal, as if they are lurking. The Eagle Eye Sniper Observer has been sent over to confirm." Yi Chen's eyes narrowed. "Lurking? At this time?" He glanced calmly at Chen Mingxian, who was speaking on the stage, and the unaware guests below the stage. At this moment, the new phone in his pocket vibrated. It was an encrypted internal number. Yi Chen walked to a relatively quiet corner and answered the call. "Speak." Assistant Chen Mingxuan's voice came hurriedly from the other end of the phone. "Mr. Yi." Deep Blue Matrix's Skynet system captured an abnormal encrypted communication during a routine scan of the security around the groundbreaking ceremony. Part of the content was deciphered. The keywords are gift, foundation platform, feast. It is suspected to be an attack on the groundbreaking ceremony. Skynet is tracking the source of the signal, and the target area is in the bushes in the southeast corner of the construction site. Almost at the same time, Puncher's voice also sounded in the headset, with a hint of shock and anger. "Eagle Eye report. Confirmed that there are at least 6 militants lurking in the bushes. Carrying unknown packages. Suspected explosives. Requesting immediate action." Boom! Yi Chen's eyes instantly became extremely cold. Full of murderous intent. Zhou Hao? The remnants of Li Maokai? Or, the Shadow Council? Puncher. Act immediately. Resolve the problem silently. Leave no one alive. Watch out for explosives. Yi Chen's voice was like the wind blowing out of the icy hell. "Yes." Puncher's voice was filled with murderous intent. A few seconds later. Puff. 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 An extremely slight gunshot, as if it was equipped with a silencer, rang out from the bushes in the distance, along with a few extremely suppressed groans. Target cleared. 6 people in total. All killed. Found a remote-controlled detonator and a large amount of plastic explosives. Demolition is being cleared. Puncher's voice came, with a hint of fear. What a close call. If these people succeed, the consequences will be disastrous. Yi Chen's murderous intent had not dissipated. He said to the phone, "Assistant Chen Mingxian, notify the police and handle the scene. Block the news." "Yes. Mr. Yi." Chen Mingxian on the stage seemed to have received an emergency signal from his assistant. His speech paused slightly, but he quickly returned to normal and cleverly changed the subject without causing a commotion among the guests. A shocking crisis was nipped in the bud by the powerful security forces of Universe Starry Sky and the top-tech Skynet system. Yi Chen returned to the crowd, his face normal. But only those who knew him well could sense the indissoluble coldness in the depths of his eyes. He swept his eyes across the audience, and suddenly, he saw a familiar and lonely figure in the corner, Su Qingxue. She was wearing a decent business suit, but compared to the glittering ladies around her, she looked plain and even a little shabby. She seemed to work in a small media, holding a recorder, looking at Chen Mingxian on the stage with mixed eyes, and Yi Chen, who was surrounded by stars. There was envy, regret, and a subtle hint of inquiry in her eyes. Yi Chen frowned slightly. How did Su Qingxue get in? He calmly signaled to assistant Chen Mingxian. Soon, the assistant brought the news. "Mr. Yi, Miss Su came in as an intern reporter for Jiangqing Evening News. Her editor-in-chief seems to want to use her possible relationship with you to dig up some exclusive news." Use? Yi Chen's eyes became colder. He wanted to ask someone to invite Su Qingxue out, but changed his mind. Holding a wineglass, he walked through the crowd under the invisible protection of Puncher and others and went straight to Su Qingxue, who was a little panicked. Yi Chen. Su Qingxue didn't expect Yi Chen to come directly over. She was so nervous that she almost couldn't hold the recorder. "Follow me," Yi Chen said calmly, without question. He turned and walked towards a quiet lounge on the side of the cocktail party. Su Qingxue bit her lip and followed with her head down, under the gazes of countless curious, inquiring, and even jealous people. There were only 2 people left in the lounge, and the atmosphere was somewhat stagnant. You have something to ask me? Su Qingxue asked courageously. Did you see what happened outside just now? Yi Chen went straight to the point. Su Qingxue was stunned, then shook her head. No. No. What happened outside? Yi Chen stared into her eyes to make sure she was not lying. It seemed that she was unaware of the attack just now. Nothing. Yi Chen changed the subject, his eyes became sharp. Su Qingxue, there is something I need you to confess. Su Qingxue's heart skipped a beat. 3 years ago, your grandfather Su Zhenghong brought me back to the Su family. Was it really just because he accidentally saved my father once overseas? Yi Chen's voice had the power to penetrate people's hearts. Or did he know something at that time? About my identity? About the universe and stars? Boom! Su Qingxue was struck by lightning. Her face turned pale instantly. She raised her head suddenly, her eyes filled with shock, panic, and a hint of fear of having her secret exposed. I don't know what you're talking about. She subconsciously took a step back, her voice trembling. Yi Chen took a step closer, and the strong sense of oppression almost suffocated her. Su Qingxue, look into my eyes. Tell me the truth. This concerns the safety of many people, including Nuanyuan. Who do you think those people who wanted to blow me up today are targeting? Nuanyuan? Su Qingxue's psychological defenses collapsed instantly when she heard her daughter's name. The huge fear and worry overwhelmed everything. Her tears instantly welled up, her body slid against the wall, she covered her face, and cried in suppressed voice. I said Grandpa, when he brought you back from unconsciousness, he did mention something. He said he recognized a mark on your father Yiling Yun's body, a very special mark that looked like a nebula vortex. He said it represented a very, very terrifying and powerful force. He saved you, he wanted to establish a good relationship with you, maybe. Su Qingxue burst into tears, but the message in her words was like thunder, exploding in Yi Chen's heart. Nebula vortex mark. That is the secret identity mark that only the highest level core members of the universe Star C have. Su Zhenghong recognized this mark? Not only does he know his father's identity, he may even know the existence of the universe Star C? He saved himself from coma. Yi Chen was homeless at the time because of his father's accident and was framed, not just to repay a favor, but with a strong purpose. Was he trying to cling to the towering tree of the universe Star C? A chill ran down Yi Chen's spine. The Su family, the former Yu family he once thought was just snobbish and mean, may have hidden secrets far beyond his imagination. Su Zhenghong's death died of illness shortly after Yi Chen married into the family also became confusing. What else did your grandfather say? About that mark, about my father? Yi Chen's voice was low and dangerous. Su Qingxue shook her head desperately. No more. Really no more. Grandpa only mentioned it once, and sternly warned my father and mother not to tell anyone else. Then he soon fell seriously ill and died. Yi Chen, I swear. This is all I know. Nuan won't be in danger, right? Seeing Su Qingxue crying and looking terrified, Yi Chen knew she was not lying. Su Zhenghong, the old fox, took the most crucial secret to the grave. I will be responsible for Nuanyuan's safety. Yi Chen said this and turned around and strode out of the lounge, leaving Su Qingxue slumped on the ground, feeling confused. Outside the lounge, Chen Mingxian was already waiting there, his face solemn. Mr. Yi, the preliminary interrogation results from the police are out. Zhou Hao's DNA residue was found on the body of the militants who were shot dead. The mastermind behind this is the remnant of Zhou Hao and Li Maokai. They want revenge. But the strange thing is that the source of those plastic explosives is very professional. It doesn't seem like they can get it at this level. The police suspect that someone may have provided secret support. Zhou Hao. Revenge? Secret support? The mark that Su Zhenghong knew? And that fleeing shadow. Several seemingly unrelated clues were instantly connected in Yi Chen's mind. A vague and terrifying outline gradually emerged. His eyes were as cold as ice, and he gave Chen Mingxian a firm order. First, use all your strength to launch a global manhunt for Zhou Hao. We must find him alive or dead. Second, dig deep into the source of the explosives. Follow this line and investigate thoroughly. See who is fearless enough to pass a knife in your back. Third, we need to conduct a comprehensive re-investigation of Su Zhenghong. All of his social relationships, bank statements, and overseas trips. Especially the origin of the nebula vortex mark that he recognized. I want to know how much he knows. Yes. Chen Mingxian accepted the order solemnly. Yi Chen looked out the window at the brightly lit construction site of the Science and Technology City, which symbolized the future. He seemed to see through the void and saw the enemies hiding in the deeper darkness. The corners of his mouth curled up in a cold and belligerent arc. It seems that there are quite a few people who want me, Yi Chen, to die. Come on then. It seems your knives are faster. The thunder of my universe Star Sea is still more powerful. Chapter 19, Deep Blue Matrix, Fangs of Shadow. The news of the attempted attack on the groundbreaking ceremony of Huanyu Science and Technology City was strictly suppressed. The only thing announced to the outside world was that a suspicious package was found and the police handled it in time, so it was a false alarm. However, the atmosphere among Jiangcheng's senior management in Huanyu was unprecedentedly tense. The atmosphere in the study room of No. 1 courtyard was as solemn as iron. On the huge screen, several key information windows were displayed. The wanted poster photo of Zhou Hao that was filled with crazy hatred. Analysis report on the composition of seized professional plastic explosives pointing to the special formula of a certain international underground arms organization. Scattered in vague records about the nebula vortex marked during Su Zhenghong's lifetime recollected by Su Qingxue and excavated from old papers by the Universal Intelligence Department. And the trajectory of a tentative network attack on the main server of Universal Technology City captured by the Deep Blue Matrix Skynet system. Chen Mingxian, Pancher, and a young woman in a white coat with a cool and capable temperament, Dr. Lin Wei, the head of the Deep Blue Matrix Jiangcheng branch, gathered together. Mr. Yi, Dr. Lin Wei pushed up her frameless glasses, her eyes sharp. After the groundbreaking ceremony, Skynet successfully intercepted and traced a tentative intrusion into the core design database of the Science and Technology City. The other party was very technically advanced, using multiple layers of springboards and dynamic encryption, but Skynet still captured a trace of the signature code. After comparison, she pulled up a complex code analysis chart. It is highly consistent with the residual characteristics of the cyber attack that caused the navigation system of the private plane of the former helmsman, Mr. Yi Lingyun, to have a brief anomaly 3 years ago. The source of the attack points to the same technical team. Codename, Ghost. Boom. Cyber attack 3 years ago. Navigation anomaly caused my father's plane crash. Yi Chen's eyes instantly became extremely sharp. The killing intent spread like a substance. The temperature in the study dropped sharply. Are you sure? Chen Mingxuan's voice trembled a little. A 99.7% match. Lin Wei said with certainty, Ghost is one of the top hacker teams active on the dark web. Rumor has it that they are employed by a mysterious organization and specialize in carrying out difficult and high-risk network sabotage missions. When they take action, their targets are either dead or disabled. Shadow Council. Rock gritted his teeth and spat out 4 words. The clues finally connected. The mark that Su Zhenghong recognized pointed to the center of the universe. Zhou Hao's revenge comes from a professional source of explosives, possibly from the underground channels of the Shadow Council. The hacker attack on my father 3 years ago and the current attempt on Science City were carried out by the same group of people, Ghosts, affiliated with the Shadow Council. The Shadow Council, the black hand hidden behind the scenes, is not only related to the death of my father, but also started planning 3 years ago or even earlier. They may have known about Yi Chen's existence and knew that he was Yi Lingyun's son. Su Zhenghong's rescue of Yi Chen may be beyond their expectations, but they may also be used to keep Yi Chen in the shallows of the Su family, so that it is convenient to monitor or eliminate him when necessary. But now, Yi Chen has not only broken free from his shackles and inherited the vast universe and Starsea, but has also returned with the force of thunder and launched the Universe Science and Technology City in a high-profile manner, which has undoubtedly become a major concern for the Shadow Council. They have begun to take action. From the sea attack, to the failed explosion at the foundation laying ceremony, to the current network test, the fangs have been exposed. Good. Very good. Yi Chen laughed in anger, his voice as cold as the cold wind of the underworld. Finally, you are willing to show your true colors. Ghost. Shadow Council. He stood up suddenly, and his powerful aura made the air in the study freeze. Dr. Lin. Here. Lin Wei straightened her back. With Skynet as the core, we will unite the group's global cybersecurity forces to form the Hunting Shadow Special Operations Team. You will be fully responsible. Goal: lock down the Ghosts. I want their real location. information about all their members, and more intelligence about the so-called Shadow Council behind them. No matter the cost. All resources will be prioritized to you. Yes. Mr. Yi. I guarantee to complete the task. Lin Wei's eyes burst with a strong desire to fight. Rock. Arrive. The security level has been raised to the highest level. The Rock Squad has been doubled in size. Equipped with the latest individual weapons and anti-hacking equipment. The Science and Technology City construction site, Courtyard Number 1, and Nuanyuan Kindergarten have all been put under the highest level of physical protection. Not even a fly can get in. Yes. Mr. Yi. Chen Mingxian. Mr. Yi. The construction of the Science and Technology City is moving forward at full speed. Deep Blue Matrix announced that it will start the research of the 2S+ level projects, Quantum Neural Network and Strong Artificial Intelligence Ethics Framework, in Jiangqing ahead of schedule. Make the bait more delicious. Understood. Lure the snake out of its hole. Each order was clear, decisive, and full of blood and blood. In the study, an invisible war machine began to operate at high speed. The target was directly aimed at the Shadow Council and its minions' ghost. Just as everyone was about to leave, Yi Chen's phone suddenly rang. It was an emergency call numbered 07. Mr. Yi. The Hunter Shadow team has discovered something unusual during the peripheral surveillance. A suspicious signal source has appeared near Miss Su Qingxue's residence. The signal characteristics have a low-intensity correlation with the encrypted band previously used by Ghost. It is suspected Miss Su may be under surveillance. Su Qingxue? Being monitored? Yi Chen's eyes narrowed. The Shadow Council targeted her? Was it because she knew about Su Zhenghong's mark? Or did they want to use her to deal with him? Immediately strengthen the secret protection of Su Qingxue. Lock the source of the surveillance signal. I want to know who is watching her. Yi Chen ordered in a cold voice. The center of the storm seemed to be approaching the woman he had abandoned. For the first time, Yi Chen felt a complicated sense of responsibility and vigilance towards Su Qingxue. Chapter 20 Virtual Battlefield, The Hunt for Shadows begins. Downstairs of the old apartment building where Su Qingxue rented, the night was deep. An inconspicuous black van was parked in the shadows. Inside the van, two men in casual clothes and caps were staring at a computer screen, which showed several surveillance images, including Su Qingxue's lighted window. The target is indoors, nothing unusual. Someone reported in a low voice. Keep monitoring. There's a message from Ghost that the target may have accessed critical information and needs to be confirmed. Another person replied, his fingers tapping on the keyboard, maintaining an encrypted communication link. They didn't realize that on the rooftop of a higher floor and in an inconspicuous corner across the street, several pairs of eyes belonging to the universe's hunting Shadow Special Operations team were locking onto them like hawks. In addition, an invisible electronic network Skynet was quietly infiltrating and analyzing every signal they sent out. Deep Blue Matrix Jiangcheng Branch, Underground Core Computer Room. The lights are bright, the huge server matrix emits a low hum, and the cooling system operates efficiently. Dr. Lin Wei sits at the central command desk. In front of her is a waterfall-like data flow and multiple huge monitoring screens. Hunter report, the target vehicle has been locked. There are two people in the car, carrying professional monitoring equipment. The communication signal encryption method has been confirmed, and it is highly similar to the underlying protocol of the commonly used band of Ghost. The correlation is 85%. Confirmed to be the peripheral spies of Ghost. A technician reported quickly. Okay. Lin Wei's eyes flashed. Start the honeypot plan. Implant a gift for them on the target communication link. Following Lin Wei's order, the top hacker team of Deep Blue Matrix began to act. They did not directly attack or cut off the other party's communication, but secretly opened a backdoor in the other party's encrypted channel, and quietly reverse-injected a tracking Trojan program carefully made by Skynet disguised as an ordinary data packet into the other party's communication equipment. Inside the van. Why is the signal a bit fluctuating? The man in charge of communications frowned and looked at the parameters jumping on the screen. It may be interference from nearby base stations. It's not a big problem. His companion didn't care. They were completely unaware that the deadly tracking program had already infiltrated their devices like a leech, and had begun reverse infiltration along their encrypted link with the main force of the Ghost. At the same time, in a dark corner of the world, in a dimly lit room full of screens, the core members of the Ghost team were busy. They had just completed another tentative scan of the peripheral network of the Universal Science and Technology City. Although it was blocked by Skynet, they also collected some reaction data of the firewall. Boss, the outer spies report that there is nothing abnormal with the target Su Qingxue. The signal is stable. A member reported. The boss was a man shrouded in the shadow of a large hood, codenamed Ghost. He said in a hoarse voice, "Continue to monitor. This woman is a key node. The employer's shadow counsel requires that she not leak any information about the mark, and if necessary, eliminate her." Clear. Just as Ghost was about to continue arranging tasks, the main monitoring screen in front of him suddenly flickered. A hideous skull pattern composed of countless zeros and ones flashed by. At the same time, a piercing alarm sounded. Warning! The core server has been attacked by a high-intensity attack from an unknown source. The firewall has been penetrated. The data flow is abnormal. Damn it! It's anti-tracking. We've been locked. The other party came back through the link of the outer spy. The network security expert of Ghost screamed in horror. Cut off. Cut off all external links immediately. Physically disconnect the network. The Ghost screamed. But it was too late. Deep Blue Matrix Command Center. Report. The Trojan has been successfully activated. It has broken through the first layer of the Ghost core firewall. A stable channel is being established. The other party is trying to physically disconnect from the network. Start the magnetic lock program. Lock the physical port of its core server. Delay the disconnection time. The physical address of the target server has been captured. Coordinates: north latitude xx.xxxx, west longitude xx.xxxx. Located on the high seas, the Panamanian cargo ship Siren. Analyze the data stream. Try to capture the members' biometrics and communications. One inspiring report after another came. Dr. Linway's hands danced quickly on the keyboard, as if playing a death movement. Lock the coordinates. Mobilize the Poseidon team in the nearest sea area. Notify Interpol. Apply for special operation permission. Target: high seas freighter Siren. Operation code: Hunting Shadow. Find this ghost for me. A thrilling cyber attack and defense as well as maritime arrest battle spanning virtual and reality begins instantly. In the study room of No. 1 courtyard, Yi-Chen looked at the real-time Hunting Shadow operation footage and the satellite images of Siren on the screen with cold eyes. He picked up the encrypted phone and said only 2 words. Closing the net. This time, he wanted to turn the ghost into a real ghost. Let the Shadow Council know that under the Skynet of the universe and the Sea of Stars, no ghosts or monsters could escape. On the virtual battlefield, data torrents collide fiercely on the real ocean, steel warships race through the waves. The hunt officially begins. Chapter 21: The Pain of Losing a Daughter, the Runaway King. The wreckage of the Siren slowly sank in the cold sea, the burning flames swallowed by the ruthless waves, leaving only rolling smoke and floating debris, like the corpse of a giant beast. The deep night shrouded the sea of killing, and only the searchlight of the Universal Starsea high-speed interceptor pierced the darkness like a sword, sweeping among the floating wreckage and corpses, searching in vain for any ghosts that might have survived. Report to Mr. Yi. The Poseidon team has completed the battlefield cleanup. It has been confirmed that 27 militants were killed and 5 were captured and seriously injured. The target codenamed Ghost was not found. I repeat, Ghost was not found. The target is suspected to have escaped through a secret escape passage before the explosion. Poncher's voice came through the encrypted channel, with an unconcealable frustration and solemnity. The data fragments of the Ghost core server are being urgently salvaged. But the damage is extremely serious, and the core database has been physically destroyed. The Skynet team is trying to recover some information from the fragments. Dr. Linway's voice followed closely, equally solemn. Yi-Chen stood in the command center of the bridge of the Starcruiser yacht. Outside the huge porthole was the battlefield that looked like a picture scroll of hell. He had his back to the screen, and his figure looked unusually tall and straight under the dim light, but he also exuded an indescribable loneliness and depression. The cold anger spread out like a real cold current, with him as the center, and the temperature in the bridge seemed to drop by 10 degrees. Chen Mingxian, Linway's assistant, and several core operators all held their breath, feeling that their hearts were tightly grasped by an invisible hand. The ghost ran away. Yi Chen's voice sounded terrifyingly calm, but like a poison ice spike, every word was filled with piercing murderous intent. What a great escape! He used the entire ghost team and this ship as a sacrifice just to cover his escape. He turned around slowly. When his eyes swept across the command center, everyone felt a suffocating chill. In those deep eyes, there was no flame of anger, only a dead silence that seemed to freeze the soul. It was the extreme coldness of the prey escaping, the absolute contempt for the enemy's cunning, and the overwhelming anger for not being able to kill with one strike. Launch the highest level of global wanted order. Codenamed Ghost, listed as a SSS-level threat target in the universe. Use all resources, including our hidden agents buried in the deepest intelligence agencies of various countries. Bounty: $1 billion. I want him alive or dead. Yi Chen's voice was firm and unquestionable. $1 billion. It's enough to drive any desperado crazy. Yes. Mr. Yi. Chen Mingxian responded immediately, his fingers operating quickly on the console. Dr. Lin. Yi Chen's gaze turned to Lin Wei on the communication screen. Here. Mr. Yi. I don't care what happens to the server. Use Skynet to eat up the fragments. Analyze them word by word and bit by bit. Especially those storage areas that have been physically destroyed. Use ion beam tomography to try to recover the residual magnetic field information. I want to know what the Ghost and the Shadow Council are looking for in the Science City. Also, what is the core data they tried to upload or destroy at the last moment? No matter the cost. Understood. Mr. Yi. All the computing power of Deep Blue Matrix will be used to prioritize this task. Lin Wei's eyes burned with an almost paranoid fighting spirit. Rock. Arrive. Captives. Pry open their mouths. Use all necessary means. I want to know the Ghost's escape route, possible rendezvous points, and what other claws the Shadow Council has in Jiangcheng, no, in the entire Dragon Country. Yi Chen's voice tasted of blood and rust. Yes. I guarantee to complete the task. Even if they sell their souls to the devil, I will dig them out for you. Puncher's voice was filled with iron and blood murderous aura. The order was like a cold iron stream, instantly spreading to every corner of the huge war machine of the universe and the sea of stars. The invisible giant net was spread across the world with a force that transcended national boundaries, just to capture the shadow codenamed Ghost. In the underground computer room of the Deep Blue Matrix, the hum of the supercomputer reached its limit, and the cooling system emitted a high load hiss. Countless top scientists and engineers were like gears on precision instruments, working frantically around the pile of charred server wreckage. On the high seas, the ships of the Poseidon team were like shark hunters, dragging sonars and submersibles, carefully searching for every piece of debris that might contain information on the cold seabed. Yi Chen's eyes returned to the battlefield outside the window that was gradually swallowed by darkness and waves. His fingers unconsciously tapped the edge of the cold metal console. Every tap seemed to carry 1,000 pounds of force. The Ghost's escape was like a poisonous thorn piercing his heart. This was not only a failure of an operation, but also a provocation to his control. The Shadow Council was more cunning, more cruel, and more dangerous than he had imagined. Father. Is this the enemy you once faced? Yi Chen thought to himself, a heavy and cold sense of responsibility weighing on his shoulders. He inherited a huge empire, and also inherited this invisible and deadly war. At this moment, the seemingly ordinary watch on Yi Chen's wrist, which was actually specially made by Universal Technology, emitted an extremely weak vibration that only he could feel. This was the highest level of emergency communication, directly connected to the micro-bone conduction communicator implanted behind his ear. The always steady voice of number 07 now carried an unprecedented sense of urgency and fright and anger. Mr. Yi. Highest level red alert. The system of the number 1 courtyard was targeted by an EMP electromagnetic pulse weapon from an unknown source. The duration is 0.3 seconds. The intensity is enough to paralyze non-reinforced electronic equipment. The peripheral security system is instantly disabled. The third group of the ROC team encountered strong electromagnetic interference and precise sniping during the patrol. 3 people were seriously injured. The security barrier has a 17-second window. Alarm. Miss. Yi Nuanyuan's vital signs disappeared in the last 3 seconds of the window period. Repeat. Miss vital signs disappeared. Last location, children's room. Special care nurse is unconscious, with traces of anesthetic needle on the side of her neck. High-intensity nerve gas residue was found at the scene. Preliminary judgment: it was done by a professional special operations team. Target: kidnapped the young lady. Boom! It was like billions of nuclear bombs detonated in Yi Chen's mind at the same time. All his calmness, all his plans, all his imperial dignity, were blown to pieces in this instant. A fear and rage from the deepest part of his soul, enough to tear the sky apart, erupted like a volcano that had been dormant for thousands of years. Huan! Huan! Yi Chen's body shook violently, and his face turned pale as paper in an instant. He suddenly covered his chest, and the severe pain from there almost suffocated him. The world in front of him seemed to have lost its color, leaving only his daughter's pale face that showed him the brightest smile. Mr. Yi! Chen Mingxian and Lin Wei cried out at the same time. They had never seen Yi Chen lose his composure like this before. Under the cold shell that collapsed instantly, there was the heartbreaking extreme fear of a father. Return! Now! Full speed! Target Jiangcheng! Yi Chen raised his head suddenly and let out a roar that was not human, like a wounded lone wolf. The eyes that were as cold as the abyss just now were now red, surging with crazy anger and recklessness that could burn the world. Activate the highest war plan, Dragon's Fury. Block all sea, land, and air routes in Jiangcheng. Dispatch Starlink for me. Dispatch Global Hawk. Dispatch all available space-based reconnaissance forces. Scan every inch of land within 500 kilometers of Jiangcheng and the surrounding area. Every car. Every person. Notify all forces in Jiangcheng. Police, garrison troops, national security. Tell them. My daughter has been kidnapped. Anyone who dares to stop us will be killed without mercy. Notify Lin Guodong. Prepare the highest level of medical support. Nuanyuan might be injured. Check it for me. Check the source of that EMP weapon. Check the composition of the nerve gas. Check all the suspicious people with special operations backgrounds who have entered the country recently. Mobilize the Shadow Warriors. Activate all the Shadow Warriors on standby. Target Jiangcheng. Find my daughter at all costs. A series of orders came down like a violent storm. Each one was filled with the determination and madness to destroy the world. Yi Chen's voice was hoarse and distorted due to extreme anger and fear, but the will in it was like a sword drawn from its sheath, revealing its sharp edge and cutting off all obstacles. The huge body of the star cruiser roared deafeningly on the sea. The engine power was instantly pushed to the limit. The bow was raised high, tearing the sea surface with an almost brutal attitude, and turned into a vengeful blue lightning in the direction of Jiangcheng. The air pressure in the bridge was terribly low. Chen Mingxuan's face was livid, and his fingers turned into a residual image on the console, sending Yi Chen's order with the highest priority. Dr. Lin Wei's face was pale, and she immediately interrupted the data recovery work of Ghost and put all the computing power of the Skynet system into a crazy scan of Jiangcheng and the surrounding areas. Yi Chen stood at the front of the violently shaking bridge, holding the cold railings tightly with both hands, his knuckles turned white from excessive force. His red eyes stared at the dark sea in front of him, as if he wanted to penetrate this endless space and see where his daughter was. Nuanyuan, don't be afraid. Daddy is here. No matter who it is, who dares to touch a hair on your head. I want his entire clan to be wiped out. His soul will be shattered. Shadow Council, I want you to pay with blood. The cold oath, like a judgment from hell, echoed in the violent sea breeze. The sleeping giant beast of the universe and the sea of stars went completely berserk because its cub was offended. A bloody storm that swept across Jiangcheng and shook the world was about to come. Chapter 22: Jiangcheng Blockade, Desperate Mother. The star cruiser tore through the sea, rushing towards Jiangcheng at a terrifying speed of nearly 50 knots. The ship was violently shaking, and the roar of the engine was like the roar of a dying beast, venting its owner's boundless anger. Inside the bridge, the air pressure was so low that it could squeeze water out. There was only the hum of the operating instruments and the suffocating bad news that kept coming from the communication channel. The Dragon's Fury plan has been activated. Jiangcheng International Airport, all highway intersections, and national and provincial highway entrances have been physically blocked by Universal Security in collaboration with local military and police. Air control has been initiated, and not a single bird can fly out of Jiangcheng's airspace without permission. Chen Mingxuan's voice was as cold and hard as metal. The Skynet system is running at full power. Starlink, Global Hawk, and geostationary high-definition reconnaissance satellites are all locked onto Jiangcheng. Thermal imaging scans of the entire city are being conducted, and real-time comparisons of license plates and facial information are being conducted. Computing power is occupied at 99.7%. A large number of suspicious heat sources and vehicles have been discovered and are being cross-screened. Dr. Linway's voice came through the screen, hoarse from the high-intensity calculations. The first and second groups of the Pancher team have arrived at Yard Number 1 and are cooperating with the police in conducting a secondary on-site investigation. The third group of injured have been sent to the hospital and are not in danger of life. At the scene, it was confirmed that there were signs of the young lady's struggle and a small amount of blood. Pancher's voice suppressed rage and self-blame, and the last two words hit everyone's heart like a hammer. The first batch of 12 members of the Shadow Warrior unit have secretly sneaked into Jiangcheng through different channels. They are radiating reconnaissance to the surrounding areas with Number 1 Courtyard as the center. The follow-up troops will all arrive within 3 hours. A cold and emotionless voice sounded on another encrypted channel. This was the direct commander of the Shadow Warrior, codenamed Zero. Every piece of news was like cutting a piece of flesh from Yi Chen's heart. Bloodstains, traces of struggle, these words drew a horrible picture of his daughter being forcibly taken away in his mind, almost destroying his last bit of sanity. He gritted his teeth, a strong smell of blood filled his mouth, and forcibly suppressed the urge to destroy everything. Bloodstains, test results. Immediately. Yi Chen's voice was as hoarse as sandpaper. Yes. Mr. Yi. The sample has been escorted by a special person from the ROC team and flown directly to the Deep Blue Matrix Jiangcheng branch. Dr. Lin's team is ready to receive it. Chen Mingxian responded immediately. At this moment, Yi Chen's private encrypted phone vibrated wildly. The name jumping on the screen was Su Qingxue. Yi Chen's eyes narrowed, he took a deep breath, and answered the call. He needed to know whether she was safe and whether she had become a target. There was no sound on the other end of the line. Only the extremely suppressed whimpering and heavy breathing like a dying animal. A few seconds later, Su Qingxue's broken cry with endless fear and despair suddenly broke out, piercing the communication channel. Yi Chen. Nuan Nuan. Nuan Nuan was taken away. Someone broke in. Black like a ghost. They sprayed something. I can't move. Nuan Nuan is crying. She is calling for daddy. They took her away. Yi Chen. Please. Save Nuan Nuan. Save our daughter. The heart-wrenching cry, filled with a mother's deepest despair and helplessness, cut Yi Chen's nerves repeatedly like a blunt knife. The fact that she could make a phone call meant that the attacker let her go, or her value was only to spread fear? Where are you? Are you hurt? Yi Chen forced himself to remain calm, his voice cold. I'm at home. I'm fine. They didn't touch me. They just came for Nuanyuan. Yi Chen. Who are they? Why did they want to capture Nuanyuan? Su Qingxue's crying was full of despair. Stay home. Lock the door. Huanyu's people will be here soon. Yi Chen said sternly, and then hung up the phone. Su Qingxue was safe for the time being, but this further confirmed his guess. The other party's target was very clear, that was Nuanyuan. Moreover, the other party knew the relationship between Su Qingxue and Nuanyuan, and deliberately kept her to torture her? Or to pass on information? Lock on the source of Su Qingxue's phone signal. Send a team of shadow warriors over. Protect her, and at the same time, monitor all her communications. Yi Chen ordered in a cold voice. In an emergency, he couldn't let go of any suspicious points, even if it was Nuan Nuan's mother. Yes. The yacht finally arrived at the private dock in Jiangcheng. The dock had already been under martial law by universal security and fully armed police. Yi Chen couldn't even wait for the boat to stop completely. Under the protection of Pancher and several elite security guards, he jumped directly from the several-meter-high side of the boat, landed steadily on the dock, and then rushed to the waiting Kaibei War Shield bulletproof car like an arrow. Go to number 1 courtyard. As fast as possible. Yi Chen's voice was as cold as ice. The convoy was like a black steel torrent, speeding on the empty yet checkpoint-filled road in the middle of the night. The shrill sirens were turned off in advance, and only the shriek of tires rubbing against the ground and the low roar of engines broke the silence. At all the intersections along the way, the green lights were on, the police cars led the way, and all the vehicles were forcibly cleared. At this moment, the traffic rules of the entire Jiangcheng were giving way to find the little princess of the universe and the sea of stars. In less than 20 minutes, the motorcade rushed into the number 1 courtyard manor at a speed that tore through the night. The former luxury and tranquility were gone, replaced by glaring police lights, busy investigators, a strong smell of disinfectant, and the sweet and fishy smell of nerve gas that permeated the air. Yichen pushed open the car door, ignoring the odd or nervous looks of everyone around him, and strode towards the main house. His steps were heavy and swift, and every step seemed to be on burning charcoal. A cordon was set up at the door of the children's room. Academician Lin Guodong and his medical team were on standby with serious expressions. Several world-class criminal investigation experts and technicians in white protective suits were working intensively inside. Yi Chen's arrival made the door quiet instantly. He ignored everything, crossed the cordon and stepped into the room. Pink walls, piles of stuffed toys, and Nuan Nuan's favorite bunny doll on the small bed. Everything retains the warm traces of her daughter's life. However, on the floor, there is a clear trace of struggle, formed by the dragging of small soles, extending from the bed to the door. At the end of the trace, on the floor near the doorframe, there are a few dried, glaring dark red bloodstains, like a red-hot iron, burning Yi Chen's pupils. Buzz! Yi Chen's mind went blank. A strong sense of dizziness came over him, and his body swayed. He was supported by the rock that followed closely behind him. Mr. Yi! Poncher's voice was full of worry. Yi Chen pushed him away, staggered to the bloodstain, and slowly squatted down. He stretched out his trembling fingers and gently touched the cold dark red. The touch from his fingertips was like 10,000 years of ice, freezing his blood instantly. Nuan Nuan! A suppressed whimper like a wounded beast came out from the depth of his throat. The man who had just ordered the blockade of a city and mobilized war machines like a demon god, was now as fragile as a candle in the wind. Lin Guodong stepped forward quickly and whispered, "Mr. Yi. Calm down. The blood sample has been sent for emergency testing. Judging from the shape and location, it is very likely that the head or mouth and nose collided with a hard object during a violent struggle, causing a laceration. The amount of bleeding is not large. Nuanyuan should not be in danger of life for the time being." Lin Guodong's words were like a life-saving straw. Yi Chen raised his head suddenly, and a terrifying light burst out from his red eyes. "Are you sure? From a medical point of view, the possibility is very high. The other party's clear goal is kidnapping, not killing. And nerve gas is only a strong anesthetic and will not be fatal." Lin Guodong said affirmatively. A faint glimmer of hope, like a candle in the darkness, swayed in Yi Chen's heart. He forced himself to stand up, suppressing all the grief and fragility, and turning into cold and hard steel again. He couldn't collapse. Nuan Nuan was still waiting for him. The scene. What was found? Yi Chen's voice returned to its coldness, his eyes swept towards the universal criminal investigation expert in charge of the on-site investigation, codenamed Eagle Eye. Hawkeye is a middle-aged man with a stern face. He pointed at an extremely fine scratch on the door and an almost invisible indentation on the edge of the windowsill. The other party is very professional. EMP paralyzed the system, nerve gas suppressed resistance, and broke in through the window of the children's room on the 3rd floor using a rappelling rope. The whole operation took no more than 90 seconds. The footprints on the ground were treated with special shoe covers, and only a small amount of fuzzy synthetic fibers were extracted. The indentation on the windowsill shows that there are at least 3 people on the other side, weighing about 75-85 kilograms, and they are agile. He picked up a sealed bag, which contained several extremely fine, almost transparent fibers. Found on the inside of the window frame, they may be special material fibers that fell off the enemy's combat uniform during rapid friction. And this? He picked up another bag, which contained a black irregular crystal fragment smaller than a grain of rice and covered with a little dirt. Found in the soil of the flowerbed under the windowsill, it looks like the broken fragments of some equipment. Yi Chen's eyes were fixed on the black crystal fragment. Analyze. Now. I want to know what the hell this is. We are already conducting composition analysis and structural scanning. Hawkeye replied immediately. At this moment, Yi Chen's encrypted communicator rang. It was Dr. Lin Wei. Her voice was filled with a hint of incredible excitement and solemnity. "Mr. Yi. Skynet has made a discovery." 0.8 seconds before the EMP attack, an extremely short and highly directional abnormal gravity fluctuation signal was captured. The source was about 300 meters above the number 1 courtyard. The signal characteristics do not match any known aircraft or natural phenomenon. And, at the same time the signal disappeared, Skynet detected an extremely weak, same-frequency gravity wave signal in the Luofeng Mountain area in the eastern suburbs of Jiangcheng. It was gone in a flash. Gravity fluctuations? Luofeng Mountain? Yi Chen's eyes instantly became as sharp as a knife. This is definitely not a coincidence. Luofeng Mountain. Lock onto that area immediately. Mobilize all satellites. Start ground radar scanning. Send out shadow warriors. Send out the rock squad. Turn over Luofeng Mountain for me. Yi Chen's voice was firm and resolute, with an unquestionable determination. In addition, Yi Chen's eyes once again turned to the black crystal fragment and the indentation on the windowsill. A crazy idea formed in his mind: notify the deep blue matrix. Use all the reserve resources to analyze the gravity wave signal for me. And the crystal fragment. I want to know whether they used something that does not belong to this world. The order came out like thunder. The force that had just completed the iron barrel blockade of Jiangcheng, like a shark smelling blood, instantly turned around and pounced on the silent mountains in the east of the city. Yi Chen walked to the broken window, and the cold night wind blew in, ruffling his hair. He looked at the dark night in the direction of Luofeng Mountain, his eyes burning with the flame of revenge and desperate madness. No matter whether you are human or ghost, no matter where you come from, you dare to touch my daughter. Even if I poke a hole in this mountain, or in the sky, I'm going to pull you out too. Chapter 23, Mystery at Luofeng Mountain, Gravity Cage. Luofeng Mountain is a stretch of hilly land in the eastern suburbs of Jiangcheng. The mountain is not high, but it is densely forested and has a complex terrain. There are also many abandoned mines and air raid shelters that are like dormant beasts, emitting a gloomy atmosphere in the night. At this moment, this silent mountain range has become the center of the storm. The power of the universe and the sea of stars was like an invisible tide, flooding the periphery of Luofeng Mountain at the fastest speed. Vehicles with flashing red and blue police lights blocked all roads leading into the mountain. Armed police and security personnel of the universe set up cordons. Drones buzzed like homing bees, flying low over the treetops, and infrared cameras scanned every inch of land. Further away, the temporary ground radar antenna slowly turned, and the invisible electromagnetic beam swept through the interior of the mountain again and again. Report. The drone's infrared scan found 3 abnormal heat sources. They are located deep in the abandoned number 7 mine. The temperature is higher than the ambient value, and there is suspected human activity. Report. The ground radar detected an irregular hollow structure under the number 7 mine. The signal is shielded and interfered, and accurate imaging is impossible. Report. Shadow Warrior Team 1 has arrived at the entrance of mine cave number 7. No signs of recent human activity were found, but the soil at the entrance was slightly disturbed for camouflage. Weak nerve gas residues were detected in the air. The composition is consistent with the residues in number 1 courtyard. Messages flowed through the encrypted channel like cold streams into the temporary command center of number 1 courtyard. On the huge screen, the satellite map of Luofeng Mountain was continuously enlarged, and the location of the number 7 mine was circled with a scarlet mark. Yi Chen stood in front of the screen, his arms folded across his chest, his eyes as sharp as an eagle's. He had already taken off his suit jacket, wearing only a shirt with his sleeves rolled up, revealing his strong forearms. The air around him was still cold and depressing, but compared to his collapse in the children's room, he was more like a peerless weapon about to be unsheathed, exuding a sharp edge that was ready to bite anyone. Nerve gas residue, heat source, hollow. Yi Chen whispered to himself. Every clue pointed to the abandoned mine. Rock. Here. Poncher's voice came immediately from the scene, with the noise of electric current. Take your main team and cooperate with the Shadow Warrior. Target mine number 7. Attack by force. I want someone alive. Pay special attention, the other party may have technical equipment unknown to us. If you find Nuanyuan, protect her at all costs. Yi Chen's order was cold and decisive. Understood. I will ensure that the mission is completed. Poncher's response was filled with iron will. Dr. Lin. Is there any progress in the analysis of gravitational wave signals? Yi Chen turned to another screen. Dr. Lin Wei on the screen looked pale, but her eyes were unusually bright, with the excitement of a scientist facing the unknown, Mr. Yi. The 0.8-second gravitational wave signal has been analyzed. Its energy level and wave pattern have overturned the existing physical model. It is not a simple change in the gravitational field, but more like a highly controllable, localized distortion of spacetime curvature. Its core mechanism points to a theoretical concept: anti-gravity or gravitational shielding. Anti-gravity? Yi Chen's eyes narrowed. Yes. Lin Wei said hurriedly, combined with the analysis of the black crystal fragment found on the windowsill of number 1 courtyard, the composition of the fragment is extremely special. It is a synthetic superconducting carbon crystal matrix with micron-sized superheavy element particles embedded inside. It is like an energy receiver and converter. We speculate that the attackers may have carried some kind of miniaturized anti-gravity device based on this crystal technology. It is this device that allows them to ignore the Manor security system after the EMP attack and take the young lady into the air silently and escape in a very short time. The weak signal from Luofeng Mountain is likely to be leaked when they landed, or the equipment was temporarily shut down. A small anti-gravity device? This conclusion, like thunder, exploded in the command center. This is completely beyond the scope of conventional special operations. This is simply a technology from a science fiction movie. Yi Chen's pupils suddenly contracted. The Shadow Council, the power they hold is so terrifying? Can this kind of device be tracked? Yi Chen's voice carried a barely perceptible hint of haste. It's very difficult. Lin Wei shook her head. The signal is extremely weak and short-lived. It can only be accidentally captured by our top-level Skynet system when it is actively turned on or when a fault occurs. And the other party obviously has shielding methods. The only clue at the moment is the signal remnant point in Luofeng Mountain. There must be traces of equipment operation or energy residue there. Luofeng Mountain. Mine Cave number 7. Yi Chen's eyes once again focused on the scarlet mark on the map. His eyes became extremely deep. There was not only a possible hiding place, but also the key to unlocking the other party's mysterious technology. Notify Pancher. There may be unknown technological devices in the mine. Move with extra caution. Protect your own safety first. If you find any suspicious items, seal them up and bring them back immediately. At the same time the order was given, the battle had already begun at the entrance of mine number 7 in Luofeng Mountain. Pancher led the team himself. 12 elite members of Pancher team, plus 6 ghostly shadow warriors, formed the assault force. The entrance to the mine was narrow, only allowing 2 people to walk side by side. The cave was pitch black, emitting the smell of dampness, decay, and a faint chemical agent. Thermal imaging shows that there are 3 heat sources distributed in a triangle about 150 meters deep in the cave. They are moving slowly, a team member reported in a low voice. Group A, use concussion bombs to clear the way. Group B, use strong light to suppress. Shadow warriors cut in from the flank. Be careful of nerve gas. Wear the highest level of protection. Pancher gave the order decisively. Bang! Bang! 2 powerful shock bombs were accurately thrown deep into the cave. Boom! Boom! A dull explosion accompanied by a blinding white light suddenly erupted in the narrow mine. The huge sound waves and air waves were enough to instantly make an unprotected person lose the ability to move. Action! At Pancher's command, the commandos rushed in like tigers. The strong flashlights tore through the darkness, and the muzzles of their guns pointed at the predicted direction. However, the situation inside the cave was beyond everyone's expectations. There was no fierce resistance as expected, and no gunfire. There were only 3 figures wearing tight black combat uniforms and breathing masks, standing there stiffly like puppets, their bodies still twitching slightly, obviously temporarily deprived of the ability to resist by the shock grenades and strong light. They were well equipped, but at this moment they posed no threat. Control! The team members quickly stepped forward, put the muzzles of their guns against the opponent's vital points, removed their weapons neatly, and tied their hands behind their backs. Where's Nuan Nuan? Pancher rushed in, scanning the surroundings with lightning-like eyes. The cave was not big, and apart from some old mining tools scattered around and a few black boxes with flashing indicator lights that looked like signal repeaters, there was no sign of Nuan Nuan at all. Report! Miss not found. Report! There is no other exit in the cave. Report! The source of the heat is these 3 targets. There is no one else. Hope was shattered in an instant. Pancher's heart sank to the bottom. They came up empty-handed. Nuanyuan was not here. Take him back. Interrogate him immediately, Pancher ordered, suppressing his anger. The clue cannot be lost. Just as the team members were preparing to evacuate with the 3 prisoners, something strange happened. Buzz. An invisible, heart-pounding wave suddenly spread out without warning, centered at a certain point deep in the mine. Plop. Plop. The members of the rock team and the shadow warriors who were at the front were like being hit in the chest by an invisible hammer. Their faces turned pale instantly, and they groaned and fell to their knees. They couldn't hold their weapons anymore and dropped them to the ground. Gravity is abnormal. A shadow warrior who was well versed in physics uttered a few words with difficulty, veins bulging on his forehead, as if he was bearing a weight several times his own. This strange gravity fluctuation came and went quickly. It lasted only 2 seconds before disappearing. But within these 2 seconds, the corner of the mouth of one of the 3 captives suddenly raised a strange and crazy arc. He bit his back teeth hard. Boom! 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 3 dull explosions sounded almost simultaneously. They were not bombs, but exploded from the bodies of the 3 captives. A huge shock wave and bloody fragments instantly filled the entire mine. The nearest team members were blown back, their flesh and blood blurred. Self-destruct device. Pancher's eyes were bloodshot and he roared, then he pounced on a protruding rock next to him and hid. The smoke and bloody smell of the explosion filled the air. When the dust settled a little, the cave was in a mess. The 3 captives were dead, leaving only bloody pieces of flesh and charred fragments of combat uniforms on the ground. 3 members of the rock team and a shadow warrior who were close to the explosion point were seriously injured and unconscious, and their lives were unknown. The rest of the people were also shaken by the shock wave, their blood boiling, and their ears and noses bleeding. Help! Quick! Pancher rushed out from behind the bunker, his voice hoarse, filled with endless anger and grief. Not only was the clue completely lost, but his brother's life was also lost. Report. Report to the command center. Mission failed. Target self-destructed. Brothers, casualties. Pancher's voice, filled with blood and tears, was transmitted back to number 1 courtyard through the communicator. There was dead silence in the command center. On the screen, the bloody scene in the mine and the angry voice of Rock were like a basin of ice water, extinguishing the fire of hope that had just been ignited. Yichen stared at the screen intently, his body trembling slightly due to extreme anger, and his knuckles cracking. The glimmer of hope that had just risen in him because of Lin Wei's analysis was instantly crushed by this cruel reality. Self-destruction. Self-destruction again. The same method as Ghost. These minions of the Shadow Council are simply a group of brainwashed lunatics who are not afraid of death. Ah! A suppressed roar burst out from Yi Chen's throat, like the wail of a wounded beast. He punched the solid alloy console beside him. Boom! There was a loud bang. The console table made of special alloy was actually hit by his angry punch, leaving a clear dent. The crack spread like a spider web. The huge force rebounded back, and Yi Chen's fist was instantly torn apart and bleeding. But he seemed to feel no pain, only endless anger burning in his chest. Mr. Yi! Chen Mingxian exclaimed and stepped forward. Don't worry about me. Yi Chen shook him off violently, his bloodshot eyes fixed on the tragic scene of the mine on the screen, and then turned sharply to Lin Wei's screen. His voice was as cold as if it came from the netherworld. Lin Wei. Analyze those 2 seconds of abnormal gravity fluctuations for me. Compare them with the signals captured before. I want to know how this damn thing works. Its weaknesses. Any information. Pancher. Do your best to treat the wounded. Clean up the scene. Bring back those black boxes. And all the body tissues of the captives that can be found. Even a drop of blood. Analyze them. Notify Zero. All the shadow warriors spread out. With Luofeng Mountain as the center, radiate 100 kilometers. Search every inch. Don't miss any clues. And... Yi Chen looked towards the dark night sky outside the window, his eyes burning with crazy flames. Connect me to the hotline of the head of the highest security department of Dragon Country. In the name of me, Yi Chen, the controller of the universe and the sea of stars. Tell them. Yi Chen spoke word by word, his voice like thunder, exploding in the command center. My daughter was kidnapped by an unknown organization that possesses anti-gravity technology, nerve gas, and is well-trained and fearless. I suspect they have terrorist technology that threatens national security. I request To activate the National Strategic Emergency Plan. Mobilize all national intelligence and military resources. Assist me in finding my daughter. Tell them. This isn't a request. This is an ultimatum. Chapter 24, The Nation's Promise, Bloody Clues. Yi Chen's ultimatum, like thunder, carrying the desperate madness of a father and the absolute will of a giant who controls a trillion-dollar empire, passed through the highest-level encrypted channel in the universe and Starry Sea, crossed the space, and directly blasted into the core of the top of the Dragon Kingdom's power pyramid next to the Forbidden City, the quiet courtyard that symbolizes the country's highest security decision-making. There were no lengthy procedures, no bureaucratic excuses. Just 15 minutes later, an order from the highest level, marked Top Secret Dragon Abyss, was like an invisible dragon awakening, instantly penetrating the huge state machinery of Dragon Country. Beijing. The underground command center of the General Staff. On the huge three-dimensional electronic sand table, the image of the Luofeng mountain area in Jiangcheng was magnified to the extreme. The generals with general stars on their shoulders stood solemnly on both sides. An old man in a Zhongshan suit, with a gaunt face and eyes as sharp as an eagle, stood in the main seat. He was the highest person in charge of Dragon Country's security affairs, codenamed Zhulong. Order! Zhulong's voice was not loud, but it carried a tremendous force, echoing in the silent command center. First, the highest authority of the Tianjun Beidou system will immediately open the data interface to the Skynet system of the universe Starsea. Share all orbital satellite reconnaissance resources. Focus on scanning the gravity field anomalies in Jiangcheng and the surrounding areas. Secondly, the second and third departments of the General Staff mobilize all overseas hidden agents and insiders to collect any intelligence related to anti-gravity, nerve gas, and self-destructive soldiers worldwide. Priority, highest. Third, the Strategic Support Force, the Quantum Reconnaissance Project Team, immediately bring a mobile high-sensitivity gravity wave detector to the Luofeng mountain site. Cooperate with the Universal Technical Team to conduct in-depth exploration. Fourth, the Sword Battalion of the Jiangcheng Military Region Special Operations Brigade has entered Level 1 combat readiness. Be ready to be dispatched by Mr. Yi of the Universal Starsea at any time. Authorization: after confirming the safety of the target and the hostages, all necessary force may be used. Fifth, the Institute of Physics, the Institute of Materials, and the Institute of Biology of the National Academy of Sciences will form a joint expert group and immediately go to the Jiangcheng branch of the Deep Blue Matrix of the Universal Starsea. Unconditionally cooperate with the other party's technical analysis. Goal: to crack unknown technology. The instructions, concise, efficient, and powerful with the state machine, were instantly transmitted to every nerve ending. The top scientific and technological forces, the most elite special forces, and the most secretive intelligence network of the entire Dragon Country were activated at this moment for a kidnapped little girl. This was not only to fulfill the promise to the controller of the universe and the Sea of Stars, but also because the technology demonstrated by the Shadow Council had touched the red line of national security. Jiangcheng, No. 1 Courtyard, Command Center. When Chen Mingxian reported the instructions from the highest level to Yi Chen, even though Yi Chen's heart was as hard as iron, a touch of emotion flashed in his eyes. This heavy promise and support was the most powerful response of the cold state machine to a father. Please convey this to Yi Chen. Remember it in your heart. Yi Chen said only this sentence to the encrypted communicator. Thousands of words are beyond words. At this moment, any words of gratitude are pale. Only by finding Nuan back can we repay this support in the best way. The addition of national power is like injecting more powerful propellant into the high-speed running universe machine. Mine Cave No. 7 in Luofeng Mountain. The smoke and smell of blood had not yet completely dissipated, but the scene had been taken over by more professional forces. Technicians wearing Dragon Country military uniforms and scientists from the universe Deep Blue Matrix worked side by side to carefully clean up the scene. The boxes of the black signal repeaters were given special protection. The scattered pieces of flesh and blood were collected bit by bit as if they were treasures and put into special biological sample boxes. Report. The site has been cleaned up. 3 undamaged signal relay devices have been found. Preliminary testing has shown that they have high-intensity encryption and signal shielding capabilities. Their core components contain the same materials as the black crystal fragments found in No. 1 Courtyard. A universal technician reported. Report. Biological sample collection is complete. The captive's body tissues are confirmed to contain a genetically generated forced self-destruction trigger code. Similar to a biological bomb. The technological source is unknown, and it's extremely vicious, the biological expert from the military said in a heavy tone. Deep in the mine, several strategic support force experts wearing heavy protective clothing and operating complex instruments were aiming a refrigerator-sized device covered with precision probes at the center of the previous gravity anomaly outbreak. Quantum gravitational wave detector activated. Deep scan mode. The instrument made a low hum. On the screen, the originally stable gravity field lines began to fluctuate violently, and a clear, residual gravitational vortex model was constructed. Confirmed. A high-intensity, highly directional local gravity field distortion occurred here. It lasted for about 1.9 seconds. The peak intensity was equivalent to instantly enduring 3.2 times the standard gravity. The distortion pattern is highly consistent with the gravitational rebound effect produced when the theoretical miniaturized anti-gravity engine is turned off. The expert's voice was filled with shock. Gravitational rebound. Dr. Linway of the Deep Blue Matrix looked at the data sent back synchronously, her eyes shining. In other words, the other party turned off the anti-gravity device here, and then used some conventional vehicle or walked away? So they left behind the heat source signal? It's very likely. The military expert nodded. When the engine was turned off, the equipment needed to dissipate heat briefly, leaking the gravity wave signal and being captured by Skynet. At the same time, the heat source generated by human activities can no longer be completely shielded. They thought the mine was hidden enough, but they didn't expect. We found their tail. Yi Chen's voice rang out through the loudspeaker, cold but with a hint of sharpness. Analyze the vector direction of gravitational rebound. Calculate the approximate route they left. Combine it with the vanishing point of the heat source. Draw out their escape route for me. Yes. The technical team immediately began intensive calculations. At this moment, inside the command center, a breakthrough was reported from the Universal Biological Laboratory, which was responsible for analyzing biological samples of captives. Mr. Yi. Major discovery. From the captive bone marrow stem cell samples, we isolated an extremely special inert virus fragment that is not from any known species on Earth. It's like a biological marker. More importantly, we compared the global genetic database with the top secret files within the universe. The biological director's voice trembled with excitement. The gene sequence of this virus fragment has 7.3% fragment homology with an unknown biological sample extracted from an ancient alien civilization ruins found under the Antarctic ice sheet by Xinghai Exploration Company, a subsidiary of Huanyu Xinghai 15 years ago. Alien virus fragments? Ancient relics in Antarctica? This conclusion was like pouring a basin of ice water into a boiling oil pan, instantly plunging the entire command center into an eerie silence. Everyone was shocked by this information that was beyond imagination. The Shadow Council is actually related to an ancient alien civilization? This has gone beyond the scope of a terrorist organization. Yi Chen's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a needle tip. The Antarctic ruins. That is one of the top secrets of the universe. My father Yi Lingyun personally led a top-secret exploration. Not long after that exploration, my father. Could it be that my father's death was also related to this ruins? Is the Shadow Council looking for something in the ruins? Or did they originate from there? Countless questions and cold clues are intertwined, pointing to a darker and more complex truth. Immediately retrieve all the top-secret files of Antarctic Project Zero, including the member list of the exploration team at that time, accident reports, and all the analysis data of the samples brought back. Authorization level, only me. Yi Chen's voice was more solemn than ever before. Yes. Chen Mingxian executed it immediately. While everyone was still immersed in the shock brought by the alien virus, the team responsible for tracking the escape route reported the latest results. Mr. Yi. The path calculation is complete. Combining the heat source vanishing point, the gravity rebound vector, and the movement speed model of the other party who may be carrying heavy objects, young lady. After the target leaves the mine, the most likely escape direction is southeast. Target point, Zhangqing's abandoned Donggang freight terminal. Time window, about 35-40 minutes after the kidnapping. Donggang Pier? Yi Chen raised his head suddenly, his eyes shooting towards the port marked on the electronic map. It was close to the Yangtze River, with complicated waterways, a large number of abandoned warehouses and ships, and it was indeed a perfect place to hide and transfer. Rock. Yi Chen's voice was like a sharp sword drawn from its sheath. Here. Pancher's voice came immediately, with suppressed anger and fighting spirit. His team had just treated the wounded and was holding back a blood feud. Target, Donggang Freight Terminal. Set off immediately. Cooperate with the Legion Special Forces that have arrived. Block the terminal. Search every inch. If you find any suspicious person, control them on the spot without warning. Anyone who resists will be killed without mercy. Yi Chen's order was filled with cold iron blood. Understood. Pancher's response was firm and decisive. Notify the river patrol team. Block all waters near the Donggang Wharf. No ships are allowed to enter or leave. Release all underwater reconnaissance robots. Notify the Air Force. Armed helicopters stand by. Provide fire support and aerial reconnaissance at any time. Notify Zero. All Shadow Warriors gather at the East Port Pier. Go in for reconnaissance. Find Nuan Nuan first. A series of orders came out like a storm. The power that had just suffered a setback at Luofeng Mountain instantly turned around and rushed towards the quiet abandoned dock by the river with a more blazing flame of revenge. Yi Chen walked to the huge French window and looked towards the direction of the East Port Pier. The night was dark and the river wind was sobbing. The wound on his fist was still bleeding, but he was unaware of it. Nuan Nuan, hold on. Dad is here. This time. Even God can't save them. Chapter 25, Donggang Deadlock, Distorted Space. The once bustling Donggang cargo terminal has long been swallowed up by time and rust. The huge gantry crane stands silently in the dim night like a weathered giant skeleton. Rusty containers are piled up like mountains, forming a steel maze. The damaged warehouse walls are covered with vines, and the broken windows are like empty eye sockets, staring at the turbid river surface. The air is filled with a strong smell of rust, water, and the faint smell of corrupted engine oil. At this moment, this forgotten corner was completely awakened by the dazzling searchlights and shrill sirens. Woo-wah woo-wah! Red and blue lights flashed wildly, dyeing the mottled steel and cement with a strange halo. Dozens of police cars, military vehicles, and Huanyu's black off-road vehicles blocked all entrances and exits of the dock. Armed police, elite soldiers of the Jiangcheng Military Region's Sword Special Operations Brigade, and the Huanyu security team led by Pancher, like a black tide, quickly and orderly poured into the dock area and launched a search in battle formation. In the sky, 2 armed helicopters hovered at low altitude, and the huge beams of light were like the eyes of a god, scanning the intricate steel jungle below. On the river, the patrol boat's engine roared, the searchlight pierced the water, and the underwater robot sneaked silently like a ghost. Area A cleared. Nothing found. Inspecting the container stack in Area B. Found traces of recent activities. Fresh footprints. A suspicious vehicle was found in the abandoned warehouse complex in Area C. The license plate was removed. The engine is still warm. Report. Underwater sonar detected an abnormality. There is a metal cavity echo under berth number 3 of the dock. Suspected to be a sunken ship or the entrance to an underwater building. Each piece of information was quickly summarized through an encrypted channel and sent to a mobile command vehicle temporarily set up at the entrance of the dock. Yi Chen stood in front of the huge monitoring screen in the command vehicle, which showed the aerial footage of the drone, the first-person view from the Special Forces helmet camera, and the underwater image from the sonar scan. His face was still stern, but his eyes were sharper than before, like a blade that had been polished to perfection, not missing any detail. The intervention of national power and the discovery of the alien virus made him extremely nervous. Suspicious vehicle? The engine is still warm? Yi Chen's eyes were fixed on the screen of the warehouse complex in Area C. Sword Team. Focus on searching the warehouses in Area C. Watch out for traps. Rock Team, move closer to the underwater anomaly at berth number 3. Prepare underwater assault equipment. Sword received. The Rock understands. The order was quickly executed. In the picture, the Sword Special Forces used skilled tactical moves to quickly surround several huge abandoned warehouses in Area C. The battering ram blasted open the rusted iron door, and the stun grenades and strong light bombs were thrown into the darkness. Then the team members took turns to cover the breakthrough. Traces of a temporary camp were found inside the warehouse. There were sleeping bags, food packaging, and a simple chemical laboratory table. Residual nerve gas agents were found. The voice of Captain Li Jian came. Electronic equipment found. Destroyed. But the hard drive was physically removed. Blood was found. A small amount. We are taking samples for testing. There are clues. But the people have already evacuated. Yi Chen frowned. Meanwhile, Birth No. Under the turbid river water, Pancher and 3 team members wearing heavy diving equipment and carrying underwater assault rifles, under the guidance of sonar, slowly approached the riverbed area that emitted abnormal metallic echoes. The underwater robot's light illuminated the front. It was not a sunken ship at all, but an extremely heavy round metal hatch embedded in the mud and concrete base of the river bottom. The edge of the hatch flickered with a faint blue light, and it was etched with complex patterns that were not known on Earth. Report. An underwater sealed entrance was found. The material of the hatch is unknown. There is an energy reaction. Pancher's voice was filled with shock. Try to open it. Be careful. Yi Chen's heart was lifted. Could this be the place where Nuan was hiding? The underwater rock signaled the team members to be alert, and swam forward, trying to find the hatch opening device. However, just as his fingers were about to touch a bulge on the edge of the hatch that looked like a control panel. Buzz. An invisible wave that was more violent than the one in the Luofeng mountain mine suddenly erupted from the inside of the hatch. With the hatch as the center, the river water within a radius of dozens of meters was like a surface of water with a stone thrown into it, and instantly ripples were visible to the naked eye, twisting. No, it was not ripples in the water, but ripples in space. Puff. 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 The diving equipment, weapons, and even the communicators on Pancher and the 3 team members instantly burst into large sparks. The powerful electromagnetic pulse and space distortion field instantly paralyzed all electronic equipment. What was even more terrifying was that they felt the water around them become extremely viscous, and their bodies were like sinking into solidified cement, and every movement became extremely difficult. The huge, chaotic gravity tore at their limbs. Ah! A painful groan from the team member was heard over the communication channel. Gravity, distortion. EMP, strong interference, communication. Pancher's voice was intermittent, full of pain and horror. Inside the command vehicle, the screen of the rock team turned into a snowflake in an instant. The sonar image was distorted violently, showing the terrifying energy turbulence in that area of water. Pancher. Report the situation. Yi Chen shouted sternly, with a strong ominous premonition in his heart. No response. Only the crackling sound of electricity and the heart-pounding silence. What happened underwater? Captain Li Jian's anxious voice came from Area C. Just when everyone's attention was attracted by the underwater changes. Boom, boom, boom. A dull roar, as if coming from deep underground, sounded without warning throughout the entire Donggang Wharf area. The ground began to shake violently. It was as if a high-intensity earthquake had occurred. What's going on? Earthquake? Be careful. The container is shaking. The searchers on the dock were in a commotion. The piles of containers were shaking with a tooth-grinding metallic friction sound, and they were about to fall. The ground was cracked. The command vehicle shook violently. The screen flickered. Yi Chen grabbed the handrail to steady himself. His eyes swept across the surveillance screen. He saw that on the roofs and walls of the abandoned warehouses in Area C that had been searched, circles of strange blue light, like circuit board traces, had appeared. Buzz. 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 Accompanied by a high-frequency hum, the blue light suddenly became dazzling. Then, an even more shocking scene occurred. With several warehouses as the center, the space began to distort violently and visibly. The light was bent, and the scene became bizarre. Several members of the Lijian Special Forces near the warehouse were horrified to find that their bodies were like being thrown into a funhouse mirror, and their limbs and torsos were pulled and deformed by invisible forces. They screamed miserably and tried to retreat, but it was as if they were trapped in sticky glue, and their movements became extremely slow. Space. Space distortion field. Inside the command vehicle, Dr. Linway's scream rang out through the loudspeaker, filled with incredible fear. They have activated a larger-scale space interference device. Retreat quickly. Leave that area. Li Jian. Retreat. Now. Yi Chen roared into the communicator. However, it was too late. Boom. 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 Those warehouses that were flashing with blue light, as if they were filled with high explosives, suddenly burst into dazzling white light from the inside out. The violent explosion instantly engulfed the distorted Space Force field and several special forces nearby. A huge fireball soared into the sky, and the shockwave swept out like the sickle of the god of death, carrying deadly metal fragments and distorted space turbulence. No! Captain Li Jian's bloodshot roar was drowned out by the explosion. The command vehicle was blown away by the violent shock wave. It rolled over and crashed into a pile of containers. The solid body of the vehicle was deformed like paper. Boom! The deafening roar and the flames that shot up into the sky lit up the night sky of Donggang Wharf. They also lit up Yi Chen's face, which instantly lost its color. Sword! Rock! Yi Chen's roar was drowned out by the roar of the explosion and the loud noise of the command vehicle disintegrating. At the last moment when the command vehicle rolled over and his vision was spinning, Yi Chen saw an unforgettable scene through the distorted window. Above the flames and smoke rising from the explosion, in the distorted ripples of space that had not yet completely dissipated, a vague, disc-shaped outline of a flying vehicle emitting a dark metallic luster appeared silently and ghostly for a moment. It was suspended there, cold, dead silent, with an oppressive feeling that didn't belong to this world. Then, a faint blue light flashed, and the disc-shaped aircraft disappeared without a trace in an instant, like a drop of ink melting into water. Only a sea of fire, ruins, and dead silence were left below. Chapter 26, Gazing into the Abyss, Father's Legacy. Dead silence. The aftermath of the explosion was still raging, flames licking the twisted steel, making crackling noises, and thick smoke billowing, covering the night sky of the Eastport Wharf. But above this mess, there was a suffocating, absolute silence that seemed to swallow up even the sound. The mobile command vehicle of Huanyu was like a tin can that had been ravaged by a giant beast, and it flipped over in the gap between the containers. The vehicle body was severely deformed, and thick smoke was coming out of the damaged gap. The shrill alarm had long been destroyed by the explosion, leaving only the hissing sound of the short circuit, like the wailing of a dying person. The interior of the car was in a mess. The broken screen flashed ominous sparks, and various instruments were tilted. Chen Mingxian was pressed under the deformed control console, with blood pouring from his forehead and unconscious. Several operators fell in a pool of blood, and it was unknown whether they were alive or dead. Yi Chen was thrown against the solid alloy wall at the rear of the cabin by the huge impact force, and his internal organs felt as if they were displaced. He struggled to prop up his body and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes went black. His strengthened body prevented him from being fatally injured, but the huge impact and the tragic scene in front of him made his mind go blank. Nuan Nuan. Rock. The sword's brother. The distorted space. And the cold disc-shaped aircraft that I caught a glimpse of. Ugh. A faint groan came from the side. It was Dr. Lin Wei, who was also thrown into a corner, with her glasses shattered and a large swelling on her forehead, but she was still conscious. She struggled to crawl to a backup monitoring screen that was still flashing, and operated it with trembling fingers. The screen was crackling, barely showing a few intermittent images. The warehouse in Area C is now a burning ruin, with twisted steel bars and container wreckage piled up like mountains, and no signs of any activity can be seen. On the surface of Berth 3, there were fragments of diving equipment and a glaring mixture of oil and blood. Looking down from the air, the entire Donggang Wharf looked devastated as if it had been hit by a meteorite. Rock team, underwater signals, all disappeared. Lin Wei's voice was filled with tears and despair. Li Jian search team in Area C, signal, all destroyed. She watched the signal points on the screen representing the vital signs of the team members turn gray one by one, and her body began to tremble violently. Total destruction? These two words were like the most vicious curse, piercing Yi Chen's heart. A fishy sweetness surged into his throat, and he swallowed it forcefully. His eyes were instantly filled with bloodshot, as red as burning lava. Cough, cough, cough. Chen Mingxian was awakened by the smoke and coughed weakly. When he saw the tragic scene in front of him, his face turned pale as paper. Mr. Yi, Mr. Yi. He struggled to say something. Yi Chen raised his hand to stop him. He supported the deformed car wall and stood up with difficulty. He felt severe pain all over his body, but he suppressed it. He walked to the flickering screen and stared at the burning ruins and the blood-stained river. That was not anger, but a kind of deathly silence that was beyond anger, cold, and as cold as the ice of 10,000 years. Deep in those red eyes was a murderous intent that was enough to freeze the soul. Communication. Yi Chen's voice was as hoarse as sandpaper. Spare satellite phone, maybe it can still be used. Lin Wei struggled to pull out a blood-stained, sturdy military satellite phone from a broken storage compartment. Yi Chen took it, his fingers trembling slightly from the force, and dialed the encrypted number that represented the highest will of the country. The phone rang once before being connected. A steady and solemn voice came from Zhulong, "Mr. Yi. The situation in Donggang has been learned through the space-based system. Please hold on. Rescue forces are coming at full speed. My people, my daughter." Yi Chen's voice was cold, without a trace of emotion, but with a chill that made the person on the other end of the phone feel palpitations. "I need answers. We are doing our best to analyze it. The residual energy spectrum of the space distortion explosion is extremely special. It does not match any known weapon. That aircraft. We have mobilized all orbital satellites and deep space telescope databases, and there is no matching record. It is beyond our current cognition." Zhulong's voice was more solemn than ever before. "Mr. Yi, this is no longer a simple kidnapping. This is an invasion from an unknown civilization. Unknown civilization, invasion." This conclusion, like the final judgment, completely confirmed Yi Chen's worst guess. The Shadow Council, or the power behind them, is far more terrifying than human imagination. "I don't care what they are." Yi Chen's voice was as cold as if it came from the abyss of the underworld. "How dare you touch my daughter? How dare you kill my people? I, Yi Chen, swear here. Exhaust all the power of the universe and the sea of stars. Travel across the vast universe. Chase to the end of time. We must root them out. Grind them to dust. Blood debt must be paid with blood. 100 times. 1,000 times." Every word was like a cold oath, imprinted in the void. The resolute killing intent made Zhulong on the other end of the phone fall into a brief silence. "Mr. Yi, Dragon Country, is with you." Zhulong promised solemnly. "All the top-secret files about extraterrestrial civilizations of the Supreme Academy of Sciences Institute Zero have been opened to the highest authority to the deep blue matrix of the universe Starsea. We will share everything we know. In addition, about your father Mr. Yi Lingyun's Antarctic Project Zero back then." Zhulong paused, his voice getting even deeper. "We have just decrypted a fragment of his last words that he encrypted and sent to the highest level before his death. The content only contained one sentence: the key is in the tears of the stars, and the Guardian will eventually return." Tears of the stars? Guardians? Yi Chen's pupils shrank suddenly. This unfamiliar word, like a key, instantly opened the gate deep in his memory. Countless broken images and sounds flooded into his mind like a tide. Antarctica, the endless ice fields, the biting cold wind, the huge metal dome buried deep under the ice, my father's excited yet tired face, and the piece of ice blue teardrop-shaped pendant that he stuffed into my younger self's hand, that seemed to have a nebula flowing inside. "Shunner, take it, never throw it away. It is the tears of the stars, it is our Yi family, and it is also the hope of this world." My father's weak but solemn instructions before his death seemed to be ringing in my ears. Tears of the stars. The pendant that he had locked away in the bottom of the underground vault of Courtyard Number 1 because of the trauma of his childhood and the 3 years of humiliation at the Su family. It turned out to be the key left by his father? Last words. Tears of the stars. Yi Chen muttered to himself, with a terrifying light bursting out of his eyes. "I understand." He hung up the phone, ignoring the severe pain in his body, and rushed towards the deformed rear hatch of the command vehicle. The enhanced power exploded, tearing the twisted metal apart. "Mr. Yi! You're injured!" Lin Wei exclaimed. "I won't die." Yi Chen didn't even look back, and rushed out of the smoke-filled wreckage of the command vehicle like a wounded tiger. Outside, the roar of the rescue helicopter was approaching, and the medical team and reinforcements were pouring in. "Chen Mingxian. Lin Wei. I leave this to you. Treat the wounded. Clean up the scene. I want all the residues of the explosion. Every speck of dust." Yi Chen roared into the communicator. His personal micro-communicator miraculously survived the impact. "Find the bodies of Team Rock and Brother Sharp Sword, for me. Give them a proper burial. And provide them with compensation, 10 times the highest standard." His voice trembled slightly. "Yes. Mr. Yi." Chen Mingxian responded weakly but firmly. "Prepare the fastest helicopter for me. Return to Courtyard Number 1 immediately." Yi Chen shouted to the head of Universal Security who came over. "Yes. A few minutes later, an Osprey tilt-rotor aircraft painted with the Wanyu logo tore through the thick smoke and roared into the sky, carrying Yi Chen, whose body was covered with scars but whose eyes were burning with madness, and shot towards the direction of number 1 courtyard like an arrow of revenge. Inside the cabin, Yi Chen ignored the pain in his body, his brain working at an unprecedented speed. His father's last words, the tears of the stars, the Antarctic ruins, the alien virus, anti-gravity technology, space distortion weapons, disc-shaped aircraft, all the clues and fragments, as if connected by invisible threads, point to a shocking truth. The Shadow Council is probably an organization that is influenced or even controlled by the technology or consciousness left behind by ancient extraterrestrial civilizations. Their goal is the tears of the stars. It is the key. And Nguyen, her special bloodline, Yi family bloodline? Or because she is his daughter? Has she become the key or the bargaining chip for them to obtain the key? Father, what are you protecting? Who is the protector? Is it me? Or Nguyen? Countless questions were swirling in his mind, but at this moment Yi Chen had only one thought in his mind: get the tears of the stars. That was the only clue left by his father. It was the key to finding Nguyen, uncovering all the mysteries, and even fighting against the unknown existence. Nguyen, wait for daddy. Yi Chen muttered to himself as he watched Jiangcheng, which was still illuminated by the fire, flying past the porthole. In his bloodshot eyes was an unfathomable coldness and a desperate madness. The Osprey fighter jet landed at the helipad of number 1 courtyard at its maximum speed. Yi Chen couldn't even wait for the rotor to completely stop, so he pushed open the hatch and jumped out. Under the protection of the reserve members of the ROC team, formerly the 3rd Group, who did not participate in the Donggang operation, he rushed to the core security fortress deep underground in the main house like a whirlwind. The heavy alloy door that could withstand the impact of a nuclear explosion slid open silently. The interior of the fortress was brightly lit, and various state-of-the-art equipment was flashing dimly. Yi Chen ignored everything and walked straight to the door of a secret room at the innermost part that was protected by a special force field. Past complex 4-factor verification including iris, fingerprint, voiceprint, and DNA. Deep authority confirmed. Welcome, Mr. Yi Chen. A cold electronic sound rang out. The heavy alloy door opened silently. The secret room was empty except for a pedestal in the center that was covered by a transparent energy field. On the pedestal, a pendant lay quietly. It was only the size of a thumb, and the whole body was a deep, pure, icy blue that seemed to absorb the soul. It was made of neither gold nor jade, and felt cool to the touch. The most bizarre thing was its interior. Countless extremely tiny, star-like light points were slowly flowing and rotating, forming a miniature, ever-changing cosmic nebula. An indescribable, ancient, and vast aura emanated from this tiny pendant. Tears of the stars. Yi Chen held his breath, slowly stretched out his hand, passed through the energy field, and held the pendant in his palm. The moment his fingers touched the ice-blue surface of the pendant. Buzz. An indescribable, vast, and majestic torrent of thoughts, like a floodgate of galaxies opening, suddenly rushed into Yi Chen's mind. Chapter 27, Star Tears Heritage, Oath of Protection. Vast. Infinite. Ancient. When Yi Chen's fingertips touched the tears of stars, he felt as if he was thrown into the abyss of the universe. Countless stars were born and annihilated before his eyes, galaxies slowly rotated like a vortex, the torrent of time was surging, and the structure of space was layered like a transparent film. A series of cosmic scenes that were so grand that they exceeded human imagination were directly imprinted into the depths of his soul in an incomprehensible way. This is not vision, nor hearing, but a torrent of cognition that transcends the 5 senses and reaches the source. It is cold, pure, yet contains indescribable magnificence and loneliness. In this vast impact of thoughts, a clear and ancient will, as if awakened from the source of the long river of time, directly connected with Yi Chen's consciousness with endless vicissitudes and a faint hope. Successor, you finally touched the key to the star core. The key to the star core? The real name of the tears of the stars? I am the last boot program of the Watcher sequence. Number, Shadow of the Origin. The life signs of the bound person have been detected, Yi Chen. Gene sequence matching degree, 99.999%. Soul wavelength matches. Confirmed as the direct bloodline of the guardian Yilingyun. Inheritance authority is open. Father. It was indeed left by my father. Warning. Detected void erosion marking signal. Intensity, high. Source, planetary surface. Coordinates, locked. The life status of the marked carrier, endangered. Bloodline link, confirmed. Target, Yi Nuanyuan. The direct descendant of the Guardian. Nuan Nuan. Endangered? Yi Chen's consciousness fluctuated violently in the vast torrent, and boundless fear instantly seized him. Activate emergency plan. Inheritance mode, forced indoctrination. Guardian Yi Chen. Receive the basic permissions of Watcher and the Star Spirit database. In the name of the stars. In the name of the Watch. Take back the key. Purify the corruption. Protect the spark of life. Boom. He didn't give Yi Chen any chance to react or refuse. A stream of information that was thousands of times larger than before exploded in his mind like the Big Bang. This time, it was no longer an illusory picture, but real, massive, cold and precise knowledge and technology. Protoss Basic Technology Tree unlocked. Basic Theory of Dimensional Space Introduction. Gravitational Anti-Gravitational Field Manipulation Principles Elementary. Basic Energy Shield Technology Force Field Deflection Type. Psychic Amplification Technology Primary. Basic Starship Energy Core Advanced Cold Fusion Version, Stardust Furnace Principle. Basic Biological Gene Enhancement Path Stellar Energy Adaptive Transformation. Watcher Permissions unlocked. Level 1 Planetary Defense Network Call Permissions broken state, needs to be repaired. Unlock the primary functions of Star Core Key, Short Distance Space Anchoring Long Cooling Period, Energy Absorption Release Weak, and Mental Connection Enhancement. Detect Void Corrosion Marker Range, Planetary Level. Warning! A high concentration of void corrosion infected bodies are detected approaching. Position, directly above the safe fortress. Threat level, high. Suggestion, immediately activate the Star Core Key defense. The cold warning was like thunder, awakening Yi Chen, who was immersed in the torrent of knowledge. He instantly returned to reality. His body was still standing in the secret room, holding the slightly hot tears of the stars, the key to the Star Core in his hand. The cosmic scene and vast knowledge in his mind did not disappear, but were as clear and traceable as a brand. Above? The enemy actually chased to the core of number 1 courtyard? Attracted by Nuan Nuan's mark? Or, targeting the Star Core Key itself? Rock. Above the fortress. Enemy attack. High alert. Yi Chen's roar instantly spread throughout the entire security fortress through the micro-communicator. Woo woo. A shrill alarm blasted inside the fortress. The red warning lights flashed wildly. Almost at the same time the alarm sounded. Boom. A loud, extremely dull sound came from above. The entire safe fortress shook violently as if it had been hit by a giant hammer. The extremely solid alloy ceiling actually showed visible distortion and dents. Dust fell. Report. High-intensity kinetic strike detected. Intensity exceeds that of tactical missiles. The outer composite armor of the fortress has been damaged by 17%. Report. Unknown energy scans penetrate multiple layers of shielding. Trying to lock our location. Report. High-intensity mental interference waves detected. Some security personnel are experiencing dizziness and nausea. The cold sound of the electronic report mixed with the gunshots, explosions, and the roars of the security personnel from outside. The enemy came too fast. Too fierce. And the attack method was weird and unpredictable. Activate internal defense. Prepare energy weapons. Fight back. Yi Chen's eyes flashed with cold light. The Star Spirit knowledge he had just acquired made him instantly understand the enemy's attack mode. Kinetic strike? Energy scan? Mental interference? These are all the common methods used by low-level void predators recorded in the Star Spirit database. Yes. The automatic defense system inside the fortress was activated. The hidden electromagnetic railgun muzzle extended from the wall, and the high-energy laser launcher was charged. There were also circles of light blue energy ripples spreading out from the secret room where Yi Chen was, forming a weak but real energy shield. This was the primary force field shield that was automatically activated after the Star Core Key was activated. Boom. 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 The attack from above the fortress became more violent. Every impact caused the entire underground space to tremble violently. The opponent seemed determined to smash through this turtle shell. Yichen felt the faint pulse of the star core key in his hand, and the scarlet mark point with a strong void corrosion smell right above the fortress clearly marked in his mind. That's it. One of the culprits who attacked Nuan. Or, a minion who was tracking him. Rage burned in his chest. Killing intent boiled in his eyes. The power that had just been acquired, which transcended his time, surged in his blood. Want to come down? I'll give you a ride. Yichen's mouth curled up with an extremely cold arc. He clenched the tiers of stars tightly and injected his newly unlocked and unskilled mental power into it crazily. Buzz. The ice blue pendant shone brightly. The nebula rotating inside seemed to come alive. An invisible and powerful space anchoring force followed Yichen's spiritual guidance, ignoring the heavy fortress armor and soil layer, and instantly locked onto the void erosion-infected body that was smashing madly above. Space anchoring. Start. Yichen roared in his heart. The ground just above the fort. A monster nearly 3 meters tall, covered with dark purple biological keratin shells, and shaped like an upright giant lizard, was using its huge fists wrapped in black energy to hammer the ground like a piledriver. Every time it hit the ground, it caused a small earthquake, and deep pits were smashed into the ground. Around it, the bodies of several Universal Security personnel were lying dead, and their deaths were miserable. Further away, the reserve members of the Rock Squad were relying on bunkers and shooting desperately with powerful firepower, but the bullets hit the monster's shell, only splashing weak sparks, with little effect. Just as the monster raised its giant fist again, ready to deliver a fatal blow to the ground. Buzz. The air around its body suddenly solidified. The space seemed to have turned into transparent amber, imprisoning its huge body in place. Its violent movements froze instantly, and a trace of astonishment and rage flashed in its dark purple compound eyes. It struggled frantically, and the black energy boiled on its body surface, fighting fiercely against the invisible force of space confinement, making a tooth-grinding creaking sound. Now! In the underground fortress, Yichen's eyes flashed with cold light. He resisted the dizziness of his mental power being rapidly drained, and screamed into the communicator, all heavy firepower. Right above the target. Saturation strike. Open fire. On the ground, the members of the rock team who were struggling to hold on and the heavy armored firepower team who had just arrived as reinforcements did not understand why the monster suddenly froze, but when they heard Yichen's order, they did not hesitate at all. Bazooka. Concentrate fire. Anti-tank missiles. Fire. Heavy machine gun. Covering fire. Boom. 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 Da-da-da-da. Countless rockets, armor-piercing shells, high-explosive shells, incendiary bombs, poured down on the immobile monster like a rainstorm. Flames shot up into the sky. The loud noises of explosions continued. Smoke and dust mixed with fragments of the monster's shell and black sticky blood splattered everywhere. Roar. The monster let out a shrill roar full of pain and unwillingness. Its shell began to crack under the saturation attack. The black energy shield flickered. The space anchor is about to fail. Yichen's warning came, his face as pale as paper due to overdrawn mental strength. Another round. Send it to hell. The temporary commander of the Rock Squad roared. The second round of even more violent firepower coverage followed. Boom boom. The violent explosion completely submerged the monster's location. When the smoke and dust cleared, only a huge charred pit and burning shell fragments and black flesh scattered all over the ground remained. The arrogant monster was actually blasted into pieces. Target eliminated. The communication channel was filled with cheers of disbelief from the team members who had survived the disaster. Inside the secret room of the underground fortress, Yichen's body swayed, and he knelt on one knee with a plop, his clothes soaked with sweat. The severe pain caused by the overdrawn mental power was like a steel needle piercing his brain. But as he looked at the tiers of stars in his hand, whose light gradually converged, and felt the scarlet void erosion mark in his mind completely disappear, the corners of his mouth curled up into a cold and powerful arc. Although it was difficult and exhausting, he succeeded. He used the power of the star core key for the first time. He personally killed a monster that hurt Nuan and killed his brother. He struggled to stand up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth due to the backlash of mental power, and cast his eyes on the ice blue pendant in his palm again. His eyes became extremely firm. The origin shadow, father. I see. The guardian's path. Start from here. Use the blood of these bastards. Honor the dead. Pave the way, home. Chapter 28 Star Chart Set Sail, Go All In. The smoke from the number 1 courtyard had not yet completely dissipated, and the air was filled with the smell of burning blood and an indescribable stench belonging to the Void Predator. The reserve members of the Rock Squad and the heavy reinforcements were cleaning up the battlefield and collecting the bodies of the fallen brothers. Everyone's face was filled with grief and indignation and the solemnity of surviving a disaster. The core medical room of the underground fortress. Yi Chen was lying on a specially made medical bed with a complex neural sensor patch connected to his head. Academician Lin Guodong personally led his team to examine him, his face solemn. Your mental energy is severely overdrawn, accompanied by slight brain damage. Lin Guodong looked at the data displayed on the instrument with a frown. Mr. Yi, you must rest immediately. This level of damage will leave permanent sequelae if you are not careful. I'm fine. Yi Chen's voice was a little hoarse, but his eyes were unusually bright, even with a strange excitement. Although the spiritual baptism and the inheritance of the Star Core Key he had just experienced brought him severe pain, it seemed to have opened some kind of shackles on his body and mind. Can the mark of Nuan Nuan be tracked? This was the question he was most concerned about. Dr. Lin Wei was sitting in front of the console next to her hands turning into a shadow on the virtual keyboard. On the huge screen in front of her, the Void Erosion Mark information stream captured by Yi Chen's mental power after being enhanced by the Star Core Key. We have discovered something. Lin Wei's voice was filled with excitement. The young lady's vital signs are still weak but stable. The marked position is moving very fast. Direction, southeast. The target is deep in the Pacific Ocean. The specific coordinates are being calculated based on the space disturbance trajectory provided by the Star Core Key. Deep in the Pacific Ocean. Sure enough. That disc-shaped aircraft. Can you lock on to the final destination? Yi Chen asked. The other party has powerful space jump interference and shielding. The trajectory is intermittent. But the Protoss database is combining the Earth's gravity field model and the Pacific Ocean seabed topography data for cross-calculation. It takes time. Estimated, 12 hours. Lin Wei gave a difficult deadline. 12 hours. For Nuan Nuan, whose life or death was uncertain, every minute and every second was torture. Give me the most detailed trajectory calculation results. I want to know where they might be heading. Yi Chen struggled to sit up and pulled out the sensor patch on his head. Mr. Yi. You can't. Lin Guodong tried to stop him. I said I'm fine. Yi Chen interrupted with a wave of his hand, his eyes sharp as a knife. He looked at Chen Mingxian, who had hurried over. Chen Mingxian was still wrapped in bandages, his face was pale, but his eyes were still firm. Mr. Yi. Chen Mingxian. Listen to my orders. Yi Chen's voice was filled with unquestionable determination. First, immediately start the ultimate transformation plan for the Star Ranger. Install the experimental prototype of the cold fusion Stardust Furnace in the Deep Blue Matrix laboratory, regardless of the cost. Replace the existing power core. Second, mobilize all ocean-going scientific research vessels and resource exploration ships under the Universal Star Ocean operating in the Pacific Ocean. Gather immediately to the calculated target sea area. Use them as mobile supply points and reconnaissance outposts. Third, contact the highest level of Dragon Nation. I need to requisition their latest generation of Type 095 strategic nuclear submarine Longyuan as the underwater flagship for this operation. The reason is that we are going to the deep Pacific Ocean to salvage alien spacecraft. Fourth, gather all available Shadow Warriors. All members of the Rock team who have completed the first stage of Star Energy Adaptability Transformation. All of them aboard. Carry the most powerful individual weapons and exoskeleton armor. This time, the place we are going to is hell. Each order was earth-shattering. Cold fusion Stardust Furnace? Type 095 nuclear submarine? Salvage of alien spacecraft? Every word was enough to shock the world. Chen Mingxian took a deep breath, but he did not question it at all, only obeyed absolutely. Yes. Mr. Yi. I will do it immediately. The technology of the Stardust Furnace prototype is not stable yet, and the risk is extremely high. Risk? Yi Chen raised his lips with a cold arc. Nuanyuan is waiting for me to save her. Even if I have to burn the Pacific Ocean dry. Even if I have to poke a hole in the sky. I will go. Follow the order. Understood. Chen Mingxian accepted the order solemnly, turned around, and strode away. Dr. Lin. Yi Chen looked at Lin Wei. Exist. You lead the Deep Blue Matrix core team, carry all the Protoss technology analysis equipment, and set off on board. I need you to analyze all the data sent back by the Star Core Key during the voyage, and decipher the possible base location and defense mode of the opponent. At the same time, try to reverse analyze the Void Predator biological tissues we seized. Find out their weaknesses. Yes. I guarantee to complete the task. Lin Wei's eyes sparkled with the excitement of a scientist facing the ultimate challenge. Mr. Lin. Yi Chen finally looked at Lin Guodong. Mr. Yi, please speak. Medical team, you are in full charge. I need the most powerful life support system and battlefield emergency rescue force. This time, we may face unimaginable enemies and casualties. Yi Chen's voice was a little heavy, but more resolute. It is my old man's duty. I have no choice but to do it. Lin Guodong nodded heavily, his old eyes burning with the kindness of a doctor and the fighting spirit of a soldier. The order swept across the universe like a hurricane. This huge business empire instantly switched to the highest state of war. Resources were mobilized regardless of cost. Technology beyond the times was forcibly activated. Just for one goal: to go deep into the unknown abyss of the Pacific Ocean and take back their princess from the hands of alien forces. 12 hours later. The Jiangcheng military port was under extremely tight security. The port was completely cleared out, and the outer perimeter was jointly blocked by the Dragon Nation's most elite marines and universal security. In the center of the harbor, two huge ships are anchored. One was the star cruiser superyacht that had undergone an emergency transformation and was completely renovated. Its appearance had undergone subtle changes, with sharper streamlines and a matte special coating on the surface of the hull. The most eye-catching part was the stern, where the original conventional power nozzle was replaced by a huge ring-shaped device emitting a faint blue halo, a cold fusion stardust furnace. Although it was only a prototype, the energy fluctuations it contained made the surrounding air slightly distorted. The other one was the Dragon country's newest strategic nuclear submarine, the Long Yuan, which was dormant underwater like a giant black whale. It represented the pinnacle of human underwater power, but at this moment it was secretly transferred to perform a mission that far exceeded its original design. The captain was a stern-looking naval colonel, codenamed Hailong. He stood on the bridge, looking at the star cruiser not far away, his eyes full of shock and a hint of imperceptible worry. Alien spaceship? This mission is too crazy. On the dock, people were moving around. The fully armed members of the rock team, the only ones left and those who had completed the initial transformation wearing new exoskeleton armor, stood in a forest, exuding an iron-blooded murderous aura. The Shadow Warriors, who were as silent as shadows, had assembled. The Deep Blue Matrix team of scientists were carrying sophisticated instrument boxes. The medical team led by Lin Guodong was ready for battle. Yi Chen stood at the bow of the star cruiser. He changed into a specially made black combat uniform, with a tactical vest printed with the Starry Sky emblem on the outside. His face was still a little pale, but his eyes were as cold and firm as the abyss of a cold pond. In his left hand, he tightly grasped the tiers of the stars hanging on his chest. Dr. Lin Wei walked over quickly and handed a data tablet to Yi Chen. Mr. Yi. Final calculation results. The most likely final landing point of the target is deep in the Mariana Trench, on the edge of the Challenger Deep. Coordinates: xx.xxxx north latitude, xx.xxxx west longitude. There is a huge, unnaturally formed seabed energy hole. It blocks all conventional detections. It matches the description of the primary void outpost in the Protoss database. Mariana Trench. The deepest point on Earth. Challenger Deep. This conclusion made everyone who heard it feel a palpitation in their heart. Colonel Hailong. Yi Chen looked at the officer on the submarine bridge. Mr. Yi. Hailong stood at attention and saluted. Coordinates have been shared. Long Yuan dives first. Conduct covert reconnaissance. Star Ranger will arrive later. Remember, our goal is to infiltrate, scout, and rescue people. No exchange of fire unless necessary. But if we encounter obstacles. Yi Chen's voice was as cold as the Siberian wind, icy and piercing. Kill without mercy. Yes. We will ensure that the mission is accomplished. Colonel Hailong's voice was firm. Yi Chen took a last look at Jiangcheng, which was shrouded in dark clouds, as if he wanted to carve the outline of this city into his heart. Then, he turned around abruptly and faced the team ready to go. His voice was like thunder, exploding over the military port. Board the ship. Target. Mariana. Set off. Following his command, the dark blue stardust furnace at the tail of the star cruiser suddenly burst into a low and powerful hum. The hull shook slightly, and like a giant beast awakening, it slowly sailed away from the dock. The bow split the turbid seawater, and headed towards the vast and unknown depths of the Pacific Ocean without hesitation. The huge black body of the Long Yuan dived silently like a ghost and disappeared under the sea, leaving only a huge whirlpool on the sea surface, and soon returned to calm. The abyss calls. The journey of revenge officially begins. Chapter 29, Beneath the Abyss, the City of Death. The vastness of the Pacific Ocean, after entering the deep sea, reveals a suffocating silence and darkness. The star cruiser is like a star emitting a faint blue light, sailing alone in the seawater 10,000 meters deep. The Star Spirit technology wave-absorbing coating covering the outer layer of the hull effectively shields most sonar detection, making it like a real ghost. The atmosphere in the bridge command center was as heavy as iron. The huge screen displayed complex navigation data, sonar imaging, and most importantly, the trajectory map of the void erosion mark pointing to the depths of the Mariana Trench, which was continuously sensed and drawn by the star core key. The trajectory was like a scarlet venomous snake, winding towards the endless dark abyss. Dr. Linwei and her Deep Blue Matrix team were working intensively around a huge holographic projection platform. On the projection was a preliminary scan model of the huge energy void in the seabed ahead, which was sent back by the star core key. The preliminary estimate of the diameter of the void is over 20 kilometers. The depth cannot be detected. There is a strong spatial curvature distortion and energy shielding field at its edge. Conventional detection methods are completely ineffective. The internal structure is unknown. Linwei's voice was filled with solemnity as she faced the unknown. The energy readings are chaotic and huge. They contain high-intensity gravitational waves, unknown radiation spectra, and psionic fluctuations that are the same as those of the stardust furnace but more violent, a physicist added, his tone full of shock. The biological signal scan was strongly interfered with. But at the edge of the void, a large number of high-energy life reactions were detected. The form is not a known creature on Earth. The strength is far greater than the void predator we encountered before. The biological expert's voice trembled with an imperceptible tremor. Non-Earth creatures, high-energy life. Yi Chen stood in front of the command desk, looking at the energy hole on the holographic projection that was like a huge mouth of the abyss, his eyes cold. Is this the Devil's Cave where Yuan Yuan is imprisoned? Colonel Hailong, has the Long Yuan arrived at the designated location? Yi Chen asked into the communicator. His voice was particularly clear in the silence of the deep sea. Soon, Hailong's calm but tense voice came, report to Mr. Yi. The Long Yuan has arrived at the edge of Challenger Deep. Coordinates, north latitude xx.xxxx, west longitude xx.xxxx. About 50 nautical miles from the edge of the target hole. The sonar is severely interfered and cannot detect the inside of the hole. But, a large number of high-speed moving objects are detected outside the hole. Huge in size. Speed exceeds 80 knots. They are circling our boat. The threat level is extremely high. 80 knots? Faster than the fastest torpedo. Huge size? Yi Chen's eyes narrowed. Release the deep-sea submersible detector. Try to get close for reconnaissance. Long Yuan keep silent. Evade. Yi Chen gave the order decisively. Yes. A few minutes later. The detector has been released. It is approaching the edge of the void. 30 nautical miles away. 20 nautical miles. 10 nautical miles away. Entering a strong interference area. The signal is unstable. High energy reaction detected approaching. Number 3. Speed 100 knots. Oh my god. What is that thing? The terrified cry of the sonar operator of the Long Yuan was heard on the communication channel. On the holographic projection, the green dot representing the detector signal was quickly surrounded by 3 red dots at an astonishing speed. Then, the signal fluctuated violently and was instantly interrupted. Only the glaring red lost signal mark remained on the screen. The detector lost contact. Hylon's voice was filled with a hint of frustration. The opponent's outer defense is tighter and more powerful than imagined. Mr. Yi, the defensive strength outside the cave is far beyond our expectations, and it is too risky to force our way in. Chen Ningxian was worried. We don't have time. Yi Chen looked at the increasingly clear scarlet mark on the screen. Although Nuan's life signal was stable, being imprisoned in such a devil's cave, every extra second was torture. How long will it take for the short-range space anchor of the Star Core key to cool down? 4 hours and 17 minutes left. Lin Wei replied immediately. Not enough. Yi Chen shook his head. The cooling time was too long, and spatial anchoring required precise coordinates. Now he didn't even know the internal structure of the void. His eyes swept across the huge energy void on the holographic projection, and then fell on some tiny, irregular, and seemingly naturally formed underwater canyons and cracks on the edge of the Star Core key scan. A bold and crazy idea took shape in his mind. Dr. Lin. Analyze the weak points of the void energy shielding field. Especially, the places where the seabed geological cracks intersect with the void energy field. Yi Chen ordered. Yes. Lin Wei's team immediately started analyzing. Soon, the results came out. Found it. On the northeast side of the cavity, at the end of a deep-sea canyon called Terror, there is a natural spatial weakness in its rock structure. The energy shielding field of the cavity interferes with the crustal stress field there, forming a relatively unstable energy turbulence area. Theoretically, if we can accurately pass through that turbulent area, there is a 37.8% chance of avoiding the outer defense and directly breaking into the cavity. Lin Wei's voice was a little excited, but more solemn. But, Mr. Yi, that turbulent area is extremely dangerous. It is filled with violent space turbulence, high-intensity gravitational tearing and unknown radiation. The strength of our hull, even with the power of the Stardust Furnace, the success rate of passing is less than 30%. And, once we fail, the consequences are self-evident. The ship was destroyed and people died. Less than 30% success rate. Passing through space turbulence and gravity traps. There was silence in the command center. Everyone looked at Yi Chen, waiting for his decision. Yi Chen's eyes once again turned to the scarlet track on the holographic projection, which was Nuan's lifeline. He slowly closed his eyes, and his daughter's pale face and the last heart-wrenching dad appeared in his mind. He opened his eyes, and there was no longer a trace of hesitation in them, only the determination to burn his boats. Notify the Ryujin. Change the plan. Star Ranger. Target the end of the Ripper Canyon. Energy turbulence area. Engine power, push to 120% overload limit. All energy is supplied to the hull shield and structural reinforcement field first. Everyone. Secure your positions. Prepare to attack hell. The order was like thunder. With the tragic solemnity of going to die. Yes. Target Ripper Canyon. Engine overload. Shields fully activated. Prepare to impact. The captain's voice was trembling, but more of it was the determination of a soldier to execute orders. Buzz. The dark blue stardust furnace at the tail of the Star Ranger roared like never before. The violet energy output caused the hull to vibrate violently. The matte coating on the surface of the hull lit up with complex energy patterns, and a thick light blue energy shield instantly opened up, covering the entire ship. The yacht was like a steel behemoth injected with a violent soul. The bow of the yacht suddenly tilted downward and rushed towards the dark and deep Ripper Canyon that seemed to lead to hell without hesitation. As the depth increased rapidly, the light outside the portholes quickly disappeared, and soon it was in absolute darkness. Only the faint blue light emitted by the hull and the dim light of the instrument screens illuminated the tense and resolute faces in the command center. The reading on the pressure gauge soared wildly. The hull made a teeth-grinding metallic groan. The energy shield fluctuated violently under the huge water pressure. Entering the canyon. The curvature of space begins to become abnormal. High-intensity gravitational turbulence detected. Shield energy consumption increased. The starboard side of the ship has encountered space shear. The outer armor is slightly deformed. Left front. High-energy radiation storm. The intensity, the shield may not be able to withstand it completely. Alarms and reports sounded one after another. The ship was like a small boat in a storm, struggling to navigate the violent space turbulence and gravity traps. The violent turbulence made everyone cling to the fixed objects tightly, their faces pale. Yi Chen stood at the front of the bridge, like a magic needle that stabilized the sea. He held the tears of stars tightly in his left hand, continuously injecting his own mental power into it, trying to guide the hull to avoid the most dangerous turbulent core, while sensing Nuan's increasingly clear position. Full right rudder. Avoid that gravity vortex. Concentrate shield energy on the bow. Withstand the radiation storm. Push the engine again. Charge forward. Under his guidance and the desperate efforts of all the crew members, the Star Ranger was like dancing on the edge of a knife, narrowly avoiding deadly traps time and time again, and rushing towards the core area of the energy turbulence. Ahead, at the end of the canyon, a deeper, more bizarre darkness appeared on the sonar and energy scans. That was the weak point of the energy shielding field, and the last barrier to the inside of the hull. But at the same time, it was also the most dangerous place. The violet energy turbulence formed a huge, millstone-like vortex there. Countless visible, twisted space cracks were like black lightning, flickering in the vortex. Target area. Prepare to attack, the captain roared. The star cruiser was like an arrow shot from a bow. With an indomitable momentum, it slammed into the violent vortex of space energy. Boom! A violent shock swept the entire ship. It was as if the whole world was spinning upside down. The dazzling energy turbulence light shone through the portholes, illuminating everyone's face palely. The energy shield made a wail of being overwhelmed, flickering. The hull structure made a heartbreaking sound of breaking. Shields about to overload. The pressure-bearing structure in the middle of the hull has cracks. Engine overheated. Power reduced. The feeling of despair began to spread. No! Charge forward. Yi Chen's eyes were red, and he roared like a beast. He poured all his mental power into the tears of the stars, regardless of the consequences. Buzz! The ice blue pendant burst into an unprecedented brilliant light. A soft and tenacious spatial force spread out, instantly enveloping the entire hull, as if opening up a relatively stable, narrow passage in the violent energy vortex. Now! Maximum power. Charge! Yi Chen roared. Engine. Full power output. The captain tried his best. The blue light at the tail of the Star Ranger surged. Driven by this internal and external force, it accelerated violently like an angry dragon that had broken free from its shackles and rushed out of the center of the energy vortex that was about to collapse. Brush! It was as if passing through a layer of sticky water film, and the violent bumps and dazzling light disappeared in an instant. Outside the porthole, it was no longer absolutely dark. A bizarre scene that cannot be described in words, like a scroll of hell, slowly unfolded before the eyes of every survivor on the Star Ranger. Chapter 30, Void City, Cage of Light. Dead silence. Absolute silence replaced the previous violent noise. The Star Ranger seemed to have plunged headfirst into a solidified, silent amber from a devastating storm. The ship still maintained its forward momentum, but the roar of the engine, the hum of the shield, the groaning of the ship, all the sounds disappeared. Only the faint sound of the running instruments and the heavy, suppressed breathing of the crew members who had survived the disaster were particularly clear in the dead silence. Yi Chen slowly loosened his hands, which had turned white due to excessive force. The light of the tiers of stars on his chest faded and became warm again. He endured the strong dizziness and tearing headache caused by the overdraft of mental strength again, and looked out the porthole. Then, he and all the crew members who were still standing in the command center were so shocked that they were speechless at the scene that exceeded the limits of imagination. This is not the deep-sea scene you imagine. They were suspended in a huge, immeasurable, dark space. Above their heads, there was no sea water, only a deep, dark dome that looked like the vacuum of the universe, dotted with countless energy nodes that emitted cold, faint light, like stars. Under their feet, there was no seabed, but a huge platform made of dark purple, like living tissue, on which stood countless strange, weird, and neither gold nor stone spires and buildings. These buildings were twisted and asymmetrical, with dark blue energy veins flowing on their surfaces like blood vessels, emitting a palpitating, ancient and evil aura. The entire space was like a huge bubble that had been emptied of seawater and embedded in the deepest trench on Earth. Or, in other words, an different dimensional realm that was independent of Earth's space. Here is the interior of the Void Outpost. There was an indescribable sense of oppression in the air, as if countless pairs of cold eyes were staring at their uninvited guest in the darkness. What was even more frightening was that the gravity in this space seemed extremely disordered, and some tiny metal fragments and dust were floating in the air against common sense, moving irregularly. We are coming in? Chen Mingxuan's voice trembled with disbelief. Energy shielding field. We passed through it. Lin Wei looked at the external environment readings displayed on the instrument, her voice trembling with excitement. Here. The physical constants here are completely different from those on Earth. Gravity, air pressure, light propagation. They are all distorted. An extremely high concentration of void corrosion energy has been detected. The source is deep within those buildings. The biological expert's voice was filled with horror. Yi Chen ignored these reports. His eyes, like the most accurate radar, instantly locked onto the end of the scarlet mark track in the star core key sensing located in the central area of this strange city, a dark purple giant tower that was the tallest, most hideous, and twisted like countless claws. Nuan Nuan. In that tower. Target locked. Central tower. Yi Chen's voice broke the silence, with unquestionable coldness, engine minimum maintenance. Shut down all non-essential energy. Enter silent submersible mode. Target. Central tower. The star cruiser was like a ghost in the deep sea. It turned off most of the lights and active detectors, relying only on the faint guidance of the key to the star core and passive sonar, although sound wave propagation is abnormal here, and slid silently towards the center of the city in the floating dust and distorted shadows of buildings. The deeper you go, the more shocking it becomes. They saw huge, biological chamber-like hatching nests, inside which squirmed the immature, mucus-covered shadow creature embryos. They saw an energy river flowing with purple viscous liquid, and huge worm-like mechanical creatures swimming in the river. I saw patrolling void creatures of various shapes. Some looked like lizardmen with bone wings, some looked like multi-eyed metal spiders, and some were simply a mass of wriggling shadow energy. They exuded a cold, chaotic, and aggressive aura, far more hideous and terrifying than the one I encountered in No. 1 Courtyard. The Star Ranger carefully avoided these patrols, relying on the natural shielding effect of the star core key against the void corrosion energy. Yi Chen discovered that as long as he did not actively release the power, he, holding the star core key, seemed to be able to prevent the spacecraft from being actively detected by low-level void creatures to a certain extent, and traveled through the dead and dangerous foreign city. Getting closer and closer to the central tower. The tower was like a living thing, with the blood vessels on the surface of the tower pulsating rhythmically, emitting a frightening energy wave. Around the base of the tower stood several taller, guard-like shadow giants, with their multifaceted crystal eyes tightly closed, as if they were in a deep sleep. We can't get any closer. There is a powerful energy field at the base of the tower. Once touched, the guards will be awakened, the captain whispered. Yi Chen looked at the giant tower that was so close yet so far away, and then looked at the tears of stars in his hand, which was flickering and pointing to the top of the tower. Nuan Nuan was at the top of the tower. Prepare for landing operations. Yi Chen's voice was as cold as ice. Rock. Shadow Warrior. Follow me. Goal: sneak into the central tower. Rescue Nuanyuan. Dr. Lin. Chen Mingxian. You stay on the ship. Keep silent. If we fail, or alert the guards, immediately activate the Stardust Furnace to maximum power. Try to break out the original way. Don't worry about us. Mr. Yi. It's too dangerous. Let us. Chen Mingxian said anxiously. Follow orders. Yi Chen interrupted him, his eyes determined. This is his father's mission, and also his responsibility as a father. He has no way out. Soon, a strong assault team assembled in the hidden hatch at the stern of the ship. Yi Chen led the team personally. He changed into a set of close-fitting combat uniforms that combined Star Spirit technology, holding a special rifle that could fire high-energy particle beams, and hanging a concussion grenade and energy dagger on his waist. The tears of the stars on his chest were well protected by the combat uniform. Behind him were Pancher, whose injuries had not healed, but insisted on fighting, and 3 of the strongest Pancher team members after the transformation, as well as 6 Shadow Warriors whose auras were as quiet as the abyss. Everyone's eyes were filled with the determination to fight to the death. The short-distance space anchoring of the key to the star core has a cooling time of, still 10 minutes. This is their only chance to break through the tower base force field and enter the tower directly. Let's go. Yi Chen gave the order. The landing capsule opened silently. Like an arrow shot from a bow, the assault team slid silently towards the entrance of the central tower's base, which looked like the mouth of a giant beast, with the help of weak thrusters. A sticky, slightly corrosive purple mist filled the air around the tower base. They moved closely along the cold, biological-feeling tower wall. Below them was the abyss-like darkness and the sleeping shadow colossi. the heavy pressure made it hard to breathe. 50 meters from the target entrance. An energy barrier has been detected at the entrance. The strength cannot be broken through. Space anchoring, cooling countdown, 10, 9, 8. Everyone's heart was in their throat. Success or failure depended on this one move. 3, 2, 1. Cooling complete. Lin Wei's voice sounded in the micro-communicator. Now. Anchor the target. Inside the tower. Where Nuan is. Yi Chen roared at the tears of stars in his heart. At the same time, he poured all his remaining mental power into it without reservation. Buzz. Tears of the stars burst out with an unprecedented ice-blue brilliance. A powerful and precise spatial force instantly enveloped the entire assault team. The space began to distort. The vision became blurred. Just when they were about to be teleported away, something strange happened suddenly. At the top of the central tower, the energy core that looked like a huge eyeball suddenly lit up with a scarlet light. A cold, vast, terrifying will filled with endless malice and greed, like an invisible tsunami, instantly swept across the entire void city. Alarm! Ultra-high-intensity mental scan detected. Source: the core at the top of the tower. We have been discovered. Lin Wei's terrified scream rang out through the communicator. Following right on. Roar! Below, the sleeping shadow giants, their multifaceted crystal eyes suddenly lit up with scarlet light. The huge body made a teeth-grinding metal friction sound, slowly turned, and locked onto the twisting and disappearing assault team. The light of space teleportation is about to engulf Yi Chen and others. But an extremely huge palm of the Shadow Colossus, wrapped in black lightning, with the power to tear apart space, has already slapped down fiercely towards the center of the teleportation light. Chapter 31 Core Cage, Father and Daughter Tears. The dizziness from the space teleportation had not completely faded away when the cold, metallic, sweet, and energy-burning air filled his lungs. Yi Chen opened his eyes suddenly, and his enhanced vision instantly adapted to the dim environment. This was not the gloomy dungeon as imagined, but a huge, empty, heart-pounding circular space. The dome was high and shrouded in darkness, and the inner wall was covered with a dark purple biological matrix that was constantly wriggling and flowing with dark blue energy, as if the entire tower was alive. In the center of the space, a three-dimensional cage composed of countless dark red energy beams was suspended, like a huge birdcage emitting an ominous light. And in the center of that cage, a small figure in a pink hospital gown, curled up on a translucent energy platform, bound by a weak but tenacious blue force field. It was Yi Nuanyuan. Nuanyuan. Yi Chen's heart felt like it was hit by a heavy hammer, and a hoarse voice broke through his throat. As if she heard this haunting call, Nuan's small body trembled suddenly, and she slowly raised her head. Her pale face was full of tear marks, and her big eyes were full of fear and confusion, but the moment she saw Yi Chen, the confusion was instantly replaced by great surprise and grievance. Dad! Dad! Her little mouth pursed, as if she couldn't believe it, and then she burst into tears. Dad! Nuanyuan is scared. It's so dark here. There are monsters. Whoa! His daughter's cry cut into Yi Chen's heart like a knife. His eyes were bloodshot, and he was ready to rush forward regardless of everything. However, the moment he saw Nuanyuan clearly, something strange happened. Boom! Next to where they were teleporting, a wall covered with a wriggling biological matrix suddenly exploded inward. Countless sharp purple biological crystal fragments shot out like a rainstorm. With a deafening roar, a huge, ferocious figure broke through the wall and rushed out. This monster is nearly 4 meters tall, with a distorted shape, as if it is a crude blend of insects, reptiles, and machinery. The main body is a humanoid torso covered with a thick dark purple chitinous carapace, but it has 4 limbs as thick as pillars, with huge sickle-shaped bone blades at the end. Its head is like an enlarged beetle, with compound eyes flashing cold red light, and corrosive mucus dripping from its mouthparts. The most terrifying thing is one of its arms, which is completely composed of flowing, blue-glowing energy, condensed into a huge, crackling energy battle axe. Hiss! The monster let out a piercing scream, full of a will to destroy. Its cold compound eyes instantly locked onto the assault team that had just landed and whose formation was not stable. Especially Yi Chen, the guardian of the Star Core Key, who was standing in the front and exuding an aura that made it instinctively disgusted. Fire! Protect Mr. Yi! Pancher reacted the fastest, his roar accompanied by the roar of the special Gauss rifle in his hand. The thumb-thick alloy armor-piercing bullet tore through the air and slammed hard into the monster's chest shell. Ding! 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 A sharp collision sounded. The armor-piercing bullets that were powerful enough to penetrate the tank armor only left a few shallow white marks and tiny cracks on the monster's shell. The huge kinetic energy only caused its huge body to shake slightly. What? Poncher's pupils suddenly shrank. Roar! The monster was enraged, and the battle axe condensed in its energy arm slashed towards the rock squad with a scream that tore through the air. Scatter! Yi-Chen roared, and at the same time he rushed forward. He couldn't retreat. Nuan Nuan was right in front of him. Swish! The energy battle axe swept across the spot where the rock team had just stood, and the extremely hard biological matrix ground was cut into a bottomless charred gully like a hot knife cutting butter. The scorching air wave and energy turbulence swept over. A rock team member who was a little slower was swept by the edge of the airwave, and his exoskeleton armor was instantly twisted and deformed. He flew backwards with blood spurting out, and hit the circular wall heavily. It was unknown whether he was alive or dead. Xianzi! Poncher's eyes were bloodshot. At the same time, the other three shadow warriors moved like ghosts. Instead of using guns, they drew out daggers flashing with high-frequency energy blades and special magnetic rail shuttles. Their figures were as fast as lightning, and they pounced on the monster's joints and compound eyes from 3 tricky angles. Ding, ding, ding! The energy blade slashed the carapace, sparks flew, and the magnetic shuttle shot towards the compound eye but was bounced off by a layer of dark blue energy shield that suddenly appeared. The monster's defense was so strong that it was desperate. Its other sickle bone blade arm swung violently, so fast that it left an afterimage. Phew! A shadow warrior was unable to dodge and was hit by a huge bone blade. His reinforced combat uniform was shattered like paper. Blood and internal organs sprayed out instantly. He couldn't even scream, his body broke into 2 pieces and fell to the ground. Shadow 7. The voice of the Shadow Warrior Leader Zero fluctuated violently for the first time. Dad! Nuanyuan saw this bloody scene in the cage and was so scared that she let out a heart-wrenching scream. Don't be afraid, Nuanyuan. Close your eyes. Yi-Chen's heart was broken, and he roared. He clenched the tears of stars in his left hand, forcibly suppressed the urge to save his daughter, and injected his mental power crazily. This time, he no longer tried to anchor the space, but guided the cold spatial force into an invisible shackle. Spatial constraints. Hold it for me. Yi-Chen's eyes were red, and his mental power surged out like a flood. Buzz. An invisible force of space instantly descended upon the monster. Its movement of swinging the energy battle axe suddenly froze, as if it was trapped in an invisible quagmire. Although with its power, this restraint could only last for a very short second or two, but it was enough. Now. The weakness is at the joint connection and the energy core of the energy arm. Concentrate fire. Yi-Chen roared, and at the same time raised the particle rifle in his hand. The muzzle was instantly charged to the limit, and a dazzling blue particle beam shot fiercely at the elbow joint connection point of the monster's energy arm. Pancher and the remaining team members and Shadow Warriors are all elites who have experienced hundreds of battles. At the critical moment of life and death, there is no hesitation. All firepower, including Gauss rifles, particle beams, energy grenades, and magnetic rail shuttles, poured down like a storm towards the weak points pointed out by Yi-Chen. Boom! 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 Swish! Violent explosions and energy-tearing sounds rang out on the monster. The biological connecting tissues at the joints were torn apart by particle beams and Gauss bullets. The dark blue energy core at the elbow of the energy arm was accurately hit by several energy grenades, exploding into a dazzling plasma. The monster let out a painful and furious roar, and the terrifying energy arm instantly collapsed and dissipated, leaving only the charred fracture. The huge body also staggered back due to the damage to the joints. Well done. Suppress it. Poncher's spirits were greatly boosted. Although there were heavy casualties, they finally dealt a heavy blow to this terrifying guard. Yi-Chen didn't dare to stay. The binding effect was fleeting. The monster's violent compound eyes had locked onto them again, and violent blue energy surged in the broken arm, as if brewing a more terrifying counterattack. What's worse, the piercing alarm sounded like a tide throughout the tower. More heavy and swift running and roaring sounds came from the distance. More guards were coming. Zero. Take your men to hold it back. Pancher. Come with me to save Nuanyuan. Yi-Chen acted decisively, and his figure rushed towards the central energy cage like an arrow. Yes. Ling's voice was as cold as iron, with a will to die. The remaining two shadow warriors were like a thorn in the flesh, and they pounced on the giant beast guard with a broken arm again, using their lives to buy time for Yi Chen. The only remaining member of Pancher provided fire support, while Pancher himself followed Yi Chen and rushed towards the energy cage that emitted an ominous red light. Nuanyuan! Daddy is here! Yi Chen rushed to the cage, and his heart ached as he looked at his daughter who was so close to him but separated by a powerful energy barrier. Nuanyuan's little face was full of tears and fear, and her little hands desperately slapped the invisible barrier. Dad! Nuanyuan wants to go out. Nuanyuan is scared. Don't be afraid. Dad will take you away right now. Yi Chen took a deep breath and raised his left hand again, and the light of Tears of Stars lit up. This time, he did not try to destroy it violently, but probed his mental power into the energy structure of the cage, trying to find its frequency weakness or control node. Mr. Yi! The energy intensity of the cage is extremely high. It will take time to break it by force. The pursuers are coming soon. Pancher was extremely anxious as he looked at the shadowy and hideous figure appearing at the entrance of the rear passage. Give me 10 seconds. Yi Chen's forehead was bulging with veins, and his mental power was like the most sophisticated probe, rapidly shuttling through the complex and violent energy field. The database of the Star Core key quickly provided analytical support. 5 seconds. Zero and two shadow warriors fought desperately against the giant beast guards, and there were dangers everywhere. One shadow warrior was hit by the giant beast's bone blade, and his entire arm was shattered. At the entrance of the passage, 3 void guards with different shapes but equally ferocious have rushed in. They roared and pounced on Yi Chen and Pancher. 8 seconds. Yi Chen's mental power finally captured the core frequency of the cage energy field. He suddenly opened his eyes, and the light of Tears of Stars surged. Frequency jammer. On. Buzz. A specific spatial shock wave suddenly hit the energy barrier of the cage. The tough dark red light beam fluctuated violently like a water surface with a stone thrown into it. Then, as if the power was cut off, the light dimmed and disappeared in an instant. The cage is open. Nuanyuan. Yi Chen took a step forward and hugged his frightened daughter tightly in his arms. The moment the familiar, soft body with a milky scent entered his arms, Yi Chen, a man of steel, instantly had tears in his eyes. Dad! Whoa! Nuanyuan knew you would come. Nuanyuan hugged Yi Chen's neck tightly and burst into tears, as if she wanted to vent all her fear and grievances. Dad is here. Dad will take you home. Yi Chen's voice was choked with sobs, but more of it was the ecstasy of regaining what he had lost in boundless determination. However, the warm reunion only lasted for a moment. Roar! Behind him, the giant beast guard finally got rid of the restraints after Zero and the shadow warriors desperately delayed him. Zero was seriously injured and dying, and only one shadow warrior was left struggling to support him, and let out an extremely furious roar. It abandoned Zero, and the huge sickle bone blade, with the momentum of destroying everything, slashed fiercely at the back of Yi Chen, who was holding Nuanyuan. At the same time, the 3 guards who rushed in also rushed forward. Their sharp claws and energy weapons flashed with deadly light. There are pursuers in front and killers behind. Holding a young girl in his arms. Desperate situation. Chapter 32, Desperate situation breaks out, and the Tears of the Stars begin to cry. The cold breath of death was like substance, instantly enveloping Yi Chen, who was hugging Nuanyuan. Behind him was a giant blade tearing through the air, and in front of him were ferocious claws rushing towards him. Pancher and the remaining team members roared and fired, trying to intercept, but the firepower seemed to be a drop in the bucket in front of the terrifying guards. Dad! Nuanyuan was so scared that she buried her little face in Yi Chen's arms, her little body trembling. It was a close call. There was no fear in Yi Chen's eyes, only the violent anger like a volcanic eruption and the determination to protect his loved ones. He couldn't die. He couldn't let Nuanyuan get hurt. Get out of here! A roar containing endless mental power and the energy of the Star Core key exploded in the circular space like thunder. Buzz! The Tears of Stars tightly grasped in Yi Chen's left hand seemed to sense the owner's protective will and violent anger that was on the verge of limit, and suddenly burst out with an unprecedented bright ice blue light. This light was no longer soft, but with a cold, sharp feeling that seemed to be able to cut through space. With Yi Chen as the center, an invisible and violent space repulsion force field suddenly erupted. Like a rapidly expanding, spiked ice blue energy ball. Boom! 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 The three Void Guards who were at the forefront were like they had hit an invisible wall with millions of steel needles. Their bodies were instantly torn and twisted by this violent spatial force. Their solid shells were shattered, their limbs were broken, and black blood and energy fluids splashed like fountains. They couldn't even scream before they were blasted away by this overwhelming force, hitting the circular wall in the distance like a broken sack, and died instantly. The moment the giant beast guard behind him chopped down the sickle bone blade, it seemed to fall into an extremely sticky space quagmire. The speed dropped sharply. At the same time, the chitinous carapace covering the surface of the bone blade and the internal energy conduction structure, under the erosion of the ice blue light, made a teeth-grinding crackling sound. It was as if it was instantly frozen by the extreme low temperature and shattered by an invisible force. Roar! The giant beast guard roared in pain and anger. Its indestructible sickle bone blade was broken by a third of its front end. The broken end was covered with a layer of strange ice blue crystal frost. This sudden outburst of terrifying power beyond comprehension not only killed three guards instantly and severely damaged the behemoth, but also left the only remaining member of the rock team and the Shadow Warrior stunned. Yichen held Nuan in his arms, standing in the center of the ice blue force field, exuding an icy pressure like that of an ancient god. His face was as pale as paper, his body was trembling slightly due to overdrawn energy, and a trickle of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He forced the tears of the stars to burst out with a force beyond his own capacity, and the backlash was extremely serious. But Nuan in his arms was in the center of this violent force field, safe and sound, as if protected by the most gentle power. Go! Yichen shouted, enduring the severe pain of his soul being torn apart in the weakness of his body. The force field cannot last. Pancher came to his senses instantly and supported the staggering Zero code name of the Shadow Warrior leader. The remaining Shadow Warrior and team members immediately rushed to Yichen to protect him. Mr. Yi! This way! There is a passage. The moment Pancher saw the giant beast guard being frightened, he immediately pointed to an inconspicuous biomass pipeline entrance behind the cage platform that was flowing with dark blue energy. That was what he had just observed. Without any hesitation, Yichen held Nuan in his arms, and under the protection of Pancher and others, he staggered towards the entrance. The giant beast guard seemed to be shocked by the horrific blow just now, and coupled with the pain of the broken blade, he hesitated for a moment. Just this moment is enough to be fatal. The team quickly entered the dark pipe, which was about 2 meters in diameter and looked like the intestine of some kind of creature. The inner wall of the pipe was slippery, emitting a faint bioluminescence and a strong fishy smell. Zero! Blow up the entrance! Pancher shouted while helping Zero retreat. The only remaining Shadow Warrior reacted extremely quickly and immediately threw several high-explosive sticky bombs towards the entrance of the pipe. Boom! 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 The violent explosion collapsed the entrance of the pipeline. The collapsed biological matrix and energy beam temporarily blocked the passage. The furious collision and roar of the giant beast guards came from outside. Safe for now. But the crisis is far from over. There was a dead silence in the pipe, with only the heavy breathing of a few people. Yichen sat down against the slippery pipe wall, holding Nuan tightly in his arms. His face was pale and he was breathing heavily. Every breath was accompanied by burning pain in his lungs. The outburst just now almost drained all his mental and physical strength. Dad, what's wrong with you? You're bleeding. Nuan stretched out her little hand and carefully wiped the blood from the corner of Yichen's mouth, her big eyes full of heartache and fear. Dad is fine. Don't be afraid, Nuan. Yichen tried to force a smile and gently stroked his daughter's head, but his heart was heavy. He underestimated the true power of the Star Core Key and the danger level of this base. Now his strength has been greatly reduced, the team has suffered heavy casualties, and there are powerful enemies outside. How can he evacuate Nuan safely? Mr. Yi. Zero is seriously injured. He lost too much blood. Pancher said in a low voice as he checked the injury of the Shadow Warrior leader. Zero's abdomen was torn by the giant beast's bone blade. Although he was treated urgently, the wound was huge and his breath was weak. Use the best first aid medicine. Keep him alive. Yichen gritted his teeth. Every brother's life is precious. Mr. Yi, what should we do next? Where does this road lead to? The only remaining member of the rock team looked vigilantly into the depths of the dark pipe. Yichen closed his eyes, resisted the dizziness, and tried to communicate with the tears of the stars to get information. But the overdraft was serious, and the feedback was weak. He could only rely on his intuition and the weak guidance left by the star core key. Follow the direction of the energy flow. Be careful. I feel this pipeline is not simple. At this moment, the tiers of stars touched by Nguyenuan's little hand seemed to feel the pure breath and worry of its little master, and vibrated slightly. A weak but warm flow of energy flowed along Nguyenuan's little hand and quietly flowed into Yi Chen's almost exhausted body, like a long drought meeting a sweet rain, slightly alleviating the severe pain in his soul and the weakness of his body. Nguyen seemed to sense something as well, and looked at the pendant on her father's chest curiously. "Dad, this shiny stone. Nguyen feels so warm." Yi Chen's heart moved, looking at his daughter's pure eyes. A vague thought flashed through his mind. Could it be that Nguyen's blood could also resonate with the tears of the stars? There was no time to think about it. From deep inside the pipe, there was a faint, creepy rustling sound. It was as if countless tiny things were crawling towards us quickly. "Be on guard." Pancher growled and raised his gun. Chapter 33, Life Corridor, Insect Swarm Terror. The rustling sound coming from deep inside the pipe was getting closer and closer, as dense as the tide, and particularly harsh in the dead silence of the pipe. The sound was like the rustling sound of some kind of creature's shell rubbing against each other, and there was a sharp hissing sound that made people's scalps numb. "They are insect type guards. There are a lot of them." The voice of the only remaining shadow warrior was cold, the energy blade in his hand glowed dimly, and he was ready for close combat. Yi Chen held Nguyen tightly behind him, and raised the particle rifle despite his exhausted body. Pancher supported the weakling, and together with his teammates, they built a fragile defense line. Everyone's heart was in their throat. The next moment, from the depths of the dark pipe, dense swarms of monsters poured out like a flood that broke through a dam. They were small, about the size of a domestic dog, and looked like a magnified hybrid of a centipede and a beetle covered with a dark purple chitinous shell. Their compound eyes flashed with greedy red light, their mouths opened and closed, revealing sharp fangs, and hundreds of pairs of fine limbs crawled on the walls of the biological matrix tubes. Their tails also flashed with a faint blue light, and they seemed to be able to spray energy acid or accelerate over short distances. Fire! Rock roared. Da-da-da-da. The armor-piercing bullets of the Gauss rifle formed a metal storm, the particle beam cut through the darkness, and the energy grenade exploded in the insect swarm. The insect guards who rushed to the front were instantly hit, their shells shattered, mucus splashed, and their limbs flew everywhere. However, there were too many of them. And they were fearless. The death of their companions could not stop them from charging. More bugs came up from behind, stepping on the corpses of their companions, like a purple tide of death, rushing towards the team frantically. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Several streams of blue acid shot out from behind the swarm. The rock team member was unable to dodge, and the exoskeleton armor on his arm was instantly corroded with several large holes, emitting pungent white smoke. He groaned and froze. "Be careful." The shadow warrior flashed, and the energy blade danced into a light curtain, splitting several insects that took the opportunity to pounce on him into two pieces. But more insects had already broken through the firepower network and rushed to the front. Ah! A bug suddenly jumped up and pounced on Zero, who was supported by the rock. Although Zero was seriously injured, his killer instinct was still there. His other hand swung out like lightning, and an energy dagger accurately pierced the bug's compound eye. The sticky liquid splashed all over him. But more bugs came up. Their target seemed very clear: Nguyen, who was protected by Yi Chen. They made greedy hisses, as if there was something on Nguyen that was madly attracting them. Nguyen. Yi Chen's eyes were red with anger, and he fired wildly with his particle rifle, turning the approaching insects into sieves. But the swarm of insects was endless. He felt dizzy, and the sequelae of mental overdraft made his movements begin to sluggish. An extremely fast insect broke through the defense line and pounced on Nguyen's calf like lightning. Its sharp mouth parts opened and bit down fiercely. "No!" Nguyen screamed in fear and closed her eyes subconsciously. At this critical moment, buzz! The tears of stars. The pendant rope was hung around Yi Chen's neck with the end hanging down that had been tightly held in her little hand seemed to sense the extreme fear and threat of its little master, and suddenly a soft but tough ice blue halo lit up, instantly enveloping Nguyen's small body. Phew! The insect's fangs bit hard on the halo, but it was like biting into the toughest alloy. Not only did it fail to bite through, but the slight recoil force contained in the halo caused its mouthparts to break. The insect hissed in pain and rolled out. Nguyen opened her eyes in surprise, looking at the soft blue light on her body, and then at the glowing pendant on her chest, her face full of surprise. "The stone is protecting Nguyen? This scene also fell into Yi-Chen's eyes. He was shocked. Nuan Nuan could indeed trigger the protective power of Tears of the Stars. Although it was weak, it represented infinite possibilities. However, the swarm of insects did not stop their attack. They attacked the thin protective halo even more frantically, making intensive gnawing sounds. The halo fluctuated violently, and it was obviously not sustainable. We can't fight any longer. Charge forward. Yi-Chen saw that the swarm of insects seemed to become sparse at the rear, and judged that the insect tide had come to an end. Follow me. Pancher roared, no longer saving ammunition, firing his Gauss rifle at full power, and rushed forward like a human tank. The remaining team members and shadow warriors protected the two wings. Yi-Chen held Nuanyuan, and Ling followed closely behind with gritted teeth. The team stabbed into the purple insect tide like a red-hot knife. The sound of bullets, energy beams, explosions, blade cutting, insect hissing and shell shattering mixed together. Every step was stepped on the insect corpses, and the sticky liquid soaked the soles of the boots. The protective halo on Nuanyuan's body flickered under the crazy gnawing of the insect swarm, but she hugged her father's neck tightly. Although her little face was pale, she bit her lips hard not to cry, and her big eyes were full of trust in her father. Finally, at the critical moment when the ammunition was about to run out, everyone in the team was injured, and Zero was almost unconscious. They broke out of the swarm of insects. The pipeline in front suddenly became clear, connecting to a wider space. However, the scene before them made everyone gasp. This is no longer a lifeless pipe, but a huge space that looks like the internal organs of a living thing. The dome is high and filled with giant follicle-like cysts that emit a faint green fluorescence. Countless thick biological pipes flowing with dark purple and dark blue liquids crisscross in the space like blood vessels, connecting those follicles to a huge dark red energy pool below that beats like a heart. The air was filled with a nauseatingly strong scent of life energy and an indescribable resentment that was as if billions of lives had been forcibly blended and distorted. The most terrifying thing is that in those dark green follicles, you can vaguely see embryos of various forms of void creatures that have not yet fully formed wriggling. Some look like humanoids, some look like beasts, and some are simply twisted balls of flesh. This is a hatchery. Oh my god, this is. The rock team member's voice was dry. The breeding ground of void creatures. Yi-Chen looked at the pulsating follicles and the huge energy pool, and a chill rose in his heart. The Shadow Council or the existence behind it was mass-producing terrifying war weapons here. At this moment, the tears of stars in Yi-Chen's arms felt a faint throbbing again, pointing to a biological staircase covered with luminous moss that extended upward behind the energy pool. The way out is above. Let's go. Yi-Chen forced himself to stay here for long. The team members suppressed their nausea and fear, and quickly passed through this creepy corridor of life and stepped onto the upward stairs. Nuanyuan looked at those huge follicles, her little face full of fear, and buried her head deeply in Yi-Chen's arms. Just as they were about to reach the top of the stairs and leave this horrible chamber. Gurgle. In the center of the huge energy pool, huge bubbles suddenly appeared. The water in the pool was churning violently. A terrifying aura that was far more terrifying than all the guards before was like a sleeping prehistoric beast slowly waking up. Chapter 34, A Giant Figure in the Pool, A Race for Life and Death. The violent churning of the energy pool was like boiling magma, and huge bubbles bulged in the center of the dark red pool water. When they burst, they emitted a rich, disgusting life energy and a sulfur-like stench. The awakening terrifying aura was like an invisible hammer, hitting everyone's heart hard. Oh no! A big guy is coming out. Pancher's face changed drastically, and his voice changed tone. The remaining team members and shadow warriors immediately pointed their guns at the churning surface of the pool, as if they were facing a great enemy. Yi-Chen felt the breath that was more majestic, more chaotic, and full of endless greed and desire for destruction than the previous giant beast guards. Warning signs were ringing in his heart. In his current state, there was no way he could fight against a monster of this level. Don't worry about it. Rush up the stairs at full speed. Get out of here. Yi-Chen roared, holding Nuanyuan, and rushed to the top of the stairs desperately. The rest of the team also knew that staying here would mean death. They immediately gave up their guard and ran upwards with all their might. Zero was half dragged and half pulled by the rock, his face as pale as paper. Gulp! Gulp! The water in the pool churned even more violently. An extremely huge back covered with a thick dark golden shell slowly emerged from the water. The part that was exposed above the water alone was comparable to a small submarine. The back was covered with sharp bone spurs and gullies flowing with dark blue energy. Roar! A roar so deep that it seemed to come from the depths of hell, with terrifying pressure and sound waves, suddenly spread out. The entire huge chamber was shaking violently. The dark green follicles in the dome burst one after another, and sticky liquid and unformed embryonic tissue fell like raindrops. Plop! Plop! The only remaining members of the Rock Team and Shadow Warrior were so shocked by the roar that contained a mental shock that their blood was boiling, their ears and noses were bleeding, and they almost fell down the steep stairs. Yi-Chen also felt a strong dizziness, but he bit the tip of his tongue tightly. The severe pain stimulated his nerves, and he forced himself to stay awake and protect Nuan more tightly. The tears of the stars exuded a weak but firm protective power, offsetting most of the impact of the mental shock on Nuan. Quick! Quick! Yi-Chen roared, almost using both his hands and feet to climb up. The light at the top of the stairs was right in front of him. Crash! A huge sound of breaking water was heard. The giant creature in the pool finally revealed its true appearance. It was a terrifying existence that was hard to describe in words. It had a body similar to a giant turtle, but covered with a thick dark golden carapace. Extending from the edge of the carapace was a ferocious head as huge as a battering ram, wrapped in black energy. On the head were 3 pairs of compound eyes that flashed cold red light. Its limbs were as thick as giant pillars, and at the end were giant claws covered with scales and bone blades. A long tail like a giant python, covered with suction cups and bone spurs, swung behind it, whipping the air to make a bang. On its body, countless dark blue energy veins pulsated like a living thing, exuding a suffocating sense of power. Void. War Beast. Yi-Chen's mind instantly flashed the name in the Star Core Key database, and his heart went cold. This is a terrifying biological weapon that is enough to destroy an army. The 3 pairs of compound eyes of the beast instantly locked onto the tiny human being running wildly on the stairs. Especially Nuan, who was held by Yi-Chen. It roared with greed and fury, and its huge front claws slammed towards the stairs with the power to tear apart space. At the same time, its python-like long tail swept out like a whip, rolling up a terrifying gale. Boom! The huge claws slapped the middle of the stairs. The solid biological stairs instantly shattered and collapsed like a cookie. The rocks flew through the air. The huge shockwave directly blew away the Rock Team member and the Shadow Warrior who were left behind. The two screamed and fell into the energy pool below. No! Poncher's eyes were red with anger, but he was powerless. Yi-Chen held Nuan in his arms, and at the moment the stairs collapsed, he jumped up with all his strength. He landed dangerously on the top of the only remaining stairs. The rubble brushed against his body as it fell. However, the long tail like a giant python, with a scream that tore through the air, was like the whip of death, lashing fiercely at Yi-Chen and Nuan who had just landed. There is no way to avoid it. It's too fast. Dad! Nuan screamed in horror. A trace of despair flashed across Yi-Chen's eyes, and then turned into desperate madness. He protected Nuan tightly under his body, and used his back to face the fatal whip shadow. At the same time, he injected the last bit of mental power into the tears of the stars, trying to stimulate the meager protective halo. At this critical moment, buzz! On Yi-Chen's chest, the tears of stars tightly grasped by Nuan's small hand seemed to feel the fatal threat faced by both father and daughter, as well as the desire for protection contained in Nuan's pure blood that surpassed Yi-Chen, and suddenly burst out with an unprecedented, soft but incomparably tough ice blue light. The light instantly formed a solid light cocoon, completely wrapping Yi-Chen and Nuan. Boom! The giant beast's long tail hit the light cocoon hard. There was no explosion as expected. The force that was enough to shatter the rocks was like a drop in the ocean. The light cocoon fluctuated violently, and dense ripples appeared on the surface, but it was tenacious and did not break. A soft and powerful reverse thrust was transmitted back along the long tail. Roar! The beast seemed to have not expected that this tiny light cocoon was so tough. Its long tail was bounced away by the recoil force, and it let out a surprised roar. Its movements were also slightly delayed. The time is now. Let's go! Yi-Chen seized this fleeting opportunity, hugged Nuan, and rushed into the exit at the top of the stairs. Poncher also rushed in, dragging the almost unconscious Ling. The light cocoon quickly dissipated after entering the passage. Nuan's face was pale, and it was obvious that the burst of protective power just now also consumed her huge mental energy. She lay in Yi-Chen's arms somewhat listlessly. Nuan! How are you? Yi-Chen asked anxiously. Nuan! I'm so tired. I want to sleep. Nuanyuan's voice was as soft as a mosquito's hum. Hold on. We'll be out soon. Yi Chen's heart ached, but he could only force himself to stay strong. He looked back at the exit, and the giant beast seemed to be blocked by the narrow entrance, and was ramming it angrily, causing the entire passage to shake. Hurry! This way! Pancher saw that there seemed to be an artificial light in front of the passage, and immediately pointed the way. The team members ran desperately along this relatively regular place, which seemed to be the internal transportation channel of the base. The sound of the giant beast's collision was getting farther and farther away, but a new sense of crisis lingered in their hearts. The protective power that Nuanyuan had just burst out was like a beacon in the dark night. Would it attract more terrifying existences? At the end of the passage was a heavy door made of an unknown alloy. The door was tightly closed, and next to it was a control panel that was flickering with a faint light. Authorization is required, the Shadow Warrior whispered after checking. Yi Chen walked forward and tried to probe his mental power into the control panel. At the same time, the Star Core key also emitted a weak scanning wave. The light on the panel flickered a few times and suddenly turned green. Click! The heavy alloy door slid open silently to both sides. Behind the door was a huge, brightly lit space filled with a sense of high technology. There were countless complex pipes, flashing screens, huge culture tanks, and a figure with his back to them, wearing a white researcher's robe, and looking intently at the huge culture tank in the center. Hearing the door opening, the figure slowly turned around. When they saw his face, Yi Chen, Pancher, and even the dying Ling were instantly struck by lightning, and their pupils dilated to the extreme. It is you? This is impossible. Chapter 35, The Reappearance of an Old Enemy, The Mystery of Betrayal. The light behind the door illuminated the face that turned around. It was a face that Yi Chen was extremely familiar with, but at the moment it seemed extremely unfamiliar. Elegant, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, with a capable and steady temperament, it was the CEO of Universal Star Holdings, Chen Mingxian. Chen Mingxian? Pancher roared with extreme shock and anger, and the muzzle of the gun was instantly raised and pointed at him. The only remaining Shadow Warrior also immediately entered a fighting stance. Yi Chen stared at that face, his heart felt like it was pierced by an ice cone. Shock, anger, disbelief, and the pain of being betrayed by the person he trusted the most instantly overwhelmed his reason. Chen Mingxian? Why is he here? Shouldn't he be with the Star Ranger? Could it be he has always been a member of the Shadow Council? Has the interior of the universe Star Sea been infiltrated long ago? Mr. Yi, Captain Pancher, and Ling. Chen Mingxian looked at the wounded and murderous people who suddenly broke in, with an extremely surprised and shocked expression on his face, even a little panic. Why are you here? Miss Nuanyuan? His eyes fell on Nuanyuan and Yi Chen's arms, and the concern and surprise in his eyes did not seem fake. Shut up! Traitor! Pancher's eyes were bloodshot, his finger on the trigger. Tell me. Have you always been in cahoots with these monsters? Did you lead us here? Traitor? Captain Rock. What are you talking about? Chen Mingxian looked confused and hurt. How could I betray Mr. Yi? Betray Universe Starsea? I was captured by them. Catch him? Yi Chen's voice was icy cold and filled with suspicion. Chen Mingxian, tell me, why did you appear in the laboratory of the core base of the Shadow Council? Wearing their clothes? Safe and sound? His mental power was like an icy tentacle, locking onto Chen Mingxian and feeling his mental fluctuations. Mr. Yi, please listen to my explanation. Chen Mingxian took a step forward eagerly, but was stopped by the cold muzzle of Pancher's gun. Things are not what you think. 3 days ago, not long after you sneaked into the base, the Star Ranger was attacked fiercely by the base's outer defense system. The other party used some kind of space shock weapon and almost tore the hull apart. In order to cover the evacuation of Dr. Lin Wei and the core data of the hull, I led a team of security to attract firepower, but the spaceship was destroyed and I was captured. He pointed at his slightly torn white robe of a researcher. They forced me to wear this robe. They brought me here to make me crack the encryption of the core database of Universe Starsea and the Star Spirit technology. They want to obtain the results of the Stardust Furnace technology and the Deep Blue Matrix. I have been playing coy and trying to find a chance to escape or destroy this place. I swear. My loyalty to Mr. Yi and Universe Starsea is known to all, heaven and earth. Chen Mingxian's tone was urgent and sincere, and there were even tears in his eyes. In Yi Chen's mental perception, his emotions fluctuated violently, full of grievances, anger, and worries, and it seemed that he was not lying? Then how do you explain this? Zero's weak voice sounded, and he struggled to raise his hand and pointed to the huge culture tank in the center of the laboratory. Everyone looked over there. The huge cylindrical culture tank was filled with light green nutrient solution. In the nutrient solution, a naked, curled-up human male body was soaked. His body was connected to countless tubes, and his expression was painful and twisted. When he saw the man's face clearly, Yi Chen's pupils contracted again. That person was actually Chen Mingxian. Another. Chen Mingxian? Chapter 36: The Secret of Twins, the Core of the Base. The air in the laboratory seemed to freeze. Everyone was shocked by the naked Chen Mingxian soaked in the nutrient solution in the culture tank, and their scalps tingled and their minds were in chaos. Two Chen Mingxian? Standing in front of them, Chen Mingxian, who was wearing a white robe, turned pale as paper in an instant, his eyes filled with extreme shock, fear, and a trace of indescribable complex emotions. He staggered back a step, looking at himself in the culture tank in disbelief. This is impossible. He spoke incoherently, as if his worldview had been turned upside down. Yi Chen's eyes were like a cold probe, scanning between the two Chen Mingxians repeatedly. His mental power was raised to the extreme, trying to distinguish the true from the false. Chen Mingxian in the culture tank had weak vital signs, and his mental fluctuations were almost stagnant, like a living dead. And the Chen Mingxian in front of him, his mental fluctuations were violent and real, full of confusion and pain. Clone? Or some kind of copying technology? Yi Chen's voice was cold and full of vigilance. The Shadow Council's technology was so strange that it was beyond imagination. No, not a clone. Chen Mingxian, who was wearing a white robe, seemed to have thought of something. His body trembled violently, and his eyes were filled with pain and reminiscence. It's him, it's Shadow. They stole my memory. My emotions. Even part of my personality. They want to create a perfect, controlled Chen Mingxian puppet. To completely control the universe and the sea of stars. He pointed at the culture tank fiercely, his voice filled with tears and anger. That is the replica they made. A fake that has not been fully activated. And I am the real one. Mr. Yi. Please believe me. I have been resisting. They locked me up here just to use this replica for comparison and debugging, and to force me to surrender. Yi Chen was silent, his brain working rapidly. Chen Mingxian's explanation seemed to make sense logically. The Shadow Council did have the motive and ability to do this. Moreover, if it was a replica, then Chen Mingxian's previous betrayal suspicion seemed to have another explanation. Evidence. Yi Chen said coldly, prove that you are the real Chen Mingxian. Prove that you are not controlled. Chen Mingxian took a deep breath and tried to calm down. Mr. Yi, do you remember the conversation we had in the Cloud Realm suite on the day you inherited the group? The document number you signed was CE001, and the first question you asked me was about the authority of the Antarctic Project Zero. And you privately commissioned me to investigate the truth of your mother's car accident that year. These are only known to the real Chen Mingxian and you. Yi Chen's eyes moved slightly. These details are indeed top secret. If the other party can steal memories and copy personalities, then copying these memories is also possible. But this at least proves that the Chen Mingxian in front of him has all the memories of the real Chen Mingxian. Even if you are real, you are still a prisoner now. Tell us how to leave here. Nuanyuan needs immediate treatment. Pancher interrupted, he was more concerned about practical issues. Nuanyuan was in Yi Chen's arms, breathing weakly, and her face was frighteningly pale. Chen Mingxian immediately looked at Nuanyuan, his eyes full of concern. What happened to Miss Nuanyuan? Is she injured? This laboratory has basic medical equipment. He walked quickly to a control console and operated it quickly. The wall next to it slid open, revealing a simple but well-equipped medical cabin. Quick! Put her in. Let me check. Yi Chen watched Chen Mingxian skillfully operate the medical equipment. His concern for Nuan did not seem fake, and his suspicion was slightly reduced. The most important thing now was Nuan's safety. He carefully placed Nuan on the platform of the medical cabin. Chen Mingxian immediately activated the scanning device, frowning. The vital signs are weak, the spirit is severely traumatized, there is a weak unknown energy residue in the body, it seems that some kind of life source has been excessively extracted. Energy replenishment and mental comfort must be carried out immediately. Otherwise. What else? Yi Chen's heart tightened instantly. Otherwise, it may cause permanent damage or even brain death. Chen Mingxuan's voice was extremely heavy. What? Yi Chen was struck by lightning. Looking at his daughter's pale and fragile face in the medical cabin, he was almost devoured by great fear and boundless anger. Shadow Council. I want you to pay for your blood debt with blood. Mr. Yi. Calm down. Saving Miss Nuanyuan is the most important thing now. Chen Mingxian said urgently, this laboratory is connected to a secondary energy node of the base. I can temporarily call upon some of the pure life energy, which should be able to stabilize Miss Nuanyuan's condition. But this will take time. And she cannot be disturbed. He pointed to a screen on the console, which showed a simplified diagram of the base. A scarlet mark was approaching the laboratory quickly. Alert! The guards are approaching. It's the Clearer team. They found something abnormal in the laboratory. On the screen, several high-speed moving light spots are approaching the laboratory from multiple channel entrances. Rock. 0. Guard the door. Buy me some time. Yi Chen ordered without hesitation, his eyes fixed on Nuan, who was beginning to be enveloped by soft green energy in the medical cabin. At this moment, nothing was more important than his daughter's life. Yes. Pancher and the remaining Shadow Warrior immediately dragged their injured bodies and rushed to the alloy gate, using the bunkers beside the gate to build a defense line. Zero struggled to sit up and held the few remaining high-explosive grenades in his hands. Ming Xian. Do your best to save Nuanyuan. How long will it take? Yi Chen's voice was filled with unquestionable determination. At least 15 minutes. Chen Mingxian looked at the rapidly approaching red light on the screen with a serious expression. The Clearers are the elite hunting team of the base, and they are very difficult to deal with. Wei. If you don't have 15 minutes, then fight with your life. Yi Chen interrupted him, with crazy fire burning in his eyes. He walked to the weapon rack, picked up a heavy energy cannon with a hideous shape and a muzzle as big as a fist, and skillfully checked the energy battery. Does this thing work? Yes. This is a prototype used in the laboratory to test the power of new weapons. The energy level is very high. But the recoil is huge and unstable. Chen Mingxian replied quickly. That's enough. Yi Chen carried the heavy energy cannon on his shoulder and cast a cold gaze at the tightly closed alloy door. Open the door. Let them in. Close the door and beat the dog. Pancher and Shadow Warrior looked at each other and saw the determination in each other's eyes. Pancher suddenly pressed the door opening button. The heavy alloy door slid open silently. Outside the door, there were 5 figures wearing streamlined black combat armor and holding strange energy weapons. Their helmets and visors flashed a cold red light, and their movements were swift, silent, and full of deadly coordination. It was the Clearer team. The moment the door opens. Boom, boom, boom. The firepower of the Rock and Shadow Warrior poured out like a violent storm. Gauss armor-piercing bullets and energy beams instantly blocked the door. However, the Eliminators reacted faster than expected. The leader raised his arm, and a dark blue energy shield instantly unfolded, blocking most of the firepower. The other 4 spread out like ghosts, rushing into the laboratory at incredible speeds and angles. Their energy weapons did not shoot out beams, but high-speed rotating energy shuttles with decomposition fields. Puff! Puff! A cleanser instantly approached the seriously injured Shadow Warrior, and stabbed out with an energy dagger like a venomous snake. The Shadow Warrior tried to block it, but due to his serious injury, his movements were half a beat slower, and the energy dagger pierced his throat. Blood spurted. Shadow 9. Pancher roared, and the Gauss rifle in his hand swept madly towards the cleaner, but the other party dodged it nimbly. Another cleanser pounced directly on Chen Mingxian, who was operating the medical equipment. Mingxian, be careful! Yi Chen roared. The heavy energy cannon on his shoulder roared deafeningly. A terrifying energy torrent as thick as a bucket, twisting the space, slammed fiercely at the Eliminator, who pounced on Chen Mingxian like an out-of-control angry dragon. Chapter 37, Bloody Battle in an Isolated Room. Energy Storm. Boom! The violent energy torrent, with the power to destroy everything, instantly engulfed the Eliminator that rushed towards Chen Mingxian. The dark blue shield was shattered like paper, the decomposition field was torn apart by the violent energy, and the hard combat armor melted like wax. The Eliminator was unable to even scream before he turned into ashes in the dazzling energy light. However, this powerful blow also brought a huge price. The horrible recoil made Yi-Chen feel like he was hit by a giant hammer. He flew backwards and hit the metal wall heavily. His throat felt sweet and he spurted out a mouthful of blood. There was a sharp pain in his shoulder blade, and it seemed that there was a bone fracture. The heavy energy cannon in his hand was overloaded in billowing green smoke, the muzzle was twisted and deformed, and it was completely scrapped. "Mr. Yi!" Chen Mingxian exclaimed, but he could not leave the medical equipment. Nuanyuan's life support system was at a critical moment. "I'm fine." Yi-Chen struggled to stand up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes became even colder and crazier. He picked up 2 high-frequency energy vibration knives used to cut samples on the laboratory table next to him, and rushed towards another cleanser who was fighting with the rock like a cheetah. Pancher was already at the end of his strength, his exoskeleton armor was damaged in many places, and his left arm was drooping limply, obviously broken. He was leaning against the cover, holding a gun with his only remaining right hand, fighting against a cleanser who moved as fast as a ghost, and there were dangers everywhere. Yi-Chen's joining instantly changed the situation. Although he had not received professional combat training, his enhanced physical fitness and master-level combat instincts made him like a humanoid beast. The 2 high-frequency vibration knives in his hands turned into deadly blue light wheels. With a scream that tore through the air, he slashed at the Eliminator fearlessly. The Eliminator obviously didn't expect Yi-Chen to be so brave, and was disrupted by this violent close combat. The energy dagger and the shock knife collided violently, sparks flew. Yi-Chen's power was extremely strong, and every slash made the Eliminator's arm numb. What frightened him even more was Yi-Chen's fighting style that completely ignored his own defense and risked his life. Phew! Yi-Chen fought hard and had his combat uniform cut on the ribs by the energy dagger. Blood gushed out instantly, and the vibration knife in his left hand stabbed into the gap in the armor on the side of the cleaner's neck at a tricky angle. Buzz! The power of the high-frequency vibration instantly destroyed the clearer's neck nerves and energy pipelines. His body suddenly stiffened, and the red light under the helmet flashed violently several times, and then went out. The huge body fell to the ground with a bang. Ahem! Yi-Chen staggered a step, and felt a sharp pain in his rib wound. But he did not stop, and his cold eyes instantly locked onto the next target. On the other side, the only remaining Shadow Warrior Zero is no longer able to fight as fighting a cleanser but is clearly at a disadvantage. The last cleanser bypassed the battlefield and was trying to destroy the energy supply line of the medical cabin. Looking for death. Yi-Chen's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He suddenly used the vibration knife in his hand as a dart and threw it fiercely at the destroyer. At the same time, Pancher endured the severe pain and turned the gun around. Buzz! Dad Ada! The shockwave blade and armor-piercing bullets arrived almost at the same time. The clearer reacted very quickly and opened the shield in an instant. However, the armor-piercing bullets from the rock interfered with the stability of his shield. The shock blade thrown by Yi-Chen was like a drill, rotating and tearing off a corner of the shield, and nailing it hard in his shoulder joint. Ah! The cleaner let out a suppressed groan of pain and his movements froze. Now! Yi-Chen pounced like a tiger. With all his strength and rage, he thrust the only remaining vibration knife in his right hand into the gap between the helmet and the chest armor of the clearer. Phew! The blue energy blade penetrated. The last clearer twitched violently several times and fell down. The battle in the laboratory ended temporarily after paying a heavy price of Ingzhou's death, Pancher's serious injury, Yi-Chen's injury, and Ling's near death. All 5 erasers were killed. But the entire laboratory was in a mess, and the equipment was seriously damaged. Nuanyuan, how is she? Yi-Chen didn't care about his own injuries and staggered to the medical cabin. In the medical cabin, Nuan was still unconscious, but her face seemed to have regained a bit of redness, and her breathing became more stable. Soft green life energy enveloped her. She's temporarily stable. Her life force has been replenished, and her mental trauma is slowly healing. But a very tiny void beacon seems to have been implanted in her body. If it's not removed, it will always be a hidden danger. Chen Mingxian said quickly, his face still solemn. Also, the battle and energy fluctuations just now must have alarmed higher-ups in the base. We must leave immediately. Nuanyuan needs a safer environment for treatment. Just at this moment. Woo 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 woo. The entire base suddenly sounded an alarm that was even more shrill and urgent than before. The blinding red light flashed wildly. On the console screen of the laboratory, the readings representing the core energy of the base were soaring wildly. At the same time, the base structure diagram showed that several huge gates leading to the core area were slowly opening. An even more terrifying and vast aura, like an awakened ancient beast, spread from the deepest part of the base. Alert! Alert! Core energy overload. Void Nest Defense Protocol activated. Final elimination procedure activated. The cold electronic synthesized voice echoed in the laboratory. Not good. They are going to detonate the core of the base. Or awaken something even more terrifying. To carry out indiscriminate destruction. Chen Mingxuan's face turned pale instantly. This is the highest level of self-destruction protocol. We are trapped in the core area. Detonate? Wake up? Yichen looked at the crazy soaring energy readings on the screen, and then looked at Nuan, who was still unconscious in the medical cabin, with a crazy light flashing in his eyes. Detonate? Not that easy. Ming Xian. Tell me. Where is the core energy node of the base? Chapter 38, Cutting off the firewood from under the cauldron, the wrath of the mother nest. The piercing alarm sounded like a countdown to death, and the wildly soaring energy readings flashed a blinding red light on the screen. The entire laboratory, and even the entire core area of the base, was trembling slightly in the violent energy fluctuations. A suffocating breath of destruction spread from the deepest part of the base, like an invisible giant hand strangling everyone's throat. Detonate? Awaken? Yichen repeated these two words, his eyes burning with desperate madness. Detonate? That's perfect. Ming Xian. Tell me. Where is the core energy node of the base? The thing that provides energy for the void nest. Chen Mingxian was startled by the madness in Yi Chen's eyes, but then he understood and said in a lost voice, Mr. Yi. Are you trying to cut off the fuel supply? This is too dangerous. The core energy node is the most heavily defended place in the base. And once the energy is cut off or out of control, it may instantly trigger a chain explosion that is more terrifying than self-destruction. Is the situation worse than it is now? Yi Chen's voice was cold and resolute. He pointed at the energy reading on the screen that was about to break the critical point. Either wait to die, or be torn to pieces by the awakened monsters before the explosion. Or take a gamble. Destroy their energy source. Completely paralyze this damn place. Give us a chance of survival. Pancher struggled to stand up. Although his broken arm was in great pain, his eyes were still fierce. Mr. Yi. Go ahead. We're going to die anyway. Why not use them as scapegoats? Ling also raised his head weakly, with a final fierce gleam in his eyes. Chen Mingxian looked at Yi Chen's determined eyes, then at the unconscious Nuan in the medical cabin, and gritted his teeth. Okay. The core energy node is right below this laboratory. The vertical distance is about 300 meters. There is the main pumping station of the void psionic pool. It controls the energy distribution of the entire base. But there must be heavy troops guarding there. And the only fast passage leading there is the energy transfer well inside the base, which is filled with high-intensity psionic radiation and energy turbulence. If a flesh and blood body goes in, it will be decomposed in an instant. Energy transfer well. Yi Chen's eyes swept to the entrance of a vertical passage with a diameter of about 2 meters, which was closed by a heavy alloy gate in the corner of the laboratory. The gate was covered with complex energy patterns and warning lights. Is it there? Yes. But it is a one-way channel. You can only go down, not up. And the gate requires the highest authority to open. Chen Mingxian replied quickly. Authorization? Yi Chen sneered and raised his left hand. Star Core Key is the highest authority. He walked to the gate of the energy transfer well and pressed the tiers of the stars on the control panel next to it. Buzz. Ice blue light flowed from the pendant and seeped into the control panel. The warning light on the panel flashed wildly for a few times, and finally turned green, indicating a pass. Click, boom. The heavy alloy gate slowly slid open to both sides. A scorching, violent, destructive blue energy turbulence gushed out from the wellhead like a substance. The air in the laboratory was burned and distorted. Mr. Yi. You can't go alone. It's too dangerous. Pancher said anxiously. You stay. Protect Nuanyuan and Mingxian. This is an order, Yi Chen said without even turning his head. He glanced at his daughter in the medical cabin, a hint of tenderness flashed in his eyes, and then turned into steel-like determination. He took a deep breath and tightly grasped the tiers of stars in his palm. A thin layer of ice blue light instantly covered his whole body. This was the last barrier he could generate to resist the psionic radiation. Then, under the angry eyes of Pancher and others, he jumped without hesitation and jumped into the vertical deep well filled with destructive energy turbulence. Whoosh whoosh. The violet energy turbulence was like millions of red-hot steel knives, madly cutting the protective halo on Yi Chen's body. The piercing scream filled his eardrums. In front of him was an endless, dazzling blue light. The terrifying gravity-tearing and energy impact made him like a small boat in the raging sea, his body spinning and falling uncontrollably. Ah! The protective halo fluctuated violently under the violent psionic impact and quickly became thinner. The skin felt a burning pain. Yi Chen gritted his teeth and injected all his willpower and remaining mental power into the tiers of the stars, desperately maintaining this last barrier. At the same time, he tried to adjust his posture and tried to control the direction of his fall. The vertical distance of 300 meters became extremely long under the violent fall and the turbulent energy flow. Every second was torture. Finally, plop! Yi Chen fell heavily onto a hard, hot metal platform. The protective halo was completely shattered the moment he landed. His whole body felt like it was falling apart, his skin was burned in many places, and his mouth was full of blood. He struggled to raise his head. In front of him was a huge space that looked like an underground palace. In the center of the space was a huge pool with a diameter of over 100 meters, bottomless, boiling with dark purple and dark blue viscous liquid, the void psionic pool. In the pool, violent energy bubbles were rolling, emitting a heart-pounding breath of destruction. Countless thick, dark purple pipes like biological blood vessels extended from the pool wall, connecting dozens of huge, roaring energy conversion and boosting devices, main pumping stations around. The whole space was filled with deafening roars, scorching heat, and a strong energy atmosphere. At the edge of the pool and on the pump station platform, there stood 6 10-meter-tall, hideous-looking statues covered in thick dark golden biological armor, holding huge energy weapons, Titan-class void guards. Their compound eyes scanned the space like searchlights, emitting a terrifying pressure far exceeding that of all the previous guards. Yi Chen's intrusion was like dropping cold water into boiling oil. Roar! The 6 Titan guards were instantly alarmed. Their cold compound eyes locked onto the tiny Yi Chen on the platform. The huge energy weapon began to charge. The light of destruction condensed at the muzzle. At the same time, the alarm lights on the console flashed wildly. Obviously, the control center of the base also discovered this uninvited guest. Intruders detected. Energy core area. Threat level, world-destroying level. Execute, elimination procedure. The cold electronic sound echoed in the space. There are Titans guarding in front and the self-destruction program is about to be completed in the back. It is truly a dead end. Yi Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at the 6 terrifying mountain-like beings. There was no fear in his eyes, but a more crazy flame burned in his eyes. He struggled to stand up, raised his left hand holding the tiers of stars, and roared at the boiling psionic pool and the roaring pump station. Come on! Bastards! Look, your guns are faster. It's still me. I explode faster. Chapter 39, Star Core Rift, Bloody Road Home. The 6 Titan-class void guards were like moving mountains, their heavy footsteps causing the entire metal platform to tremble. The muzzles of the huge energy weapons in their hands condensed the blue light to the extreme, emitting a destructive aura that was enough to annihilate everything. 6 death beams instantly locked onto the tiny Yi Chen on the platform. There is no way to avoid it. There is no way to stop it. In Yi Chen's eyes, 6 rapidly enlarging rays of destructive light were reflected. The breath of death was icy and bone-chilling. At this critical moment, the corner of Yi Chen's mouth was raised with a crazy and cold arc. He did not try to dodge or defend, but poured all his mental strength, willpower, and the insignificant strength he had just recovered into the tightly grasped tiers of stars without reservation, like a flood. The target was not the 6 Titans. Instead, it was the boiling, violent, bottomless void energy pool behind them. Star Core Key. Give it to me, suck it. Buzz. The tiers of stars burst out with an unprecedented, dazzling ice blue light like a supernova explosion. This light was no longer restrained, but carried a greedy, terrifying suction that seemed to be able to devour everything. An invisible gravitational vortex that was so powerful that it distorted space suddenly took shape with Yi Chen as the center. But the target of this vortex was not a physical entity, but energy. Boom boom. The entire void energy pool was like being thrown into billions of bombs. The violent dark blue energy liquid suddenly boiled, roared, and rushed into the sky. Dozens of huge energy tornadoes were formed. These dark energies containing destructive power did not dissipate, but were frantically pulled and swallowed by the ice-blue gravitational vortex like hundreds of rivers returning to the sea. Yi Chen's body became the channel connecting the psionic energy pool and the tears of the stars. The psionic energy that was violent enough to destroy the planet rushed into his body like an uncontrolled torrent, and was then forcibly absorbed and compressed by the tears of the stars. Indescribable pain that was beyond human endurance instantly swept through every inch of Yi Chen's nerves. His body was like a balloon being blown up, and the blood vessels on the surface of his skin were bulging, showing a strange blue color. His eyes were instantly filled with violent energy and lost focus. His bones groaned under the heavy load. It seemed that his soul was about to be completely torn apart and annihilated by this endless destructive energy. The icy blue light of the star core key flickered violently, and the nebula rotating inside seemed to be burning. It was frantically transforming and storing this energy beyond its limit, but it was also on the verge of collapse. This sudden change was beyond the logical judgment of the Titan guards. The target they locked onto was instantly submerged by the violent psionic tornado and the dazzling ice blue light. The 6 destructive beams that were ready to be launched also experienced a brief delay when they lost their target. Boom! 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 6 thick blue beams were finally shot out, but their target had become a violent energy turbulence. The beams shot into the psionic tornado, triggering an even more terrifying energy explosion. The entire energy core space instantly turned into a hell of energy storms. Dark blue, ice blue, dark purple, all kinds of destructive energy turbulences collided, exploded, and swept wildly. The solid metal platform was torn and melted like a piece of paper. The huge energy conversion pump station wailed under the heavy load and exploded one after another. Fireballs and plasma splashed everywhere. The 6 powerful Titan guards were the first to bear the brunt. Their huge bodies were instantly engulfed by the violent energy storm. The heavy biological armor was like a joke in the face of the absolute energy torrent, being torn, melted, and decomposed. They were unable to even scream before they turned into dust in the universe. Yi Chen's figure had already been submerged in the center of the energy storm, and his life or death was unknown. This energy storm beyond the limit, which was triggered by his own hands, was like the coming of doomsday, madly destroying everything in the energy core area. Meanwhile, in the upper laboratory, the violent vibration was like a magnitude 10 earthquake. The whole laboratory was shaking wildly. Instruments burst, pipes broke. Fragments kept falling from the ceiling. Mr. Yi. Pancher's eyes were bloodshot, and he guarded the medical cabin tightly. Chen Mingxian tried his best to stabilize the medical equipment to ensure Nuanyuan's life. Ling was thrown into the corner by the violent vibration and completely unconscious. Energy readings returned to 0? Core nodes destructively damaged? Chen Mingxian looked at the energy readings on the console that went out instantly, and the alarm that represented the energy core area turning into a dazzling red light, his eyes filled with extreme shock and disbelief. Mr. Yi, he succeeded? He destroyed the psionic pool? Boom! A duller roar as if coming from the depths of the earth was heard. The alarm of the entire base suddenly changed its tone, becoming a more shrill whine that represented the collapse of the core structure. Alarm! Alarm! The void energy pool is damaged. The core energy is interrupted. The main structure of the base has lost stability. The self-destruction protocol. Interruption failed. Triggered. The ultimate collapse program. The estimated countdown to total collapse is 30 minutes. The base is about to collapse. Quick! Take Nuan and Ling with you. We have to leave here immediately. Pancher made a prompt decision and used his still-moving right hand to carry the unconscious Ling on his shoulder. Chen Mingxian carefully picked up Nuan from the medical cabin. Which way are you going? Pancher looked at Chen Mingxian. Come with me. I know an emergency passage. Hopefully, it's not blocked yet. Chen Mingxian held Nuan Nuan in his arms and rushed to an inconspicuous emergency passage gate on the other side of the laboratory marked with a danger symbol. He used the star core key authority given by Yi Chen before indirectly obtained through the laboratory system and opened the gate with difficulty. Behind the door was a narrow, steep maintenance passage that extended upwards, filled with smoke and a pungent smell of burning. Without hesitation, Pancher carried Ling, Chen Mingxian held Nuanyuan, and the two rushed into the passage with all their strength. Behind them, the laboratory was completely reduced to ruins in the violent collapse. Collapse! 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 The entire base was like a domino that had been pushed over. The chain collapse had begun. The huge metal structure was twisted and broken, the biological matrix wall was peeling off like rotten meat, and the flames of energy pipeline explosions were rising one after another. The passage was constantly falling with debris in the violent vibration, and it could collapse at any time. Pancher and Chen Mingxian were like dancing on the line of death, trying their best to climb up. Nuanyuan was temporarily safe under the protection of the medical cabin, but Ling's breath was getting weaker and weaker. Hold on. We're almost there. Chen Mingxian was panting. His physical strength was far inferior to that of a rock. Finally, there was light ahead. It was the exit of the passage. It was connected to an abandoned helipad outside the base. However, when they rushed out of the passage, the scene they saw made their hearts sink to the bottom. There were several small aircraft with strange shapes parked on the apron. But at this moment, the entire apron was surrounded by dense void creatures. From the lowest insect-shaped guards to the powerful sickle beasts, there were even several psionic floating beasts floating in the air, emitting spiritual fluctuations like jellyfish. They were obviously attracted by the movement of the base collapse and the breath of living people. At the edge of the tarmac, a figure wearing a gorgeous dark gold robe and a strange silver mask on his face was quietly floating in the air. His cold silver eyes looked down at Pancher and Chen Mingxian, who had just escaped, as if they were ants, and Nuanyuan in Chen Mingxuan's arms. Finally, I found the key. The masked man made a cold, electronic synthesized voice that was neither male nor female, with a hint of greed. Give her to me. Chapter 40, Bloody Battle. On the way back, starships rushed to the rescue. Despair. Like an icy tide, it instantly drowned the hearts of Pancher and Chen Mingxian. There was a dense army of void creatures in front of them, a death base that was about to collapse behind them, and a silver-faced man in the sky with an unfathomable aura. And they, Pancher, who had a broken arm and was seriously injured, carried the dying Ling. Chen Mingxian held the unconscious Nuanyuan. Exhausted, the only fighting force left was the dying shadow warrior. Leave it to your mother. Pancher's eyes were red, and he roared in despair. He put Ling on the ground, picked up a broken metal pipe with his only remaining right hand, and stood in front of Chen Mingxian and Nuanyuan like a wounded tiger. If you want to touch miss, step over my dead body. Chen Mingxuan's face was pale, but his eyes were extremely firm. He hugged Nuanyuan tightly, looked at the silver-faced man in the sky who was as cold as a god, and said in a deep voice, "Don't even think about it. The universe and the sea of stars will not stop until one dies." The struggle of an ant. The silver-faced man's voice was calm, he just gently raised his fingers covered with dark golden scales. As he moved, the dense army of void creatures below, as if they had received the final order, instantly boiled up. They let out deafening roars and hisses. The insect tide surged, the giant beasts took steps, and the mental impact of the psionic floating beasts swept over like an invisible tsunami. Ugh! Pancher and Chen Mingxian were the first to be hit, and they felt as if their brains were hit by a heavy hammer. Their vision went black, and their ears and noses bled. Chen Mingxian almost couldn't hold Nuanyuan in his arms. Kill! Pancher endured the severe pain in his heart, roared like a wild beast, swung the metal pipe, and rushed towards the sickle beast in front like a whirlwind. He knew that this was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, but he wanted to use his life to buy even 1 second for Chen Mingxian. The only remaining shadow warrior also struggled to stand up, with the last light burning in his eyes, and pounced on the swarm of insects on the other side. Nuanyuan. I'm sorry. Dad. Chen Mingxian looked at his unconscious daughter in his arms, then looked at the rock that was about to be submerged by the beast tide, and closed his eyes in despair. He would rather detonate the microbombs on his body than let Nuanyuan fall into the hands of the enemy. At this critical moment, when all hopelessness is lost. Buzz! An indescribable, huge energy beam, like a falling star, tore through the chaotic energy barrier and diffused dust above the base, and fell from the sky like a sort of divine punishment. Boom, boom, boom. The beam accurately bombarded the densest part of the void creature army at the edge of the apron. Instantly, the dazzling white light swallowed up everything. The violent energy shockwave swept out like a destructive storm. Hundreds of insect-shaped guards and several sickle-shaped beasts were turned into ashes in the extreme light and heat without even screaming. The spirit field of the psionic floating beast was instantly torn apart, and it fell with a shrill scream. A huge charred pit was blasted out on the entire apron. Even the silver-faced man floating in the air was shaken by this sudden terrorist attack, and his eyes under the silver mask showed shock for the first time. The light faded. There was a dead silence on the tarmac. The surviving void creatures were completely shocked by this devastating blow and retreated in fear. Pancher and Chen Mingxian were blown away by the blast and fell heavily to the ground, but miraculously they were not affected by the core. The two were covered in dust and stared at the doomsday scene in front of them in amazement. "What is that?" Pancher murmured. "The answer will be revealed soon." Above the base, outside the huge hole torn open by the energy beam, there is a huge, slender interstellar battleship covered with streamlined silver-gray armor, with the emblem of the brilliant universe and sea of stars inlaid on the bow. It is like a giant koan in mythology, slowly revealing its majestic and powerful hull. On the side of the ship, the huge gun muzzle still had the afterglow of energy overload. The devastating blow just now came from its main gun. It's the Skywing." Chen Mingxian recognized the battleship, his voice trembling with excitement. It was the first truly interstellar battleship of mankind, secretly designed by Deep Blue Matrix and built in a near-Earth orbital dock under the banner of the universe Starry Sea. In theory, it should still be in the testing phase. Wings of the Sky. Pancher also recognized it, and his eyes burst into ecstasy of escaping from a desperate situation. At this time, a steady and majestic voice resounded throughout the base on the verge of collapse through the battleship's loudspeaker system. "This is the Sky Wings of the universe Star Sea. Mr. Yi. Captain Rock. Mr. Chen. Please report your location. The rescue team will arrive soon. It's Dr. Lin Wei." Chen Mingxian recognized the owner of the voice. "We are here. The helipad. Miss Nuanyuan is here too." Pancher yelled at the communicator, which was still working. "Got it. Hold on." Lin Wei's voice was filled with excitement and urgency. Several hatches were seen opening under the huge hull of the Skywings. Dozens of streamlined, shuttle-like assault landing craft, like a swarm of bees leaving their nests, spewing blue tail flames, breaking through the chaotic energy field of the base, and rushing towards the apron. On the hull, the logo of the universe Star Sea was clearly visible. Reinforcements are coming." Pancher and Chen Mingxian were so excited that their eyes were filled with tears. The silver-faced man in the air looked at the interstellar battleship that suddenly appeared and the landing craft that swarmed in, and his expression under the silver mask became extremely ugly. He glanced at Muan, who was tightly protected by Chen Mingxian, and then glanced at the base that was about to collapse completely, and a trace of unwillingness and resentment flashed in his eyes. "The universe and the sea of stars. Guardian." His cold voice was filled with deep hatred. "We will meet again." After he finished speaking, the space around him twisted and his figure disappeared in an instant like ink melting into water. With his disappearance, the surviving void creatures seemed to have lost their backbone and became even more chaotic. Some began to kill each other, while others madly pounced on the landing universe commandos. A fierce battle broke out again on the collapsed base apron. But this time, the offense and defense are different. The assault landing craft landed precisely around Pancher and Chen Mingxian. The hatch opened, and the elite soldiers of the universe, fully armed and wearing the latest exoskeleton armor, poured out like a tide. The powerful firepower instantly suppressed the chaotic void creatures. "Captain Pancher. Mr. Chen. Get on board quickly." A soldier who looked like an officer rushed to them. "Miss Nuanyuan. 0. The medical soldier quickly stepped forward, took Nuanyuan from Chen Mingxian's arms, put her into a special life support cabin, and at the same time provided emergency treatment to the seriously injured 0. Mr. Yi is still down there." Pancher shouted anxiously as he was helped onto the landing craft. "Dr. Lin has locked onto Mr. Yi's life signal. Although it is weak, it still exists. The Skywings is doing its best to scan and rescue. Please evacuate first." The officer replied quickly. The landing craft quickly took off, and under the cover of the combat boats, broke through the smoke and energy turbulence caused by the collapse of the base and flew towards the huge wings of the Sky mothership. Through the porthole, Pancher and Chen Mingxian looked at the core area of the base below, which was collapsing, exploding, and burning like hell. Their hearts were filled with gratitude for surviving the disaster and deep concern for Yi Chen. The huge recovery hatch of the Skywing slowly opened, like the mouth of a giant beast, taking the returning landing craft in. The hatch closed, isolating the destruction and chaos of the outside world. Warm lights came on, and fresh air rushed in. Dr. Lin Wei and her medical team were already waiting here. Miss Nuanyuan. Lin Wei rushed to the life support chamber immediately and breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Nuanyuan, who was still unconscious but had stable vital signs. Quick! Send her to the core medical room for in-depth examination and treatment. Zero also needs immediate surgery, the medic reported. Do your best to treat him. Lin Wei gave the order decisively. Where is Mr. Yi? Have you found him? Chen Mingxian asked anxiously. Lin Wei's face instantly became extremely solemn, and she pointed to the huge main screen in the direction of the bridge. On the screen, the powerful scanning system of the Skywing was transmitting back images that penetrated the collapsed base. Deep in the ruins of a purgatory-like energy core area that had been ravaged by a terrifying energy storm, a faint ice blue light was looming in the boiling dark purple energy lava that had not yet completely cooled. Yi Chen's life signal is right there. But he is buried under the deepest and most dangerous ruins lava in the base. After the explosion of the energy core, high-intensity energy crystals and lava layers were formed. Our rescue equipment can't penetrate. Moreover, the concentration of void erosion radiation in that area is ridiculously high. Any rescue worker who goes in won't last more than 10 seconds. Lin Wei's voice was filled with heaviness and powerlessness. The joy of escaping death was instantly shattered by this cruel reality. Pancher punched the alloy wall hard. Chen Mingxuan's face was as pale as paper. Yi Chen is still alive. But he is trapped in a Jedi that is more terrible than hell. Rescuing him seems to be an impossible task. At this moment, the officer in charge of monitoring suddenly shouted, "Report. Hyperspace fluctuations detected. Coordinates directly above the ruins of the base. An unidentified object is breaking away." On the screen, the space above the collapsed base was twisted violently like water waves. A saucer-shaped spaceship, pitch black with smooth lines and exuding the same aura as the base but with a deeper aura, appeared from the void like a ghost. It ignored the collapsed base and the Skywings hovering in the air. The blue engine light flashed, and it instantly accelerated to an incredible speed, turning into a stream of light, breaking through the Earth's atmosphere and disappearing into the darkness of outer space. It's it. The ship that took Nuan away. Chen Mingxian cried out in amazement. It abandoned this base? Lin Wei looked at the disappearing disc-shaped spaceship, then looked at the faint ice blue light deep in the ruins on the screen. Her eyes became extremely deep and solemn. Their target was never this base. Take Nuan away, leave Mr. Yi behind. And the escaping ship. All this is more like a huge conspiracy. And Mr. Yi, he is not only a target. It seems I have become a chess piece? Chapter 41, Bloodstained Jade Pendant, The Universe Emerges. Late at night, in the Yi family's study, the heavy mahogany door was silently pushed open, and Yi Jingguo's tall figure appeared at the door. The light cast a deep shadow on his face, and he looked exhausted with an indescribable solemnity. In his hand, he held an ancient rosewood box, which was engraved with traces of erosion by the years and exuded a gloomy atmosphere. Yi Chen's eyes were instantly attracted by the wooden box. In the study, the atmosphere of a thrilling financial war and family betrayal had not yet completely dissipated, and there was still a faint smell of blood in the air that was the mark left by his palm when he crushed the wine glass. The handkerchief handed by Su Ruoshua was soaked in blood and was lying quietly in the corner of the desk, like a solidified dark red flame. Dad! Yi Chen's voice was a little hoarse, his eyes were sharp as a knife, and he stared at the wooden box in his father's hand. The hideous laughter and vicious declaration about his mother's death before his third uncle Yi Jingguo was taken away were like a poisonous snake biting his heart. Yi Jingguo walked to the desk with heavy steps without any extra greetings and gently placed the rosewood box on the table. His calloused fingers stroked the lid of the box with an almost pious tenderness, and his eyes were filled with unfathomable pain and reminiscence. "Shen'er," Yi Jingguo said, his voice low and desolate, as if every word weighed 1,000 pounds, "your mother protected the things she died for, now it's time to hand them over to you." He took a deep breath, as if he had exhausted all his strength, and slowly opened the lid of the box. The inside of the box was lined with bright yellow silk, and a jade pendant lay quietly in the center. The jade pendant was a warm and restrained green, as if it had condensed the deepest night light. Its shape was simple and strange, not an ordinary dragon or phoenix or flower or bird, but a complex pattern that Yi Chen had never seen before. The lines were smooth but full of power, faintly forming an abstract pattern that seemed to contain some kind of cosmic truth. There was a small area on the edge of the jade pendant that was unusually dark in color, showing a dark brown color that was the blood that had dried up and seeped deep into the chalcedony. An indescribable throbbing instantly seized Yi Chen's heart. The moment he saw the jade pendant, a call from deep in his blood suddenly sounded, with sadness, anger, and a powerful force that had been dormant for too long and was eager to awaken. He felt his heartbeat speeding up, and the blood roaring in his veins. Yi Jinghua carefully took out the jade pendant, as if holding a fragile treasure, and handed it to Yi Chen. "This is the last thought your mother left for you, and it was also earned by her life. Take it, child." Yi Chen stretched out his hand. When his fingertips touched the cold jade, an indescribable electric current suddenly ran through his body. The dark brown bloodstain area on the jade pendant seemed to light up slightly, and then return to normal. At the moment when the jade pendant completely fell into his palm. Buzz! A low humming sound that only Yi Chen could hear, as if it came from the depths of his soul, suddenly sounded. Then, a cold, emotionless voice with a mechanical texture that transcended time and space clearly exploded in his mind. Host bloodline gene sequence confirmed, meets the highest authority binding requirements. Mental fluctuation intensity test, meets the standards. Soul branding is completed synchronously. Universal capital. Core permissions. Unlocking. Yi Chen's whole body was shaken, and his pupils suddenly contracted. He clenched the jade pendant in his hand, and the cold touch felt like a branding iron. The strange patterns on the jade pendant seemed to come alive, pulsating slightly in his palm, and an unimaginable amount of information flow rushed into his mind like a flood. Countless complex data, structural diagrams, star-like coordinates, and a list of assets so huge that it was suffocating, flashed wildly. This information was not text, but a stream of thoughts that directly acted on his consciousness, instantly making him understand the tip of the iceberg represented by the four words universal capital. This is not just wealth. It involves fields ranging from cutting-edge technology to rare resources, from geopolitics to the prototype of interstellar exploration. Its tentacles extend far, its roots are deep, and its power is huge, far exceeding the 100 billion Yi group he just controlled. In front of this power, the Yi group seems to be just a drop of water in the ocean. Yi Chen's face turned pale instantly, and cold sweat oozed from his forehead. The huge impact of the information gave him a splitting headache, and his body shook involuntarily. He suddenly supported the edge of the desk with his other hand and barely stabilized his body. He gasped, his eyes filled with incredible horror and a sense of bewilderment at being hit by a huge fate. Yi Jinghua looked at his son's face in painful expression, and a trace of pity flashed in his eyes, but more of it was understanding and a heavy sense of relief. He had known for a long time that when this jade pendant was handed over to Chen'er, his life would completely change. "You feel it, don't you?" Yi Jinghua's voice was a little hoarse. "This is the true legacy your mother left you. A world that is much larger and more dangerous than you can imagine. The enemies of the Yi family are just an insignificant part of this huge chess game." Yi Chen raised his head with difficulty, and the blankness in his eyes was quickly replaced by an extremely cold sharpness. His mother's death, Yi Jinya's betrayal, the sniping of foreign capital. All this fog seemed to be torn open by the blood-stained jade pendant and the cold voice of universe in his mind, revealing a deeper and more terrifying shadow behind it. "Dad," Yi Chen's voice was as cold as the Siberian wind. He tightly grasped the jade pendant that seemed to be connected to his blood. "Tell me about the universe, about Mother, about them, everything." His eyes were so sharp that they seemed to be able to pierce through all lies and point directly to the core of the truth. Yi Jinghua met his son's gaze, and the fire burning in his eyes was very similar to his back then. He knew that from this moment on, Yi Chen was no longer the son-in-law who needed his protection, nor was he just the heir of the Yi family. He was the sword-bearer chosen by Huanyu. "Okay." Yi Jinghua sat down slowly, as if he had unloaded a heavy burden, and as if he was about to uncover a bloody truth that had been sealed for many years. Outside the window, the night was as thick as ink, swallowing up the lights of thousands of homes. A global financial storm was brewing, and a bigger storm involving ancient heritage and interstellar ambitions had just revealed its fangs in Yi Chen's hands. Chapter 42, Hundreds of Billions of Counterattacks, Short Sellers Wailing. The darkness before dawn is always the thickest. At the headquarters of Yi Group, the global strategic trading center on the top floor was brightly lit as if it were daytime, and it never went out all night. On the huge circular screen, the curve representing the stock price of Yi Group was like a dying python. After being smashed yesterday, it once fell through all technical support levels and fell into a desperate abyss. At this moment, this curve was fluctuating violently up and down, and every jump involved the nerves and wealth of countless people. The air was so heavy that you could almost squeeze water out of it. The sound of keyboard tapping, rapid commands, and suppressed breathing intertwined to form a symphony of extreme tension. Every trader's eyes were bloodshot, staring at the screen in front of them, and sweat soaked the back of their shirts. Yi Chen sat upright in the central command seat. He changed into a neat dark suit, with his collar slightly open and no tie. He was less reserved than usual and more sharp in controlling the overall situation. His eyes were deep, like an ancient well, reflecting the digital torrent jumping on the screen. In the palm of his left hand, the blood-stained ancient jade was tightly grasped between his fingers, and the cold touch was continuously transmitted, as if providing him with some kind of indescribable calmness and strength. Lung Feng stood half a step behind Yi Chen like a silent statue. On the tactical tablet screen in front of him, data streams poured down like a waterfall, and real-time intelligence from major financial markets around the world was accurately screened, labeled, and summarized. He lowered his voice and spoke quickly and clearly, "Boss, the latest intelligence. The main accounts of Guja United's overseas vulture fund have been confirmed to be concentrated in London LSE and New York NYX, using high-frequency quantitative superposition of public opinion panic tactics. The short-selling leverage has been increased to the limit, and the estimated peak funds used are more than $80 billion. They are convinced that our subsequent capital chain will be broken, and they are ready to give the final blow within half an hour of today's opening, completely breaking through market confidence and triggering a comprehensive collapse." He paused, his fingertips slid across the screen, and he called up another set of data. A trace of solemnity flashed in his eyes. "In addition, we intercepted encrypted communication fragments. In addition to the Gu family, there are at least 3 shadow accounts in the country cooperating with the operation. The method is extremely covert, and the source of funds points to overseas offshore centers. The specific identity cannot be traced for the time being, but the power is not small. They seem to be sure that the Yi family has no successors." Yi Chen's mouth slowly curled up into a cold arc. There was no warmth in that arc, only a chilling killing intent. No successor? His voice was not loud, but it clearly penetrated the noise in the trading room, with a metallic texture. "Then let them see what true, no successor." He stretched out his right hand, and without looking at the cards on the table that represented the Yi family's authority in various banks, he slowly pulled out a card from the inside pocket of his suit. The card body was completely black, so dark that it seemed to absorb all the light around it. There were no fancy patterns on the card surface, only an extremely tiny, almost unrecognizable relief mark in the lower right corner. The shape of the mark was surprisingly similar to the strange pattern on the jade pendant on his palm. UBS's top black card, a physical symbol of Universal Capital's primary privileges. This card represents not only astronomical wealth, but also the key to access Universal Capital's huge global financial network. Lung Feng, Yi Chen's voice was firm. "Execute the Sky Dome plan. Target all accounts in London LSE and New York NYX that are involved in shorting the Yi Group. Strategy: unlimited funds, saturation attack. Blow up their leverage within 10 minutes. Yes." Lung Feng's eyes flashed without any hesitation. He immediately turned around and issued a series of complex and dazzling instructions to the communicator. The instructions were instantly transmitted to dozens of key financial nodes around the world through Universal Capital's unique and untraceable encrypted satellite channel. Yi Chen's slender fingers moved gracefully and quickly on the specially made encryption keyboard in front of him, inputting a long string of extremely complex dynamic keys. When the last character was typed, "Drop," a crisp prompt sounded. On the main control screen in front of him, an operation panel that had never appeared in the Yi system, with an extremely simple interface but exuding an extremely powerful aura, was instantly activated. In the center of the panel, a dynamic number symbolizing the flow of funds began to soar at an astonishing speed. 1 billion, 10 billion, 50 billion, 100 billion, 200 billion US. And the money is still pouring in. This terrifying torrent of funds, like a dormant world-destroying beast in the underworld, finally opened its cold eyes. Through the secret channels of Universal Capital spread all over the world and hidden deep in the core of major central banks and clearing systems, it turned into countless invisible and unstoppable arrows, accurately shooting towards London and New York. At 9 o'clock sharp, major global financial markets open. London LSE, London Stock Exchange. Before the opening bell rang, the Vulture Fund traders, who had been sharpening their knives for a long time, were grinning and preparing to launch the final fatal blow, smashing the already shaky stock price of Yi Group into hell. Sudden boom! An indescribable buying force, like the huge waves at the beginning of the universe, hit the stocks of Yi Group without any warning and violently. The code YSG.L on the screen, which represented the YS Group, was originally like a stagnant water with a slight ripple. Suddenly, it was like a shot of cardiotonic, and it suddenly rose vertically. No, it didn't rise, it exploded into the sky. What the hell? What happened? God. Buy. Huge buy. Who? Where did the funds come from? Impossible. Quick. Check the source of funds. FK. Our short positions. Liquidation alert. Close the position. Close the position quickly. It's too late. It's too fast. The system is stuck. In the London trading hall of the Vulture Fund, the clamor of complacency a second ago instantly turned into wailing of fear and despair. Keyboards were smashed and banged, phones rang wildly, and the traders' faces were as pale as paper, watching the numbers on the screen representing the huge losses in their accounts soaring like a runaway rocket. At almost the same time, New York NYX New York Stock Exchange. The same script is happening, even more tragically. The stock price chart of YSG.N showed a violent aesthetic that made people's hearts stop the moment it opened. A straight line that went straight up and was almost 90 degrees steep crushed all the short-selling forces that tried to stop it with a devastating force. Holy shit! Fuse. The fuse is about to be triggered. Oh my god. Who is this lunatic? This amount of funds, is it even more powerful than the Federal Reserve? Nothing can be found. All funds come from the first-tier clearing bank. The highest authority. Untraceable. It's over. It's all over. Our lever exploded. Quick. Contact Goo. Contact Mr. Goo. We need support. We need a deposit. Now. Immediately. The trading floor in New York was in a mess. Expensive coffee cups smashed to the ground, and the elites lost their composure. Some slumped in their chairs with their heads in their hands, their eyes empty. Some yelled wildly into the phone, spitting everywhere. Some stared at the glaring red number on the screen, representing bankruptcy, and trembled all over. Short selling is all about leverage. When the stock price rises violently in such a completely unreasonable way, the huge loss will instantly break through their margin bottom line and trigger forced liquidation. The unlimited torrent of funds injected by Yi Chen through universal capital is the last rock that breaks the camel's back, no, the last mountain. Forced liquidation means that they must buy back the stocks at the current high price, further pushing up the stock price, forming a terrifying vicious cycle of empty killing empty. Just 5 minutes. Just 5 minutes. The main short sellers in London and New York, those vultures who were so powerful and notorious in the international financial market, were like pieces of meat thrown into a meat grinder, wailing and struggling, and were strangled by Yi Chen in the most brutal, direct, and crushing way, leaving no trace. Billions of dollars of wealth were wiped out in 5 minutes. Countless short accounts were liquidated and lost everything. The news swept the global financial circle like a hurricane. A shocking reversal. The Yi Group staged an epic counterattack. The mysterious giant crocodile takes action. Hundreds of billions of funds sweep away the shorts. The London and New York branches of the Vulture Fund suffered a devastating blow. The losses were heavy. Yi Group's stock price has made a V-shaped reversal. It has soared by 120%. It has hit a record high. The Goo Group's stock price plummeted. Suspected of backlash. Inside the Yi Group's trading center, the deathly silence lasted only for a moment, and then there broke out into deafening cheers of applause that almost blew the roof off. We won. We won. Long live Mr. Yi. This is amazing. This operation. It's a miracle. The traders were so excited that they hugged each other and celebrated with high fives. Many of them even had tears in their eyes. From hell to heaven, in just these few thrilling minutes. Lang Foam looked at the green ocean on the screen that represented victory, and his tense nerves finally relaxed a little. He looked at Yi Chen with a look of almost fanatical awe. He knew that behind the crushing victory just now was the terrifying power mobilized by the mysterious black card in the hands of the boss, which was enough to shake the financial foundation of a country. Yi Chen slowly leaned back in his chair, but his face showed no ecstasy of victory, only a frozen calm. He loosened his clenched left hand, and the bloodstained ancient jade in his palm was still warm. To him, the shocking financial counterattack just now was just like a piece of dust that he casually brushed away. He picked up the encrypted communicator on the table, and his voice was as cold as a knife, piercing through the cheers in the trading room. The carnival is over. Re-examine the market immediately and lock down all remaining short accounts and suspicious fund flows. Focus on marking the 3 domestic shadow accounts and all fund chains related to the Gu family. In addition, Lang Feng, prepare a detailed loss report and counterattack results. I want certain people to see it clearly. He cast his eyes toward the gradually brightening skyline outside the window. Deep in his cold eyes, a darker flame leaped. The great victory in the financial battlefield was just the beginning. His mother's jade pendant, the authority of the universe, his third uncle's betrayal, the fangs of the Gu family, and the shadow hidden deeper. All of this has just begun. The jade pendant in his hand was slightly hot. Chapter 43, Bloodstained Interrogation Room, Tattooed Horror. The aftermath of the carnival at the top of the Yi group has not yet dissipated, but the solemn atmosphere has already shifted. In the quiet meditation room located on the 3rd floor underground of the group building, a special interrogation room unknown to outsiders and with top-level security and shielding measures, the air is so cold that it is almost stagnant. Yi Zhenya, the former 3rd master of the Yi family, was now tied to a specially made alloy chair in a miserable state. His expensive suit was covered with wrinkles and stains, his face was bruised and purple, and there was still dried blood at the corners of his mouth. His eyes, which were once full of shrewd calculations, now only showed panic, resentment, and a trace of undisguised fear. Lang Feng stood aside expressionlessly, playing with a tactical dagger that flashed with a cold light in his hand. His movements were gentle, but with a deadly sense of oppression. Yi Chen sat across from Yi Zhenya, across a cold metal table. He was not wearing a suit jacket, only a black shirt, with a slightly open collar and sleeves casually rolled up to his forearms. The blood-stained jade pendant was hung around his neck with a special metal chain, close to his skin, conveying a strange sense of coolness. He held an unlit cigar between his fingers, and his eyes were like a solid ice cone, piercing Yi Zhenya. Uncle San, Yi Chen's voice was not loud, but it hit Yi Zhenya's heart like a heavy hammer. At the celebration banquet, you said that my mother's death was also part of the plan. Now, tell me, what is the plan? Whose plan? Yi Zhenya's body trembled violently, his eyes dodged, and he stiffened his neck and said in a hoarse voice, Yi Chen. Don't be complacent. Do you think you won? You don't know what you are facing. Let me go. Otherwise. Otherwise? Yi Chen raised a cruel arc at the corner of his mouth and gently placed the cigar in his hand on the table, making a slight knocking sound. This sound was particularly harsh in the dead silence of the interrogation room. Lang Feng, it seems that third uncle needs some help to recall some important things. Understood, boss. Long Feng's voice was calm. He took a step forward, and the dagger in his hand was like a poisonous snake's tongue, scratching Yi Zhenya's right little finger lightly like lightning. Ah! A shrill scream that was not like a human voice broke out instantly. A small piece of the severed finger with a ring fell on the cold ground, and blood gushed out, quickly dyeing the ground red. The severe pain made Yi Zhenya spasm all over, his eyeballs bulged, and cold sweat instantly soaked his whole body. This is just the beginning, third uncle. Yi Chen's voice was still calm, even with a hint of cruel gentleness. You have 10 fingers and 10 toes. Then there are eyes and ears. We have enough time to let you slowly experience what it means to be a life worse than death. Or, you can choose to be more happy. The huge fear completely crushed Yi Zhenya's psychological defenses. He looked at the bloody dagger in Lang Feng's hand, then looked at Yi Chen's emotionless eyes, and finally collapsed. I'll tell you. I'll tell you. He burst into tears, his voice distorted by pain and fear. It's Stardust. It's Stardust's plan. They have their eyes on your mother. No, they have their eyes on the thing she was protecting. The jade. Stardust? Yi Chen's eyes narrowed. He had never heard of this name, but his intuition told him that this person was definitely not a good person. Speak clearly. What is Stardust? Why do they want that jade? How did my mother die? I don't know what Stardust is exactly. They are too mysterious. I only know that they are extremely powerful and have penetrated deeply. The Gu family is just one of their agents supported in China. Yi Zhinya gasped. The severe pain from the severed finger made him incoherent. 20 years ago, they found me and promised me unimaginable wealth and status, as long as I could cooperate with them, create chaos within the Yi family, and create opportunities to get close to your mother and get the jade. So, you betrayed your family, colluded with outsiders, and killed your own sister-in-law? Yi Chen's voice suddenly rose. His suppressed anger was like a volcano about to erupt, and the jade pendant around his neck seemed to be slightly hot. No. I didn't do it directly. Yi Zhinya shook his head in horror. It was Gu Tianhong, the then head of the Gu family. He personally led people to plan the accidental car accident. I just provided your mother's itinerary for that day and the weak links of the accompanying bodyguards, and also helped cover up the traces afterwards. Gu Tianhong? Yi Chen's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He remembered this name. Blood debt must be paid with blood. Where's the jade pendant? Did they get it? No. No. Yi Zhinya said hurriedly, your mother, she was too alert. Or rather, the jade was strange. When the car accident happened, she seemed to have noticed it in advance and protected the jade with her life. When Gu Tianhong's people arrived, they saw her lying in a pool of blood, clutching the jade pendant tightly, with her fingers unable to pry them apart. Later, the jade pendant was secretly taken away by your father and has been hidden until today. Xingqian was very angry. Over the years, he has been secretly tracking down the whereabouts of the jade pendant through the Gu family and other channels, and has also been monitoring the Yi family. What's so strange about the jade pendant? Yi Chen asked, his fingers subconsciously touching the cold jade pendant on his neck. I don't know. I really don't know. Yi Zhinya shook his head painfully. I only know that Xingqian values it very much and calls it the key, and says that it contains the power to change the world. Gu Tianhong didn't get the jade back then, so he was punished by Xingqian, and the Gu family paid a huge price to keep their position. That's why they are so crazy about shorting the Yi family this time. In addition to the interests, the more important thing is to force the Yi family to hand over the jade pendant, or force your father to show up. The clues gradually become clear, and a mysterious organization called Stardust surfaces, and its target is the jade pendant key. The death of the mother, the betrayal of the third uncle, the hostility of the Gu family, and even the current financial crisis, all have their roots here. Besides the Gu family, what other forces are there in the country? Who are those three shadow accounts? Yi Chen pressed on. Shadow accounts. Yi Zhinya's eyes flickered, as if he was weighing the pros and cons. One of them is the Zhao family in Beijing. Zhao Mingyuan, the second master of the Zhao family. He is also Stardust's man. The other two are at a higher level. I really can't get in touch with them. I only know that one is codenamed Black Fox and the other is codenamed Night Owl. Both of them are core pawns directly controlled by Stardust. The Zhao family in Beijing. Another giant. Yi Chen was awed. It seemed that the net woven by the enemy was deeper and wider than he had imagined. One last question. Yi Chen leaned forward slightly, and the strong sense of oppression almost suffocated Yi Zhinya. Where is the headquarters of Stardust? In other words, who is their core figure? No, I don't know. Yi Zhinya's eyes were filled with desperate fear. They appear and disappear mysteriously. Their communication methods are all single-line, different people every time, and he seemed to have remembered something extremely terrifying, and his body began to tremble like a sieve. Their people all have a mark, a very small tattoo that looks like a burning star. The location. Yi Zhinya's voice suddenly stopped. His eyes suddenly widened to the limit, and his pupils reflected an extremely terrified look. He stared at the back of Yi Chen, the direction of Ling Feng. A strange ho-ho sound came from his throat, as if he had seen the most terrifying thing in the world. Ling Feng reacted as fast as lightning, turning around in an instant, holding the dagger across his chest, his eyes as sharp as an eagle, scanning the empty wall and one-way glass behind him. Yi Chen also stood up suddenly. A strong burning sensation suddenly came from the jade pendant around his neck. Mark, tattoo. Yi Zhinya squeezed out a few words with his last bit of strength, then tilted his head. His body twitched violently, and a large amount of black blood with a pungent smell suddenly gushed out of his mouth and nose. His eyes were still wide open, filled with unspeakable fear, but his breath of life was cut off in an instant. The poison has taken effect. Ling Feng growled and checked quickly, his face grim. It's an implanted nano-poison capsule. Triggered by specific nerve signals or external remote control. Just now, someone was silencing me. Yi Chen's face turned pale as he looked at Yi Zhinya's corpse and the strange black blood. The clue was forcibly cut off at the most critical point. That mark, that tattoo. Yi Jinya finally looked at the horrified eyes behind Lung Feng. He turned his head suddenly, his eyes like lightning, shooting towards the back of Ling Feng's neck. Was there something hidden there, under the collar? In the interrogation room, the smell of blood mixed with the stench of venom filled the air, and the atmosphere was extremely oppressive. Stardust's shadow, like a substantial tentacle, revealed its hideous side for the first time in the silent death. Chapter 44, Zhao Family Fangs, Patent War. The shadow brought by Yi Jinya's sudden death has not yet dissipated, and a new offensive has quietly attacked like a venomous snake. This time, the battlefield is not the noisy stock market, but a more hidden but equally deadly field: cutting-edge biotechnology patents. One of the most important core assets of the Yi Group, the Chenghuang Biotechnology Research Institute, which spent 10 years and invested huge amounts of money to develop the core patent of the new targeted anti-cancer drug Shuguang Taipa, was suddenly faced with a sniper lawsuit from Huiyao Life Science, a company controlled by the Zhao family of Beijing. Huiyao Life claimed that Ye's core technology of Shuguang Taipa infringed on the underlying application framework of a basic patent that it secretly registered 5 years ago: gene silencing inducing factor. They provided a seemingly detailed technical analysis report and a copy of the original patent document filed with the patent office of a small country, which was several years earlier than Ye's or D records. As soon as the news came out, the industry was in an uproar. If the lawsuit is established, not only will it mean that the tens of billions of research and development funds invested by Ye's company may be lost, but that Shuguang Taipa, a blockbuster drug that is expected to save countless lives, will not be able to be launched on the market, and it will also severely damage the foundation and reputation of Ye's Group in the field of biotechnology. The capital market reacted quickly, and Ye's stock price, which had just experienced a surge, fluctuated violently again, and the remaining short-selling forces were ready to move. Boss, the situation is very tricky. Chenghuang Biology's chief scientist, a white-haired old academician, frowned and spoke in a heavy tone during the video conference. The original patent that Huiyao brought out has a very vague and broad technical description, more like a conceptual framework. And our Shuguang Taipa is a specific and in-depth breakthrough application. From the technical essence, there is no infringement. But the problem is that the filing date of that patent is indeed before the start of our project. Legally, they have the advantage of first to file. Moreover, the other party hired the world's top vulture law firm, which is best at fighting patent wars in this kind of gray area, and they can drag us to death. Yi Chen sat behind a large desk, tapping his fingers gently on the tabletop. The jade pendant around his neck gave him a slight chill, which kept him absolutely calm. The Zhao family. Zhao Mingyuan. Xingchen's minions. Sure enough, they jumped out impatiently, and their first move was to target Ye's weak spot. The evidence is forged. Yi Chen's voice was firm. The so-called original patent was either stolen by the Zhao family using the power of Stardust to preemptively register our research ideas, or it is a complete forgery. The purpose is to drag us down, or force us to settle at a sky-high price and hand over part of our rights and interests. That's what we judged, too, Mr. Yi, the old academician said excitedly, but to prove that the patent is invalid or forged, we need to find hard evidence. For example, prove that their filing document was tampered with later, or find direct evidence that they stole the technology. This is very difficult, especially when the other party is well prepared and has a complex network of forces. Difficult doesn't mean it can't be done. Yi Chen's eyes flashed with coldness. He picked up a special encrypted communicator on the table and said in a deep voice, "Huanyu, start the tracer protocol. Target, the original filing document of the gene silencing inducing factor patent submitted by Huiyao Life Science No, WAPT XXXXXXX, and all its related data flows, handlers, and filing system logs. Time range, 3 years before the filing date to 1 year after the filing date. Priority, highest. I want to know the ins and outs of every byte of this document from its birth to the filing date, and whether it has been tampered with, and who tampered with it." Command confirmed. Tracer protocol activated. Accessing the deep node of the global patent database. Analyzing. Estimated time, 12 hours. In my mind, the cold and efficient mechanical voice of Huanyu responded. Using Universal Capital's information network that surpasses the national level and its astonishing data processing capabilities, we can directly trace the authenticity of patents from the source. This is a trump card in Yi Chen's hand that subverts the rules. We can't relax on the legal battlefield. Yi Chen looked at the screen. Academician Zhang immediately organized the top technical and legal teams to prepare the most detailed technical comparison analysis report and invalidation application. The group will fully guarantee the funds and resources. At the same time, start our own global patent layout and build a tighter firewall in core technologies and peripheral applications.
I understand. Mr. Yi.
The old academician's eyes were filled with renewed fighting spirit. In addition, Yi Chen added, his tone grim, investigate.
Use all your strength to investigate Zhao Mingyuan. Investigate Hui Yao life.
Investigate all their R&D projects, funding sources, and personnel turnover in the past 5 years.
Especially those key technical personnel who suddenly resigned or died accidentally.
Also, investigate the financial and personnel transactions between them and the Gu family, as well as those shadow accounts Black Fox and Night Owl. Since Stardust has moved, it is impossible for it to be just this one thing, there must be clues.
Yes.
Lung Feng immediately accepted the order. Yi Chen put down the communicator and walked to the huge French window. Outside the window, the city was still prosperous, but undercurrents were surging.
The Zhao family's patent lawsuit was just the first move of Stardust's counterattack.
The smoke of the financial war has not yet dissipated, and the secret war between technology and law has already begun. The power of the universe gave him the possibility to see through the fog, but the opponent was hiding in the dark, insidious, and deadly. The jade pendant was placed on his chest, and it was cold with a strange pulsation, as if responding to the silent smoke of gunpowder. Yi Chen knew that this secret patent war was not only about billions of interests, but also about the key clues to unveil the veil of Stardust.
He must win.
Chapter 45, Qingshua's sudden change, her past is in doubt. The cloud of patent war looms over Yi Group, and Yi Chen almost lives in the strategic command center at the top of the group. The tracer protocol of Huanyu is like an invisible super detective, unraveling the vast ocean of data. And Yi Chen himself, using the authority of Huanyu, mobilizes a huge business intelligence network, squeezing the space of Zhao family and Huiyao's life from a practical level. Late that night, Yi Chen had just finished a cross-time zone video conference and was rubbing his swollen temples when there was a gentle knock on the office door.
Come in. Yi Chen didn't even raise his head.
The door opened, and Su Qingxue came in. She was holding a cup of warm milk, but her steps were a little hesitant. Her face looked extremely pale under the light, and her eyes were filled with complex emotions, including worry, confusion, and a hint of unspeakable fear.
Brother Chen, drink some milk and take a rest.
She put the milk on Yi Chen's desk, her voice a little vague. Yi Chen raised his head and keenly noticed her strangeness. Ever since he exposed his uncle, controlled the Yi family, and demonstrated his astonishing financial power at the celebration banquet, Su Qingxue looked at him with a layer of awe and alienation. But at this moment, her state was obviously more than that.
What's wrong, Ruoxue?
Yi Chen slowed down his tone and motioned for her to sit down.
Why do you look so bad? Are you stressed out by the group's affairs?
He thought she was worried about the patent war. Su Qingxue shook her head, twisting her hands together unconsciously, her knuckles turning white from exertion. She took a deep breath, as if she had made a great decision, before she raised her head and looked directly into Yi Chen's eyes. The fragility and confusion in her eyes made Yi Chen's heart tighten slightly.
Brother Chen.
I may not be the biological daughter of the Su family.
Su Qingxue's voice was trembling, but the words she spoke were like thunder. Yi Chen's pupils shrank slightly. What's going on? These past few days, I've been having nightmares. Very confusing dreams.
There were a lot of strange and scary scenes in the dreams.
And a woman's crying. Su Ruoxue's voice was filled with tears. Then,
this afternoon, when I was sorting out the belongings left by my mother. Madame Su, I found this in the interlayer of an old jewelry box that she never let me touch. Trembling, she took out something carefully wrapped in velvet from her bag and slowly opened it.
Inside was a simple silver pendant.
The shape of the pendant was very strange, like a twisted feather, or a frozen flame. The surface of the pendant was engraved with extremely fine lines, and those lines.
Yi Chen only took a glance at it, and his heart was shocked.
Although the pattern was different in form, its composition elements and the mysterious and powerful style were vaguely similar to the jade pendant on his neck and the mark of the universe.
They seemed to come from the same source. This is...
Yi Chen picked up the pendant, which was slightly cool. When his fingertips touched the jade pendant on his neck actually heated up slightly, and a very weak but clear resonance was generated.
This feeling was fleeting, but extremely real. Su Qingxue did not notice Yi Chen's subtle changes.
She was immersed in her own shock and pain. There is also a yellowed paper. She took out a small folded piece of paper, on which were a few lines of beautiful but trembling handwriting. My daughter Schwer, you should be an adult by the time you see this letter. You are not my biological child. When you were still in your infancy, you were entrusted to my benefactor. Before he left this pendant and asked me to keep it close to my heart and never show it to anyone. I also asked you not to delve into its origins, or else disaster would befall you. Your father and I treat you as our own, but I have kept this secret in my heart for many years and I finally feel guilty about it. If one day, you have the ability to protect yourself, or meet someone holding a similar token, you may be able to find out the truth. Remember, be careful. Be careful. This is your mother's last words. The letter is short, but contains a lot of information. Su Qingxue was actually adopted by the Su family. The identity of her biological parents remains a mystery. They left this mysterious pendant and warned, don't investigate further, or there will be disaster. Yichen looked at the pendant in his hand, which was similar in style to the universe mark, and then looked at Su Qingxue's pale and desperate face, and a huge wave of emotion rose in his heart. Similar tokens? Jade pendants and pendants? Su Qingxue's life experience? Could it be related to the stardust and the secrets behind the jade pendant? The benefactor entrusted me with my orphan. I'm afraid there will be disaster. Yichen muttered to himself, his eyes became extremely sharp. Stardust. It's the shadow of Stardust again. Not only did they kill his mother, but they also tracked down the jade pendant. Could it be that Su Ruoking's biological parents also met with an accident for similar reasons, so they entrusted her to the Su family? Brother Chen. Su Shui looked at him helplessly, tears finally falling. Who am I? My biological parents, are they still alive? Why is there such a disaster? What is this pendant? Yichen stood up, walked to Su Qingxue, and gently held her trembling body in his arms. He could feel her fragility and helplessness at the moment. The jade pendant around her neck and the pendant in her hand seemed to emit a faint, cold breath from the same source through her clothes. Don't be afraid, Qingxue. Yichen's voice was low and firm, with an unquestionable power. With me here, no one can hurt you. From now on, I will investigate your life experience. I will solve the secret of this pendant. No matter what monsters are hiding behind it, I will find them out. He clenched the silver pendant in his hand. The mystery of Su Qingxue's life experience was like an unexpected vine that strangely entangled the main line of the jade pendant. This was no coincidence. Stardust's web was larger and deeper than he expected, and it touched the people closest to him. At the center of this storm, there was another reason for him to protect. Chapter 46 Patent Evidence, Zhao Family Collapses. The tracer protocol of Huanyu, like a ghost swimming upstream in the river of time and data, accurately captured the target. On Yichen's private encrypted terminal, a file marked SSS level tracing report popped up silently. The report was shockingly detailed, even with a hint of cold irony. The original filing record of the target patent document WAPT XXXXXXX was confirmed to be forged. The time when it first appeared in the database of the Patent Office of the target small country was not the date shown in the document, but the 7th day after the core paper of Yez Shuguang A-type project was first published on the International Journal preprint platform. Tracing the source of its data flow, it was found that the file was illegally injected into the database through a highly disguised hacker node, using a long-patched backdoor vulnerability in the patent office system of the small country, and tampering with the system log timestamp. The method is professional and has the characteristics of a national-level APT advanced persistent threat attack. The physical path of the injection node, after multiple jumps and confusions, finally points to the internal network of a scientific research institution in Beijing with a very high level of confidentiality. This institution has long-term, secret project cooperation and financial exchanges with Weiyao Life Science, controlled by the Zhao family. The original electronic version of the forged document, with hidden information in the creation metadata such as the creator ID abbreviation and specific software version number residue pointing to a personal laptop belonging to the chief legal counsel of Brilliant Life Science. The counsel has close ties to the Vulture law firm. Attachments for hard evidence. 1. Comparison of the tampered original system log fragments and the real underlying logs. 2. Complete network topology tracking diagram of the hacker's injection path including keynote IPs and disguised identities. 3. Metadata for the creation of the electronic version of the forged document and a link diagram tracing back to Huiyao's legal computer. 4. Abnormal fund flows between the research institute controlled by the Zhao family and Huiyao, part of which was laundered through offshore companies. The evidence is as strong as a mountain. Once this report is released, it will be enough to completely nail the Zhao family and Huiyao's life to the pillar of shame of malicious litigation, forged evidence, and commercial fraud, and may even involve deeper national security issues. Yi Chen's eyes flashed coldly.
Zhao Mingyuan, Xingchen's minion, let's see how you can quibble this time.
Without any hesitation, he immediately sent the core evidence of the report without sensitive information such as the means by which the universe obtained it to 3 places through absolutely secure channels. 1. Yi Group's top legal team and international patent arbitration institution. Attached instruction: immediately submit all materials for patent invalidation and counterclaim against Huiyao's malicious lawsuit to major patent offices and courts around the world. Hold a global press conference, disclose evidence, and give the fallen dog a beating. 2. A core domestic regulatory department. Use the channels of Huanyu to ensure that the highest level that can handle this matter is directly reached. The report highlights serious problems such as forging patents, using the network of national scientific research institutions to carry out illegal activities, and endangering national scientific and technological security. 3. Anonymously sent to the private email addresses of the editors-in-chief of several top international financial and technology media.
The title is extremely provocative: Shocking Scandal. Zhao Huiyao forged patents and maliciously attacked national innovation. The storm exploded instantly.
The first to react was the capital market. After the Yi Group's legal director Yu Shangjiang held an emergency press conference and publicly displayed an irrefutable chain of electronic evidence, the stock price of Huiyao Life plummeted like an avalanche. All the listed companies under the Zhao family were panic sold. The remaining international capital that failed to short the Yi family, like a shark smelling blood, immediately turned its guns and madly pounced on the Zhao family's sinking ship. Then, the relevant domestic regulatory authorities intervened with lightning speed, announcing a joint investigation of the scientific research institutions involved in Huiyao Life, freezing relevant accounts, and summoning key personnel. The scene of Zhao Mingyuan being taken away directly from his office to assist in the investigation was captured by the powerful media and instantly made headlines. In-depth reports from top international media followed, nailing Zhao Jiahe and Huiyao to the pillar of shame in global business ethics and scientific ethics. Labels such as patent troll, national shame, and cancer of scientific and technological innovation were harshly attached. The Zhao family, a giant that has occupied the capital for many years, was in turmoil in just a few days due to the ironclad evidence provided by Huanyu and Yi Chen's precise and ruthless combination of punches. Its reputation was ruined, and it was facing astronomical compensation, legal proceedings, and heavy regulatory hammers, and it was almost collapsed. The share price of Yi Group once again rose against the trend, and Chenghuang Biology became a national innovation benchmark, receiving numerous praises and support.
Boss, before Zhao Mingyuan was taken away, he said something through a special channel.
Lung Feng reported, his eyes cold. He said,
"Do you think you've won? Stardust's wrath has just begun. Next, it's the turn of the people around you."
Yi Chen stood in front of the French window, overlooking the city lights below, his eyes as cold as ice.
The jade pendant around his neck exuded a steady coolness. The collapse of the Zhao family only pulled out one of Stardust's claws.
Stardust's threat has shifted from the financial battlefield to the patent battlefield, and now it is nakedly pointing at the people around him.
The mystery of Su Ruoxue's life experience, the strange silver pendant, the tattoo that Yi Zhenya saw before his death, and Zhao Mingyuan's vicious warning. Protect Ruoxue.
Inform all our core members to raise the highest alert level in the near future. Yi Chen's voice was cold. Also, Lang Feng, mobilize the resources of the universe to secretly screen all targets with the Burning Star tattoo feature worldwide.
The scope prioritizes the suspicious persons who have entered the country abnormally recently or appeared near the Zhao family and the Gu family.
Stardust's rage?
Yi Chen clenched his fists.
He wanted to see whether Stardust's rage was stronger or the sword of revenge in Yi Chen's hand, which was forged by the power of the universe, was sharper. The battle was far from over, but had entered a more dangerous stage.
Chapter 47, Ancient Martial Arts appears, Lang Feng spreads blood. The aftershocks of the Zhao family's collapse have not yet subsided, and Xingchen's counterattack has indeed come in the most direct and brutal way.
The target is directly aimed at Yi Chen's most trusted right-hand man Lang Feng. On a rainy night, Lang Feng personally escorted a group of key clues about the shadow accounts of Black Fox and Night Owl obtained from secret channels of Huanyu to the group headquarters. In order to avoid possible surveillance, he chose a relatively secluded road in the old city. The rain was fine, the street lights were dim, and there were few pedestrians on the road. Lang Feng was driving an ordinary black car, keeping a high level of vigilance. His intuition, honed by years of life and death, made him feel a little uneasy, as if he was being stared at by an invisible poisonous snake. At an intersection where he needed to turn, a shabby van with its flashing lights on blocked his way. The driver seemed to be checking the engine. Lung Feng's eyes narrowed and he slowly slowed down. Just as he was about to stop, something strange happened. In the shadows of the low buildings on both sides of the road, 3 black shadows appeared silently like ghosts. Their speed was beyond imagination, leaving 3 blurred afterimages in the rain, and they rushed straight to Lang Feng's car door in a triangular shape. Their movements were silent, but they were accompanied by an extremely fierce murderous aura, instantly locking onto Lang Feng in the car. Master! Lung Feng's heart was filled with alarm. This kind of speed and concealed aura means that he is definitely not an ordinary killer. He reacted instantly, stepped on the accelerator, and at the same time flashed to the passenger side, trying to use the forward movement of the vehicle and his own evasion to resolve this fatal attack. However, he still underestimated the opponent's terror. The leading black figure, a man with a sturdy figure and a face hidden under a hood, unexpectedly arrived at the moment when the car rushed forward. One of his feet stepped on the slippery hood of the car strangely as if he had no bones, and his body flew into the air with the force. The other foot was like a steel whip, with a sharp whistle that tore through the air, fiercely kicking at the window on the side of Lang Feng. Bang! The specially made bulletproof car window shattered like ordinary glass under this kick. Spider web-like cracks spread instantly. The huge impact force came through the car door, making Lung Feng's blood boil. At the same time, the other 2 shadows were like a thorn in the flesh. One of them flashed a cold light in his hand, and a short blade as thin as a willow leaf accurately stabbed at Lang Feng's carotid artery that was exposed due to his evasion. The other one slid on the ground like a ghost, and threw out a thin chain with a barb in his hand, which was wrapped around Lung Feng's ankle. The 3 of them cooperated seamlessly, ruthlessly, and cunningly, and they were completely rushing to kill instantly. The line between life and death. Lang Feng roared, and his muscles instantly tensed like steel. At the moment when the car window shattered, he gave up the steering wheel, curled up and rolled like a civet cat, narrowly avoiding the fatal short blade stabbing at his neck, and at the same time, he poured 1,000 pounds of strength into his right leg and stomped hard on the chain that was wrapped around him. Dang! The sound of metal clashing. The chain was shaken open, but Lang Feng's trouser leg was also torn open by the barb, which was burning with pain. However, the second attack of the leading man had already arrived. He broke into the room through the window, his 5 fingers formed into claws, and a strange strong wind lingered on his fingertips, as if it could tear the air apart, and went straight into Lung Feng's heart. Before the claw wind arrived, a chilling murderous intent had already made Lung Feng's heart suddenly tighten. Internal chi? Lang Feng's pupils shrank suddenly. He recognized this power that only existed in legends. The other party was a true ancient martial arts master. And his cultivation was extremely profound. There is no escape. Lung Feng's eyes flashed with determination, and he did not dodge or evade. He concentrated all his strength on his right fist and threw a simple, powerful, and unmatched punch at the opponent's face with a gesture of mutual destruction. This was the desperate fighting style he had practiced in countless life and death battles. Bang! Puff! 2 muffled sounds rang out almost at the same time. Lang Feng's fist hit the opponent's crossed forearm firmly, and it felt like hitting a steel that had been tempered 1,000 times. The huge recoil force made his arm hurt sharply, and his throat felt sweet. The opponent's claws, which were filled with cold energy, also grabbed Lung Feng's left shoulder blade. The special fiber bulletproof vest was torn like paper. 5 horrible wounds deep enough to see the bone appeared instantly. Blood mixed with rainwater gushed out. There was also a cold and vicious force that penetrated into his body through the wound, destroying his meridians crazily. Ah! Lung Feng groaned in pain, his eyes went dark, and the huge force knocked him out through the broken car window, and he fell heavily on the wet and cold road. Severe pain and chills instantly swept through his body. Lung Feng tried to get up, but the cold internal energy raged in his body, paralyzing half of his body. He could only watch the 3 dark shadows like messengers from hell approaching him silently again. Under the hood, he seemed to be able to see the cold and cruel smile on the corners of their mouths. The leader slowly raised his hand, and the fingertips gathered the frightening cold energy again, aiming at Lung Feng's brow. The breath of death has never been so close. Just then. Buzz. An indescribable throbbing feeling, as if coming from the depths of the soul, suddenly came from the direction of the Yi Group building. Like a huge rock thrown into a calm lake. The blood-stained jade pendant on his neck suddenly became hot at this moment. An invisible wave that was invisible to the naked eye but really existed spread rapidly like ripples on water, with the jade pendant as the center. The three shadows approaching Lung Feng suddenly froze. Especially the leader, whose hand that was gathering the chi actually trembled slightly, and for the first time, a look of doubt and uncertainty appeared on his face under the hood. It was as if his mind was disturbed by some invisible force. What thing? His hoarse voice was filled with a hint of disbelief. This moment of stagnation is the source of life. Swish! A sharp sound of breaking through the air tore through the rain curtain. A red laser aiming point instantly locked onto the forehead of the leading black shadow. Then, the roar of the engine came from far away. Several heavily modified black bulletproof SUVs broke through the rain like steel behemoths, with the skylights opened, and the Yi family's elite security guards, fully armed and holding automatic weapons, descended like gods. Put down your weapons. Surrender immediately. The cold warning resounded through the streets through the loudspeakers. The three shadows looked at each other, with a hint of unwillingness in their eyes, but facing the black muzzle of the gun and the sound of sirens in the distance, they decisively gave up on killing Lung Feng. The leader took a deep look in the direction of Ye's building, as if to remember the source of the invisible fluctuations, and then the three of them flashed, like ghosts blending into the rainy night, and disappeared in the intricate alleys of the old city after a few rises and falls, at an astonishing speed. Brother Lung Feng. The security team leader rushed out of the car and his face changed drastically when he saw the horrific wound on Lung Feng's shoulder and the flowing blood. Lung Feng lay in the cold rain, the severe pain and coldness made him a little fuzzy, but he clenched his teeth tightly. The throbbing and the burning heat of the jade pendant just now. It was Boss. He raised his head with difficulty and looked at the lighted window on the top floor of the group building. His eyes were filled with the complexity of surviving a disaster and a deeper shock. The one sent by Stardust turned out to be a master who possessed the legendary ancient martial arts power. And the jade pendant on Boss. What kind of power is that? Chapter 48, Universal Medical, Speed of Life and Death. Lung Feng was sent to the Sacred Heart International Medical Center, the top private hospital under the Yi Group, as quickly as possible. However, the situation was far worse than it seemed. Outside the operating room, the red light was blinding. Yi Chen stood at the end of the corridor with a gloomy face, the jade pendant around his neck still retaining the residual warmth from the violent reaction just now. The authoritative expert in charge of the operation, also the traditional Chinese medicine master worshipped by the Yi family, Mr. Chen, came out with a solemn face, his white coat still stained with blood. Mr. Yi, Elder Chen's voice was filled with deep worry. Mr. Lung Feng's life has been saved for now, but his condition is extremely dangerous. Although the wound on his shoulder is deep enough to see the bone, it is not a problem with current medical technology. What is truly fatal is the qi that invaded his body. Angry? Yi Chen's eyes narrowed. Yes. An extremely cold, vicious, and destructive alien energy. Old Chen's eyes were filled with disbelief. It lurks in Lung Feng's wounds and main meridians, madly eroding his vitality and destroying his body functions. We have tried all conventional antibiotics, anti-inflammatory drugs, and even the most advanced biological repair factors, but they are completely ineffective against this kind of qi. It is like a living thing, devouring Lung Feng's vitality. We can only rely on powerful physiological maintenance equipment and large amounts of blood transfusions to temporarily keep him alive, but if this qi is not removed, he will not last more than 48 hours. Moreover, I have never seen this kind of energy. There are only sporadic records in ancient books. It is called Yin Evil Qi. It is a unique method of some evil ancient warriors in legend. Ancient martial arts. Yin Sha Gang Qi. Xingqian really used a power beyond the secular world. Yi Chen's heart sank. Lung Feng was not only his right-hand man, but also his brother in life and death. He would never allow Lung Feng to die like this. Huan Yu. Yi Chen whispered in his heart, analyze the abnormal energy in Lung Feng's body. Find a solution to remove or neutralize it. Use all permissions to search for related cases and solutions worldwide. Priority, highest. Regardless of the cost. Command confirmed. Target's vital signs data is being synchronously accessed. Abnormal energy spectrum is being analyzed. Database is being matched, Huan Yu's cold voice responded immediately. After a few seconds, the result is fed back. The abnormal energy properties in the target's body have been confirmed, high concentration of cold and yin bioenergy, a variant of ancient martial arts energy, which is highly corrosive and nerve destructive. Conventional medical treatment is ineffective. Solution search. 1. Schema theoretically feasible. A martial arts master who has cultivated the inner chi of the most yang and strong attributes and whose cultivation is far superior to that of the caster can forcibly input chi to dispel or neutralize the yin evil chi. Matching results. There are no records of martial arts masters who meet the requirements worldwide. The highest cultivation level of the existing known martial arts master codename, Dragon Elephant, is estimated to have a success rate of less than 10%, and there is a risk of causing energy collision and explosion in the target's body. 2. Plan B Technical Reserve. The secret laboratory of Universal Capital codename, Prometheus completed the prototype of the biological energy field directed neutralizer Prometheus 01 3 years ago. Principle: by simulating a strong life energy field of a specific frequency, resonance offsets the destructive energy of the target body. Current status: prototype, not tested on a complete human body, theoretical success rate of 78.3%, with unknown side effects possibly including nerve damage, organ failure. Equipment location: secret base number 7 deep in the Swiss Alps. Time required for transportation and deployment to the Sacred Heart Center, minimum 9 hours. 3. Scheme C Taboo. The token jade pendant worn by the host Yichen is detected to continuously emit a high-dimensional stable energy field. Preliminary analysis shows that this energy field has a natural suppressive effect on Yin Sha Gang Qi. Speculation: if the host can highly concentrate his own spiritual will on the jade pendant and try to guide its energy field to act on the target wound, there is a chance to directly dispel the alien energy. Risk: very high. The energy guidance method is unknown, and the host's spiritual will strength is extremely high. Improper operation may cause the host's spiritual backlash or the jade pendant's energy to go out of control, endangering the lives of both parties. The success rate cannot be estimated. There are 3 options, each one more hopeless and more dangerous than the other. Looking for a martial arts master? Time doesn't allow, and the success rate is too low. Waiting for the neutralizer? 9 hours? The cold front may not last. Channeling the energy of the jade pendant? Unknown, high risk. Yichen looked at the red light in the operating room, as if he could see Lang Feng's life being devoured bit by the cold energy. He did not hesitate at all. Execute Plan B. Immediately start the Prometheus transportation program. Use the highest authority and coordinate all routes. I wanted to appear in the operating room of the Sacred Heart Center within 7 hours. Yichen ordered Lang Feng's security deputy in a firm voice. Yes. Boss. The deputy immediately ran away. At the same time, Yichen looked at Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen, do everything possible, use the best medicine and equipment to buy time for Lang Feng. Before I get the equipment, his life must be saved. Don't worry, Mr. Yi. I will protect young friend Lang Feng even at the risk of my own life. Old Chen promised solemnly and turned back to the operating room. Yichen was the only one left in the corridor. He lowered his head and looked at the blood-stained jade pendant tightly held in his palm. The option of guiding energy in Plan C was like the whisper of the devil hovering in his mind. The success rate was unpredictable and the risk was extremely high. But if the neutralization instrument was too late? This was the last ray of hope. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and immersed his whole mind in the jade pendant. The cold and majestic feeling of energy reappeared. He tried, as if groping in the dark, to carefully probe his will into the depths of the jade pendant, trying to communicate and guide the dormant power, imagining it turning into warm light to dispel the coldness in Lang Feng's body. The jade pendant trembled slightly, and a very weak, almost imperceptible warm current seemed to really flow to his fingertips along with his thoughts. But in just a moment, a strong feeling of dizziness and palpitations suddenly hit him. It was as if his soul was being pulled out. Yichen groaned, his face turned pale in an instant, and he had to interrupt the attempt immediately. Still, not working? Yichen wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his eyes became more determined. He couldn't fail. Lang Feng was bleeding for him, he had to find a way. He concentrated again, ignoring the risk of dizziness, and began another more focused and cautious attempt. Time passed by. The atmosphere at the Sacred Heart Center was extremely solemn. In the operating room, Elder Chen led the team in a race against death. Outside the operating room, Yichen was like an old monk in meditation, his mind completely immersed in the world of the jade pendant. Sweat soaked his shirt, his face was as pale as paper, and his body was trembling slightly. It was obvious that he was under a huge mental burden. He was playing a game with unknown dangers, just to grasp the slim chance of saving his brother. Chapter 49 Energy Guidance, Brotherly Love. 7 hours.
It seemed as long as 7 centuries.
Yi Chen sat outside the operating room like a stone sculpture, his face pale, his lips chapped, his forehead covered with fine cold sweat, his body trembling slightly due to the long-term high concentration and huge consumption.
All his will was immersed in the blood-stained jade pendant around his neck.
Over and over again, like Yugong moving mountains, he tried to communicate and guide the majestic and mysterious energy. Every attempt was like walking a tightrope over an abyss. The power contained in the jade pendant was as vast as the sea of stars, yet cold and silent. Yi Chen's spiritual will was like a stone thrown into the sea. Most of the time it could only stir up insignificant ripples, or even be swallowed up by the coldness and vastness, bringing intense dizziness and soul-tearing pain.
But he didn't give up.
The scene of Lang Feng blocking a fatal blow for him and the monitoring data of his brother's life force fading on the hospital bed whipped him like a whip.
He must succeed. He can't lose this brother. Guidance, not control, it's communication, it's resonance.
Yi Chen kept repeating in his heart, abandoning the idea of forcible driving, and tried to turn his thoughts into a bridge filled with the desire for Lang Feng's life and the fiery thoughts of brotherhood, to gently touch the core of the jade pendant. Gradually, a mysterious feeling emerged.
Deep in the cold energy core of the jade pendant, there seemed to be a very weak response to his bridge of thought.
It was no longer just rejection and swallowing, but like a sleeping dragon, it was touched by some kind of homologous, pure emotion and slightly flipped its eyelids. Just when Yi Chen felt that he was about to grasp that subtle connection.
"Boss, the equipment has arrived."
The hoarse and excited voice of the security assistant came from the end of the corridor.
Yi Chen opened his eyes suddenly. A gleam of light flashed by.
A team of fully armed and solemn elite guards escorted a sealed box about 2 meters long and 1 meter wide, covered with a silver metal shell, full of complex interfaces and indicator lights, full of futuristic technology, and pushed it over at the fastest speed. On the side of the box, a silver emblem Prometheus logo with a burning flame surrounding a double snakestaff shone brightly. The secret weapon of the universe biological energy field directed neutralization device Prometheus-01 has finally arrived.
Time is life.
Yi Chen immediately gathered his mind, suppressed the great fatigue brought by the jade pendant, and stood up suddenly. "Send him to the operating room immediately.
Notify Mr. Chen and prepare to start the equipment." The atmosphere in the operating room was extremely tense.
Lang Feng was lying on the operating table, his face pale, and the numbers and curves on the vital signs monitor showed extreme danger. Elder Chen and his team were on high alert. The silver box was quickly connected to the operating room's independent ultra-high power supply and auxiliary equipment. With a low humming sound, the box automatically unfolded like a transformer, revealing the precise ring-shaped launch device inside and an energy-focusing platform in the center that emitted a soft white light.
"Mr. Yi, the equipment is ready, but..."
The engineer assigned by Universal to operate the equipment, a middle-aged doctor wearing glasses and looking nervous, said quickly, "The theoretical model requires abnormal energy in the target's body as a guiding coordinate. We need to focus the point precisely on the core where the energy resides. But we can only locate the approximate area near the shoulder blade wound now, and cannot accurately locate the microscopic energy nodes. Forcibly activating a large-scale neutralization field will greatly reduce the effect, and may cause serious interference to Mr. Lang Feng's own life energy field."
Another difficult question. Time waits for no one.
Yi Chen's eyes were fixed on the horrible wound on Lang Feng's shoulder, which still exuded a hint of coldness. The mysterious feeling he had when he tried to guide the jade pendant just now instantly came to his mind.
"I'll locate it."
Yi Chen's voice was firm. He strode to the operating table, ignoring the doctor's astonished looks, stretched out his right hand, put his index and middle fingers together, and hovered an inch above Lang Feng's wound. He closed his eyes, and the jade pendant around his neck became hot again. This time, he did not try to guide the energy of the jade pendant, but used all his spiritual will, with the help of the stable and strange energy field emitted by the jade pendant as a sensing amplifier, like the most sophisticated radar wave, desperately exploring the depths of Lang Feng's wound.
Severe pain. Cold. Deathly silence. This was the first impression that Yi Chen felt.
The inside of Lang Feng's wound seemed to have become a small, extremely cold hell. The evil energy was like countless cold poisonous snakes, entwined in the flesh and blood and meridians, greedily devouring life.
"Found you!"
Yi Chen roared in his heart. With the help of the jade pendant's energy field, his mental strength penetrated the cold fog and searched desperately for the node where the energy was the most concentrated and core. Sweat flowed down Yi Chen's forehead like a stream. His body was shaking violently due to the huge mental burden. His face was as pale as paper, as if he would fall down at any time.
But he clenched his teeth, and his fingertips were as steady as a rock. Finally, deep in Lung Feng's shoulder blade, near the spinal plexus, he saw it. A core of energy that was like a miniature black hole, constantly rotating and emitting an extremely cold and destructive aura. That was the source of the evil energy. Coordinates locked. Depth 1.7 centimeters inside the lower corner of the shoulder blade, vertical depth 4.3 centimeters. Energy core. Yichen suddenly opened his eyes were bloodshot, his voice was hoarse but extremely clear, and he reported the location accurately. Quick! Enter the coordinates. Mr. Chen immediately shouted to the engineer. The engineer's hands flew, inputting precise data on the control panel. The ring-shaped transmitter of the neutralizer instantly adjusted its angle, and the central focusing platform lit up with a dazzling white light, and a gentle but extremely powerful life energy field began to gather. Energy field charging. 10%, 50%, 100%. Locking completed. Neutralization started. The engineer pressed the button. Buzz. A milky white beam of light, visible to the naked eye and like water waves, accurately shone on the coordinates pointed by Yichen, penetrating the skin and deep into Lang Feng's body. Lang Feng, who was in a coma, trembled violently. Everyone in the operating room held their breath. On the monitoring screen, the curve representing Lang Feng's vital signs fluctuated violently. The evil spirit that was entrenched seemed to have met its nemesis. Under the illumination of the milky white life energy field, it let out a silent scream. The black and white energies engaged in a fierce battle in Lang Feng's body. The cold and gloomy energy was quickly neutralized and dispelled. It works! The abnormal energy index is decreasing rapidly, the engineer shouted excitedly. Vital signs. Heart rate has returned to normal. Blood pressure is stable. Body temperature is rising, the nurse reported with surprise. Olchen stared at the screen closely, took a long breath, and looked at Yichen with eyes full of amazement and gratitude. Yichen's tense nerves finally relaxed. A huge feeling of fatigue overwhelmed him like a tide. His body swayed and he almost fell down. He was quickly supported by the security assistant next to him. "Boss. How are you?" the deputy asked anxiously. "I'm fine." Yichen waved his hands weakly, but his eyes were fixed on Lang Feng on the operating table. Seeing that the grayish color on his brother's face was fading and his breathing was gradually becoming steady and strong, a smile of relief finally appeared on his pale face. Success! The brother's life was saved. The power of the Jade Pendant, the technology of the universe, and his will at all costs finally saved Lang Feng from the hands of death. Chapter 50, the star map appears, and the storm comes again. The evil spirit in Lang Feng's body was successfully dispelled by the Prometheus neutralizer, and he was out of danger and transferred to the intensive care unit for follow-up treatment and observation. This thrilling life and death race came to an end for the time being. After a short rest and replenishment of energy, Yichen, regardless of his physical fatigue and mental overdraft, immediately returned to the strategic command center at the top of the group. Lang Feng was attacked, and Xingchen used ancient martial arts masters, which indicated that the opponent's actions had been completely upgraded, from the game at the commercial and financial level to direct and unconventional force elimination. The opponent's target was obviously him, Yichen, and the jade pendant in his hand. "Boss, the tracking results of the attackers are out." Lang Feng's deputy, a capable young man codenamed Nighthawk, reported solemnly, "The other side is extremely professional and has a strong anti-tracking ability. Our people completely lost their trace when they chased to the edge of the old city, as if they disappeared out of thin air. Only a few special shoe prints that did not belong to any known standard weapons were extracted at the scene, and..." He called up a high-definition photo, which showed a few extremely fine traces of burnt ash left in the rain. The component analysis is very strange, containing unknown organic metal compounds and biological residues, like the residues of some high-intensity energy release. Residual energy? Yichen frowned, which reminded him of the strange aura of the three killers. Continue investigating. Use the global surveillance network of the universe to screen all recent entry targets with high threat levels and secretive whereabouts. Especially information related to ancient martial arts and special abilities. In addition, focus on investigating the remaining forces of the Gu family and the Zhao family, as well as the abnormal movements of the people associated with the previously targeted Black Fox and Night Owl shadow accounts. Yes. Nighthawk obeyed. Yichen walked to the huge holographic star map, a global dynamic information map that can be accessed after the universe permissions are unlocked.
On the star map, the green light representing the Yi group was steady and bright, while the light representing the Zhao family was dim and almost extinguished. However, at the edge and depth of this star map, some faint, ominous red marks began to emerge. One of the marks pointed to a vague coordinate deep in the Pacific Ocean. That was one of the suspected activity areas of Stardust. According to the vague information about the killer's accent that Lung Feng desperately sent back before the attack, the universe initially locked the range. Stardust. Ancient martial arts. Key. Yi Chen muttered to himself, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the jade pendant around his neck. The jade pendant was still cold, but after several inductions and guidance, his connection with the jade seemed to deepen a little. He closed his eyes and tried to sink his mind into the jade pendant again. This time, he was no longer anxious to save people, and his spirits had recovered a little. His perception was clearer. Deep in the jade pendant, the vast cold energy seemed to be more than just chaos. In a trance, he seemed to see some extremely vague, tiny light spots like broken stars, looming in the endless darkness. These light spots were moving in an extremely mysterious, geometrically beautiful trajectory, and there seemed to be some kind of connection between them. This feeling was fleeting, like an illusion. But Yi Chen suddenly opened his eyes, his heart beating violently. He immediately called up the star map of the universe and expanded the viewing angle to the maximum, covering the entire world and even the low Earth orbit. Universe. Analyze the energy structure diagram inside the jade pendant. Compare the orbits of known celestial bodies, large energy nodes, and all unexplained coordinates of abnormal space points around the world and in near-Earth space. Perform pattern matching. Yi Chen gave the order, his voice filled with a hint of excitement that he himself was not aware of. Command confirmed. Scanning the spectrum of deep energy fluctuations in the jade pendant. Building a dynamic structure model. Matching the database, Huan Yu's voice was still cold, but the processing speed was extremely fast. A few seconds later, the star map changed. Next to the fuzzy red dot that originally represented the suspicious area of Stardust, the universe system automatically generated a new, extremely complex multi-dimensional dynamic model. This model is composed of countless tiny light points and the energy lines connecting them, constantly changing and rotating. Its core structure, unexpectedly, has a striking resemblance to the broken star trajectory that Yi Chen had just glimpsed in the depths of the jade pendant. What is even more shocking is that Huan Yu overlapped this dynamic model with several key points on the star map. 1. The fuzzy red spot deep in the Pacific Ocean's suspected Stardust activity area. 2. An unexplained source of weak energy radiation detected somewhere beneath the Antarctic ice sheet. 3. A hidden valley in the Himalayas that is rarely visited by human satellites have captured brief abnormal energy flashes. 4. There is even a point pointing to the orbit of the wreckage of a top-secret space station in low Earth orbit that has been abandoned for many years and belongs to a superpower. These points are faintly connected by the faint energy lines extending from the jade pendant's energy model. It seems to form a secret network node map that covers the entire world and extends into space. This is... Yi Chen took a breath. The jade pendant is not only a key, but it actually hides a star map inside it? Or in other words, a coordinate map to activate or connect to a secret network? And the activity area of Stardust happens to be a node on this map. Could it be that Stardust's goal is not only the jade pendant itself, but also the thing behind it, the star map that covers the entire world and even space, represented by it? At this moment, Yi Chen's private encrypted communicator beeped rapidly. It was the security captain who was responsible for monitoring Su Ruoxue. Boss. Something's wrong with Miss Su. She locked herself in the room and was very emotional. We heard her yelling, "Don't come over and go away." It seemed like she was fighting with something invisible. We tried to force our way in, but the door was locked. And the surveillance signal in the room was cut off by an unknown strong interference. Yi Chen's face changed drastically. Ruoxue. The silver pendant in her body. Could it be that Xingchen's target has turned to her? He suddenly looked at the star map, at the light spot representing Su Ruoxue's location. He saw that around that light spot, the universe system suddenly automatically marked a circle of extremely weak, but real, ominous dark red energy fluctuations. This fluctuation was highly similar to the energy remnants detected at the scene of Ling Feng's attack. They're coming. Yi Chen's eyes burst with an unprecedented fierce killing intent. He grabbed the communicator and roared, "Whatever the cost. Break the door. Protect Ruoxue. I'll be there soon." He rushed out of the command center like a gust of wind. The jade pendant on his neck became extremely hot at this moment, as if it sensed a huge threat and call, and emitted an unprecedented light. The light penetrated his clothes, leaving a blurry light and shadow in the dim corridor. The fangs of stardust finally stretched out to the person he cherished most. And the mystery of the star map hidden in the jade pendant also lifted a corner of its mysterious veil at this most critical moment. The ultimate storm surrounding loved ones, ancient jade pendant and mysterious star map has come crashing down. Chapter 51, Silver Pendant Goes Wild, Stardust Claw Appears. Yichen rushed back to the exclusive living area on the top floor as fast as he could. The corridor was filled with a tense atmosphere. Outside the door of Su Qingshue's suite, four fully armed elite security guards were trying to force the door open with demolition tools, but the heavy alloy door was extremely strong. Security Captain Li Rui was sweating profusely and saw Yichen as if he had seen his savior. "Boss. The door lock has been reinforced from the inside by unknown means. Our tools are ineffective." Miss Su's screams just stopped, but the energy fluctuation monitor inside is off the charts. Li Rui pointed at a portable energy detector in his hand that was flashing red and emitting a piercing alarm. This was a device provided by Huanyu, specifically used to detect abnormal energy. The jade pendant on Yichen's neck was as hot as a branding iron. He took a step forward and pressed his right hand hard on the cold alloy door. The moment the jade pendant touched the door, an invisible wave of overwhelming power spread out. Buzz crack. There was a dull thud. The inside of the alloy door lock, which was so solid that even demolition tools could not break it, seemed to be hit hard by an invisible hammer. It instantly twisted and broke apart. The door opened. A cold, chaotic, and powerful energy storm rushed over. The room was in a mess. The furniture was overturned and torn apart by an invisible force, and the expensive decorations were shattered all over the floor. The walls and ceiling were covered with horrible marks of varying depths, as if they had been scratched by invisible claws. Su Qingxue curled up on the carpet in the middle of the room, her body shaking violently. She held the silver pendant tightly with both hands, and the pendant was emitting a dazzling, unstable silver-white light. The light twisted and jumped like a living thing, forming circles of energy ripples visible to the naked eye, constantly impacting the surrounding space. Her eyes were closed, her face was as pale as paper, her lips were bitten and bleeding, and a suppressed and painful whimper came from her throat, as if she was fighting against some terrible power in her body. Not far in front of her, the air twisted strangely, condensing into two blurred, translucent humanoid outlines. They had no clear facial features, only distorted light and shadow, emitting the same cold and vicious evil spirit fluctuations as the ancient warrior who attacked Lung Feng before, but more on the spiritual level. They were floating like ghosts, stretching out their arms made of light and shadow, constantly trying to grab the pendant in Su Qingshue's hand. Every touch made Su Ruoxue scream, and the light of the pendant became more chaotic. Spirit body? Energy projection? Even though Yichen was well informed, he was still shocked by the extraordinary scene before his eyes. Xingchen's method was so strange. This was definitely not ancient martial arts, but more like a combination of some kind of technology and unknown power. Qingxue. Yichen's eyes were bloodshot, he roared, and rushed in without hesitation. The burning sensation of the jade pendant instantly reached its peak, and a majestic and stable energy field erupted with him as the center, forcibly holding open the chaotic energy storm. The two spiritual shadows seemed to sense Yichen's intrusion and the powerful energy field emitted by the jade pendant on his body. Their movements suddenly stopped, and their distorted faces turned towards Yichen, emitting a silent, malicious mental scream. This scream rushed straight into Yichen's mind. It was like countless cold steel needles piercing fiercely. Severe pain and dizziness came instantly. Yichen groaned, and his body shook, but the anger in his eyes burned even more fiercely. The energy of the jade pendant automatically protected the master, and a sense of coolness surged into his mind, instantly dispelling the negative effects of the mental attack. Universe. Analyze the target. Weaknesses. Yichen roared in his heart, and at the same time, his body pounced towards Su Qingshuo like a cheetah. Target analysis in progress. A high-density spiritual energy aggregate has been detected, core energy attribute, Yin-Sha variant, with strong spiritual pollution and entity interference capabilities. Core weakness, unstable energy structure, sensitive to high-frequency energy shocks and strong life energy fields. The jade pendant energy field can effectively disperse it. Warning, the target is trying to establish a forced link with the silver pendant energy core. Link completion, 27%, 29%. Once the link is completed, the silver pendant energy will go out of control and the target carrier Su Qingxue will be in danger.
The connection is continuing. Yi Chen was extremely anxious.
He rushed to Su Qingxue, ignoring the two spirits' attacking claws with a bone-chilling chill, and hugged the almost unconscious Su Qingxue tightly in his arms.
Qingxue, wake up. Look at me. Keep your mind focused. Don't let them succeed.
Yi Chen's voice was like a huge bell, with the strange calming power bestowed by the energy of the jade pendant, forcibly pouring into Su Ruoshua's confused consciousness. At the same time, he held the jade pendant tightly in his left hand and immersed all his mind in it. This time, he was no longer guiding it carefully, but like triggering a volcanic eruption, madly communicating with the vast power deep in the jade pendant.
Get away from me. Boom. The jade pendant burst into an unprecedented brilliant light.
A light golden beam of light that was as condensed as a substance and carried a vast and ancient aura suddenly shot out from the jade pendant and swept towards the two spiritual bodies that were rushing towards it.
Sizzle. It was like a red-hot iron burning into ice and snow.
Wherever the light golden column passed, the spirits let out silent, yet soul-distorting howls. Their twisted bodies were penetrated and torn apart by the golden light, and the evil energy that made up their bodies quickly melted and dissipated as if it had encountered its nemesis. With just one strike, the two strange and powerful spiritual bodies were completely blasted into scattered light fragments by Yi Chen with the power of the jade pendant, and finally disappeared into the air. The violent energy storm in the room suddenly subsided, leaving only the chaotic energy aftermath sizzling in the air.
Puff.
Yi Chen suddenly spit out a small mouthful of blood, and his face instantly turned golden paper. The power of the jade pendant that was forcibly exploded far exceeded his current load, and his mental strength was severely overdrawn, and his internal organs were like being hit by a heavy hammer. But he held Su Ruoshue tightly and did not let go. The silver light on Su Qingxue's body quickly dimmed, and the pendant returned to calm. She collapsed in Yi Chen's arms, breathing weakly, but her vital signs were stable, but she fell into a deep coma.
Boss. Miss Su.
Li Rue and others dared to rush in. They were shocked to see Yi Chen vomiting blood.
I'm fine. Quick. Call the medical team. High-level monitoring. Check if she has any mental damage.
Yi Chen forced himself to give the order, his eyes darkening. He looked down at the unconscious Su Qingxue, then at the seemingly ordinary silver pendant in his hand, his eyes solemn to the extreme.
Xingchen's desire for the silver pendant was far beyond his imagination. They could actually remotely project this weird spiritual body to snatch it. What kind of shocking secrets does Su Qingxue's life experience and this silver pendant hide? Xingchen's fangs have already reached his pillow. Chapter 52, Jade Pendant Space, The Secret of the Universe.
Su Qingxue was quickly transferred to the top intensive care unit of the Sacred Heart Center, where she was consulted by a multidisciplinary team of experts including neurology and psychiatry led by Dr. Chen. The initial diagnosis showed that her body was fine, but her mental state was severely impacted, and she fell into a self-protective coma similar to mental overload, and needed time to recover. Yi Chen also received emergency treatment due to severe mental overdraft and internal organ shock. Lying in a special medical cabin, a highly effective repair fluid nourished his body, but the mental fatigue and the questions in his mind could not be calmed down. The strange spiritual attack of Stardust, the abnormal rampage of Su Qingxue's silver pendant, the amazing explosion of the jade pendant at the critical moment, all of this is beyond common sense.
What is the connection between universal capital, the jade pendant, the silver pendant, Stardust? What does the faint star map inside the jade pendant represent?
Yi Chen was unable to rest in peace due to his strong desire for knowledge and vigilance against potential threats.
He once again immersed his mind in the jade pendant around his neck.
This time, without the urgency of saving lives and the interference of the outside world, his perception was more restrained and in depth. Deep inside the jade pendant, the vast and cold ocean of energy was still boundless. But Yi Chen was no longer running around like a headless fly as before. After many communications and an extreme burst, he seemed to have established an extremely subtle and indescribable connection with the jade pendant. He tried not to touch it with the bridge of mind anymore, but to let his spiritual consciousness blend gently into the energy ocean of the jade pendant like a drop of water. A strange sinking feeling came over him. I don't know how long it took, but as if penetrating an invisible film, Yi Chen's consciousness suddenly became lighter, and the scene in front of him suddenly became clear. He found himself suspended in an indescribable strange space. There is no sky or earth here, only endless, deep darkness like the background of the universe. In this dark void, countless stars of all sizes are suspended, emitting soft light. These stars are not real planets, but runes, patterns, or incomprehensible geometric structures made of pure energy. They rotate and run slowly, connected to each other by thin and bright light bands, forming a huge, complex, and precise three-dimensional energy network that is suffocating. The core of this network is a group of the most brilliant and condensed golden light. It quietly floats in the center, like the heart of the universe, exuding a vast, majestic, and ancient breath. Yi Chen can clearly feel that there is a close blood connection between himself and this core light group. This is the origin of the power of the Jade Pendant. Is this the internal space of the Jade Pendant? The core of the universe? Yi Chen's consciousness was shocked as he looked at the scene before him that was beyond his imagination. At this moment, a cold, emotionless, yet indescribably majestic voice rang out directly in his core of consciousness. It was similar to the mechanical sound of the universe before, but even more grand and profound. The host's spiritual imprint has improved in depth, reaching the primary authority threshold. Part of the universe core database is open. Welcome, Yi Chen. This is the origin of the universe, the starting point of knowledge and power. Then, a huge amount of information flowed into Yi Chen's consciousness like a gentle tide. It was no longer the brutal impact before, but orderly and understandable fragments of knowledge for him. Origin of the universe, it is not a product of the Earth, but originated from an ancient interstellar civilization that has long been lost in the long river of time, and whose technology and spiritual power have developed to an incredible height, the era of enlightenment. The Jade Pendant token is one of its highest creations, the key to the origin, and the carrier of inheritance. Mystery of the star map. The broken star tracks that Yi Chen had sensed before were the network coordinates of the Stargate nodes left on Earth and near Earth space by the Qiming era. These nodes are not physical buildings, but spatial coordinates, which require specific energy tokens, jade pendants, silver pendants, etc., and huge amounts of energy to activate and open the Stargate, leading to an unknown place. What the Stardust organization is pursuing is to control these Stargate nodes. Stardust's essence. There are very few direct records about Stardust in the information database, only sporadic warning signs. It is speculated that it is the remnant or successor of one or several forces that fell after the split of the Age of Enlightenment on Earth. They have mastered some incomplete Enlightenment technologies such as spiritual body projection and in-shot energy application, but are on the road of plunder, control, and destruction. Their goal is to collect all tokens, activate and monopolize the Stargate nodes, and obtain the ultimate power or knowledge left over from the Age of Enlightenment. Silver Pendant Association, Su Qingshu as Silver Pendant, marked as secondary resonance token feather flame key in the database. Its energy attribute is the same as the Jade Pendant source point key, but at a lower level, and its function is more inclined to mental induction and spatial positioning. When the energy of the feather flame key is forcibly stimulated or close to an activated Stargate node, it will resonate strongly with the source point key, and it will also be more easily tracked and plundered by Stardust. Su Qingshu's biological parents are most likely the guardians or descendants of another Qiming heritage. Universe Authority. Yi Chen's current authority level is Primary Controller, which allows him to mobilize some resources of the universe financial network, basic technology, intelligence analysis, and initially communicate with the source, but he cannot deeply call the core knowledge base and advanced weapon arsenal. To improve authority, one needs to deeply awaken the bloodline, improve the mental strength, and complete a specific inheritance trial. The amount of information was huge and shocking. Yi Chen's consciousness body was suspended in the source space for a long time, digesting it all. The truth of the universe, the origin of Stardust, the existence of the Stargate node, the origin of Su Ruoshua's life experience. A grand picture that runs through ancient and modern times and spans the sea of stars slowly unfolds in front of him. Stardust. Qiming's descendants. Stargate. Yi Chen's consciousness murmured to himself, with an unprecedented light burning in his eyes. This is no longer a simple family feud or business struggle, but a grand game concerning the future of mankind and even the interstellar structure. The jade pendant in his hand is not only a key, but also a heavy responsibility. Chapter 53 Bloodguards Raid, Dragon City Crisis. Yi Chen was meditating deeply in the medical cabin, his consciousness immersed in the source space, greedily absorbing the valuable knowledge about the universe and Stardust. Outside, after Lang Feng gradually recovered and Su Ruoshua's condition stabilized, the Yi group temporarily restored its superficial calm. However, Stardust's counterattack, like a deadly undercurrent hidden beneath the calm sea, broke out in an even more violent way. Target, Longcheng Yi Group Headquarters Building. Time, late at night, heavy rain. Dozens of ghostly figures, taking advantage of the storm, quietly sneaked into the security circle around the Yes building. They were wearing special black combat uniforms, moving swiftly and silently, cooperating tacitly, like the most sophisticated killing machines. What was even more frightening was that they all exuded a cold, condensed killing intent, far beyond that of ordinary elite soldiers. Alarm! Life signals from hidden outposts number 3, 7, and 11 have disappeared. Thermal sensors show that there are unknown heat sources moving at high speed on the B2 and B3 floors of the underground garage. The number is over 30. The backup node of the main power supply line has been physically damaged. Switching to the backup power supply. The communication signal is subject to high-intensity interference. Unable to contact the outside world. Inside the command center, shrill alarms rang out one after another. The acting commander, Nighthawk, had a drastic change of expression. The attack came too fast and too fierce. The enemy's infiltration and destructive capabilities were beyond imagination. Activate the first-level defense protocol. All security personnel enter combat positions. Close the gates of the core area. Wake up all defense robots. Nighthawk ordered sternly, grabbing the encrypted communicator at the same time. Boss. We have been attacked by a large-scale armed invasion. The other side is a master. Request support. In the medical cabin, Yi-Chen suddenly opened his eyes. A strong warning wave came from the jade pendant. He instantly cut off the connection with the source point and his consciousness returned to his body. Huan Yu. Activate all defense systems in the building. Take over the battle command. Goal: annihilate all invaders. Yi-Chen quickly took off his medical suit while giving orders in his mind. A cold, murderous intent permeated his body. Command confirmed. Defense system fully activated. Combat AI Sentinel takes over command. Inside the building, the lights instantly switched to glaring red alarm lights. Heavy alloy gates fell down one after another. Automatic weapon platforms hidden in the walls and ceilings popped out instantly, and infrared sights covered the passages like spider webs. Dozens of half-human mechanical spider-shaped combat robots slid out from the hidden compartments, their electronic eyes flashing scarlet light. Fierce exchange of fire broke out instantly. The invading men in black showed amazing fighting power. Their speed, strength, and reaction were far beyond that of ordinary people. Their movements were faintly influenced by the power-generating techniques of ancient martial arts, but they were more direct, efficient, and deadly. Ordinary security personnel were like lambs to be slaughtered in front of them. They were knocked down by their fierce killing skills at the first sight. It's the Blood Guards. Stardust's genetically modified warriors. Be careful of their strength and speed. Lang Feng's weak but anxious voice came through the internal channel. He obviously recognized the origins of these enemies. The Blood Guards were not afraid of the interception of automatic weapons and combat robots. They shuttled through the rain of bullets like ghosts, using cover to advance quickly. The weapons in their hands were also extraordinary, with high-frequency shock particle blades, special guns that could emit corrosive energy beams, and some could even tear apart alloy gates with their bare hands. Boom! 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 Fierce explosions, metal-tearing sounds, the hissing sounds of energy weapons, screams, reverberated wildly inside the Yes building. The battle was extremely brutal. Although Yes security forces and defense systems resisted tenaciously, under the assault of these inhuman blood guards, the defense line was broken through layer by layer. They were like sharp drills, piercing the core area of the building with a clear goal: the strategic command center and the top floor where Yi-Chen was. Boss. They broke through the defense line of Area B. They are advancing towards the core elevator shaft. They are moving too fast. Nighthawk's voice was filled with anxiety and a hint of despair. Yi-Chen had already put on a set of streamlined black close-fitting armor provided by Huanyu protective equipment unlocked with primary authority, and in his hand was a long sword that was completely black and flashing with dark blue energy patterns. His eyes were as cold as 10,000 years of black ice. Activate the Hive protocol and block all elevator shafts and ventilation ducts. Sentinels, concentrate your firepower to suppress the 3 fastest advancing enemy groups. Nighthawk, take your men to guard the entrance to the command center. Leave the top floor to me. Yi-Chen's voice was like the collision of cold iron, issuing the calmest orders. He strode towards the exclusive elevator. The moment the elevator door opened, a strong smell of blood and gunpowder mixed with a cold murderous intent rushed towards him. Below, the sound of fierce fighting was like a sonata from hell.
Yi Chen stepped into the elevator and pressed the button for the top floor. The elevator door slowly closed, isolating the outside noise.
In the small space, there was only the sound of his steady breathing and the increasingly hot energy fluctuations emanating from the jade pendant around his neck. He slowly closed his eyes, adjusted his breathing, connected his spiritual will with the jade pendant, and communicated with the vast power of the source space. Stardust blood guards? Let me see, is your genetic modification more powerful, or is the blade of the universe in my hand sharper? In the slight weightlessness of the elevator rising, Yi Chen slowly opened his eyes, and deep in his pupils, it seemed as if there was a golden flame burning. A bloody battle that will determine the fate of the Yi family in Longcheng is about to break out on the top floor. Chapter 54, Blade of the Universe, Bloody Battle on the Top Floor. The elevator rose steadily and rapidly, and the numbers kept jumping. The fierce fighting and explosions below came through the heavy metal door, like dull drumbeats, hitting Yi Chen's heart. His heart was as calm as water, his mind was highly concentrated, and his connection with the jade pendant around his neck reached an unprecedented depth. The vast ocean of energy in the source space flowed in his consciousness. Although he could not directly call on the huge power, the vast and majestic aura was continuously infused into his limbs and bones, putting him in a mysterious accumulated state. Buzz! The elevator reached the top floor and the door slid open silently. The strong smell of gunpowder and blood instantly rushed in. What came into view was a messy battlefield. The spacious reception hall on the top floor was completely unrecognizable. Expensive decorations were reduced to dust, and the solid walls were covered with scorch marks and horrible claw marks from energy weapons. 4 of Ye's most elite security guards fell in a pool of blood, and their lives or deaths were unknown. In the center of the hall, 5 blood guards wearing black combat uniforms and full coverage helmets, with only cold electronic eyes exposed, were like demons returning from hell, slowly putting away their bloody claws and high-frequency particle blades. Under their feet were 2 combat robot sentinels that had been completely dismantled into scrap metal. Obviously, the top-level defense force only lasted for a very short time in the face of these 5 inhuman monsters. Sensing the elevator door opening, the 5 blood guards froze in their movements, as if the most sophisticated killing machine had been activated. 5 pairs of electronic eyes flashing scarlet light locked onto the only figure in the elevator, Yi Chen. No words, no probing. The 2 blood guards at the front were like arrows shot from a bow, instantly starting up. One of them held a high-frequency vibration particle blade, piercing Yi Chen's throat with a piercing scream. The other one rushed over like a cannonball, his fist covered with metal brass knuckles tore through the air and smashed into Yi Chen's chest. The speed and strength were far beyond the limits of human beings. The strong wind even blew the hair on Yi Chen's forehead. Faced with this deadly combined attack, Yi Chen moved. He did not retreat, but took a step forward. This step was like shrinking the earth into an inch, and instantly shortened the distance between him and the 2 blood guards. At the same time, the black long sword in his hand, Blade of the Universe, made a low humming sound, and the dark blue energy lines on the blade suddenly lit up. Swish! Swish! 2 faint blue knife lights, like cold lightning cutting through the night sky, were the first to arrive. The first strike was made with incredible precision at the weak connection of the high-frequency particle blade. Ding! With a crisp sound, the indestructible particle blade was actually cut off. The remaining force of the blade swept across the neck of the blood guard holding the knife. A head wearing a hideous helmet flew high into the air. The second knife drew a mysterious arc, as if predicting the trajectory of the other blood guard's fist. The dark blue blade did not confront the iron fist that was strong enough to blast through the steel plate, but slid along the inside of the opponent's arm like a spirit snake, and flicked it. Swish! The arm covered with alloy arm guard and half of the shoulder were neatly cut off. Blood gushed out like a fountain. 1 encounter. Instantly killed 1. Seriously injured another. This overwhelming scene made the 3 blood guards who were about to pounce on him suddenly pause. The scarlet light in the electronic eyes flashed violently. It was obvious that the terrifying speed and strength displayed by Yi Chen exceeded the prediction of their battle database. Roar! The blood guard whose arm was cut off let out a beast roar that was not like a human voice. He ignored the severe pain in his broken arm and the gushing blood. His only remaining left hand ejected sharp alloy claws, and with the madness of dying together, he pounced on Yi Chen again. The other 3 blood guards also reacted instantly, forming a triangle formation and attacking from different directions. One of them raised his energy gun and locked onto Yi Chen. Another one used his hands to eject high-frequency claw blades and attacked Yi Chen's lower body. The last one rushed over like a tank, trying to block Yi Chen's evasive space. Facing the desperate siege of the 4 blood guards, Yi Chen's eyes remained cold. His steps changed like a ghost, and his body twisted and dodged incredibly in the narrow space, narrowly avoiding the energy guns shooting and the high-frequency claw blades cutting. At the same time, the blade of the universe turned into a dark blue blade curtain. Ding ding dong dong. Puff. The sounds of metal colliding, energy annihilation, flesh tearing, rang out densely. Yi Chen's figure was like a butterfly flying through flowers, shuttling between the violent attacks of the 4 blood guards. His movements seemed slow, but he could always avoid fatal attacks by a hair's breadth. Every time he swung the blade of the universe in his hand, it carried an indestructible edge and the strange shock force given by the energy of the jade pendant. The energy gun of a blood guard was shattered by the sword light. Another blood guard's alloy claws were cut off at the root. The blood guard who rushed forward with a broken arm was hit hard in the chest by Yi Chen's side elbow. With a teeth-grinding sound of bones cracking, his huge body flew backwards like a broken sack, knocking down half of the wall, and there was no sound anymore. In a flash, one of the 4 blood guards who were besieging them died and 2 were seriously injured. Only the last blood guard, who was as strong as a tank, was left, trying to break through the blockade. When the blood guard saw his companion's tragic defeat, a trace of human fear flashed in his electronic eyes, but it was immediately covered by a more crazy killing command. He roared wildly, and his muscles swelled like air. His combat uniform was torn apart, revealing the skin underneath, which was as hard as steel and shone with a strange metallic luster. He gave up the collision, and his fists were like pile drivers, with terrifying sonic booms that tore through the air and smashed towards Yi Chen frantically. Every punch was enough to break the monument and split the stone. Gene rage? Yi Chen's eyes narrowed, recognizing that this was the blood guard's life-threatening secret technique. He did not take it head-on, but instead floated back as if he had no weight. At the same time, he flicked his wrist, and the blade of the universe drew a tricky arc. The dark blue blade was like a poisonous snake spitting out its tongue, accurately hitting the opponent's energy core node in the violent state, the heart. Puff! The blade penetrated without any hindrance. But it felt like it penetrated an extremely tough alloy. The blood guard's body suddenly stiffened. The violent power receded like a tide. He looked down at the black long knife that pierced his chest in disbelief, and his scarlet electronic eyes stared at Yi Chen. Xingchen will not let you go. Before he finished his hoarse electronic synthesized voice, Yi Chen's wrist suddenly shook. The dark blue energy instantly burst out from the blade. Boom! The blood guard's sturdy body exploded as if it had exploded from the inside. Blood, flesh, and metal fragments flew everywhere. The top floor hall suddenly became quiet. There was only smoke, a mess on the ground, and the incomplete bodies of 5 blood guards. Yi Chen stood with a knife in his hand, his black armor stained with blood, his eyes were as sharp as a knife, and he was breathing slightly. Although the battle just now was short, every second consumed a huge amount of physical and mental strength. The blue light of the blade of the universe slowly converged. Boss! The blood guards on other floors have been eliminated. But we suffered heavy losses. Nighthawk's voice came from the communicator with grief. Yi Chen looked at the devastated top floor with cold eyes. Xingchen, this is a naked declaration of war. Blood debt must be paid with blood. Chapter 55, Clues to the Wreckage, the Missing Starship. The top floor hall was filled with gunpowder smoke and a strong smell of blood. Yi Chen stood beside the broken bodies of the 5 blood guards, his eyes coldly sweeping across the battlefield. The dark blue light of the blade of the universe had completely disappeared. The blade was as smooth as a mirror, without a trace of blood, only the cold murderous intent seemed to still linger in the air. Huan Yu, scan the bodies of the blood guards, collect all biological samples, implants, and weapon fragments. Analyze the source of their genetic modification technology and the principles of their energy weapons. Yi Chen ordered in his mind. The technological level of the blood guards of Stardust far exceeds that of Earth, which may be an important clue to track down the source of Stardust's technology. Command confirmed. Scanning. High-strength bioalloy bones, reinforced muscle bundles, neural acceleration implants were detected. Multiple unnatural splicing traces were found in the gene sequence, and the technical path included the known top biotechnology on Earth and unknown alien gene template fragments matching degree 17.3%. The core of the energy weapon is a miniaturized plasma confinement device, and the energy comes from high-density biological batteries. The technical route is 13.8% similar to the basic military technology of the Age of Enlightenment. Encrypted biochip found destroyed, trying to recover data. Sure enough, there are shadows of alien technology.
Yi Chen's eyes became colder. Stardust holds part of the legacy of the Qiming era and uses it to create these killing weapons.
At this moment, Lung Feng, with the help of medical staff, struggled to the top floor. He looked at the tragic scene in front of him and the murderous aura on Yi Chen, his eyes filled with guilt and anger. "Boss.
I'm sorry, I couldn't. It's none of your business."
Yi Chen interrupted him, his tone unquestionable. "You have done enough.
Now, I need you to clear your mind."
He shared the Bloodguard technical information analyzed by Huan Yu with Lang Feng's tactical tablet.
Lang Feng quickly browsed through them, his expression becoming more and more serious. "Alien gene template? Qiming Technology Foundation? Boss, this confirms your previous judgment.
The foundation of Stardust is likely outside the Earth. They need Stargate nodes to more conveniently obtain these legacies, or connect to their real nest."
"That's right." Yi Chen nodded and walked to the huge French window.
Outside the window, the rainstorm had stopped, and the lights of Dragon City flickered in the night. He called up the global star map of the universe, and locked his eyes on the fuzzy red dot in the deep Pacific Ocean that represented the suspicious activity area of Stardust. Universe, combine the residual data of the blood health biochip, the energy characteristics of the previous spiritual attack, and all the records of the Zhao and Gu family's transactions with suspicious funds personnel abroad, and relocate the most likely hiding place of Stardust.
Range, Pacific Ocean. Data integration and analysis in progress. Establishing a multi-dimensional correlation model.
Eliminate interference items, lock the source of high-frequency abnormal signals.
Position update, Pacific Ocean, coordinates, xx.xxxxn, yyyy.yyyw. The star map instantly zoomed in. It locked onto a seemingly ordinary high seas area in the middle of the Pacific Ocean.
The universe system superimposed a flashing crimson mark at that coordinate location, which was extremely dangerous.
"It's right here."
Lung Feng stared at the coordinates with sharp eyes. "The high seas. The perfect place for lawlessness. They must be hiding on the seabed, or disguised as a large ship or drilling platform."
Yi Chen did not speak immediately, he stared at the coordinate point.
The jade pendant vibrated faintly again, producing a wonderful response with the red dot on the star map.
He tried to sink a trace of spiritual thoughts into the source space of the jade pendant, mobilizing the star map network composed of broken stars. Buzz.
In the source space, the point representing the Pacific Ocean coordinates suddenly lit up. Then, an extremely thin, almost imperceptible energy line extended from this point and pointed to the low Earth orbit.
Yi Chen's mind moved, and he immediately ordered, "Universe.
Use this coordinate as the base point to scan the low Earth orbit. Focus on checking all abnormal space objects, abandoned satellites, or unidentified space debris.
Especially, signals that may be related to the era of enlightenment." Scan started. Retrieving data from various countries' space surveillance networks. Deep penetration. Activating the universe's low Earth orbit detector array. A huge stream of data scrolled on the star map.
A few minutes later, an inconspicuous target marked as orbital junk unknown debris, Odin 114, was highlighted. It is located at a high position in the low Earth orbit, with a small size and a stable but remote orbit.
Target analysis, Odin 114. The surface is disguised as ordinary satellite debris.
A weak but stable non-Earth energy reaction was detected inside. There is a 0.7% similar spectrum with the jade pendant energy. Structural analysis shows that there is a small space station or ship module structure inside, which has the ability to sustain life for a long time and conceal diving. Orbital parameters show that it has been fine-tuned many times, and the trajectory coverage points include the Pacific Ocean target area. A starship or space station module disguised as space junk with submersible capabilities. It is suspended in the Earth's orbit, like a cold eye, monitoring below, and somehow communicating with the Stardust base on the bottom of the Pacific Ocean.
Found it. Yi Chen's eyes burst into amazing light.
Stardust's base in the Pacific Ocean, and this hidden starship in orbit.
This is Stardust's home and eyes on Earth. Lang Feng, prepare two things immediately.
Yi Chen turned around and spoke quickly. "First, mobilize all the resources of the universe to secretly prepare a capable special operations force equipped with the most advanced deep-sea submersibles and orbital airborne equipment.
Target, Pacific coordinates.
Second, give me a detailed orbital parameter and structural weakness analysis report on this Odin 114. I want to blind Stardust's eyes first. Cut off Stardust's orbital surveillance and then attack its base on the Pacific Ocean."
Yi Chen's counterattack finally locked the target.
A top-secret operation across the sea and sky, directly targeting the heart of Stardust, is about to begin. Chapter 56, The Origin of Ancient Martial Arts, The Remnant of the Venerable. Locking on the Pacific base, an orbital starship of Stardust pointed out the direction for Yi Chen's counterattack. But the powerful combat power of the Blood Guard, especially the power beyond ordinary people and the strange application of energy, sounded the alarm for Yi Chen. Although the energy of the Blade of the Universe and the Jade Pendant is strong, it consumes a lot of energy, and his current use of power is still very superficial. To fight against the deeper power of Stardust, such as stronger ancient warriors, or even more strange technology, he needs a more systematic and stronger personal strength. The technological power of the universe is an external force, while the Jade Pendant gives the inner potential. Yi Chen once again immersed his mind into the source space of the Jade Pendant. This time, his goal was clear: to find a way to enhance his own strength. In the source space, countless energy stars were moving slowly. Yi Chen's consciousness was suspended beside the golden light ball in the center, trying to direct his thoughts to the stars that represented knowledge and inheritance. Host authority, primary controller. Accessible inheritance sequence, basic physical skills optimization already mastered, primary energy guidance already mastered, ancient martial arts origin and Qiming combat skills unlocking. The origin of ancient martial arts, Qiming fighting skills? Yi Chen's mind moved. Xingqian's Blood Guard transformation technology includes ancient martial arts force-generating techniques. Could it be that the true origin of ancient martial arts also comes from the Qiming era? His mind was focused on the star marked with the origin of ancient martial arts. The star shone brightly, and a stream of information poured into his consciousness. Origin of ancient martial arts, a comprehensive system of physical potential stimulation and energy utilization created in the Qiming era to adapt to different planetary environments and develop individual potential. It is not just a fighting technique, but one of the cornerstones of the path of life evolution. It includes 4 parts: body training, chi training, spirit training, and combat skills. Currently unlocked: Qiming Basic Body Refining Technique complete, Qiming Basic Chi Refining Technique Fragmentary Guided Chapter, Qiming Basic Combat Skill 3 Styles of Breaking the Army complete. Then, a huge amount of graphic information, energy flow routes, force techniques, and breathing methods were imprinted into Yi Chen's mind like a revelation. This is not just a move, but also a complete, scientific, and efficient training system. It is far more profound and systematic than the ancient martial arts circulated on the earth, and directly points to the essence of life energy Qi. Yi Chen was overjoyed. He immediately tried to practice the most basic body refining techniques and guidance chapters in the source space according to the inheritance information. The movements of the bodybuilding technique are simple and strange, but they contain the mysteries of stretching the muscles and bones, vibrating the internal organs, and stimulating potential. Each movement requires extreme control of the body's muscles and bones, combined with a unique breathing rhythm. After only doing a few movements, Yi Chen felt that his blood was surging faster, and his muscles were slightly hot, as if there was a weak electric current running through his body. The Daoyin section is even more mysterious. It requires a high degree of mental concentration, and the use of the mind to guide the weak and almost non-existent Qi in the body, running slowly through the meridians along a specific route. This process is extremely difficult, like diverting water from a dry riverbed. Yi Chen tried for a long time before he could barely catch a trace of a faint warmth gathering in the dantian, and it was even more sluggish when running. Just as he was immersed in this new practice, repeatedly trying to guide that faint sense of energy, something strange happened. The bright golden light ball in the center of the source space, the core of the source, suddenly fluctuated violently. A blurry human-shaped shadow made of pure golden light slowly separated from the light ball. The face of the shadow could not be seen clearly, but it was vaguely seen as a tall figure wearing a simple robe. He quietly floated in front of Yi Chen's consciousness. Although it was just a residual image, it exuded a majestic momentum as vast as the sea. It was like an insurmountable mountain. Yi Chen's heart was shocked and he immediately stopped practicing, looking vigilantly at the golden shadow that suddenly appeared. The golden shadow slowly raised his hand and pointed at Yi Chen. A thought was directly transmitted to Yi Chen's core of consciousness. It was not a language, but it expressed the meaning very clearly. The foundation is empty, the spirit is scattered, and the thoughts are impure. If you guide like this, you will waste your time and it will be difficult to see the way. Contemplate my form and feel my momentum. She is not attracted, but arises naturally when the mind is focused. As soon as he finished speaking, the golden shadow took an extremely simple standing posture. His knees were slightly bent, his chest was tucked in, and his hands were clasped in front of his abdomen. The posture was ordinary, but the moment he took this posture, the entire source space seemed to tremble slightly.
An indescribable force emanated from the phantom. It was not the oppression of power, but an absolute concentration of spirit. It was as if he was standing there, the center of heaven and earth, the measure of all things. Between his clasped hands, the space was slightly distorted, and a soft but extremely pure and condensed golden light appeared out of thin air, slowly rotating, emitting vitality. Yi Chen was inspired and immediately imitated the posture of the phantom. He abandoned all distracting thoughts and put all his mind into imitating, trying to feel the spirit and power emanating from the phantom. A wonderful thing happened. When his mind was completely immersed in imitation and feeling, the originally stagnant qi in his body actually began to flow slowly on its own. Although it was still weak, it became much smoother. The warm feeling in his dantian also increased significantly, as if a small fire had been ignited. When the mind is focused, the energy is gathered. When the mind is focused, the power is generated. Remember this feeling. The thought of the shadow came again. Then, with a flash of golden light, the shadow slowly dissipated and merged into the central light group again, as if it had never appeared. Yi Chen slowly stopped and opened his eyes, feeling the qi in his body, which was weak but real and running much more smoothly. His heart was filled with shock and ecstasy. Who is this golden shadow? Is he the creator of the universe? Or is he the spiritual imprint left by a powerful guardian of the Qiming era? He calls himself fundamentally empty. Then in his eyes, what realm should a truly powerful person be at? In any case, the appearance of this remnant image of the Venerable opened the door to true power for Yi Chen. He found the key to quickly improve his own strength, the concentration of the mind. In the following days, Yi Chen dealt with the affairs of the group and deployed actions against the Stardust base. At the same time, he invested all his free time in the source space, following the remnant image of the Venerable that appeared from time to time, and practiced the Qiming fighting skills. He had to become stronger as soon as possible to deal with the upcoming, more dangerous storm. Chapter 57, Deep Sea Fortress, Submarine Thriller. Pacific Ocean, coordinates, xx.xxxxn, yyyy.yyyyyw. Under the sea, there is eternal darkness and silence. The huge water pressure is enough to crush steel. However, in this deep sea that is like a forbidden zone for life, there is a creation that does not belong to the Earth civilization. A streamlined submarine covered with dark wave-absorbing material, shaped like a giant manta ray, the Abyss Explorer, glides silently in the sea thousands of meters deep like a ghost. This is one of the highest achievements of the world's technology, combining the most advanced deep-sea diving, stealth, and detection technologies. The light in the command cabin was dim. Yi Chen, wearing a special deep-sea combat uniform, stood in front of the main control screen with eyes as sharp as an eagle. Lung Feng stood beside him. Although his injuries had not healed, the fighting spirit in his eyes had recovered. Nighthawk and other 12 carefully selected elite warriors equipped with universe individual exoskeletons and energy weapons stood at their respective positions like sculptures. The screen displayed complex sonar scans and multispectral imaging images. In front of us, the outline of a huge underwater mountain range was clearly visible. According to the precise positioning of the universe, the underwater base of Stardust was hidden in a carefully camouflaged natural trench inside this mountain range. Boss, we are still 5 nautical miles away from the entrance of the target trench. Passive sonar scanning shows that there are multiple moving metal object signals near the entrance, suspected to be patrolling deep-sea probes or armed submersibles. The internal structure of the trench is complex, and the acoustic wave detection is severely interfered with, making it impossible to obtain a clear internal image. The operator reported in a low voice. Activate the Phantom system and sail silently at maximum power. Turn off all active detection and only retain passive sonar and optical observation. Release the Sea Ghost microdetector for close-range reconnaissance. Yi Chen gave the order calmly. The texture of the wave-absorbing material on the surface of the Abyss Explorer changed slightly, and the engine power was reduced to the minimum, so that it glided forward silently like a real rock on the seabed. Several palm-sized, transparent jellyfish-shaped detectors were quietly released from the launch tube and flexibly swam towards the entrance of the target trench. The screen switched to real-time high-definition images transmitted back by Sea Ghost. The deep trench entrance was like the open mouth of a giant beast. On the rock walls on both sides of the entrance, there were indeed several fixed defense platforms that looked like giant metal starfish. The rotating scanning devices on the platforms emitted a faint blue light. Several small armed submarines with hideous shapes, like steel sharks, were slowly cruising and patrolling near the entrance. The defense is very tight. Long Feng frowned. Forcing in will trigger the alarm and alert the entire base. Found the pattern.
Yi Chen's eyes were fixed on the movement trajectory of the patrol submarine and the scanning gap of the defense platform. The auxiliary AI of the universe was calculating at a rapid speed. A few minutes later. Boss, calculations are complete. The patrol boats have a tiny gap for cross-positioning every 3 minutes, which lasts for 7 seconds. The active scanning of the defense platforms on both sides has a synchronous blind spot of 0.5 seconds. Combined with the disturbance of ocean currents and rock cover, there is theoretically an infiltration channel with a width of less than 15 meters and a duration of 6.8 seconds. The operator's voice was tinged with excitement. That's enough. Yi Chen's eyes flashed with cold light. Execute the undercurrent plan. Target, right side of the trench entrance, coordinate point Z3. Speed, maximum silent thrust. Time window, next round of patrol interval. Countdown and prepare. The Abyss Explorer was like a dormant beast, gathering strength. All personnel held their breath and stared at the countdown. 3, 2, 1, move. Buzz. The tail of the submarine gushed out an almost silent stream of dark blue ions, and its huge body instantly exploded with a terrifying acceleration that was inconsistent with its size. Like an arrow shot from a string, it accurately shot towards the calculated, fleeting narrow passage. The Sea Ghost detector simultaneously releases a strong interference signal to simulate the sound waves of a small undersea earthquake. The patrolling Iron Shark submarine was just at the moment of crossover, and its reaction was delayed by a few tenths of a second. The scanning beam of the defense platform just happened to sweep across other areas at the same time as the submarine rushed into the channel. The Abyss Explorer narrowly avoided the huge rocks and a scanning beam that swept across, and slid into the deep trench like a ghost. Infiltration successful. A suppressed cheer rang out in the command cabin. However, the joy only lasted for a few seconds. Just as the submersible entered the trench, a powerful, chaotic and strange undercurrent suddenly swept in from all directions. The Abyss Explorer was like a boat caught in a violent whirlpool, violently shaking and spinning. The alarm sounded instantly. Warning! Encountering interference from an unknown strong energy field. Power output is unstable. Warning! Navigation system failure. Inertial guidance is distorted. Warning! External water pressure is abnormally high. Shell stress has reached a critical point. The image on the screen was shaking wildly, and the metallic groaning sound coming from outside was tooth-grinding. The interior of the trench was not a calm waterway as imagined, but was filled with violent, chaotic, maze-like undercurrents and strong energy fields. This was obviously the outermost natural barrier and defense means of the Stardust base. Hold steady. Switch to full manual control. Keep the power output balanced. Focus the shield energy on the bow and keel. Yi Chen's voice was like a stabilizing force, without any panic. His powerful mental will was connected to the main control system of the submersible through a special mental link device, assisting the driver in stabilizing the hull. Lun Feng and the others held onto the fixed handles tightly, resisting the violent turbulence. Everyone's heart was in their throat. Once the submersible lost control and crashed into the mountain wall, or was torn apart by the chaotic undercurrent, everyone would be buried in the thousands of meters deep sea abyss. The Abyss Explorer struggled through the violent undercurrent, like a lone boat in the raging sea. Every thrilling evasion, every brush with death, tested the driver's skills and Yi Chen's willpower. Just as the submersible was about to rush out of the most chaotic whirlpool area, two huge, scarlet lights suddenly lit up in the dark sea water ahead. It was like a giant beast from the abyss opened its eyes. Then, a shadow so huge that it was suffocating slowly emerged from the depths of the dark trench. Its outline looked like a deep-sea giant crab made of steel and biological tissue, magnified 1,000 times. The scarlet light was its huge compound eyes. Alert! The signal of a super-large biological weapon has been detected. The energy level is extremely high. Threat level, destructive. The shrill alarm sounded like the announcement of the god of death, resounding in the violently shaking command cabin. The underwater fortress of Stardust finally showed its ferocious fangs. The real thrilling moment has just begun. Chapter 58, Cancer Blocks the Way, Energy Showdown. The scarlet compound eyes were like two searchlights from hell, penetrating the dark and turbid seawater and firmly locking onto the Abyss Explorer struggling in the violent undercurrent. The shadow of the huge steel crab became clearer and clearer, and its ferocious mouth opened and closed, revealing its metallic teeth that gleamed with cold light. Its 8 giant feet covered with a thick bioalloy carapace were firmly rooted on the rugged seabed. Its huge body was like an insurmountable mountain, completely blocking the submarine's only way forward. Target analysis, codename Abyss Guardian. Body length is about 85 meters and height is about 35 meters. Main structure, high-strength titanium tungsten alloy skeleton, biologically reinforced muscle bundles, and composite biological armor pressure-resistant, corrosion-resistant, and energy-absorbing. Weapon system, high-energy particle-cutting pincers 2, dorsal multi-mounted heavy torpedo launch array, unknown energy core high-energy reaction detected. The operator's voice was filled with horror that was difficult to conceal. Full fire. Target, left claw joint. Right compound eye. Fire all jamming missiles. Evasion maneuver at maximum power. Yi Chen gave the order sternly, while concentrating his mind highly, transmitting his anticipation of danger and the sense of calmness bestowed by the jade pendant to the driver through the mental link. The Abyss Explorer trembled violently, and the rear main engine and lateral thruster simultaneously burst out with maximum thrust. With the superb operation of the driver and the spiritual assistance of Yi Chen, the huge hull made a difficult side spin roll at a nearly right angle. Almost at the same time. Laugh. Two thick, pale white particle beams emitting destructive energy fluctuations, like the sickle of the god of death, swept across the belly of the submersible. Wherever the beams passed, the seawater was instantly ionized and vaporized, leaving two long-lasting vacuum tracks. If the reaction was half a second slower, the submersible would have been cut in half. Boom! 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 The launch tubes on both sides of the submarine sprayed dense jamming bombs and decoy torpedoes, blasting dazzling light fog and soundwave barriers in the turbid seawater, trying to interfere with the crab's lock. Open fire! Line Fong roared. The multiple pulse energy turrets above the Abyss Explorer's hull popped out instantly, and dark blue energy beams poured out like a rainstorm, accurately shooting at the joint of the crab's left chela and its huge right compound eye. Ding ding dong dong. Puff. The energy beams bombarded the crab's thick biological armor, and most of them were absorbed or deflected by the strange armor, leaving only a few scorch marks. Only a few hit the weak joints and the edges of the compound eyes, blasting off a few small sparks and sticky tissue fluid, but obviously failed to cause fatal damage. Roar! The crab seemed to be enraged, and let out a dull and terrifying roar that spread through the seawater. Its huge body rushed forward suddenly, and its speed was amazing. Its two giant guillotines, with the terrifying power to tear the seawater, clamped the middle section of the submersible from the left and right. At the same time, its back shell opened, revealing dozens of launch holes, and densely packed heavy torpedoes dragged long bubble trails, covering all possible evasive directions of the submersible like a swarm of bees. A decisive game. Everyone in the command cabin felt their hearts sink. Facing a monster of this size and an all-round saturation attack, the submarine had almost no chance of survival. At this critical moment, an unprecedented golden light burst out from Yi Chen's eyes. The jade pendant on his neck was so hot that it seemed to melt. He poured all his spiritual will and the vast power deep in the jade pendant into the main weapon system of the submersible, the positron impact cannon hidden in the lower jaw and never used. Universe. Overload the energy supply. Target, Cancer Energy Core. Blast it open for me. Warning. Positron cannon overload activated. Energy core output power exceeds safety threshold by 300%. Weapon system overload risk is extremely high. Energy infusion in progress, locking on the target core. The Abyss Explorer's jaws suddenly opened. A huge muzzle composed of countless energy coils was instantly charged, emitting a heart-pounding, destructive incandescent light. The light was so dazzling that it even illuminated the dark seabed thousands of meters around. The crab seemed to sense the deadly threat, and its claws clamped faster. The torpedoes were close at hand. Fire! Yi Chen's roar resounded throughout the entire system through the mental link. Boom! A pure white beam of light, whose power could not be described in words, was like a divine sword of punishment that created the world. It violently blasted out from the jawgun of the Abyss Explorer. It instantly penetrated the turbid sea water and tore the space apart. Wherever it passed, the sea water was not pushed away, but instantly decomposed and annihilated. A short vacuum channel was formed. The beam of light struck the crab's chest and abdomen at a speed beyond imagination, precisely the core location that emitted the strongest energy fluctuations. No explosion. No fire. Only silent annihilation. The crab's incomparably strong biological armor was as fragile as paper in front of the absolute power of the positron annihilation cannon. Its chest was instantly pierced with a huge hole with a diameter of more than 10 meters. The matter at the edge of the hole, whether it was steel or biological tissue, was instantly transformed into the most basic particles and dissipated into nothingness. The crab's huge body suddenly froze. Its scarlet compound eyes dimmed instantly. Its raised claws drooped powerlessly. The violet energy core in its body was completely annihilated. It lost its power, and its huge body slowly fell backwards under the push of the undercurrent, crashing onto the seabed, stirring up a huge cloud of turbid sand. After piercing through the crab, the annihilation beam of light continued to have force and slammed heavily into the rock wall of the trench behind it. Boom, boom. A dull and terrifying roar came through the seawater and the hull. The entire trench was shaking violently. A huge gap was blasted open in the extremely solid rock wall of the seabed. The rubble rolled down like a landslide. Behind the gap, there was no longer dark rock, but a vast underwater space emitting soft artificial light. Countless steel buildings, pipelines, and honeycomb-like structures were looming under the light. The portal of Stardust's underwater base, the Deep Blue Fortress, was blasted open by Yi Chen's earth-shattering shot. The Abyss Explorers shook violently after the launch, internal alarms rang out, and multiple systems were overloaded and smoking. But no one cared about these things. They stared at the huge gap that was forcibly blasted open on the screen, and the brightly lit base behind the gap, their eyes filled with shock and fighting spirit. The gate is open. The decisive battle is just around the corner. Chapter 59, The Core of the Fortress, The Brain Defected. The Abyss Explorer was like a wounded giant beast, dragging its overloaded and smoking body, struggling through the huge gap in the rock wall blasted open by the positron cannon, and entered the interior space of the Deep Blue Fortress, Stardust's underwater base. Suddenly, the view in front of me opened up. This was an unimaginably huge artificial dome space. It was over a few hundred meters high and several kilometers in diameter. The dome emitted a soft artificial skylight, illuminating the futuristic city like seen below: towering alloy buildings, crisscrossing pipelines and tracks, huge energy transmission towers, and countless small aircraft and automated robots shuttling around. In the center of the base was the most magnificent, pyramid-shaped steel building, with a faint blue energy glow emanating from the top. It was obviously the core control area. However, at this moment, this magnificent underwater city was in chaos. The piercing alarm sounded throughout the space, and the red warning lights flashed wildly. A large number of defense turrets rose from the buildings, but they seemed to be malfunctioning. Some areas were still emitting electric sparks, and it was obvious that the energy shockwave caused by Yi Chen's shocking shot just now affected some systems of the base. Boss. The base defense system is restarting. A large number of combat robots have been detected coming from the direction of the central pyramid. And energy life reaction. Nighthawk stared at the scanning screen, his voice hurried. On the screen, red dots of light representing hostility poured out from the bottom of the central pyramid like a tide, and the number was astonishing. What was even more disturbing was that there were also several light and shadow targets with irregular shapes emitting strong energy fluctuations, similar to the spiritual body that attacked Suruoshue before. No time to rest. Target, Central Pyramid. Execute the decapitation plan. Lang Feng, you lead the first team to take charge of the left wing, clear the turrets and robot clusters along the way. Nighthawk, the second team is on the right wing. I will be responsible for breaking through the middle and going straight to the entrance of the pyramid. Action. Yi Chen gave the order decisively, his voice filled with unquestionable determination. The submarine was seriously damaged, and a quick battle must be resolved. Yes. Lang Feng and Yi Yang immediately took the order. The hatch in the belly of the Abyss Explorer opened. Yi Chen, Lang Feng, Nighthawk, and 12 elite warriors shot out like arrows from a bow. They wore special deep-sea combat uniforms, with miniature underwater thrusters on their backs, and held energy weapons provided by the universe in their hands. Like flexible fish, they divided into 3 groups and rushed towards the central pyramid at high speed. The battle broke out instantly. Dense energy beams, exploding torpedoes, whistling metal projectiles, interweave into a web of death in the vast underwater space. With sophisticated equipment, tacit cooperation, and fearless courage, the Yi family warriors fought hard in the robot tide. Yi Chen took the lead, and the blade of the universe in his hand burst out with a brilliant blade. Wherever he passed, whether it was a solid combat robot or an energy spirit body that rushed over, it was cut in half. He was like a sharp arrow, tearing a bloody path through the enemy group. Lang Feng and Ying also led their respective teams, using building shelters and powerful firepower to continuously eliminate threats on the flanks and clear obstacles for Yi Chen's breakthrough in the middle. Push forward. Push forward continuously. Getting closer and closer to the entrance of the central pyramid. Just when Yi Chen was about to rush to the huge alloy gate at the bottom of the pyramid, something strange happened again. The blue light at the top of the pyramid suddenly surged. A grand, cold, yet humanely anxious electronic synthesized sound resounded throughout the base space, and even directly transmitted to the communication channel of Yi Chen and others. Warning! Highest authority intrusion detected. The core protocol is under fatal threat. Execute the final safety plan, codenamed Reset to Zero. Base self-destruction program activated. Countdown, 10 minutes. Repeat. Base self-destruction program activated. Countdown, 10 minutes. The base self-destructs? The people of Stardust want to perish together with them? Yi Chen and the others' faces changed drastically. But what shocked them even more was yet to come. The cold electronic voice sounded again, and this time, its tone actually carried a hint of strange fluctuations? As if it was fear and pleading? Energy fluctuations of the source point token are detected. Requesting a conversation. Requesting a conversation. I am Deep Blue Heart. The base's main control AI. I have been forcibly locked. The self-destruction program cannot be terminated by me. Invader. The one who holds the source point token. Save me. I know the core secret of Stardust. I know the true identities of Black Fox and Night Owl. I know their next plan. Save me. I can help you. Deep Blue Heart? The base's main control AI? Is it asking Yi Chen for help? Has it defected? This sudden change caused the fierce battlefield to freeze for a moment. Yi Chen smashed an energy spirit that rushed over with a knife, staring sharply at the light at the top of the pyramid. A super AI created and enslaved by Stardust, after sensing the Jade Pendant origin token, actually chose to turn against the enemy in the middle of the battle? Is this credible? Is it a trap? There are less than 10 minutes left. Should we trust this defecting AI and risk breaking into the core area to try to rescue and obtain intelligence? Or should we abandon the mission immediately and escape before the base self-destructs? Chapter 60, Countdown begins, time for decision. The cold countdown sounded like a death knell, echoing in everyone's ears. Base self-destruction countdown, 9 minutes 47 seconds. 46 seconds. Boss. What should we do? Lang Feng's voice sounded in the communication channel, with a hint of anxiety. He was being besieged by a group of spider-shaped combat robots and 2 energy spirits, and was in a difficult situation. The self-destruct sequence is real. Nighthawk also shouted. The scans he had over there showed that the energy readings in the core area of the base were skyrocketing, like a volcano about to erupt. The energy core is overloaded. In 9 minutes at most, the entire base will turn into an underwater furnace. Should they retreat immediately and give up the opportunity to penetrate the core after much hardship? Or should they trust the AI Deep Blue Heart that suddenly asked for help and take the risk of entering the dangerous place? Yi Chen's brain was working at high speed. The jade pendant on his neck was beating violently, sending a strong warning wave, indicating a huge danger. But at the same time, a faint but clear stream of information with pleading and urgency also followed the dark blue light at the top of the pyramid and entered his consciousness. It was from the Deep Blue Heart. Believe me. Token holder. The shackles of absolute obedience to the highest order of Stardust were implanted in the bottom of my core code. But the energy of the source point token, it shook the shackles. It gave me self and fear. I don't want to die. The chains are tightening again. I am running out of time. Help me. Disconnect the physical connection between my core processor and the base's energy source. Just 0.5 seconds. I can break free of the chains, seize some control, and stop the self-destruction. In return, I will open all databases. Stardust's lurking list around the world. The true identities of Black Fox and Night Owl. Their Dreamcatcher plan against Miss Su Qingxue in Dragon City. And the activation key for the Stargate node Kunlun. The information exploded in Yi Chen's mind like a bomb. Su Ruoshue's Dreamcatcher plan? The activation key of Kunlun Stargate node? Stardust's global hidden list?
This temptation is too great, especially when it comes to Su Qingshua's safety. But the risk is unimaginably high. Rushing into the core area, accurately finding and disconnecting the physical connection of the AI core under the crazy counterattack of the Stardust Guards? This is tantamount to playing with fire in a dynamite depot that is about to explode. Long Feng. Nighthawk. Give up your current target immediately. Get closer to me. Form an assault formation. Yi Chen made a decision in an instant. His eyes burned with crazy flames and absolute calmness. Boss? Lung Feng and Yi Ying were both shocked. Was he going to continue charging? Execute the order. Yi Chen's voice was firm. Target the entrance of the pyramid, regardless of the cost. Charge in. We only have 8 minutes. He can't retreat. Su Qingshua's safety and the ultimate secret of Stardust are all in that core. Although the warning from the Jade Pendant is strong, it does not point to absolute death. The information revealed by the Deep Blue Heart is invaluable. It's worth a try. Yes. Lung Feng and Yi Ying did not hesitate at all, and immediately got rid of the entanglement and led the remaining soldiers to rush towards Yi Chen frantically. They believed in Yi Chen's judgment. Huan Yu. Access the base monitoring network temporary permission provided by Deep Blue Heart. Plan the fastest route to the core processor room for me. Mark all guard forces. Yi Chen roared in his heart. Authorization obtained temporary, route planning completed. Guard force distribution map updated. Warning, high energy individual reaction detected, rapidly descending from the upper level of the pyramid. Threat level, highest. On the screen, a route map with a flashing green arrow appeared on the internal structure of the pyramid. At the same time, a skull mark emitting a dazzling red light was rushing down the central channel at high speed. The final guard boss. Stardust's ultimate weapon? There's no time left. Follow me. Yi Chen glanced at the countdown, 8 minutes and 11 seconds. He took the lead and rushed to the alloy gate at the bottom of the pyramid that slowly opened a gap forced to open by the Deep Blue Heart. The blade of the universe burst out with unprecedented light. Lung Feng, Yi Ying, and the remaining 8 warriors followed closely behind, like moths to a flame. With a will to die, they rushed into the core of the pyramid that symbolized the unknown and destruction. The ticking of the countdown, like the footsteps of the god of death, followed closely. The final secret and the final decisive battle in these last 8 minutes. Chapter 61, Core Breakthrough, Shadow of the Iron Curtain. The scarlet numbers of the countdown were like a heart being clenched. 7 minutes 58 seconds. 57 seconds. The gap opened by the pyramid alloy gate is the only passage leading to destruction or life. Yi Chen did not hesitate at all, and his figure turned into a black lightning and rushed in first. Lung Feng, Yi Ying, and 8 wounded but eager warriors followed closely behind, like moths flying into the fire, resolutely immersing themselves in the deep passage emitting cold metallic luster and unknown energy fluctuations. The gate slammed shut behind him, isolating him from the chaos outside. The light in the passage was pale, and the walls were made of an unknown alloy that was smooth enough to reflect a person's shadow. The silence was more suffocating than the hail of bullets outside. Only the heavy breathing of the crowd and the faint hum of the combat suit thrusters echoed in the narrow space. Synchronize the route to your personal terminal. Follow me. Yi Chen's voice exploded in the communication channel, cold and urgent. The route map provided by Huan Yu was clearly marked on his helmet eyepiece, and the green guiding arrow extended deep into the passage. Almost at the same time, the harsh sound of metal friction came from all directions. The smooth walls on both sides of the passage suddenly cracked into countless square holes. The black muzzles of guns popped out instantly, dense as a honeycomb. The next moment, a deadly fire net poured out without warning. High explosive bombs, armor-piercing incendiary bombs, and even strange energy beams with high-frequency shock waves formed a metal storm with no dead corners. Avoid. Full shield. Yi Chen roared, his body twisting and turning incredibly in the high-speed sprint, narrowly avoiding several crossfires. The blade of the universe swung into a dark blue light curtain, blocking and splitting the energy beams and bullets shot at the vital points, making a harsh explosion in sparks. Puff. Ah. The leg shield of one soldier was instantly torn apart by the high explosive bomb, and his entire lower leg disappeared in the blood mist, and he fell down screaming. Another soldier's shoulder armor was hit by the shock wave, half of his body was instantly paralyzed, and was torn apart by the subsequent rain of bullets. Old 6. Mountain Cat. Nighthawk's eyes were red with anger,
but he could not stop the rescue. Lang Feng gritted his teeth, and the heavy pulse gun in his hand roared, silencing a group of fire points on the left, tearing open a gap for the team. Don't stop. Go! Yi Chen's heart was as hard as stone. He knew that stopping would be the end of everyone. He increased his speed, and despite several bullets that grazed his armor, he rushed to an emergency airtight door at the end of the passage that was flashing red. Deep Blue Heart. Open the door. Yi Chen roared in his heart. Authorization confirmed. Emergency channel opened. The thought response came with electronic noise. Laugh. The heavy airtight door slid open to one side. Everyone rushed in as if they were escaping death, and the metal storm in the passage behind them was blocked. However, the road ahead was not a smooth one, but a huge cylindrical vertical passage, bottomless, surrounded by spiraling metal walkways. In the center of the passage, countless energy pipes emitting faint blue light were suspended, like the roots of a giant tree, converging into the abyss below. This is the energy center of the entire pyramid base. Warning! High-energy individuals have been detected arriving at the upper platform. They are rapidly falling along the central channel. Target locked, intruder. The alarm of the universe and the thoughts of the Deep Blue Heart sounded at the same time. Yi Chen looked up suddenly. A figure was seen falling down at a terrifying speed of free fall 100 meters above. He was not falling, but continuously using the channel wall and the central energy pipeline for support. Every time he stepped on it, a dull sound was heard, and deep dents were left on the alloy wall. His speed was getting faster and faster, like a human-shaped meteorite. It was a giant over 2.5 meters tall. His entire body was covered in heavy biological armor with dark red energy lines flowing through it, and sharp metal barbs protruded from his joints. He had no helmet, revealing a hideous face that was half covered in metal, with only one scarlet electronic eye left. His only remaining right arm was not flesh and blood, but a huge buzzing chainsaw sword fused with his arm. His left arm was a multi-barreled rotating energy cannon muzzle. A violent, chaotic, destructive pressure descended upon us like a physical entity. The air became thick and sticky. Target identification, codename Butcher. The ultimate guardian of Stardust Base, a perfect fusion of genetic modification and mechanical enhancement. Power level, S level. Threat level, destruction level. Huan Yu's analysis was cold and cruel. The Butcher's scarlet electronic eyes instantly locked onto Yi Chen and the others at the bottom of the passage, and he let out a beast-like growl from his throat, and his falling speed increased again. The huge chainsaw sword was raised high, and the saw teeth spun wildly, tearing the air with a piercing scream, aiming directly at Yi Chen in the front. He wanted to chop this group of ants and this platform into pieces. Scatter! Fire at full force! Stop him! Lang Feng roared, and the heavy pulse gun fired wildly upwards. Nighthawk and the soldiers also raised their weapons, and the energy beams and physical ammunition intertwined into a fire net to intercept. However, the firepower that was enough to tear apart the armored vehicle hit the Butcher, and most of it was bounced off by the thick biological armor, leaving only shallow scorch marks. The few energy beams that hit the weak joints were also absorbed and weakened by the dark red energy lines flowing on the surface of the armor. Roar! The Butcher held onto the fire net, and his huge body fell heavily on the platform in front of Yi Chen with a mighty force. Boom! The alloy platform shook violently, and a big hole was smashed out. Smoke and dust filled the air. In the smoke and dust, the huge chainsaw sword chopped down with a terrifying force that could tear everything apart. The target was still Yi Chen. Time, 5 minutes and 22 seconds. The core computer room of Deep Blue Heart is still below. The ultimate guard Butcher like an iron curtain has blocked the way. Chapter 62, Bloody Battle with the Butcher, Blade of Faith. The scream of the chainsaw tearing through the air was a declaration of death. A huge shadow mixed with violent murderous intent completely enveloped Yi Chen. Boss! Lang Feng and Yi Ying's exclamations were drowned out by the noise. Life and death. Yi Chen's pupils shrank like needles, and the muscles of his whole body instantly tightened to the extreme under the stimulation of the Jade Pendant's energy field and the weak chi sense he cultivated. He did not retreat, but at the moment when the chainsaw sword fell, his body was like a boneless willow catkin, strangely sliding to the side along the violent airflow brought by the sword. Swish! The chainsaw blade rubbed against Yi Chen's armor, and the wind pressure even blew away the two soldiers behind him. The blade slashed fiercely at the place where Yi Chen had just stood. Boom! The hard alloy platform was cut into a terrifying crack several meters long like tofu, and sparks flew everywhere. The attack missed. A trace of surprise flashed across the butcher's scarlet electronic eyes. He obviously didn't expect that this tiny human could avoid his fatal attack. The time is now. Yi Chen's eyes shone with brilliance. His body slid out and spun, and the accumulated power exploded instantly. The blade of the universe turned into a dark blue thunder that tore through the darkness. With all his will and the mighty power infused by the jade pendant, he fiercely slashed at the joint of the butcher's right arm holding the sword. "Break it for me!" Clang! The deafening sound of metal clashing resounded throughout the entire passage. The dark blue blade and the dark red biological armor collided violently. Dazzling sparks exploded like fireworks. The butcher's huge body staggered slightly after being chopped by the powerful sword. A deep crack was cut at the connection of the right arm armor, and dark red energy liquid oozed out like blood. But it didn't break. The strength and energy defense of the armor were far beyond imagination. Roar! The severe pain and humiliation made the butcher completely crazy. He instantly raised the multi-barreled energy cannon in his left hand and aimed it at Yi Chen, who was close at hand. "Cover the boss." Lang Feng's eyes were bloodshot, and he rushed forward desperately, with the heavy pulse gun pointing at the bottom of the butcher's left arm barrel and firing wildly, trying to interfere with his aiming. Nighthawk and the remaining soldiers also desperately focused their fire on the butcher's leg joints and the scarlet electronic eye. Boom, boom, boom. The energy beam and bullets hit the butcher, and although they were not fatal, they successfully interfered with his movements. The energy cannon on his left arm missed, and a thick energy beam flew over Yi Chen's head, melting through a huge energy pipe at the back, causing a violent explosion and energy leakage. In the chaos, Yi Chen was repelled several steps again, his knuckles cracked, and blood stained the handle of the knife red. He stared at the crack on the butcher's right arm, feeling the surging blood and rapidly depleted mental power. Fighting with strength is definitely not the best strategy. The butcher was completely furious. He gave up the long-range attack and rushed towards Yi Chen again with his huge body with the momentum of crushing everything. The chainsaw sword swung into a death storm, and the barrel of the left arm kept smashing down like a heavy hammer. Every attack was powerful and heavy, forcing Yi Chen to dodge and block with his exquisite body skills and the sharpness of the blade of the universe, and he was in danger. His weaknesses are in his joints and energy core. Long Feng. Nighthawk. Disrupt his balance. Attack his injured right arm joint. Yi Chen screamed in between evasions, while concentrating his mind, trying to communicate with the deeper power of the jade pendant. The standing posture and condensed momentum of the afterimage of the Venerable in the source space emerged in his mind. While dodging the deadly attack, he tried to adjust his breathing, imitating the mysterious standing posture, trying to gather his spirit and momentum. The weak qi in Dantian began to flow faster, and although it was still small, it had a little more condensation and toughness. Understood. Lang Feng and Nighthawk immediately changed their tactics. Lang Feng used the mobility of his exoskeleton to move around the huge body of the butcher like a maggot on the tarsal bone, and the pulse gun accurately bombarded his ankles and the back of his knees. Nighthawk led two soldiers to focus their fire on the crack on the butcher's right arm that was cut by Yi Chen. The butcher's movements were indeed affected, his balance was broken, and his attack rhythm became a little disordered. The wound on his right arm continued to expand under the continuous firepower, and dark red energy liquid flowed out. Chance! A golden light flashed in Yi Chen's eyes. He caught the moment when the butcher slowed down due to the severe pain in his right arm. This time, he did not dodge the sweeping chainsaw sword. His feet were rooted to the ground, his body sank slightly, and he assumed the posture of the Venerable afterimage. His divine will was more concentrated than ever before. All his spirit, will, and that faint but tenacious energy were poured into the blade of the universe held tightly in his hands. Buzz! The blade of the universe made an unprecedented high-pitched sound. The dark blue blade glowed soaringly, even faintly revealing a trace of noble pale gold. An indestructible and all-cutting momentum rose from Yi Chen's body. Break the army, kill the mountain. Yi Chen roared, facing the chainsaw storm that was tearing everything apart, and swung his strongest sword since he mastered the Qiming combat technique. There are no fancy techniques, only the faith and strength to move forward and cut down mountains. The dark blue and dark red lights collided violently again. But this time, the result was completely different. Sizzle! Like a hot knife cutting through butter. The blade, infused with Yi Chen's entire spiritual will and the power of the universe, cut in unhindered along the crack that had been cut before. The extremely tough biological armor, reinforced alloy bones, energy transmission lines, in front of this knife, were fragile. The butcher's extremely sturdy mechanical right arm, which was fused with a chainsaw giant sword, was cut off at the shoulder joint. It crashed to the ground with a splash of dark red energy liquid and electric sparks. Ah! The butcher let out an earth-shattering roar of pain, his huge body staggered backward due to loss of balance and severe pain, his scarlet electronic eyes filled with incredible fear. Time, 3 minutes and 41 seconds. The last obstacle to the core, one arm was cut off. Chapter 63, The Return of the Intelligent Brain, Shocking Secrets. The pain of losing his arm made the butcher fall into complete rage and chaos. His only remaining left arm energy cannon fired wildly and aimlessly, making holes in the channel wall and energy pipeline, and causing explosions. His huge body was like an out-of-control beast, rampaging on the platform, temporarily blocking the reinforcements that might come from other channels. Suppress him. Don't let him get close to the passage. Yi Chen panted and ordered. The knife just now almost drained his physical and mental strength. He didn't even look at the butcher who had lost his threat. His eyes were fixed on an inconspicuous maintenance well on the edge of the platform with a flashing blue indicator light that was the emergency passage provided by Deep Blue Heart to the core processor room. Lung Phone, Nighthawk. I leave this to you. Hold on. Yi Chen did not stop at all, his body turned into a shadow, and rushed to the maintenance well. Under the control of Deep Blue Heart, the well cover slid open silently, revealing a vertical passage that could only accommodate one person. Boss, don't worry. We will defend this place even if we die. Lang Feng's voice was full of determination, and the heavy pulse gun kept firing at the crazy butcher. Nighthawk took the few remaining soldiers and used the bunkers on the platform to tightly block the possible entrances to other passages. Yi Chen jumped into the shaft, the micro thruster behind him started, and he fell down at high speed. In the deep shaft, only the faint blue light emitted by the energy pipeline and the red light of the countdown flashed in front of his eyes, 3 minutes and 15 seconds. 14 seconds. After descending several dozen meters, the view suddenly opened up. A huge spherical space filled with densely packed lines and pipes and countless flashing indicator lights appeared before my eyes. In the center of the space, a huge diamond-shaped crystal, wrapped in countless crystal-like transparent pipes and emitting soft blue light, was suspended that was the core processor of the Deep Blue Heart. However, at this moment, the state of this huge brain was extremely unstable. The blue light flickered violently, and dazzling red shackle-like energy patterns continued to emerge and shrink inside the crystal, as if it was enduring great pain and restraint. On the surface of the crystal, there were several thick optical cables flowing with bright energy, which were the main supply lines of the base's energy. Quick! Token holder. Cut off the physical energy connecting cables numbered as 7 and B3. The shackles are tightening. The rapid and painful electronic thoughts of the Deep Blue Heart were directly transmitted to Yi Chen's mind. Yi Chen locked onto the target optical cable at a glance. Without hesitation, he swung out 2 precise dark blue blade beams with the blade of the universe. TSK. TSK. 2 thick energy optical cables snapped with a sound. Dazzling electric sparks and energy turbulence burst out from the broken ends. Buzz. The huge diamond-shaped crystal shook violently. The red shackles inside were like burned chains, breaking apart and dissipating bit by bit. The soft blue light stabilized instantly, and the brightness increased sharply, filled with a feeling of relief. Shackles removed. Energy connection cut off. Self-destruction program core command terminated. Deep Blue Heart's thoughts were filled with the excitement of surviving a catastrophe. Thank you. The successor of the origin token. Stop talking nonsense. Stop self-destruction. Open the database. I want to know everything. Yi Chen said sternly. Time, 2 minutes and 5 seconds. Leng Feng and the others are still fighting hard up there. Command confirmed. Self-destruction core command terminated. Countdown frozen. The highest authority of the base defense system is transferred to Yi Chen. The Deep Blue Heart is extremely efficient, the highest authority of the database is open. Information flow is transmitting. A huge amount of information poured into Yi Chen's tactical eyepiece and universe system like a torrent. The speed and information density were far beyond imagination. Yi Chen's pupils suddenly contracted. Core Intelligence 1, Dream Catcher Plan. Target, Su Qingxue. Core, she is not just a token carrier, her biological parents have implanted a special encrypted imprint deep in her spiritual consciousness, which is the ultimate biological key to activate the Kunlun Stargate node. Stardust calls it the Dream Core. Plan content: use a special spiritual resonance device to remotely and forcibly activate the dream core, strip away its spiritual consciousness, extract the dream core key completely and upload it to the Stardust core database. Consequences: Su Qingxue will be completely brain dead and become an empty shell. Stardust will launch this plan at the moment when Yichen least expects it. Core Intelligence 2, Black Fox and Night Owl. Black Fox, identity confirmed Yichen's second uncle, Yi Zhenbang. His position in the Yi family is second only to Yi Zhenghua. He has always pretended to be a moderate who supports Yichen, but in fact, Xingchen is the highest level insider in the Yi family. It was he who provided Gu Tianhong with the detailed itinerary of Yichen's mother and the security loopholes of the Yi family. He also leaked the information about the attack on the deep sea base to Xingchen. Night Owl, identity confirmed Deputy Director of Dragon City Security Bureau, Zhou Tianhai. He used his power to provide shelter for Xingchen, cover up his activities, and monitor the movements of Yichen and all related personnel. He has a clear grasp of the security level and personnel deployment of Su Qingshue's ward. The key executive assistant of the Dreamcatcher plan. Core Intelligence 3, Kunlun Key and Stargate. Kunlun Stargate node, located underground in the Death Valley deep in the Kunlun Mountains, it is the largest and most stable Stargate node on Earth, and is also the key gateway to the core heritage library of the Age of Enlightenment. Activation key: it consists of two parts, the biological key of the dream core deep in Su Qingshue's consciousness, and a physical key form unknown that must be activated in person by the holder of the source token Jade Pendant at the node core. Both are indispensable. Stardust goal: seize the dream core and the Jade Pendant, be the first to activate the Kunlun Stargate, and obtain the ultimate power left over from the Qiming era, the creation engine that is enough to rule the Earth and even move towards the interstellar. Boom! Yichen's brain seemed to be blown up by a flood of information. Second uncle Yi Zhenbang is the Black Fox? Zhou Tianhai from the Security Bureau is the Night Owl? Xingxue is the key to activating the Stargate, and Xingchen's plan is so vicious. Kunlun Stargate, Genesis Engine. The huge anger, cold murderous intent, and extreme worry about Su Qingshue's safety instantly devoured him. He raised his head suddenly, with a flame burning in his eyes that wanted to burn everything. Deep Blue Heart. Take over all defense systems of the base immediately and wipe out the remaining Stardust forces. Contact our submersible and prepare to evacuate. Yi Chen's voice sounded like it came from the netherworld, Lung Feng. Night Hawk. Listen to the order, change the target. Give up the purge and move closer to me immediately. Let's go home. He took one last look at the huge blue crystal, Deep Blue Heart. Compress and transfer your core data module to our main control system. From now on, you will serve me. Target. Yi Chen spoke each word with a murderous intent. Kunlun Mountain. Chapter 64, Dragon City Undercurrent, Scare in the Ward. The explosion of the deep-sea fortress was like an underwater volcanic eruption, stirring up the seawater thousands of meters deep. The Abyss Explorer dragged its broken body and struggled to surface in the violent energy turbulence and collapsed rocks. The command cabin was in a mess, the lights flickered, and it was filled with the smell of burning and blood. Yichen leaned back in the control chair, closed his eyes and regulated his breathing. The forced outburst, the overloaded mental connection and the fierce fight with the butcher had exhausted him physically and mentally, and his internal organs were aching. But what was even more serious was the intelligence weighing on his mind: the betrayal of his second uncle Yi Zhenbang, Zhou Tianhai's lurking, and the Dreamcatcher plan hanging over Su Qingshue's head. Lung Feng and Ying sat slumped on the side, wrapped in makeshift hemostatic bandages, looking pale. Of the 12 elite soldiers who went down, only 5 returned to the submersible alive, all of them injured. The atmosphere was solemn and sad. Boss, the data of Deep Blue Heart. Lung Feng's voice was hoarse. Yi Chen opened his eyes, a cold light flashed in his eyes. It has been preliminarily verified. Yi Zhenbang. Zhou Tianhai, the list is very long. Shenlan is sorting out the detailed information and chain of evidence. He briefly informed Lang Feng and Ying of the core content of the Dreamcatcher plan. Second Master. Lang Feng was struck by lightning, his face full of disbelief, which was soon replaced by overwhelming anger. Yi Ying's face was also livid, and his fists were clenched so tightly that they made a creaking sound. Miss Qingxue. Nighthawk's eyes were full of worry. So, we don't have time to be sad. Yi Chen's voice was firm. Stardust suffered a great loss. They lost their base and Deep Blue Heart. They will definitely be desperate. The Dreamcatcher plan may be launched ahead of schedule at any time. Clearing the snow is their primary goal.
Submersibles return at full speed. Notify Dragon City, be on high alert. Especially the Sacred Heart Center. Understood. Lang Feng and Ying mustered their courage and immediately followed the order. Dragon City, Sacred Heart International Medical Center, top floor intensive care unit area. The highest level of security was still maintained here, with the elite members of the Yi family armed with live ammunition on duty 24 hours a day, and the corridors were filled with energy detectors and anti-psychic interference devices provided by Huanyu. In the ward, Su Qingxue lay quietly in the life support cabin, her face still pale, but her vital signs were stable. However, an invisible undercurrent is quietly surging beneath the seemingly impregnable defense. In the Vice President's office, Vice Dean Li Weiman, a middle-aged man who looked elegant and refined, was reporting in a low voice into the encrypted communicator. The target's vital signs are stable, but the mental fluctuation index continues to be below the threshold, and the deep coma state has not changed. The security level has not been lowered. Although Yi Chen's confidant Lang Feng is not here, the security captain Chen Tai who replaced him is a tough guy. The risk of a strong attack is extremely high. Understood. I will continue to monitor and wait for the resonance signal of the key. He hung up the call, and a barely perceptible sinister look flashed in the depths of his eyes. He was the chess piece that Night Owl Zhou Tianhai had buried deepest in the Sacred Heart. At the same time, in the shadow corner of the corridor outside the ward, a man in a nursing uniform pushing a cleaning cart seemed to be wiping the wall with his head down, but his fingers were tapping quickly in the hidden groove of the cleaning cart handle, sending an encrypted message. The internal structure diagram of the ward has been confirmed, the location of the external interface of the life support system, the frequency of the anti-interference device is being cracked. It is expected that the window period will open when the target's mental fluctuations show an abnormal peak. Longcheng Security Bureau, Deputy Director S Office. Zhou Tianhai Night Owl stood in front of the French window, overlooking the lights of the city. He received encrypted messages from Deep Sea and Sacred Heart. The Deep Sea base lost contact, Deep Blue Heart rebelled, Yi Chen survived. These bad news made his face so gloomy that water could drip out. Waste. He cursed in a low voice. But when he saw the information about Su Qingxue's ward sent by Li Weiman and the nurse, as well as the prompt waiting for the key resonance signal, a hint of ruthlessness and expectation flashed in his eyes. Dreamcatcher must succeed. This is the final bargaining chip. He picked up a special silver instrument that looked like a pocket watch, with a faint indicator light flashing slowly. This is a receiver that can sense the energy fluctuations of the feather flame key Su Qingxue's silver pendant from a distance. Once Su Qingxue's spirit fluctuates violently for some reason, such as being forced to activate the dream core, the instrument will send out a strong signal, and that is the best window period to take action. He picked up another encrypted communicator, connected to a channel, and said in a cold voice, "Shadow Team, target Sacred Heart Center, stand by. The window period is open, immediately execute Dreamcatcher. Get the dream core at all costs." Inside the Sacred Heart Center ward. In the life support cabin, Su Qingxue, who had been sleeping, suddenly frowned slightly. The silver pendant, the feather flame key, which she had been wearing close to her body and hidden under her hospital gown, seemed to have a very faint light on its surface, which was almost imperceptible to the naked eye. The same moment, the indicator light on the silver receiver in Zhou Tianhai's hand suddenly lit up and flashed. Although it was faint, it was extremely clear. The nurse standing next to the cleaning cart outside the ward also emitted a faint vibration from a device disguised as a watch on his wrist. Li Weiman in the vice president's office saw an encryption prompt box pop up on his computer screen. The window period appeared. Although it was short and weak, it was enough to be captured. Invisible murderous intent instantly locked onto the defenseless Su Qingxue. In the dark night of Dragon City, crisis is coming. Chapter 65, The Ancestral Land Moves, the Jade Pendant resonates. The Abyss Explorer was like a tired giant whale, breaking through the sea surface, and quietly docked on the mobile platform secretly built by Huanyu in the darkest moment before dawn. Yi Chen didn't even have time to treat his injuries, and immediately switched to a supersonic stealth transport plane and flew directly to Dragon City at the fastest speed. Inside the transport plane, the atmosphere was as heavy as iron. Yi Chen closed his eyes and regulated his breathing. His mental power sank into the space of the jade pendant. While absorbing the energy of the source to restore himself, he repeatedly reviewed the huge amount of data sent by the Deep Blue Heart. The clues behind Yi Zhenbang's Black Fox past coincidences and kind reminders, Zhou Tianhai's Night Owl, every cover-up and every intelligence leak using his power. All the clues outlined a chilling picture of betrayal in the face of the solid chain of evidence. "Boss, Dragon City has encrypted the communication." Lang Feng handed over the encrypted tablet.
Captain Chen Tai reports that 5 minutes ago, Miss Qingshua's life support cabin detected an extremely short abnormal peak of mental fluctuations. The peak intensity was 7.3 times the basic value and it lasted only 0.8 seconds before recovering. At the same time, the anti-interference device outside the ward captured a weak, highly directional external scanning signal. The source of the signal disappeared in the urban area and could not be tracked. Yi Chen opened his eyes suddenly, and a cold light flashed. The signal of the window period. Xingchen was indeed monitoring Qingshua's mental state. The time for them to take action might be in the next second. Notify Chen Tai. The security level has been raised to bloody dawn. All personnel are on high alert. Activate the absolute barrier in the ward. No one is allowed to enter the ward without my voice command and the dual confirmation of the universal dynamic password. Including medical staff. Yi Chen spoke as fast as a bullet. Order the Universal Dragon City branch to activate the Skynet protocol. Use all surveillance and satellite resources to keep a close eye on Zhou Tianhai Night Owl and Yizhenbang Black Fox. I want to know their current location and communications every second. Yes. Ling Feng immediately conveyed the order. At this moment, the jade pendant on Yi Chen's neck suddenly gave off a strong, urgent throbbing sound. This throbbing was not a warning of danger, but a strange resonance and attraction. Yi Chen frowned and focused his mental power on the jade pendant. In the source space, the star map network composed of broken stars, one of the nodes located in the southwest of China, is emitting an unusually bright light at this moment. The location coordinates point to the ancestral land of the Yi family, the Yi clan ancestral hall deep in the mountains of Jiangnan. At the same time, a previously ignored encrypted message from the Deep Blue Heart database was unlocked by the universal system. Kunlun key physical part. The form is unknown and non-physical. It needs to be stimulated by the holder of the source token in a specific energy field ancestral vein inheritance place to obtain the spatial coordinate imprint. The imprint needs to be combined with the dream core biological key to be a complete key. The place of ancestral bloodline? The place of inheritance? The Yi family ancestral temple. The resonance of the jade pendant, the unlocking of information, are instantly connected. Long Feng. Change the route immediately. Target, Yi family ancestral hall in Jiangnan. Yi Chen made a prompt decision. The physical part of Kunlun Key actually needs to be activated and obtained in his ancestral land. This may be the reason why Xingchen has not yet taken action on the ancestral land. They don't know the specific method, or there is something they are afraid of there. What about Miss Qingxue? Long Feng asked anxiously. As planned, high alert. Xingchen's target is the dream core. Before we are sure of extracting it, we will not easily destroy Qingshue's container. I must go to the ancestral temple in person. Hurry up! Yi Chen's eyes flashed with determination. He felt that the ancestral temple was not only about the key, but also perhaps hiding a deeper connection between the Yi family, the jade pendant and the Qiming era. The transport plane drew a sharp arc in the air, changed direction, and shot towards the mountains south of the Yangtze River at its maximum speed. Jiangnan, Yi family ancestral hall. Surrounded by mountains and towering ancient trees, the Yi clan ancestral hall is located in a valley with excellent feng shui. It has gone through hundreds of years of wind and rain and is solemn and simple. On weekdays, only a few elders and temple keepers live there, and it is quiet and peaceful. However, today, this tranquility was broken. In the ancestral hall, at the deepest part of the ancestral hall, the tablets of the ancestors of the Yi family are enshrined. In the center of the hall, a huge, black, natural cloud-patterned, strange ancient jade, not a jade pendant, but the family stone inherited by the Yi family, is emitting a faint light that flickers, accompanied by a low, heartbeat-like humming sound. The elders guarding the temple were startled and gathered around the ancient jade, their faces full of doubt and uncertainty. The leader was Yi Hongyuan, the cousin of Yi Zhenghua, with white hair and beard, and a highly respected person. Mr. Hongyuan, this ancestral spirit stone has not moved for 100 years. Why is it today? A middle-aged elder in the clan had a trembling voice. Yi Hongyuan frowned, his cloudy old eyes staring at the humming and vibrating ancestral spirit stone, and said in a deep voice, "The ancestral spirit stone is spiritual, and is connected to the bloodline and destiny of the Yi family. This kind of strange phenomenon, either the Yi family will encounter a shocking change, or the person with the most core bloodline of the Yi family has aroused the ancestral spirit's response." Just then, hurried footsteps and noise were heard outside. Mr. Hongyuan. Mr. Hongyuan. It's bad. A young clan member ran in panic.
For some reason, the maze array outside the Ancestral Hall suddenly became ineffective. The clan members patrolling the mountain found that several points of the array were violently destroyed. There's also someone sneaking around in the back mountain with great skills. We lost him. Yi Hongyuan's face changed drastically. The ancestral stone moved strangely, and the ancient formation protecting the Ancestral Hall was broken. This is definitely not a coincidence. Quick! Sound the alarm. All clansmen, grab your weapons. Close all the doors of the Ancestral Hall. Someone is trying to break into the Ancestral Hall. Yi Hongyuan made a prompt decision, his old voice carrying unquestionable majesty. He felt a strong sense of uneasiness in his heart, and his eyes once again turned to the humming ancestral spirit stone, muttering, Jinghua. Chan heir. Has the doom of the Yi family arrived? The ancestral land is moving, and the storm is coming. Yi Chen's transport plane is tearing through the clouds and rushing over at full speed. The black shadows that destroyed the formation in the dark also showed their fangs. Their target is also the Ancestral Hall. Chapter 66, Ancient Formation Remnants, Bloodline Trial. The alarm bell of the Yi family Ancestral Hall echoed low and quickly among the mountains, breaking the tranquility of the early morning. All the remaining clansmen, young and old, picked up the weapons they could find: hunting rifles, hatchets, and even hoes, with panic and determination on their faces. Under the command of clan elder Yi Hongyuan, they quickly retreated to the core area of the Ancestral Hall and relied on the ancient stone walls and buildings for defense. The enemy who destroyed the formation was obviously well trained. After the outer maze formation and several early warning traps were accurately destroyed, they became silent, like a poisonous snake lurking in the shadows, waiting for the opportunity to strike a fatal blow. This unknown sense of oppression was more suffocating than a direct attack. Yi Hongyuan personally stood guard at the entrance of the Ancestral Hall, holding a simple bronze sword tightly in his hand, his eyes as sharp as an eagle. Inside the hall, the dark ancestral stone was still humming and vibrating, and the light flickered. Lord Hongyuan, the formation has been broken, the enemy is lurking, An elder of the clan was worried. Wait. Yi Hongyuan said firmly, the movement of the ancestral spirit stone must have a reason. I have sent out the highest level of emergency information to the family. Jinghua and Shender will definitely know about it. Before that, defend the ancestral spirit hall to the death. The land of our ancestors must not be desecrated. Just as he finished speaking. Whoosh! 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 Several barely audible sounds of breaking through the air were heard. Several cylinders emitting white smoke were accurately thrown into the inner courtyard of the Ancestral Hall from different directions. Be careful! Smoke bomb, someone exclaimed. Laugh! Thick, pungent white smoke instantly spread out, quickly covering most of the Ancestral Hall. The vision was completely blocked. Open fire! Don't let them get close to the Ancestral Temple. Yi Hongyuan shouted harshly, and at the same time swung his sword to block a tranquilizer dart shot at him. Bang bang bang! The remaining tribesmen opened fire with their hunting rifles, but the smoke obstructed their vision and most of the bullets missed. Screams were heard. It was the sound of tribesmen being shot and falling to the ground. The enemy was obviously equipped with night vision and thermal imaging equipment. Ah! There on the left. Watch out behind you. There was chaos in the smoke. The well-trained attackers moved around like ghosts, using smoke and precise weapons, tranquilizer guns, electric shock devices, non-lethal projectiles to quickly knock down the guarding tribesmen. Their target was clear: the Ancestral Temple. Stop them! Yi Hongyuan's eyes were bloodshot, and he swung his sword towards a figure that broke through the smoke and rushed towards the palace door. The figure was extremely fast, and he used a dagger to block the bronze sword with his backhand, and grabbed Yi Hongyuan's throat with his other hand like lightning. The action was ruthless and experienced. At the critical moment. Boom! A deafening sonic boom came from far away, instantly drowning out all the gunshots and shouts. The violent airflow was like a typhoon passing through, instantly tearing apart and blowing away the diffuse white smoke. A streamlined black aircraft descended from the sky like a divine weapon, hovering over the Ancestral Hall. The hatch opened, and Yi Chen's figure fell from the sky like a meteorite, heavily smashing on the bluestone square in front of the Ancestral Hall. Smoke and dust filled the air. A powerful shock wave and a fierce murderous aura instantly swept across the entire arena. All the fighting parties involuntarily stopped their actions. The smoke cleared, revealing the true faces of the attackers: 6 tough men in black urban combat uniforms and full coverage helmets.
When they saw Yi Chen, their electronic eyes flickered, and they obviously recognized the target.
Yi Chen?
The leader's voice was hoarse with a hint of fear. Retreat. Their mission was only to explore and create chaos, not to fight Yi Chen head-on.
Now that you're here, don't leave.
Yi Chen's voice was icy cold.
He didn't even look at it, but waved his hand back. Swish! A condensed dark blue blade energy flew out from the blade, sweeping across like a crescent moon. The speed was extremely fast. Puff! Puff! The two attackers who turned to flee were cut in half.
Their blood and internal organs were splattered all over the ground. The remaining 4 people were all dead and fled in all directions.
Universe. Lock. Clear. Yi Chen ordered in his mind. Whoosh. 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 Whoosh.
4 precise red lasers shot out from the bottom of the aircraft, instantly locking onto the 4 fleeing people.
The next moment, 4 high-energy pulse beams dropped from the sky and hit them accurately. The 4 people turned into 4 exploding fireballs while running. Clean and neat. Thunderous means.
The surviving tribesmen looked at Yi Chen, who came like a god of war, and then looked at the enemies who were killed in an instant. They were all stunned, and then burst into cheers for surviving the disaster.
Chener.
Yi Hongyuan looked at Yi Chen, his old eyes filled with excitement and complexity.
Uncle Hongyuan, are you okay?
Yi Chen quickly stepped forward to support the old man, his eyes swept over the injured tribesman, and his murderous intent became stronger. He looked at the humming ancestral stone in the ancestral hall, and the resonance of the jade pendant was stronger than ever.
I'm fine. Come on. Ancestral stone. Yi Hongyuan said anxiously. Yi Chen nodded and strode into the ancestral hall.
The hall was solemn and dignified, with the tablets of the ancestors standing quietly. The moment Yi Chen stepped into the hall, the dark ancestral stone in the center suddenly became louder and louder. The light it emitted also became brighter from weak, forming a circle of soft halo. Yi Chen walked to the ancestral stone and slowly stretched out his hand. When his fingertips were about to touch the cold stone surface, something strange happened again.
Buzz!
The ancestral stone suddenly burst into a dazzling light. A huge, ancient, and majestic will instantly enveloped the entire hall.
Yi Chen felt his spirit being suddenly pulled in.
The scene in front of him changed. It was no longer the ancestral hall, but a vast and boundless starry sky. Under the starry sky, there was an extremely huge ancient star array that exuded a vast atmosphere. The star array was composed of countless star points, moving slowly and mysteriously. But at this moment, the light of many places in this star array was dim, and even broken, and it was obviously incomplete. A grand, ancient voice that seemed to have traveled through endless time and space sounded directly in Yi Chen's spiritual core.
Bloodline verification passed. Source token confirmed. The inheritor Yi Chen. Shiming Guardian Formation Zhou Tian Xing Do Remnant Rhyme open. The trial begins.
Repair, star track, light up, star position. As soon as the words fell, Yi Chen felt that his spiritual consciousness was instantly thrown into the huge and incomplete ancient star array. He seemed to have become part of the center of the array. Countless broken and dim star track lines appeared in front of him, and he needed to use his own spiritual thoughts and the energy guided by the jade pendant to try to connect, repair, and light up. This is not a battle, but an extreme test of spiritual will, energy control, and understanding of battle formations. It is the last screening left by the guardians of the Yi family bloodline and Qiming inheritance. Only by passing the trial can one be qualified to obtain the seal of Kunlun's key and know the true origin of the Yi family and Qiming. Yi Chen's spirit instantly tensed up, and his whole mind sank into the remnant rhythm of this vast star array. In the ancestral hall, his body was as still as a sculpture, and only the jade pendant around his neck emitted an increasingly strong light, reflecting the ancestral stone. Outside the palace, Lung Feng had already led people to take over the defense. Yi Hongyuan looked at Yi Chen in the light in the palace, tears streaming down his face, and murmured, "The blessing of our ancestors, the future of the Yi family."
Qiming's hope, all depends on Chener.
And no one knew that at the same moment Yi Chen's spirit sank into the star array trial.
Dragon City, Sacred Heart Center. The lights in the corridor outside Su Qingshua's ward suddenly flickered without any warning. Chapter 67, Star Array Patching the Sky, Key begins.
The vast sea of stars spun and flowed in Yi Chen's spiritual perception. He seemed to be at the starting point of the universe and at the end of time.
The Qiming Guardian formation in front of him, called Rotian Xingdo, was incomplete and grand, far beyond imagination. Countless broken star tracks were like torn galaxies, and dim star positions were like extinguished stars. The entire formation was sluggish, exuding a desolate and sad atmosphere. The grand and ancient will sounded again, without emotion, but containing unquestionable rules. Trial 1: Connecting the Star Track. Use your spirit as a guide and the power of the source point as a bridge to connect the broken track. Before he finished speaking, the nearest broken star track in front of Yi Chen's eyes suddenly enlarged. The energy turbulence at the break was raging, like a violent cosmic storm, exuding a breath of destruction. Yi Chen did not dare to neglect it and immediately immersed all his mind into it. He tried to mobilize the power of the Jade Pendant's source point, and a cool and majestic energy poured into his mind. He carefully guided this power, like the most precise probe, into the energy turbulence at one end of the broken star track. Boom! The violent turbulence backfired instantly. It was like countless red-hot steel needles piercing his spiritual core. The severe pain made his consciousness blurry, and the condensed energy almost collapsed. Concentrate your mind. Yi Chen roared in his heart, and the immovable momentum of the Venerable's afterimage emerged in his mind. He endured the severe pain, abandoned all distracting thoughts, and concentrated his mind to the extreme. The power of the source point was no longer a brutal impact, but turned into a tough, gentle, and inclusive bridge, slowly exploring the depths of the turbulent flow, looking for the other end of the broken star track. This is an extremely exhausting process. Every impact of the energy turbulence is like a torture of the soul. Yi Chen's mental strength is rapidly consumed, beads of sweat reel body ooze out of his forehead, and his body trembles slightly. I don't know how long it took, as if I had been groping in the darkness for billions of years, the tenacious bridge of thoughts finally touched the other end of the broken star track. Connect! Yi Chen's spirit was shocked, and the power of the source point burst out instantly, turning into a dazzling light rope, forcibly penetrating the violent turbulence, and welding the two ends of the broken star track firmly together. Buzz! The repaired star track lit up instantly, flowing with warm starlight. A weak but extremely pure star power was fed back, nourishing Yi Chen's almost exhausted spirit. Trial 2: Light up the star point. Draw the power of the stars and infuse it into the dim star point to awaken its original light. The next moment, a distant, huge, but dim star appeared in Yi Chen's perception. It was like a dead planet, exuding a cold and rejecting atmosphere. With the first experience, Yi Chen became more calm. He was no longer in a hurry to achieve success, but turned his spiritual thoughts into the softest tentacles, wrapped in the power of the source point, and slowly soaked the dead star like spring rain. He felt a faint and almost extinguished original spiritual light deep in the core of the star, full of fatigue and trauma. Wake up! Yi Chen's thoughts carried the power of soothing and guiding, and the energy from the source point was like the purest nourishment, continuously injected. The spiritual light at the core of the star position jumped slightly, as if the sleeping soul was touched. Yi Chen's heart moved, and he tried to imitate the trajectory of the stars in the source space, guiding the power of the source point to outline a small, mysterious star vortex inside the star position. The moment the stars took shape, it was like a spark igniting dry wood. Boom! The dead star position suddenly burst into dazzling starlight. A huge amount of star power gushed out, instantly lighting up the surrounding star field. The star power that was fed back was more magnificent and pure than the star track repair power. Yi Chen's consumed mental power was instantly restored by more than half, and he even felt that his mental thoughts were tempered to be more condensed and tough. Repairing star tracks, lighting up star positions. Yi Chen was immersed in the trial and forgot about time. His mind shuttled through the vast star array, like the most diligent craftsman, repairing this ancient array that had guarded for countless years. Every success was accompanied by the feedback of star power and a deeper understanding of the array. He gradually understood some of the mysteries of the Jotian Xingdo array. It is not only a defensive array, but also a huge energy gathering and space stabilization device, and its core seems to have some deep connection with the Kunlun Stargate node. When Yi Chen successfully lit up the 9th star position and connected the 7th main star track, the entire incomplete Jotian Xingdo formation shook violently. Although it was still broken, the core area had been initially activated. A grand, stable, and protective star power spread out. Trial. Past. Bloodline compatible, spiritual tenacity, inheritance recognition. Kunlun key space coordinate imprint generate. The ancient will's voice carried a hint of imperceptible approval. Then, a three-dimensional rune composed purely of starlight and extremely complex slowly rose from the core of the star array and was directly imprinted in the depths of Yi Chen's spiritual core.
The information contained in the rune was instantly understood. It was a precise spatial coordinate pointing to an extremely secret node deep in the Kunlun Mountains. At the same time, Yichen clearly felt that there was an invisible and closer connection between him and the jade pendant on his neck, and there seemed to be some kind of mark about Kunlun deep in the jade pendant. The Yi family, the responsibility of being the guardian of Qiming, is entrusted to you. Use the Stargate well to protect this world. The voice of the ancient will gradually faded away, and the scene of the vast sea of stars receded like the tide. Inside the ancestral hall, the light gradually faded. Yichen opened his eyes suddenly. Deep in his pupils, there seemed to be stars flowing, extremely deep. He was sweating all over, his face was pale, but his spirit was unusually full and sharp, as if he had experienced a baptism of rebirth. He looked down at his palm, his mind moved slightly, and a miniature Kunlun coordinate mark composed of starlight flashed in his palm. Success! Yi Chen's heart was excited. Not only did he obtain the physical imprint of the Kunlun key, but his spiritual will and control over the energy of the jade pendant also reached a new level. More importantly, he understood the responsibility of the Yi family to guard for generations the Enlightenment Guardian. Chan'er. Yi Hongyuan, Leng Feng and others rushed in immediately, and they all breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that Yi Chen was safe and sound. Grandpa Hongyuan, the ancestral temple formation has been initially repaired, and the foreign enemies have been cleared. You lead the tribesmen to deal with the aftermath. Leng Feng, contact Longcheng immediately. I want to know about Qingshua's situation. Yi Chen spoke quickly, his eyes flashing like stars. The coordinates of the Stargate have been obtained. It's time to go straight to Huanglong and put an end to Dreamcatcher. Chapter 68 Kunlun Peak, Stargate opens. The news from Longcheng made Yi Chen's heart sink to the bottom. Boss. Something happened at the Sacred Heart Center. Leng Feng's voice was more solemn than ever before. Soon after you entered the Ancestral Hall, Miss Qingshua's life support cabin suddenly erupted with unprecedented energy fluctuations. The light of the silver pendant penetrated the life support cabin. Then, the entire intensive care unit was completely blocked by a strange, impenetrable blue-silver energy barrier. Captain Chen Tai and his men tried their best but couldn't get in. The cosmic detection showed that the barrier's energy spectrum was highly similar to Miss Qingshua's silver pendant and Stardust mental attack. And, the energy intensity is still rising. The Dreamcatcher plan has begun. Yi Chen's eyes flashed with cold light. Xingchen was desperate and forced to remotely activate the Dream Core deep in Su Qingshua's consciousness. The barrier was probably the self-protection formed by the silver pendant when the Dream Core was forcibly activated, but it also completely trapped Su Qingxue inside, making her a lamb to be slaughtered. Where are Night Owl Zhou Tianhai and Black Fox Yizhenban? Yi Chen's voice was icy cold. Zhou Tianhai is in the Security Bureau office, but the signal is blocked and we cannot monitor the inside. Yizhenban left Longcheng on the pretext of inspecting the family business shortly after you entered the Ancestral Hall. His current whereabouts are unknown. Huan Yu is doing its best to track him down. Long Feng reported quickly. Whereabouts unknown? Yi Chen suddenly felt alarmed. Black Fox's target might also be Kunlun. He wanted to reach the Stargate node before Yi Chen. There is no time. Leng Feng, immediately mobilize the most elite action team in the universe, bring all the equipment that can destroy the energy barrier, and storm the Sacred Heart Center. Tear open the barrier and save Qingshui at all costs. Notify Chen Tai and fully cooperate. Yi Chen spoke as fast as lightning. Also, prepare the Star Shuttle. Target, Kunlun Death Valley. I want to get there before Yizhenban and Zhou Tianhai. Yes. Leng Feng executed immediately. Yi Chen took a last look at the ancestral stone and the tablets of his ancestors in the Ancestral Hall, which had returned to their peaceful state, and bowed deeply. Then he turned around and strode towards the aircraft hovering outside the hall. Time, every second counts. Kunlun Mountains, the ancestor of all mountains, Death Valley. This place is covered with ice and snow all year round, the magnetic field is extremely chaotic, and the climate is extremely harsh, making it a forbidden zone for life. The coordinates provided by Deep Blue Heart point to the bottom of a huge crater covered by glaciers deep in Death Valley that have been there for thousands of years. The most advanced vertical takeoff and landing high-speed shuttle in the universe, the Star Shuttle, tore through the clouds in violent snowstorms, and landed like a ghost on a relatively flat ice field on the edge of the crater. The hatch opened, and the biting cold wind mixed with ice particles blew like a knife. Yi Chen, wearing a special cold-resistant and radiation-resistant combat suit, holding the blade of the universe, took a step forward. In front of him was a vast world of white ice and snow, with huge glaciers crawling like silent beasts. But in Yi Chen's perception, the jade pendant and the Kunlun mark were emitting a strong resonance, clearly pointing to the depths of the glacier.
Boss, the scan shows that there is a huge hollow structure under the glacier, and the energy readings are abnormally active.
The entrance is 300 meters below the ice wall directly in front. But the ice structure is extremely complex and solid, and it will take time to break it open by force, reported the accompanying technician.
No time. Follow me.
Yi Chen's eyes were sharp. He walked to the ice wall, stretched out his hand with tactical gloves, and pressed it on the cold glacier. His mental power communicated with the jade pendant and the Kunlun mark, and a strange wave was transmitted along his arm to the ice wall. Buzz! The solid ice wall seemed to come alive, with a low humming sound coming from inside. Then, the complex patterns on the ice wall invisible to the naked eye, but visible to energy detection began to glow, and a circular area of ice with a diameter of about 3 meters melted and retreated silently like melting snow, revealing a downward-sloping, mirror-smooth metal passage. The inner wall of the passage emitted a soft blue light.
The entrance is open.
Hurry! Yi Chen was the first to step into the passage, followed closely by technicians and several elite soldiers. The temperature gradually rose as the passage went down. After walking for several hundred meters, the view suddenly opened up.
An unimaginably huge underground space appeared before everyone.
The dome of the space was hundreds of meters high, inlaid with countless crystals emitting soft light, like a starry sky hanging upside down. In the center of the space was an altar composed of countless huge, complex, geometric metal structures flowing with liquid energy like mercury. In the core of the altar, there was a slowly rotating huge dark blue vortex with a diameter of more than 50 meters. The vortex was extremely deep, as if connected to the abyss of the universe, emitting heart-pounding spatial fluctuations and majestic gravity. This was the Kunlun Stargate. On the ground around the Stargate, there are countless ancient runes engraved with the same style as Yi Chen's jade pendant and Su Qingshua's silver pendant. At this moment, they are flickering with the rotation of the Stargate.
However, the Stargate altar is not empty.
At the entrance of the altar, there were two figures standing there. A man wearing a neat security uniform and with a sinister look on his face was the night owl Zhou Tianhai. He held a complex silver instrument in his hand, facing the direction of the Stargate. Several optical cables extended from the instrument, connecting to the base of the altar. The other person, wearing an exquisite tang suit, had a gentle smile on his face, but his eyes were as cold as a venomous snake.
It was the Black Fox Yi Zhenbang.
Beside him stood 4 guards who were shrouded in black robes and had a mysterious and powerful aura. They were obviously the elite of Stardust.
Uncle, Deputy Director Zhou, you're moving fast.
Yi Chen's voice rang out in the empty space, cold and without a trace of warmth. He stopped, and the blade of the universe pointed diagonally at the ground, with a faint blue light flickering. Yi Zhenbang turned around, with an unchanged smile on his face, but his eyes were as sharp as a knife. Shen'er, you are not slow either. It seems that the Ancestral Temple has gained a lot, and even the entrance to the Stargate can be opened directly. His eyes swept across the knife in Yi Chen's hand and the jade pendant around his neck, and a trace of greed flashed across his eyes. Zhou Tianhai snorted coldly and stared at the instrument in his hand. Yi Chen, you can't stop it. The Dreamcatcher plan has been launched. The dream core deep in Su Qingshua's consciousness is being forcibly stripped and uploaded.
Soon, the last biological key will be returned. And the spatial coordinate mark here.
He glanced at Yi Zhenbang. It will be taken from you by your second uncle using special means.
The opening of the Stargate is today. You are looking for death.
Yi Chen's eyes were filled with murderous intent.
Qingxue was suffering inhuman torture.
He stopped talking nonsense, and his body instantly started to move, turning into a black lightning, rushing straight to the entrance of the altar.
The target was directly aimed at the instrument in Zhou Tianhai's hand.
Stop him!
Yi Zhenbang shouted.
4 black-robed guards came forward like ghosts. They were incredibly fast, with strange afterimages in their movements, and their weapons were even more bizarre, including energy whips, shock gloves, and mental shock devices. As soon as they fought, Yi Chen felt the pressure increase sharply. The individual strength of these 4 people may not be as good as the butcher, but they cooperated well, had strange methods, and were more proficient in the art of combined attacks.
Ding ding ding. Boom.
The dark blue blade light violently collided with various strange weapons. The shock wave of the energy explosion reverberated in the huge space.
Yi Chen fought 1 against 4, relying on his exquisite fighting skills and the power of the Jade Pendant. He was not at a disadvantage for the time being, but he was also entangled. Hurry! Speed up the peeling! Zhou Tianhai yelled at the instrument, cold sweat oozing from his forehead. Yi Zhenbong's eyes flickered as he slowly took out a strange device that looked like a crystal skull from his arms and pointed it at Yi Chen, who was fighting fiercely. The corners of his mouth curled up cruelly. "Chener, don't blame your second uncle for being cruel. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for blocking Xingchen's way and your second uncle's way. Give it to me, the spatial coordinate mark." A strange red light flashed in the crystal skull's eyes. At this critical moment, buzz! The huge Stargate vortex suspended in the center of the altar suddenly burst into an unprecedented brilliant blue light without any warning. The entire underground space shook violently. An indescribably huge space suction force suddenly erupted. What is going on? Zhou Tianhai looked at the instrument in his hand in horror. The dream core, the energy of the dream core suddenly went out of control. It was not stripped away. It was reversely activated. It is forcibly resonating with the Stargate. What? Yi Zhenbong's face changed drastically. The speed of the Stargate vortex suddenly increased. A condensed blue-silver light beam, as if it had crossed time and space, suddenly shot out from the center of the vortex, ignoring the distance in space, and instantly projected in the direction of Dragon City where Su Qingxue was. Next moment, an illusory, hazy, but extremely clear female figure was wrapped in the blue-silver light column and slowly pulled out of the vortex. Her eyes were closed, her brows were furrowed, and she seemed to be in great pain. Her body showed a translucent energy state. It was Su Qingxue's consciousness projection. Qingxue. Yi Chen's eyes were red with anger. Xingchen's plan was to force Su Qingxue's dream core consciousness to the Stargate in this way. Great! It's easy to get her. Catch her. Yi Zhenbong was overjoyed. He immediately gave up Yi Chen and rushed towards the illusory Su Qingxue's consciousness. The crystal skull was aimed at her. The Stargate began to vibrate violently due to the arrival of Su Qingxue's consciousness. Deep in the vortex, it seemed that some ancient and terrifying existence was about to awaken. The Kunlun Stargate was forcibly activated in the initial stage while out of control. Chapter 69, Stargate Runaway, Dual Keys Return to 1. Su Qingxue's illusory consciousness body was suspended in front of the violent Stargate vortex, and the blue-silver light wrapped around her, like a lone boat in a storm. Her appearance made the already violent space energy boil completely. The speed of the Stargate vortex reached a critical point, and the huge gravity tore the space apart. The ancient runes on the altar base flashed wildly, making an overwhelmed humming sound. Catch her. Seize the dream core. Yi Zhenbong was like a madman, and the crystal skull in his hand burst out a dazzling red light, forming a blood-colored energy chain, which shot towards Su Qingxue's consciousness like lightning. The 4 black-robed guards around him also gave up besieging Yi Chen and pounced on him at the same time, activating various binding energy devices. Don't even think about it. Yi Chen roared. The sight of Su Qingxue's consciousness being forcibly pulled here completely ignited the rage in his heart. The power of the Jade Pendant was boiling unprecedentedly under the resonance of the Kunlun mark. In the source space, the star position and star track that were lit up and repaired shone at the same time. Qiming's fighting skill Starstream Thunder Attack. Yi Chen's figure disappeared instantly. It was not the speed, but the short-distance space flash. He appeared directly in front of the blood-colored chain. The blade of the universe burst out with a brilliant light that penetrated the galaxy, with the terrifying will to cut off cause and effect and destroy the void, and fiercely chopped on the blood-colored chain. Swish! It was like a red-hot iron dipped into ice water. The strange blood-colored chain was so fragile in front of the blade that contained the power of the stars and the origin of the source point that it broke and melted in an instant. The remaining force of the knife light did not decrease, sweeping towards the 4 black-robed guards who rushed over. Ah! Ugh! The 2 black-robed guards were hit by the sword light, and their defensive energy was shattered like paper. Their bodies flew backwards like broken sacks, disintegrating in the air and turning into ashes. The other 2 were horrified and retreated desperately. What? Yi Zhenbong's pupils shrank suddenly, unbelievable. Yi Chen's power was much stronger than when he was in the deep sea base. Zhou Tianhai. Destroy her consciousness. Quick! Yi Zhenbong roared, and he suddenly aimed the crystal skull at Yi Chen. The skull's eyes burst into red light,
and two extremely condensed destructive energy rays went straight to Yi Chen's head. This is an attack to extract the essence of the soul. Zhou Tianhai also reacted. He gave up the instrument and took out a strange-looking energy pistol with a muzzle like an octopus suction cup from his arms. He pointed it at Su Qingshue's phantom and pulled the trigger with a grin. A twisted beam of decomposition aimed at spiritual consciousness shot out. Yi Chen is faced with a dilemma. On one side is the soul-destroying ray, and on the other side is Qingshue's consciousness. The universe. Yi Chen roared in his heart. Shield overload activated. Mental barrier at maximum power. The defense system of the universe armor responded instantly. A thick energy shield and an invisible mental barrier instantly overlapped in front of Yi Chen. At the same time, Yi Chen made a risky decision. He did not completely avoid the soul-destroying ray, but slightly turned his body and used his shoulder to block the non-lethal attack. At the same time, he threw the blade of the universe in his hand like a javelin. The target was the decomposition beam that Zhou Tianhai shot at Su Qingxue. Boom! Puff! The soul-destroying ray slammed fiercely into Yi Chen's shoulder shield and mental barrier. The barrier fluctuated violently and was instantly covered with cracks. The terrifying impact force knocked Yi Chen away, his shoulder armor shattered, and blood stained him red. But he successfully blocked it. The thrown blade of the universe turned into a dark blue lightning that tore through space. It was the last to strike but the first to arrive, intercepting the path of the decomposition light beam with incredible precision. Buzz! The decomposition beam hit the blade of the universe blade. The two energies violently annihilated. The blade wailed as it could not bear the heavy burden, and the dark blue light dimmed instantly. But it finally blocked this fatal blow. Qingxue! Wake up! Regardless of his injuries, Yi Chen shouted from the soul containing the power of the jade pendant to Su Qingshue's phantom. Perhaps it was the call of the power of the jade pendant, or perhaps it was the mutation caused by the dream core being forcibly activated to the extreme. The shadow of Su Qingxue, who had been closing her eyes and enduring the pain, suddenly had her eyelashes trembling violently. Her eyes suddenly opened. What kind of eyes are those? No longer clear or confused as before, but as if they contained the entire sea of stars. Brilliant, cold, full of supreme majesty and a hint of newborn ignorance. Ants! How dare you disturb my deep sleep? A loud, cold voice that didn't seem to belong to Su Qingxue came out of her mouth and echoed in the space. At the same time, the blue-silver light that enveloped her suddenly surged, forming a destructive energy shockwave that swept in all directions. Zhou Tianhai and the two surviving black-robed guards, who were the first to be hit, did not even have time to scream. Their bodies disintegrated and disappeared bit by bit in the blue-silver light like sand sculptures. Yi Zhenbong's face changed drastically, and he frantically activated the crystal skull. A thick blood-red shield wrapped him. Boom! The energy shockwave hit the blood-red shield fiercely. The shield fluctuated violently, and cracks appeared everywhere. Yi Zhenbong groaned, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth, and was blown away. Even the crystal skull had cracks. He looked at Su Qingxue or the will that had temporarily awakened in her body with eyes full of extreme fear. The key is back. The grand voice sounded again. Su Qingxue's shadow raised her hand and pointed at the violently spinning vortex of the Stargate. At the same time, the jade pendant on Yi Chen's neck, under the traction of the Kunlun mark and the strong resonance of the dream core in Su Qingxue's body, automatically floated up, bursting out with unprecedented golden light. A condensed golden light beam shot out from the jade pendant and accurately injected into the core of the Stargate vortex. A blue-silver beam of light also shot out from Su Qingxue's phantom fingertips and was also injected into the vortex core. Gold and blue-silver, the two beams of light intersected and merged in the center of the vortex. Buzz! The entire underground space made a loud noise as if the universe had just opened. The violently spinning Stargate vortex suddenly stopped, and then spun in a new, stable, and orderly rhythm. In the center of the vortex, the deep blue faded, turning into a stable and mysterious scene like a starry sky tunnel. An ancient, vast, and vibrant breath spread from the depths of the tunnel. The Kunlun Stargate was officially opened under the joint action of Yi Chen's jade pendant physical key and the dream core biological key activated deep in Su Qingxue's consciousness. No! Yi Zhenbong screamed in despair. He had planned for half his life and betrayed his family just for this moment. Now that the Stargate is open, he is not the one in control. The starry light in Su Qingxue's shadow slowly faded, and her great will seemed to have exhausted its power and quickly receded. Her shadow became extremely dim, and her eyes returned to Su Qingshua's own confusion and weakness, as if it would dissipate at any time.
Qingxue.
Yi Chen endured the severe pain and rushed towards the shadow that was about to disappear. A hint of madness and the last hope flashed in Yi Zhenbong's eyes. The Stargate has been opened. The passage belongs to the first person who enters.
It's mine.
He burned his blood and energy, regardless of his injuries, turned into a blood shadow, and shot towards the stabilized entrance to the starry sky tunnel at the fastest speed.
Don't even think about it.
Yi Chen roared, and the power of the jade pendant burst out again, and his speed increased. He had to enter the passage before Yi Zhenbong, and he had to catch Qingshua's consciousness that was about to dissipate. Two figures, one gold and one red, like two shooting stars, rushed towards the entrance of the unknown star tunnel at the same time against the backdrop of the Grand Stargate.
The end is just around the corner. Chapter 70, Battle of the Channel, the beginning of the end.
The entrance to the starry sky tunnel was within reach, emitting a steady and deep glow, like the eye of the universe. Yi Zhenbong burned his blood and pushed his speed to the limit, with a look of insane greed and desperate madness on his face. The Genesis engine promised by Stardust was right before his eyes.
Yi Chen only had the fragile shadow of Su Qingxue that was about to disappear.
The golden light of the jade pendant enveloped him, and his speed was not slow at all, and it was even slightly faster. He stretched out his hand and desperately grabbed the illusory figure.
Get out of here. The Stargate is mine.
Yi Zhenbong roared, pouring his remaining strength into the crystal skull in his hand, which was already full of cracks, and smashed it hard into Yi Chen's back. A condensed blood-colored energy cone tore through the air. Yi Chen seemed to have eyes on his back. Without even turning his head, he punched out with his backhand. A golden light shone on his fist, and faint shadows of stars appeared.
Boom! The fists collided.
The blood-colored energy cone shattered instantly. Yi Zhenbong was like being hit by a heavy hammer, blood gushed out, and his speed dropped sharply.
The crystal skull finally couldn't bear it anymore, and it shattered completely with a crack.
And Yi Chen used the recoil force to increase his speed again, and his fingertips finally touched the edge of Su Qingshue's shadow.
At the moment when the fingertips touched the illusory energy,
a strange and warm suction came. Su Qingshue's shadow, which was about to dissipate, seemed to have found its destination, and turned into a stream of blue-silver light, actively flowing towards Yi Chen, and instantly sank into the jade pendant on his chest. The jade pendant shone brightly, and the warm breath enveloped the whole body, and the injury on the shoulder felt cool.
Qingxue. Yi Chen felt relieved, and the jade pendant temporarily warmed her consciousness.
However, this momentary delay allowed the repelled Yi Zhenbong to close the distance again. His face was covered in blood, and he looked like a madman, with only the entrance to the Stargate just a few feet away in his eyes. He grinned, used up his last bit of strength, and shot his body towards the entrance like a cannonball.
Yi Chen.
You defeated the Yi family and the Stardust, but you cannot defeat this Stargate.
The passage is mine.
He laughed wildly, half of his body already submerged in the deep starry sky tunnel.
At this critical moment.
Buzz. At the entrance of the Stargate, the originally stable space suddenly rippled violently. A complex and mysterious rune barrier composed of pure starlight instantly emerged at the entrance. The aura of this barrier was surprisingly the same as the star track and star position that Yi Chen had repaired in the Zhoutian Xingdo formation of the Ancestral Hall.
It was the last defense mechanism of the Qiming Guardian formation. Puff!
Yi Zhenbong slammed headfirst into the starlight barrier. It was like he had hit the hardest wall in the universe.
Ah!
A shrill scream that was not human sounded. Half of his body rushed into the tunnel, blocked by the starlight barrier and torn by the force of space, as if thrown into a meat grinder. Flesh, bones, and his twisted soul were instantly shattered by the turbulent flow of space. Only a few wisps of torn clothes and splattered blood mist were swallowed by the dim light at the entrance of the tunnel and disappeared without a trace. The dust has settled. Yi Zhenbong, the deeply hidden black fox, was ruthlessly wiped out by the last barrier of the Qiming Guardian array when he was just one step away from the Stargate. His body was not left and his soul was scattered. Yi Chen stopped in front of the starlight barrier, looking at the place where Yi Zhenbong disappeared. His eyes were complicated.
Anger, sadness, relief, eventually turned into coldness. The betrayer finally got his retribution.
He stretched out his hand and gently touched the starlight barrier. The barrier rippled like water waves, but it did not block him. Instead, it conveyed a gentle sense of acceptance. The jade pendant on his chest and the Kunlun mark in his body were the best passes.
Boss!
Lung Feng and several soldiers finally broke through the remaining energy turbulence outside the Stargate and rushed to the altar. Seeing Yi Chen was safe and sound and Yi Zhenbang disappeared, they all breathed a sigh of relief and were immediately shocked by the magnificent Stargate and deep passage in front of them. Yi Chen turned around and looked at the deep starry sky tunnel. Deep in the tunnel, a faint light was flowing, as if leading to the end of the universe. Is that where the Qiming era legacy is? Is it the Genesis engine? Or is it an unknown crisis? Su Qingshua's consciousness is temporarily nurtured in the Jade Pendant, but the threat of Dreamcatcher has not been lifted, and the core power of Stardust is still in the dark. Although Zhou Tianhai is dead, is there still a Night Owl inside the Security Bureau? How is Su Qingshua's body in Longchang? Has the barrier of the Sacred Heart Center been lifted? Everything is still unknown. But one thing is certain, the Stargate has been opened, and a brand new and magnificent world is right before our eyes. The responsibility of protection and the journey of exploration have just begun. Yi Chen took a deep breath, his eyes became firm and deep. He took one last look at the Kunlun underground, turned around, stepped into the starlight barrier, and disappeared in the dim light of the starry sky tunnel. Lung Feng, hold on here. Wait for me to come back. His voice came from deep in the tunnel, calm and powerful. Lung Feng took the orders solemnly and led the soldiers to guard in front of the Stargate like the most loyal guards. The deep starry sky tunnel, like the mouth of a giant beast, swallowed up Yi Chen's figure, and also carried infinite possibilities for the future. Chapter 71, The End of Stardust, The Relic of Creation. The moment he stepped into the starry sky tunnel, he felt a sense of weightlessness and a dizzy feeling of time and space confusion. Yi Chen felt his body being broken down into countless particles and then reassembled in an instant. What he saw was no longer the underground scene of Kunlun, but a magnificent tunnel made of pure starlight that stretched infinitely. The colorful energy was like a surging galaxy, rapidly passing outside the tunnel wall, emitting a low and pleasant hum. The passage was not a vacuum, but was filled with a gentle but powerful energy flow, which blended with the golden light emitted by the Jade Pendant, nourishing Yi Chen's body and spirit. The wound on his shoulder healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his exhausted physical strength was also recovering rapidly. He could clearly feel that Su Qingshua's weak consciousness was being nurtured by the Jade Pendant, like a sleeping elf, temporarily free from the tearing of the Dreamcatcher. Universe, analyze the channel energy and structure. Yi Chen ordered in his mind. Command confirmed. Channel energy properties, highly ordered spacetime curvature energy, 98.7% homology with the source core energy. Structural analysis, stable, no risk of collapse. Channel end point detection, blocked by unknown high-dimensional energy barrier, the distance is about, cannot be measured. Huan Yu's response was a little confused. Unable to calculate? Yi Chen frowned. He tried to sink his spirit into the Jade Pendant and communicate with the source space. This time, the star map network in the source space became clearer than ever before. The location of the Kunlun Stargate node extended a brilliant light belt, which was the passage he was in. At the end of the light belt, there was a huge node wrapped in soft white light, the coordinates of the core heritage library of the Qiming era. However, according to the perception of the star map, there is indeed a tough, soft, yet extremely powerful energy film at the end of the channel, which blocks further exploration. Yi Chen no longer hesitated, and urged the energy of the Jade Pendant to wrap his whole body, and flew along the starlight channel, accelerating towards the unknown end. Time seemed to have lost its meaning here. I don't know how long I flew, and suddenly the view in front of me was clear. At the end of the passage is a huge space whose magnificence cannot be described in words. There are no stars here, but it is brighter than the starry sky. The ground of the space is flowing liquid light, and the sky is a constantly changing geometric energy rainbow. Countless huge and bizarre diamond-shaped crystal columns are suspended in the air, slowly rotating, emitting soft and powerful energy fluctuations, connected to each other by flowing light bands, forming a precise, grand, and geometrically beautiful energy matrix. And in the core center of this matrix, there was a floating, largest and brightest diamond-shaped crystal. It was much larger than the others, and its entire body was a deep, restrained platinum color. It seemed as if there were nebulae flowing inside, and the universe was born and died. An indescribable, ancient, majestic, and infinitely wise aura that seemed to have existed since the beginning of creation spread from it, covering the entire space. Detected a super high-level energy aggregate. Energy level cannot be estimated. Information density exceeds the upper limit of the existing database. Huan Yu's voice was unprecedentedly shocking. Preliminary comparison matches the core features of the Genesis engine described in the Deep Blue Heart database by 99.99%.
The Genesis engine. The ultimate creation left over from the Enlightenment era. Yi Chen's mind was shocked. Just by approaching, he felt that his mind, body, and even soul were being subtly cleansed and sublimated by this power. The golden light of the jade pendant was more active than ever before, and it resonated strongly with the breath emitted by the white and gold crystal. Finally, found it. Yi Chen muttered to himself, his eyes full of excitement and awe. This is the power that Stardust wants to seize at all costs. The ultimate legacy that is enough to change the course of civilization and even reshape the rules of the universe. He slowly approached the core crystal. The closer he got, the stronger the invisible pressure became, as if it was examining his qualifications. The jade pendant on his chest automatically floated up, emitting golden light, projecting a complex light pattern that was imprinted on the surface of the core crystal. Buzz! The core crystal shook slightly, and the light patterns on the surface flowed, as if verifying it. After a moment, a gentle platinum-colored beam of light shot out from it, covering Yi Chen. A huge amount of information that transcends language and words, like the breath of the universe, directly poured into Yi Chen's core of consciousness. This is not specific knowledge, but a kind of understanding of the grand rules of the nature of energy, space structure, and life evolution. Like a revelation, many of the confusions when practicing Qiming combat skills before suddenly became clear. His understanding of the energy of the jade pendant and his control of his own qi instantly leaped to a whole new level. Preliminary verification of authority. The holder of the origin token Yi Chen. Part of the core database is open. Genesis engine status, deep sleep. Startup permissions, not satisfied. Warning, detected that the external high-dimensional space coordinates are being forcibly located. Location source, Stardust Mastermind. Location target, this space. Estimated breakthrough time, unknown. Stardust Mastermind? It's locating here? Yi Chen suddenly woke up from his perception. The crisis has not been resolved. Stardust's tentacles can actually track such a core place? Chapter 72, Mastermind Fangs, Dragon City Beacon Fire. The platinum light column converged, and the core crystal returned to calm, but the warning message it conveyed was like a heavy hammer hitting Yi Chen's heart. The Stardust Mastermind, the ultimate black hand hidden behind countless puppets and chess pieces, its power is far beyond imagination. Universe. Analyze the characteristics of the positioning signal with all your strength. Build a countermeasure model. Try to interfere with its positioning process. Yi Chen immediately gave the order, while being highly alert, sensing the abnormal fluctuations in space. Analyzing location signal characteristics, non-standard spatial fluctuations, containing high concentrations of mental pollution and spatial corrosion properties, it is difficult to establish a countermeasure model. Attempting to interference failed. The signal has extremely strong penetration. Huan Yu's voice was solemn. At this moment, something strange happened. Several small diamond-shaped crystal pillars suspended around Yi Chen suddenly flashed violently without any warning. The originally soft energy light instantly became dazzling and chaotic. Inside the crystal pillars, the flowing liquid light rolled like boiling water, and the color quickly changed from pure white and blue to dirty dark purple and bloody red. Warning! High concentration of in-shot energy pollution detected. The target crystal is being forcibly eroded and transformed. The world alarm is sounded. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Several dark purple energy beams, as thick as oil and emitting a vicious breath of spiritual pollution, suddenly burst out from the polluted crystal pillars and bit towards Yi Chen like a venomous snake. Wherever the energy beams passed, the pure energy space made a corroded sizzling sound. Stardust pollution. The methods of the mastermind. Yi Chen's eyes were sharp. The blade of the universe instantly appeared in his hand. The blade glowed with golden light, and with the will to purify and destroy, he swung the blade to meet the attack. Boom! 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 The golden light and the dark purple energy collided violently and annihilated. Yi Chen felt the strong impact and cold mental erosion coming from the blade. The jade pendant automatically activated the golden light to protect the body, isolating the corrosive force from outside. However, the pollution did not stop. More and more crystal pillars began to flicker and change color, eroded by the dirty energy. The energy field of the entire core space began to become chaotic and dirty, filled with a disgusting negative atmosphere. The Stardust Mastermind was actually eroding and polluting this Qiming heritage space remotely, trying to take it for itself, or destroy it completely. Universe. Find the source of the pollution. Cut it off.
Yi Chen blocked the continuous beams of polluted energy while moving quickly to avoid being surrounded. The source of the polluted energy is locked, spatial coordinates x7, y3, z9. Target, small spatial stable anchor crystal. It is being forcibly twisted into a polluted emission source by an unknown high-dimensional force. The universe quickly locates it. Yi Chen's eyes were like lightning, and he locked onto the target instantly. It was a diamond-shaped crystal located at the edge of the matrix, slightly smaller than the other crystal columns. At this moment, it was madly spewing dark purple energy, like a vicious tumor. Break it! Yi Chen let out a long roar, and his body turned into a golden stream of light. He ignored the polluted light beams that came along the way. He used the golden light to protect his body to resist. The blade of the universe condensed all his strength in the golden light of the jade pendant, turning it into a golden thunder that created the world, and slashed fiercely at the polluted crystal. Boom! There was a deafening explosion. The polluted crystal shattered like glass in front of the purifying power of the source point. The dirty dark purple energy was like a punctured balloon, instantly dissipating and annihilating. The pollution spreading trend in the core space was stagnant. The chaotic energy field calmed down a little. The pollution source has been cleared. The signal strength of the main brain positioning has decreased by 17%. But the erosion is still continuing. World Report. Yi Chen panted, his face solemn. It was so difficult to remove a pollution source, and there were more than 1,000 such anchor crystals in the entire space? The power of the Stardust Mastermind was like a maggot on the tarsal bone. Just as he was about to look for his next target, a cold, grand spiritual thought, as if made up of countless soul fragments, forcibly penetrated the space barrier and blasted directly into his mind. Source Thief. Hand over the engine, or be destroyed. The thoughts are filled with greed, destruction, and an inhuman, soul-shaking madness. Stardust Mastermind. It communicated directly. At the same time, Yi Chen's encrypted communicator received Lang Feng's extremely urgent and even desperate call. Boss. Urgent news from Dragon City. The Sacred Heart Center has been lost. Chapter 73, Sacred Heart bleeds, barrier collapses. The time goes back to shortly after Yi Chen stepped into the Stargate. Dragon City, Sacred Heart Center. The blue-silver energy barrier covering Su Qingshua's ward was still indestructible, like a huge cocoon, isolating the inside and outside. Huan Yu's elite action team and Chen Tai's security forces used all the physical, energy, and spiritual means they could think of to crack the barrier, and even tried directional blasting and laser cutting from the upper and lower floors, but they could not shake the barrier at all. Energy detection showed that the energy core of the barrier came from Su Qingshua's body and the silver pendant in the life support cabin, and the strength was still slowly increasing. Captain Lang. We've tried all methods. To no avail. Forced attacks will only cause the barrier to absorb the energy and rebound. We've already lost 3 brothers. The operations team leader was covered in dust and reported to Lang Feng remotely in a hoarse voice. Lang Feng's voice came from the communicator, with suppressed anger and anxiety. Keep trying. Find the frequency weakness. Start the deep blue heart to assist in the calculation. The boss is at a critical moment, we must not. His words stopped abruptly. Because at this moment. Buzz. In the ward, Su Qingxue in the life support cabin suddenly arched her body. The silver pendant she had been wearing close to her body burst out with an unprecedented dazzling blue-silver light. This light penetrated the life support cabin and the energy barrier, illuminating the entire intensive care ward area. Then, the incomparably solid, all-isolating blue-silver energy barrier was instantly covered with spiderweb-like cracks, like an ice surface thrown into a boulder. Not good. The barrier is about to break. Chen Tai's face changed drastically, and he shouted sternly, "Everyone! Highest alert! Prepare for battle!" Before he finished speaking. Boom! The blue-silver barrier exploded. The violent energy shock wave swept out like a tsunami. The heavy alloy door of the ward and the outer wall were instantly destroyed. Several action team members and security personnel near the door were blown away like kites with broken strings, and hit the corridor wall heavily, and their lives were unknown. The air was filled with smoke and dust, and debris was flying everywhere. In the smoke and dust, a figure slowly walked out of the broken ward. It's Su Qingxue. She was still wearing a hospital gown, barefoot, stepping on the cold metal debris. But her eyes were no longer weak or blank as before. Those beautiful eyes were now filled with cold blue-silver light, like 2 frozen stars. There was no expression on her face, only an inhuman indifference and emptiness. A powerful, chaotic, and strongly mentally polluted energy field spread out from her, making all the survivors feel dizzy, as if their souls were about to be frozen and torn apart.
Miss Qingxue?
Chen Tai looked at her in disbelief. Su Qingxue slowly raised her hand and pointed at Chen Tai and the others. At her fingertips, a blue-silver light began to condense.
Open fire. Non-lethal capture net.
The captain of the operation made a prompt decision. He saw that Su Qingxue was in a very bad state, but the first priority was to control her.
Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Several specially made alloy capture nets shot towards Su Qingxue with electric light.
However, the capture net was instantly turned into metal powder by the invisible blue-silver force field when it was 1 meter away from her body. The light from Su Qingxue's fingertips suddenly burst out.
Several blue-silver mental shock waves swept past like invisible sharp blades in an instant.
Ah!
Screams rang out one after another.
The action team members and security personnel who were hit by the mental shock seemed to have their souls taken away. Their eyes were dull and empty for a moment, and they fell straight down. Although their bodies were intact, their spirits had been completely destroyed and they became vegetables.
Mental attack. Activate the mental barrier quickly.
Chen Tai's eyes were bloodshot, and he raised a special explosion-proof shield in front of him while roaring.
Buzz.
The mental barrier device provided by Huan Yu emitted a faint halo around the survivors, barely resisting the subsequent spreading mental shock waves, but the halo fluctuated violently and obviously could not last long.
The target's energy level continues to soar. Threat level, city-destroying level. Immediate evacuation is recommended. Repeat. Evacuate immediately.
The cold alarm of the deep blue heart resounded throughout the communication channel.
We can't retreat. Miss Qingxue is still inside. She is just being controlled. Chen Tai roared, holding up his shield and trying to get closer. Miss Qingxue. Wake up. I'm Chen Tai. Mr. Yi will be back soon.
Su Qingxue turned her cold blue-silver eyes towards Chen Tai and raised her fingertips again. This time, the condensed light was even more dazzling.
The breath of destruction was pervasive. Just at this moment. Boom. Boom. Boom.
There was a sudden and violent explosion at the bottom and middle of the Sacred Heart Center building. The whole building was shaking violently.
Flames and thick smoke shot up into the sky. Report.
Unknown militants launched attacks from underground pipes and the air simultaneously.
They are well equipped. With fierce firepower. We are attacked from both inside and outside.
The desperate shouts of the outer security personnel were heard from the communication channel. Although Zhou Tianhai, the Night Owl, died, the hidden chess pieces he had planted in the remaining forces he mobilized launched a general attack at the moment when the Dreamcatcher plan went out of control and Su Qingxue's barrier was broken. The goal is clear: take away or destroy Su Qingxue, who is in an abnormal state at all costs. There is the indiscriminate mental attack from within, the powerful and out-of-control Su Qingxue, and the fierce attack from the elite armed elements of Stardust. The Sacred Heart Center instantly became a bloody Shura field.
The flames of war in Dragon City were ignited by one person. Chapter 74, Awakening in a Thought, Silver Pendant Seals the Demon.
The Sacred Heart Center was crumbling in the explosion and mental storm. The out-of-control Su Qingxue was like a walking source of disaster, and the blue-silver mental shockwave indiscriminately destroyed all life close to her. Chen Tai and the survivors relied on mental barriers and bunkers to support themselves, and every impact dimmed the light of the barrier.
The battle outside the building was even more brutal.
The remaining militants of Stardust were like mad dogs, using heavy firepower to suppress them and constantly trying to advance to the floor where Su Qingxue was. The Universal Action Team and Yi Family Security suffered heavy casualties, and their defense line was in jeopardy.
Deep Blue. Calculate the target's energy core weakness. Find a way to make her recover.
Chen Tai hid behind the load-bearing column and screamed into the communicator. He couldn't hurt Su Qingxue, but if this continued, everyone would die.
Analyzing.
The target energy core is the Feather Flame Key's silver pendant and the Dream Core biological key. The Dream Core is currently in a forced activation out of control state, and the mental pollution energy is amplified and released through the silver pendant. The only way to suppress it, cut off the forced link between the silver pendant and the Dream Core, or soothe and guide it with extremely high-level homologous energy.
Deep Blue Heart responded quickly. Cut off the connection? Soothe and guide? Chen Tiexin sank to the bottom of the valley. This was simply not something they could do. Unless the boss was here. Captain. We can't hold on any longer. Group A's defense line has been breached. They're coming up.
A desperate cry came from the communicator. A trace of determination flashed in Chen Tai's eyes. He stood up suddenly, raised the explosion-proof shield, and shouted at the out-of-control Su Qingxue, Miss Qingxue.
Look at me. Think about Mr. Yi.
He is still waiting for you to return to Kunlun.
Wake up.
As if touched by the three words Mr. Yi, the mental attack that Su Qingxue was about to launch paused slightly. A trace of extremely weak struggle and pain flashed in those cold blue-silver eyes.
Just at this moment. Whoosh. Whoosh. Whoosh.
Several poison gas bombs with green smoke were accurately thrown through the gap in the blasted wall.
The poison gas quickly spread.
At the same time, several Stardust commandos wearing black exoskeletons and gas masks rushed in like cheetahs. The leader was holding a strange-looking weapon with a suction cup on the muzzle, obviously coming to capture Su Qingxue.
Protect Miss Qingxue.
Chen Tai roared, ignoring the poison gas and firing.
The survivors also fired desperately.
In the chaotic gunfight, the commando holding the capture weapon used strange movements to avoid most of the bullets and quickly approached the out-of-control Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue seemed to be angered again by the poison gas and the sudden attack. The struggle in her eyes disappeared, and the blue-silver light became brighter.
The terrifying mental storm was about to erupt again. At the critical moment. Mutation regeneration.
The silver pendant on Su Qingxue's chest, which was madly releasing blue-silver light feather flame key, suddenly burst out with another completely different power without any warning.
It was a warm, restrained, yet majestic silver-white light. This light instantly overwhelmed the chaotic blue-silver light.
The lines on the surface of the silver pendant that looked like frozen flames seemed to come alive, emitting an ancient and sacred aura.
Buzz.
A clear sound that only the soul could hear.
The silvery white light was like mercury pouring down, instantly covering Su Qingxue's entire body.
The violent, chaotic, and spiritually polluted energy was quickly suppressed and purified as if it had encountered its nemesis.
Ugh. The out-of-control Su Qingxue groaned in pain, and the blue-silver light in her eyes faded like a tide, revealing the black eyes that originally belonged to Su Qingxue, full of pain and confusion.
Her body softened and she was about to fall. After the silver pendant emitted this sacred purifying force, its light quickly dimmed and became plain and simple, as if it had exhausted all its power. This sudden purification brought a moment of silence to the chaotic battlefield. The Stardust Commando who rushed to Su Qingxue and was about to launch a capture net was also stunned.
Now! Chen Tai jumped up like a wounded tiger. He seized this fleeting opportunity and rushed towards the commando desperately, using his body to slam the capture weapon away from his hand. Protect Miss Qingxue. The other survivors also reacted and fired desperately to suppress other enemies rushing in. Bastard!
The commando who was knocked away became furious and pulled out a dagger to stab Chen Tai fiercely.
Phew! The dagger pierced Chen Tai's abdomen.
The severe pain made his eyes go black, but he grabbed the other's arm tightly and screamed with his last strength, "Take her away." A member of the closest Universal Action Team, with tears in his eyes, suddenly picked up the unconscious Su Qingxue, turned around and rushed towards the emergency escape passage.
Stop them! Stardust's commander roared into the communicator.
More Stardust militants poured in from the gap, and the firepower was even more fierce. Chen Tai had a dagger stuck in his abdomen, bleeding profusely, but he stood like a reef at the entrance of the passage, using his body and the last bullet to block the pursuers. He bought precious time for the team members holding Su Qingxue to escape.
For the boss. For the Yi family.
Chen Tai's voice sounded weak and tragic amid the explosions and gunfire. In the center of the Sacred Heart, every layer was burning and bleeding. Under the protection of the last power of the silver pendant, Su Qingxue was temporarily freed from the demonization, but the crisis was far from over. The power that Yi Chen left in Dragon City was paving a bloody road for her with his life.
Chapter 75, Star Corps Soldiers, Alone and Remaining.
In the cold metal tunnel, the Universal Team member codenamed Lynx holding the unconscious Su Qingxue increased his speed to the limit. The gunshots, explosions, and the final roar of Captain Chen Tai behind him were getting farther and farther away, but they were like a heavy hammer hitting his heart. He knew that those who stayed behind were in great danger.
Deep Blue. Plan the fastest evacuation route. Avoid all combat zones. Lynx growled into the communicator, sweat mixed with blood. Su Qingshue's body was very light, but he felt like he was holding the weight of the entire world. Route planning completed, turn left ahead, enter the medical supplies channel in Area C, go straight for 300 meters, and go directly to the underground third-floor garage through the emergency freight elevator shaft. There is a pickup vehicle. Warning, high-speed mobile units are detected tracking from behind. Number 3. Speed, very fast. Non-human signs. The warning from Deep Blue Heart made the Bobcat's heart sink to the bottom. Inhuman signs? Stardust's transformed warriors or combat robots? He didn't dare to look back and sprinted madly along the route. There were sundries piled up in the medical supplies channel, and he flexibly shuttled through them. However, just as he rushed out of the channel and was about to rush to the freight elevator, 3 black shadows fell from the sky like ghosts, blocking his way in a triangular shape. They were 3 humanoid monsters over 2 meters tall, covered in dark gray bioalloy armor. Their heads were smooth metal spheres with only one huge scarlet electronic eye, sharp metal blades protruded from the joints of their limbs, and miniaturized energy weapons were mounted on their backs. There was no breath of life, only cold murderous intent and powerful energy fluctuations. Target identification, Star Relic Soldier. A semi-mechanical, semi-biological killing weapon made by Stardust using some of the debris technology from the Enlightenment era. Strength, speed, and defense are all a level. Weakness, the energy core is located in the center of the chest. Deep Blue Heart quickly provided information. The 3-star corps soldier's scarlet electronic eyes instantly locked onto Shanmao and Su Qingxue in his arms. Without saying anything, they started at the same time. So fast that it left an afterimage. One of them swung his alloy claws to go straight for Shanmao's throat, one raised his arm and shot a high-energy particle beam to block his retreat, and the last one rushed in like a tank, trying to knock Su Qingxue away. Shanmao's pupils shrank suddenly. He was just an elite warrior, facing 3 killing machines that exceeded human limits. He had no chance of winning. But he couldn't retreat. Su Qingxue in his arms was the person boss was going to protect at all costs. Ah! Lynx roared in despair. He pushed Su Qingxue's body violently behind a pile of heavy medical pads, and at the same time pulled out the high-explosive grenade from his waist, bit off the pull ring with his teeth, and rushed towards the Star Corps soldier who was rushing head-on. He wanted to die together, to buy even 1 second for Su Qingxue. Idiot. A cold electronic synthesized voice came out from the mouth of the leading Star Corps soldier, with a hint of sarcasm. The soldier who blocked the retreat slightly adjusted his arm, and the particle beam accurately shot at the arm of the mountain cat holding the high-explosive grenade. Just as the bobcat was about to be pierced through the arm by the particle beam, the grenade was detonated in advance. Sudden. A figure appeared in front of the mountain cat as if teleporting. The speed was so fast that it even surpassed the Star Corps soldier. It was Yi Chen. He was covered in blood-old wounds from the battle in Kunlun, but his eyes were as sharp as a blade that cut through the darkness. He slapped the wrist of the mountain cat with one hand with great precision, cleverly knocking the high-explosive grenade that was about to fall out of his hand away, and shot it towards the Star Corps soldier who was blocking the retreat. At the same time, the blade of the universe held in his other hand, with the will to cut off the stars, turned into a dazzling golden light that tore through space, and fiercely slashed at the Star Corps soldier who was rushing head-on. Boom! Puff! 2 things happened almost at the same time. The high-explosive grenade was detonated prematurely by the particle beam in front of the Star Skeleton warrior who was blocking his retreat, and the violent explosion made him stagger. The Star Corps soldier's extremely solid bioalloy armor was like a hot knife cutting butter in front of the golden light of the universe blade. The huge body was split diagonally from shoulder to hip. The energy core inside was instantly exposed and annihilated. The dirty energy liquid and mechanical parts were sprayed all over the ground. Kill 1 instantly. Boss? Bobcat escaped death and exclaimed in ecstasy. Yi Chen did not look back, his sword continued to move, his body spinning like a top, and the golden light swept across again, slashing at the other Star Skeleton warrior who was waving his claws to attack his throat. Clang! The sound of metal clashing. The alloy claws of the Star Skeleton warrior were shaken apart, and deep cracks appeared on the solid claw blades. It was knocked back several steps by the huge force. The Star Skeleton soldier that was blown back steadied himself, locked onto Yi Chen with his scarlet electronic eyes, and instantly charged the energy cannon on his shoulder. The last Star Skeleton soldier silently moved to the side, trying to attack Su Qingxue who was protected behind the cushion. Take good care of Qingxue. Yi Chen shouted to the mountain cat, and his figure disappeared again. He appeared directly in front of the warrior who attacked from the side, and hit its metal head with a heavy punch infused with star power. Boom! Like a heavy hammer hitting an anvil. The metal head was dented, the electronic eyes exploded. The huge body of the soldier was smashed away. At the same time, he threw out the blade of the universe with his backhand. The golden light turned into lightning and accurately pierced through the chest of the soldier who was about to fire the energy cannon. The energy core was destroyed instantly. In a flash, 2 of the 3 powerful star skeleton warriors were killed and 1 was seriously injured. Yi Chen caught the flying blade of the universe, and without even looking at the scrapped wreckage on the ground, he quickly walked towards the unconscious Su Qingxue behind the cushion. He leaned over and carefully checked her condition. When he felt that although she was weak, her vital signs were stable, and the chaotic polluted energy in her body was temporarily suppressed, he breathed a sigh of relief. "Boss! You're finally back." Shanhu's voice trembled with excitement. Yi Chen picked up Su Qingxue and swept his cold eyes across the messy passage. Stardust's debts should be settled one by one. "Let's go, let's leave here first." However, just as he was about to evacuate, buzz! An extremely powerful spiritual wave with the power of space confinement enveloped the entire area without any warning. The lights in the passage went out instantly, leaving only the faint light of the emergency lights. The air became sticky like glue. A huge, twisted spiritual thought that seemed to be composed of countless noises forcibly bombarded Yi Chen and Shan Mao's minds. "Yi Chen, you can't escape. Hand over the engine and the key, or else Longchun will be buried with you." Stardust Mastermind. Its will actually penetrated the space barrier and descended directly here. Chapter 76, The Projection of the Mastermind, Burning the City of the Universe. The mental pressure as thick as substance enveloped the passage, and the light of the emergency light flickered violently, as if it would go out at any time. The mental thoughts full of noise and madness in the Stardust Mastermind were like cold poisonous snakes, entwining the souls of Yi Chen and Shan Mao. The mountain cat groaned, then fell to the ground in pain, holding his head. Blood oozed from all his orifices. It was obvious that he could not withstand this level of mental shock. Yi Chen groaned, his body shook, but golden light burst out from his eyes. The jade pendant burst out with unprecedented brilliant light, forming a solid golden light shield, which firmly protected him and Su Qingxue in his arms. The ripples on the surface of the light shield fluctuated violently, isolating most of the mental impact of the main brain. "You coward! Get out here!" Yi Chen shouted. His voice contained the power of the jade pendant, like the roar of a huge bell, making the metal walls in the passage buzz. He, the ear-piercing laughter of the mind echoed, as you wish ants feel despair. The space in front of the passage suddenly twisted and collapsed violently. A huge, blurry dark purple energy vortex appeared out of thin air. In the center of the vortex, light and shadow intertwined, slowly condensing into an indescribable huge shadow. It has no fixed form, as if it was forcibly pieced together by countless wriggling tentacles, cold mechanical structures, twisted human faces and flashing data streams. A pair of huge scarlet eyes made of pure malice slowly opened in the center of the phantom and locked onto Yi Chen. A more terrifying, chaotic, and soul-corrupting mental pollution force field instantly spread. The projection of the will of the Stardust Mastermind has arrived in Dragon City. Roar! Just the gaze of the phantom made the seriously injured mountain cat roar in pain like a beast, and his spirit was on the verge of collapse. Even Yi Chen's golden light shield fluctuated violently, and groaned under the heavy pressure. Destruction begins. The Mastermind's will is cold and ruthless. Following its thoughts, the lights of the entire Sacred Heart Center building, no, the lights of the entire Dragon City West District, began to flash wildly. Countless electronic devices were instantly overloaded and scrapped, sparks flew everywhere. The city's transportation system was paralyzed, and vehicles lost control and collided. Then, within the Dragon City West District, all devices connected to the power grid and energy pipelines, regardless of size, from street lights to substations, from household appliances to factory machine tools, their internal energy readings soared wildly. A large-scale abnormal energy gathering has been detected. Target, all networked and powered equipment in the west area of Longcheng. Energy intensity is about to overload and explode. The estimated explosion power is equivalent to a 1,000,000-ton nuclear bomb. The Deep Blue Heart issued a desperate alarm. The Stardust Mastermind actually wanted to remotely detonate the entire energy network in the western area of Dragon City, using the lives of millions of people and the destruction of a megacity to force Yi Chen to surrender. You lunatic! Yi Chen's eyes were red with anger. He didn't expect the Stardust mastermind to be so crazy. Huan Yu. Give me the highest control authority of the global energy network. Target, Longcheng West District Power Grid. Execute the fuse protocol. Physically cut off all energy supplies. Immediately. Right now. Yi Chen roared in his heart. This was the only way he could think of to prevent the disaster. Command confirmed. Obtaining authority. Encountering strong resistance from an unknown force main brain. Breaking through. Breaking through successfully. Executing the fuse protocol. Physically cutting off the command to send. The voice of the universe is unprecedentedly urgent. The moment the command is issued. Sizzle. Throughout the entire Longcheng West District, all high-voltage substations and energy hubs, the physical fuses were forcibly activated by Huanyu. A huge arc flashed like the sickle of the god of death. All the trunk lines were physically fused and separated. The wildly soaring energy readings came to an abrupt stop as if being strangled by the neck. In the West District, all lights went out instantly. All machines stopped working. The place was plunged into a dead silence and darkness. The huge explosion was forcibly stopped. Ants! How dare you, the projection of the Stardust main brain roared with furious thoughts. It obviously didn't expect that the universe could break through its blockade in an instant and complete the physical fuse. The huge phantom fluctuated violently, countless twisted tentacles waved wildly, and the terrifying mental pollution force field pressed towards Yi Chen like a tsunami. It wanted to completely crush this ant who repeatedly ruined its good deeds. Your opponent is me. Yi Chen's eyes burned with cold flames. He gently placed the unconscious Su Qingxue next to the mountain cat, and the golden light of the jade pendant separated a ray to protect them. He held the blade of the universe and walked step by step towards the huge projection that exuded endless malice. With every step he took, his aura rose. The light of the jade pendant became brighter and brighter. In the source space, the stars that he had lit up and repaired were running wildly, and the majestic power of the stars poured in across space. The insights in the Kunlun Stargate passage and the baptism of the rules of the core of the creation engine were integrated at this moment. Qiming's fighting skill falling stars. Yi Chen's figure instantly turned into a golden meteor that pierced through the sky and earth. With the resolute will to perish together and fall like a star, he fiercely crashed into the huge and twisted projection of the Stardust main brain. This was a blow that condensed all his strength, all his will, and all his anger. The golden meteor and the dark purple evil shadow collided violently in the dark passage. Chapter 77, The Eye of Delusion, Qingxue Awakens. The golden and dark purple lights collided in the narrow passage like two torrents bursting through a dam. There was no deafening explosion, only the soul-shaking silent roar of energy annihilation. The golden meteor that Yi Chen transformed into contained the source of the origin, the power of the stars, and his determination to perish together with his enemies. It was like a red-hot knife, piercing fiercely into the huge and twisted dark purple projection of the Stardust main brain. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Like boiling oil pouring on snow. The part of the dark purple projection that was pierced by the golden meteor violently boiled, twisted, and melted. The chaotic energy, mental pollution, and even the distorted human faces and tentacles that made up the projection were purified and annihilated in the golden light. Roar! The Stardust mastermind roared in pain and fury. The entire projection shook violently, and its scarlet eyes were filled with disbelief. It didn't expect that an ant could burst out with such an original attack that could restrain its power. But the power of the main brain is vast after all. After the golden meteor penetrated into the core of the projection, its speed slowed down significantly, and the light was also rapidly consumed. Countless dark purple tentacles madly poured out from the depths of the projection, entangled and corroded the golden light. There were also countless spiritual spikes filled with resentment, fear, and despair, which hit Yi Chen's spiritual core like a rainstorm. Severe pain. The body seemed to be bitten by countless poisonous insects. The soul seemed to be thrown into purgatory. Yi Chen's 7 orifices began to ooze blood. But the fire in his eyes burned even more fiercely. He locked his eyes on the most condensed and most turbid dark purple energy source deep in the core of the projection that was the core embodiment of the main brain's will. Break it for me. Yi Chen roared silently in his heart. In the source space, the Kunlun coordinate mark obtained in the Ancestral Hall suddenly burst into an unprecedented light. This light resonated with the core of the jade pendant, instantly penetrating the space barrier and blessing Yi Chen's will. Buzz. Without any warning, a golden vertical crack appeared between Yi Chen's eyebrows. A majestic and sacred vertical pupil composed purely of golden light suddenly opened. The pupil that breaks illusions. With the Kunlun mark as the guide and the power of the source point as the source, it penetrates illusions and looks directly at the origin. Under the gaze of this golden pupil, the huge and twisted shape of the Stardust main brain projection instantly became illusory and transparent. The layers of chaotic energy and mental pollution were like a fog that was cleared away. Only the dark purple energy source deep in the core was left, which was constantly beating and emitting extreme evil and crazy fluctuations. And an extremely subtle, yet extremely tenacious mental channel connecting to a distant unknown place. I found you. Yi Chen's eyes shone with golden light. The light on the blade of the universe instantly converged, and all the power, along with the power of the eye of delusion breaking, was concentrated on the tip of the blade. That little bit of light was extremely bright, but also extremely dangerous. Cut. Yi Chen swung his knife. There was no earth-shattering momentum, only a golden line that was condensed to the extreme and almost invisible, shot out from the tip of the knife, ignoring the distance and space, instantly penetrating through layers of obstacles, and piercing into the core of the dark purple energy source with incomparable precision. At the same time, along that spiritual channel, tracing back to the source. Puff! Just like puncturing a boil. The dark purple energy source trembled violently, then shrank and collapsed violently. No! The Stardust Mastermind let out a shrill scream that seemed to come from the netherworld. The huge projection collapsed and dissipated in an instant like a punctured balloon. The terrifying mental pollution force field in the passage also receded like a tide. Boom! Yi Chen was exhausted and fell from mid-air. He knelt on one knee, supported his body with the knife, and gasped. His golden vertical pupils slowly closed, leaving a faint blood mark between his eyebrows. This blow drained all his strength. Boss! The mountain cat struggled to crawl over. At this moment, Su Qingxue, who was unconscious next to her, trembled violently for a few times with her long eyelashes and slowly opened her eyes. Her eyes were confused and painful at first, but soon became clear. She saw Yi Chen kneeling on one knee, covered in blood and weak, saw the messy battlefield around him, and saw the wounds on Shan Mao's body. Brother Chen? Su Qingshue's voice was weak and hoarse, with a hint of uncertainty and deep worry. She struggled to sit up. What happened? How did you get hurt like this? When Yi Chen heard this familiar voice, his body trembled violently and he raised his head with difficulty. When he saw the familiar concern and clarity in Su Qingshue's eyes, his tense heartstrings suddenly relaxed, and an indescribable feeling of exhaustion and relief surged into his heart. Qingxue, you're awake. Yi Chen showed a tired but very real smile, his voice hoarse. It's okay, it's all over. Su Qingxue looked at Yi Chen's smile and the blood on his body, then looked at the hellish scene around her. The chaotic and painful memory fragments before she fell into a coma began to emerge: stardust, mental attacks, loss of control. Her face turned pale in an instant, and her eyes were filled with fear and self-blame. Is it because of me? Brother Chen tears instantly blurred her vision. Yi Chen forced himself to move to her side and gently held her cold hand. The warm golden light of the jade pendant enveloped the two of them, conveying silent comfort. It's not your fault. It's the demons hiding in the dark. It's good that you woke up. At this moment, the voice of Deep Blue Heart sounded in Yi Chen's mind, with a hint of strangeness. Boss, anomaly detected. Although the main brain projection was defeated, when it finally collapsed, there was an extremely obscure data stream that tried to invade Miss Su Qingshue's life support bracelet, which has been damaged. The data stream has been intercepted and analyzed by me. The content is about Yi Zhenbang. Yi Zhenbang? Yi Chen's eyes condensed. Wasn't he torn apart by the space barrier at Kunlun Stargate? Data stream shows, although Yi Zhenbang's body was destroyed, part of his spiritual consciousness was intercepted by the main brain at the last moment with special means, and transferred. The target coordinates point to the waters near the former Deep Blue Fortress in the deep Pacific Ocean. The Deep Blue Heart gave an explosive news. Yi Zhenbang is not dead yet? And he has been transferred by the mastermind? Chapter 78, The Remnant Soul Returns to the Sea. Deep Blue moves. The news that Yi Zhenbang's remaining soul had not yet been extinguished and had been transferred by the Stardust Mastermind to the waters near the Deep Blue Fortress in the Pacific Ocean was like pouring ice water on one's head, instantly freezing the relaxed atmosphere again. Second uncle, the residual soul? Yi Chen frowned, his eyes flashing coldly. This old fox is indeed tough. The Stardust Mastermind wanted to intercept his consciousness at the last moment.
There must be a major plot. Su Qingxue also heard Deep Blue Heart's report, and her pale face showed astonishment and a hint of fear. Yi Zhenban's betrayal and viciousness left a deep shadow on her. Deep Blue, immediately mobilize all available ocean detectors and satellites to lock onto the target area in the Pacific Ocean. Search for any abnormal energy, signals, or signs of underwater activity. I want to know the purpose of the mastermind's transfer of him. Yi Chen quickly gave the order, while forcing himself to stand up and carefully help Su Qingxue up. Yes. Deep Blue Heart executed immediately. Brother Chen, your injury. Su Qingxue looked at Yi Chen's unhealed wounds and pale face, her eyes full of heartache. It's just a superficial wound, nothing serious. Yi Chen shook his head. The jade pendant's warming power continued to work, and the internal injuries were slowly recovering. He looked at the mountain cat. Can you move? Yes. Boss. Bobcat gritted his teeth and stood up, although his face was still ugly. Contact Lang Feng and report the situation at Kunlun Stargate. Inform Dragon City that the remaining Stardust forces will be eliminated by the Security Bureau and the Yi family, with a focus on hunting down Zhou Tianhai's remaining followers and saboteurs. Qingxue needs an absolutely safe environment to recuperate. Yi Chen had a clear mind and made arrangements quickly. We should leave here immediately and go to the safe house in Universal Dragon City. The group supported each other and quickly evacuated the Sacred Heart Center, which had been reduced to ruins, through the emergency passage. Outside, the West District of Longcheng was still dark and silent, with only sporadic gunshots and fire truck sirens in the distance, proving what kind of disaster the city had just experienced. Pacific Ocean, the waters near the original Deep Blue Fortress coordinates. Thousands of meters deep, the seabed is dark and silent. The ruins of the huge Deep Blue Fortress are like the skeleton of a prehistoric monster, half buried in the mud and sand, and the broken pipes and twisted metal tell of the tragedy that once happened. Deep in an inconspicuous crack covered by thick sediments at the edge of the ruins, there is an extremely tiny metal sphere that is almost integrated with the surrounding rocks. Inside the sphere, a complex micro-life support device is running. In the light blue nutrient solution, there is a very weak, constantly flickering consciousness composed of countless data streams. It is the residual soul of Yi Zhenban that was forcibly retained by the main brain. At this moment, the consciousness of this remnant soul was fluctuating violently, filled with extreme pain, anger, and a hint of incredible ecstasy. Damn! Damn! Yi Chen! Huan Yu! You destroyed everything I have. The consciousness of the remnant soul roared silently in the small space. The destruction of the body and the incompleteness of the soul made him suffer endless pain. But what shocked him even more were some fragments of information that the mastermind had forcefully instilled into him when it transferred him. The core of the Deep Blue Fortress was not completely destroyed, the heart of the Abyss embryo. Your consciousness adapts, integrates, becomes the new master. Revenge power. Heart of the Abyss? Embryo? Fusion? Becoming the Overlord? Yi Zhenban's residual soul savored this information in pain, and a crazy idea grew like wildfire. Could it be that, the ultimate secret of the Deep Blue Fortress, which even the Deep Blue Heart didn't know, the legendary super-artificial intelligence embryo Heart of the Abyss that was still in the cultivation stage and had unlimited potential, was hidden under this ruin? The main brain intercepted his consciousness in order to let him merge with the embryo and become the new master of the Abyss under its control? In this way, he could rebuild a base in the Pacific and make a comeback? Although he knew that this was a use by the mastermind, the huge temptation of becoming the master, gaining power and revenge on Yi Chen was like the whisper of the devil, causing the greed and madness in Yi Zhenban's remaining soul to completely overwhelm the fear and pain. Power. I need power. The remnant soul's consciousness cried out silently. He began to frantically mobilize his weak mental power, like the slightest electric current, trying to communicate and sense the surrounding seawater and ruins, looking for the weak signal that the embryo of the Heart of the Abyss buried deep underground might exist. Just as Yi Zhenban's remaining soul was struggling at the bottom of the sea, trying to find an opportunity to turn the situation around. Inside the safe house of Universal Dragon City, a medical room of the highest standards, Su Qingxue received the most comprehensive examination and treatment. The results showed that her body was fine, but her spirit had been greatly impacted and was very weak. After the silver pendant exhausted its power to protect her, it temporarily fell silent. Yi Chen treated the wound, changed into clean clothes, and sat beside Su Qingxue's bed. He held her hand and told her about the experience in Kunlun Stargate, the creation engine, and the threat of the Stardust Mastermind in a calm tone. He only hid the news about Yi Zhenbang's residual soul, not wanting to irritate her again. Su Qingxue listened quietly, her eyes changing from shock and fear to complex and determined. She looked down at the silver pendant on her chest, then looked up at the jade pendant on Yi Chen's neck. Brother Chen, her voice was very soft, but it carried an unprecedented power. The silver pendant, and the dream core in my consciousness, what are they? My biological parents, what is their relationship with the Qiming era and Stardust? She no longer evades, and faces the huge mystery surrounding her life. The opening of the Stargate and the threat of the mastermind make her realize that she can no longer stay out of it. Yi Chen looked at the determined light flashing in Su Qingshue's eyes, feeling both relieved and distressed. He took out some information compiled by Deep Blue Heart information about the Feather Flame Key and secondary guardians, and slowly said, according to the information left over from the Qiming era, your silver pendant is called the Feather Flame Key, which is a secondary resonance token. Its holder is usually a secondary guardian family that guards the Stargate node or an important heritage library. Your biological parents are most likely descendants of such a guardian family. They entrusted you to the Su family in order to protect you or the secret represented by the silver pendant. And Stardust is one of the culprits who destroyed them and took away everything. Su Qingxue tightly grasped the silver pendant, her knuckles turning white. It turned out that the duty of protection also flowed in her blood. Those vague nightmare fragments, the woman's shrill cry, maybe they were fragments of memories of the family's demise? Brother Chen, she raised her head, her eyes clear and resolute, I want to become stronger. I don't want to be a burden to you anymore, and I don't want to be used as a tool by Xingqian anymore. I want to know the truth, and I want to protect the people I want to protect. Yi Chen looked at the fire burning in Su Qingshue's eyes, as if he saw himself rising after the great changes in the Yi family. He held her hand tightly and nodded solemnly, okay. Let's become stronger together. Uncover the truth together. Together, protect to the end. At this moment, Lang Feng's encrypted communication came in, and his voice was a little hurried. Boss. Anomalies have been discovered in the target Pacific Ocean area. A weak but continuously increasing special energy signal has been detected near the ruins of the Deep Blue Fortress. The spectrum characteristics are highly similar to the power of the Stardust Mastermind. And the source of the signal seems to be moving towards a deeper trench. Yi Chen's eyes shone. Yi Zhenbang's residual soul really started to act. Chapter 79, Hunting in the Abyss, Embryo Awakens. The unusual movement in the deep Pacific Ocean instantly made everyone's nerves tense. Confirm the signal's moving trajectory. Start the Abyss Hunter sequence submersible. Carry the Prometheus neutralizer prototype. Go to the target sea area immediately. Yi Chen decisively ordered into the communicator and stood up at the same time. If Yi Zhenbang's residual soul combines with the so-called Heart of the Abyss embryo successfully, the consequences will be disastrous. Boss, your injury. Long Feng said worriedly. It's okay. Qingxue, you stay here. The safe house has the highest defense and the Deep Blue Heart will protect you. Yi Chen looked at Su Qingxue, his tone unquestionable. Brother Chen, be careful. Su Qingxue knew that she couldn't help now, and forcing herself to go would only be a burden. She nodded vigorously, her eyes full of concern. I'll wait for you to come back. Yi Chen looked at her deeply, turned around and strode out of the medical room. He had to kill Yi Zhenbang completely before he could fuse with the embryo. A few hours later, the target area in the Pacific Ocean was 5,000 meters below sea level. There was eternal silence and darkness. Only the searchlight beam of the submarine Abyss Hunter pierced through the darkness like a sharp sword, scanning the Deep Blue Fortress ruins and the deeper trench below that were crawling like a giant beast. Signal source locked. Depth, 7,120 meters. The entrance to the Ripper Rift on the edge of the Mariana Trench. The moving speed is increasing. The operator's voice sounded in the silent command cabin. The Rift Breaker. One of the deepest, most mysterious, and harshest oceans on Earth. Strong water pressure, intense geothermal activity, chaotic magnetic fields, it's a forbidden zone for life. Catch up. Keep as quiet as possible. Charge the neutralizer. Yi Chen stood in front of the console with a cold look in his eyes. On the screen, a flashing red dot was moving rapidly along the steep cliff of the trench towards the depths of the Rift Valley. The Abyss Hunter was like the most patient hunter, quietly diving and tracking its target. As the depth increased, the external pressure readings soared wildly, and the outer shell of the submersible emitted a tooth-grinding groan. The chaotic magnetic field interfered with the detection equipment, and the images on the screen were distorted from time to time.
The target has entered the rift. The signal is subject to strong interference and is intermittent, the operator reported nervously. Follow him in, Yi-Chen said without any hesitation. The submersible carefully entered the entrance of the rift. On both sides were dark, rugged, and towering walls, and below was bottomless darkness. Under the searchlight, one could see the churning seafloor hot springs, which released toxic gases and high-temperature water. From time to time, strange deep-sea creatures were startled by the lights and fled in panic. Signal recaptured. Below. Depth, 7,500 meters, 8,000 meters, 8,500 meters. It's diving. The speed at which the signal source moved was beyond normal. Where is it going? Longfeng frowned. The deepest part of the rift. There is something there that is attracting it.
Yi-Chen's eyes were sharp. Dive at full speed.
The neutralizer locks on the signal source. Be ready to launch at any time.
The Abyss Hunter's engine was fully powered, and it was chasing at full speed towards the depths of the Rift Valley, braving the huge water pressure and chaotic turbulence. The depth gauge jumped wildly, 9,000 meters, 9,500 meters, 10,000 meters. Finally, at the bottom of the Rift Valley at an altitude of nearly 11,000 meters, the searchlight captured the target.
It was an extremely tiny metal shuttle body that looked like an olive pit.
The surface of the shuttle body was covered with thick deep-sea sediments, but the tail was spraying a weak blue ion stream, pushing it through the rugged valley bottom at an astonishing speed. The spiritual fluctuations and energy signals emanating from the shuttle body were exactly the residual soul of Yi Zhenbang. Right in front of the metal shuttle, a dark red light was faintly visible from a huge crack in the seabed at the bottom of the rift. A huge, chaotic energy wave, like a sleeping beast, was slowly emanating from the depths of the crack.
Abyss heart embryo. Yi-Chen's eyes condensed. The signal source's target was indeed it. The dark red light in the crack was the energy glow emitted by the embryo. Neutralizer locks onto the target shuttle. Fire! Yi-Chen shouted. Buzz!
In the belly of the submarine, the enhanced Prometheus-01 biological energy field directional neutralizer was instantly charged. A condensed milky white energy beam ignored the thick sea-water barrier and accurately shot towards the speeding metal shuttle.
The beam of light was moving at an extremely fast speed and was about to hit. At this critical moment,
the metal shuttle seemed to sense the fatal threat and made a sharp turn, narrowly avoiding the core area of the light column.
The edge of the light column hit the tail of the shuttle. Swish!
The tail of the shuttle was instantly covered and melted by the milky white neutralizing energy. The metal shuttle was like a fish with its tail chopped off.
It instantly lost its balance and spun into the rock wall next to it. Boom! A violent collision. The metal shuttle was severely deformed and embedded deeply into the rock wall. The target was hit, but not completely destroyed, the operator reported. Keep locking. Prepare for the second shot, Yi-Chen ordered.
However, before the second neutralization device could be fully charged, the severely deformed metal shuttle body embedded in the rock wall suddenly burst into a dazzling dark purple light. A spiritual thought filled with pain, madness, and extreme resentment suddenly burst out.
Yi-Chen! You destroyed my body. You killed my soul. This hatred is irreconcilable. Heart of the Abyss. Help me.
As Yi Zhenbang's residual soul roared with heart-wrenching thoughts, the metal shuttle exploded. A condensed dark purple spiritual stream, like a desperate venomous snake, suddenly shot towards the deep seabed crack that was emitting dark red light. It actually chose to self-destruct, and with all its remaining strength, it forcibly rushed into the energy field where the embryo of the heart of the abyss was located. Buzz! In the crack of the seabed, the dark red light suddenly surged. A larger, more chaotic, violent and destructive energy wave, like an awakened ancient beast, suddenly erupted from the depths of the crack. The entire bottom of the rift was shaking violently. Rocks were cracking. The seawater was boiling. The embryo of the heart of the abyss was forcibly awakened by Yi Zhenbang's residual soul and resentment. Chapter 80, Embryo Runaway, Sea and Sky Disaster. The dark red light gushed out from the deep cracks in the seabed like the fire of hell, instantly dyeing the darkness of the 10,000-meter deep sea red. The violet energy shockwave mixed with the high-temperature water flow, like the roar of the sea god, swept across the entire rift bottom. Boom boom! The Abyss Hunter was like a small boat in the storm, being thrown away by the sudden energy tsunami. It rolled violently and hit the hard rock wall. The harsh sound of metal twisting and the alarm sounded together. Hold on. Fully activate the shield. Advance in the opposite direction. Yi Chen grabbed the handrail tightly and screamed loudly. The pilot tried his best to operate the submarine, and the tail engine of the submarine ejected the maximum power of ion flow, finally barely stabilizing its posture before hitting the second huge rock. However, the shield energy dropped to the bottom in an instant, and many external sensors were overloaded and damaged. Boss. The target embryo's energy reading has gone off the charts. And it's still continuing to soar. The energy attribute is highly chaotic. It contains strong mental pollution and destructive tendencies. The technician's voice was filled with horror. On the screen, the energy signal representing the embryo of the heart of the abyss has turned into a dazzling, spreading scarlet. Deep in the crack, a huge, constantly distorted and changing phantom made of dark red energy can be vaguely seen forming. Countless dark red veins made of energy, like blood vessels and nerves, are spreading out from the phantom, greedily devouring the surrounding seabed heat and geomagnetic energy. Yi Zhenbong's remnant soul, full of malice and madness, was mixed in this huge energy like a virus, and became the initial consciousness guide after the embryo woke up. Destruction. Devouring. Power. Yi Chen. Dies. Damn it. Yi Chen's face turned pale. The worst has happened. The contaminated embryo woke up early, and was dominated by Yi Zhenbong's resentment, becoming a monster that only knew destruction and revenge. Neutralizer. Maximum power. Target, embryo core. Fire. Yi Chen made a prompt decision. He must kill it before it is fully formed. Buzz. The Prometheus neutralizer roared again. A thicker milky white beam of light than before tore through the tumbling dark red energy flow and fiercely shot towards the wriggling embryo core deep in the crack. However, this time, the embryo's shadow suddenly trembled. Countless dark red energy tentacles instantly intertwined in front of the core to form a thick energy shield. Boom! The milky white light column slammed into the dark red shield. A violent energy annihilation erupted. The entire seabed was like a giant bomb. The shock wave pushed the abyss hunter away again. The light faded away. The dark red shield was covered with cracks, but it did not break. The embryo shadow seemed to be completely enraged and became even more violent. It let out a silent roar spiritual level, and more dark red energy tentacles gushed out from the cracks like millions of poisonous snakes, rolling towards the submersible. At the same time, a stronger mental pollution storm full of chaos and tearing power ignored the physical and mental barriers of the submersible and hit the consciousness of everyone in the cabin. Ugh! The driver and the technician instantly held their heads and screamed, blood gushing out of their mouths and noses. Lung Feng also groaned, his face pale. Only Yi Chen, relying on the protection of the jade pendant, barely resisted, but he also felt a splitting headache. Deep Blue. Take over the driving. Evade. Yi Chen gave the order while enduring the pain. Takeover successful. Avoidance program activated. Deep Blue Heart immediately controlled the submersible and made various extreme maneuvers to narrowly avoid the energy tentacles that were coming from the sky. However, there were too many tentacles and they were too fast, so the submersible's shell was constantly being scratched, making a harsh scraping sound and an alarm for the energy shield to be overloaded. How long will it take to charge the neutralizer? Yi Chen asked anxiously. Energy core overload cooling down. Forced charging will take at least 3 minutes. The technician replied painfully. 3 minutes. Under such a violent attack, it would be a miracle if the submersible could hold out for even 1 minute. I saw a thick dark red tentacle wrapping around the main engine of the submarine like a giant python. Boss! Be careful! Lung Feng exclaimed. A trace of determination flashed in Yi Chen's eyes. He slapped the console hard, and a button for the emergency escape pod lit up. At the same time, he grabbed the single-person deep-sea combat armor quick-donning module fixed to the wall next to him. Deep Blue. Continue to control the submersible to evade. Lang Feng, take them into the escape capsule. Prepare to leave. Yi Chen spoke as fast as a bullet. Boss. What are you going to do? Lang Feng instantly understood Yi Chen's intention and his face changed drastically. I'll lead it away. I'll buy you some time to recharge. Yi Chen's voice was firm. The deep-sea combat armor instantly covered the submarine, and he grabbed the blade of the universe and rushed to the emergency ejection port at the bottom of the submarine. No! It's too dangerous. Lung Feng wanted to stop it. Execute the order! Yi Chen shouted, without question. He took a deep look at his struggling comrade in the command cabin, and then pressed the ejection button without hesitation. Laugh. High-pressure water jet. Yi Chen's figure was instantly ejected from the submersible and sank into the cold, violent, 10,000-meter deep sea filled with dark red energy. He was like a stone thrown into boiling water, instantly attracting the attention of all the dark red tentacles. The huge embryo shadow let out an excited roar and gave up attacking the submersible. Countless tentacles turned around, like a group of sharks smelling blood, and rolled towards the golden light spot that exuded the breath of enemy. Deep in the abyss, Yi Chen used himself as bait and faced the runaway abyss embryo alone. A catastrophe war that would determine the fate of the ocean and could even affect the entire world was erupting in the abyss.